Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks took Game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1. Merrill Kelly had some of his best stuff of the season, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run. And he had some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo home runs in the win. And here's Merrill Kelly on his outing.
Pretty good. Some of the best that I've had so far this year. I've been working on some mechanical stuff throughout the week, just trying to feel, quote unquote, more normal, back to what I tried to be. And today was probably the closest that I've been.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants tonight. First pitch will be at 6:45, and you can tune in on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The New York Knicks, behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points, beat the Celtics 121-113 in MSG last night to go up 3-1. And Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle combined for 61 in their 117-110 win over the Warriors. And the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery last night with just a 1.8% chance to get that top pick. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Mickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
How are you, Vinny? Who's better than Vinny?
And Jerry McCarlin.
It can only be champion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. How is everybody doing today?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, sure. Somebody bite.
I'm doing better than people in Boston, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness gracious. The series is over, right, Jared?
On. But are you doing better than people in Dallas? That's the question.
Can I?
Still, yeah.
Like, okay, it sucks when somebody gets injured.
Mm-hmm.
They won the championship last year. Come on, enough feeling bad for Boston
I didn't
fans.
say who feels bad for Boston.
I do not.
He just said people in Boston are feeling bad. He
Right.
didn't say you're feeling bad for them.
That's fair.
Big distinction.
Bill Simmons said, one of the darkest days in Celtics history.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Well, it could be terrible. Like you go down 3-1 in a series and you quite possibly lose your best player.
Well, it's right up there with Len Bias dying.
But we do this all the time. Cities that have an abundance of championships, we go, oh, come on. You all are so spoiled. Give it a break. Give it a rest. What we don't understand is that's their standard. Right?
Yeah, it hurts just as much to not win when you win a lot.
It hurts. It hurts people like us because that is their standard.
And we don't have that standard.
No, it's
here.
not even close.
That's it.
Just give us crumbs is what we want.
Exactly. And that's why it bothers us.
But,
and it's easy to make fun of that mindset. Like, oh, come on, you've had 17 championships in the last 6 years. What is wrong with you, Boston?
But they go up from up 14 on the verge of tying a series at 2-2.
Yeah.
To losing a superstar and all hope in about the span of 35 actual minutes.
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal.
Well, it doesn't matter. The NBA's rigged anyways, right?
Yeah, it is. At least part of it is.
Wow. We're back in that space today, and it's not just us. It's all of America. The NBA's rigged. Do you know there could have been any number of outcomes that could have happened yesterday that would have still led people to believe the NBA is rigged? You and I both picked Philly landing Cooper Flag, or the number one pick.
Yeah.
We're assuming it's Cooper Flag.
Well, I hope he doesn't get chubby between now and the draft.
Wow.
Keep him away from
Wow,
hookahs.
would that be funny? Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if, like, pictures of him with a beer and a hookah pipe surfaced?
With the number one pick, the Dallas Mavericks select Ace Bailey.
Ace Bailey.
Forward from Rutgers.
Ace Bailey.
Yeah, you're right, though. The conspiracy theorists, and I'm not one, typically, I'll listen and probably believe you on the NBA draft lottery because of the history of it. But those people will go really deep. And it could have been anything. You're right.
Yeah.
You know,
No, you're absolutely.
4 or 5 teams get the number one overall pick, and they're like, oh, this is fixed.
Yeah, yeah. All right, we're going to get into all of that and then some today. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out. Get him out coming. Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks getting their first look at the San Francisco Giants this season, and that first look turned into a 2-1 win at Oracle Park. Corbin Carroll had 2 solo home runs off of Justin Verlander, and the D-backs pitching and defense made those stand up. Merrill Kelly scattered 8 hits over 7 innings of work, allowing just 1 run. Bullpen duo of Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller posted zeros in the 8th and 9th, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. made a circus catch on an Elliot Ramos deep line drive to left in the 8th inning. D-backs pushed their record to 22-20 on the season. That series continues tonight at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Brandon Foote with his 6-2 record and 3.28 ERA going against former D-back lefty Robbie Ray, who's off to a 5-0 start, 2.84 ERA. Another good pitching matchup. First pitch, 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Good win for the Diamondbacks last night.
Very good. Yep. I feel much better about them today. By the way,
so that means tomorrow.
Well, yeah.
Tonight they'll lose 8-1.
Well, they've gone 9 consecutive days of win-loss, 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 win-loss. They've alternated win-losses for 9 straight days.
That's crazy. Before yesterday's game, the D-backs did make some roster moves. They recalled Jordan Lawler from AAA Reno and reinstated right-handed reliever Kendall Graveman from the 15-day injured list. Lawler, the Diamondbacks' top prospect, currently rated as the 4th best prospect in baseball, according to MLB Pipeline. 336 average at AAA Reno. Graveman pitching in the big leagues for the first time since 2023 when he was with the Astros. He missed the entire 2024 season after undergoing shoulder surgery, signed a 1-year deal in the offseason, and then suffered a back injury in spring training. To make room for the newcomers, lefty reliever and triple balker Jose Castillo and infielder Garrett Hampson were DFA'd. The Dallas Mavericks, just months removed from trading their 25-year-old superstar player Luka Doncic to the Lakers, don't have to wait very long to land another superstar, despite just a 1.8% chance to land the #1 overall pick in Monday night's NBA draft lottery. That's exactly what happened. And the Mavericks will have the opportunity to draft Duke superstar Cooper Flag with the top pick. The Mavericks jumped 10 spots over last season's record expectation to get the #1 pick. San Antonio will draft 2nd, Philadelphia 3rd, Charlotte 4th. The Houston Rockets, who own the Suns lottery pick, will select 10th. We'll have a lot of reaction to that today. Trust us. On the NBA playoff hardwood Monday night, the New York Knicks overcame another double-digit deficit to beat the Boston Celtics. 121-113. They take a 3-1 series lead in their Eastern Conference semifinal. Boston led by 14 with about 9 minutes to go in the third, but the Knicks fought back, took a 3-point lead heading into the fourth. In the final quarter, Celtic star Jason Tatum suffered a lower leg injury and left the arena in a wheelchair. He had 42 points before the injury. He's having an MRI today. Doesn't look good. Jalen Brunson led the Knicks with 39. Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges each had 23. Game 5 back in Beantown on Wednesday. Western Conference, the Minnesota Timberwolves up 3-1 on Golden State after a 117-110 win on Monday. Minnesota used a 17-0 run in the third quarter to gain control, held on in the fourth for the win. Julius Randle, 31 for the Wolves. Anthony Edwards had 30. Game 5 is in Minnesota Wednesday night, and Steph Curry said yesterday doesn't think he's going to be back for Game 5.
Yeah, that's kind of what was floating around the Bay Area, that Game 6 was the earliest, and that does indeed look to be the case. Jimmy Butler getting a lot of flack from Warriors fans in fact, they're using the Q word. They're claiming he quit last night.
Well, he didn't. It was a weird workload, minutes load in the first half. They were trying to preserve him.
Well, the thinking is that after the injury to Steph, he's like, we're hopeless.
Yeah, but I mean, we can get into that too. I got some thoughts on that. 2 more games on the schedule tonight. Indiana trying to deliver the knockout punch to the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 5 at Rocket Arena in Cleveland. Cavs star Donovan Mitchell expected to be a game-time decision for tonight's game. Mitchell did not play in the second half of Game 4 after feeling discomfort in his left ankle. An MRI showed Mitchell aggravated a previous injury. That game tips at 4 on TNT. Then it's a pivotal Game 5 in the Western Conference semis. Thunder hosting the Nuggets at Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. That series tied 2-2 after OKC's win Sunday in a 92-87 rock fight. Tip-off there, 6:30, also on TNT. In football, Cardinals have signed 4th-round draft pick Cody Simon, a linebacker out of Ohio State, to a 4-year contract. That leaves only 1st-round pick Walter Nolan and 2nd-rounder Will Johnson as unsigned draft picks for the team. More NFL schedule leaks, the international games, all 7 of them. 7 games on foreign soil. Chiefs and Chargers will play in Brazil in Week 1. In Week 4, it's the Steelers and the Vikings in Dublin. The Vikings get an extended stay in Europe. They'll stay there, and they'll play the Browns in London in Week 5. In Week 6, the Jets and Broncos will face off in London. Then it'll be Rams and Jaguars in London in Week 7. Week 10 brings the Falcons against the Colts in Berlin. Week 11, Commanders and Dolphins in Madrid. On American soil, the Bears and Eagles will play the Black Friday Amazon game. In Week 13, we know what one of the Christmas Day games will be, Broncos and Chiefs, prime time on Amazon Prime. The full NFL schedule will be released tomorrow evening in a TV event on NFL Network. Big blow for the Cleveland Browns. They put linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah on the reserve, physically unable to perform list. He will miss the entire season. He was a Pro Bowler in 2023, missed the last 9 games last year after a neck injury suffered in a collision with Derrick Henry. I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often when people collide with Derrick Henry. And Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson said that the team has ended contract talks for an extension for the NFL sack leader. Hendrickson released a statement to ESPN's Adam Schefter that said, quote, "No communication has taken place between my camp and the organization since the NFL draft in April." First team All-Pro last season and has 35 sacks over the last 2 years. There you go. There's a big-time power pack splash for you on this Tuesday, May 13th. Coming up next, was the fix in to help the Mavs fix themselves or for other reasons? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Wolf. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after a pivotal draft lottery? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The fourth pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets. Picking third will be the Philadelphia 76ers. The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number one pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Mark Tatum, the deputy commissioner of the NBA. Have you seen this guy, Jared? This Mark Tatum guy?
Yeah, not quite as interesting.
He doesn't look. He doesn't look like.
He did seem a little excited though when he read that last.
1.8% chance.
Yeah. How about it
for the Dallas Mavericks to win the draft lottery, and they win it in a year where there's a franchise-changing player on the board. I give Nico Harrison a lot of credit.
For what?
Because he was raked over the coals. He was threatened. His life has been a living hell, basically, since that trade went down for Luka Doncic. For him not to crack under the pressure and not to announce to Mavericks fans, just wait until May and everything will be okay, because I've already had assurances from the league that this is going to happen.
Okay, you're being snarky again. So do you believe it was rigged?
Yes,
okay.
I do. I
right.
absolutely do.
Okay.
And
That's
my thought,
interesting.
and I was saying Philadelphia, and as I was watching it, I was like, what was I thinking? There was a massive trade that made no sense to anyone out of the clear blue, and the parameters of that trade were so fishy, it smelled like that fish market in Seattle, and nobody can understand it still. This is why. Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks made the golden franchise of the NBA relevant for another decade. They were on the verge of breaking down and going back into Lakers dysfunctional mode because they had a 40-year-old LeBron James and a brittle Anthony Davis. and now they've got Luka for a decade, and they can build around him. Wink, wink. Thanks, Nico. We appreciate you. Here you go.
All right, so two things that push back on that theory, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but there's two things that push back on that. Number one, I told you about I've said it a couple times on the air. I've been told by a guy that thinks he knows, who runs in the high circles in Dallas, Texas, and I laid out the whole story of why Luka got traded. The owner did not want to write that check to the dude. Okay. So, but that might not be true. That whole story I heard might not be true. I concede that.
But two things can be true. That could be true, but then, okay, if you're going to trade him, we want you to trade him to the Lakers.
Why LA?
See, that's exactly where I was going to go. That, and the fact that there was no other people involved in the trade for Luka, yes, very, very, very suspicious. Now, are we certain Luka wants to stay in Los Angeles? Is he going to sign that contract? Of course he will. So listen, whether or not you believe this, enough people believe this, where the NBA either has a big problem on its hands or the NBA does not care, that a good chunk of people think their sport is crooked and rigged.
I don't go that far when it comes to the competition.
Right.
You know that.
Yeah.
But I can't get past the history of the NBA draft lottery from 1985 until now. You can pick them out. It started out in 85. Fishy as it gets.
You don't have to apologize. The NBA's the face of the NBA. Its all-time leading scorer believes the NBA draft lottery is rigged. LeBron James not only said it on a Pat McAfee podcast, but he tweeted out laughing, crying emojis last night after Dallas won the number one pick. Listen, it is fishy that a team and a general manager that was just raked over the coals and, like you said, has kind of hung in there, end up with the number one pick when they had 1.8% chance to get there.
But now they've got flexibility. They can do a number of things. They can draft Cooper Flagg at number one and set themselves up for the future. Here's Bobby Marks and what he believes the Mavs should do.
I would hope they just turn the card in right now. I just think, listen, of course there'll be speculation, certainly with the Giannis news, and I just look at it when if you can get a generational player at the number one pick in the draft and a player that could be on your roster for not just this contract, which is 4 years, but his next contract, which is 4 or 5 years, compared to a player that's got 2 years left and could become a free agent in the summer of 2027. I think that's a significant risk to go out and do that here. So I would think that, certainly Cooper's the guy that they have circled, and I know that there probably will be a temptation as far as if whether it be Giannis or another player is out there in the market here. But I do think how this Dallas roster is built, I think Cooper's the best bet as far as what to add to this group.
All right, so he's saying they'd be crazy to do it, but they have that it's possible. I mean, Cooper Flagg is the best prospect to come into the league in a while, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But there's still the unknown of how he translates to the NBA. You could trade him for a 30-year-old superstar right now and be a title contender next year.
Yeah, and let's put this to bed, because I know a lot of people in Arizona, including Mr. AZ, the dude who goes to games every day of his life, my hero. He thought, okay, great, let's get Kevin Durant to Dallas for Cooper Flagg. Dallas is not trading Cooper Flagg for Kevin Durant.
No. The only possible thing would be Giannis.
Giannis.
And even that's probably not that possible.
That's the only possible one. Okay, so a couple of takeaways as it relates to the Suns. We're going to get into this later. We're going to focus on the Mavs. But in my opinion, the Suns dodged a couple of bullets here last night. The Rockets thing we discussed at length. That would have been very symbolically painful had the Rockets done what the Mavericks did. Rise to the top of the board and got Cooper Flagg with the pick that was ours.
The Rockets wound up at number 10.
Rockets wound up at number 10. The other thing that I think they dodged the proverbial bullet is San Antonio, which was right there with Dallas for the top pick. And you drop Cooper Flagg into that thing, and now you got an issue. Now that team is a big problem.
Well, except they got number 2.
Well, they do have number 2.
Which means that.
And listen, does it mean you could trade the number 2 and De'Aaron Fox and about 5 other and Steph Castle and then get Giannis? Maybe. Ooh. But again, you got to figure out where a lot of this is going to depend on where Giannis wants to go. It's the same applies to Kevin Durant. All NBA stars, they have a very, very heavy hand in where they end up.
Yep. And then going back, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. But I was going to say that this is so everywhere this morning. The idea that Dallas trades Luka to the Lakers in the black of night when nobody even knew. Mm-hmm. When Luka found out, he threw his cell phone across his room and it broke, and he still has it to this day as a memento.
Cheapskate.
Yeah, right, exactly, cheapskate. So now LA's got its generational star, and now Dallas gets one in return. It is very fishy. You can't dance around it. And maybe you're right. Maybe there is something to be said. Maybe the league is. Let's spitball on this. Say if the league did, at some level, say we are going to influence where our stars go. We're not influencing competition once these guys get on the court, contrary to what people believe. But we will rig the NBA draft lottery.
That's why, with confidence, I said yesterday when we were having the discussion of who's going to win this thing, Jarrett and Sammy both went with Utah. Mm-hmm. What does that do for the league? Nothing. What does it do for the league if he ends up in Washington or Charlotte? Nothing. Those are forgotten franchises, and they always will be.
And so in a weird way, the NBA could probably moralize it by saying, we're not going to reward the tankers. This is what we're going to do.
And they're loving that result, too.
Oh, not going to reward the tankers? What did Philadelphia and Dallas do?
Dallas didn't tank. What are you talking about?
They couldn't field a team at a certain point.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They were trying,
but both those teams, Dallas and Philly, they got the number 1 overall pick and the number 3 overall pick because of their incompetency. Utah, Washington, Charlotte, their teams are bad. They put a team out there. Their teams are not winning NBA games.
I don't know if I'm comfortable using the word incompetence to describe what Philadelphia did either. They didn't have a healthy team.
No.
Now they were much more apt to rest those guys at the end of the year, but Embiid couldn't play. Paul George was a disaster, yes, but even Tyrese Maxey got hurt.
I guess the argument is if you are a Washington, Utah, or Charlotte, how do you get better in this NBA? If you can't rebuild through the draft because it's now not set up to reward the worst teams every year.
Well, the draft is not one player deep. You have to find the right. You have to find the right players.
It's not one player deep, but it's sometimes
they haven't been adept at doing that. And that's the only way to do it. They have to catch lightning in a bottle because those teams will never get rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was so mad last night. He doesn't even like the NBA.
Yeah.
He sent me a 5-text absolute rant, and I could go through it later if you want. We're running out of time.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today.
Yeah. For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena. May 25th. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair of tickets by visiting the contest page at Arizona Sports. Did you hear that, Jared? Go to Arizona Sports. You can win some wrestling tickets.
That's not my promotion, but I still follow.
It's still sweaty men. I mean, it's kind of
and women. There's women that are sweaty.
Coming up next, Merrill Kelly and Corbin Carroll carried the Dbacks to a much-needed win. We'll tell you about it more in Dbacks Daily next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's. Or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend.
Changing 500.
We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed. So keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And I say that because after I tore my meniscus playing tennis 5 years ago, I did not want to have surgery. I did not want to go through rehab. I gave QC Kinetics a shot. I never had to have surgery. I am perfectly fine at this very moment. I'm not alone. For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee, knee and back pain, shoulder and hip pain, gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is they're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your aching joints. And I'm talking about powerful biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgeries involved. There is no downtime. This is an all-natural, cellular-level option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Learn how these cutting-edge treatments can help you live your best life. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them at 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1. Merrill Kelly was sensational, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run, and he got some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo home runs in the win. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants. First pitch will be at 6:45, and you can tune in on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The New York Knicks, behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points, beat the Celtics 121-113 in MSG to go up 3-1. And Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle combined for 61 points in their 117-110 win over the Warriors. Tonight, the Pacers have a chance to close out the Cavs, and the Thunder and Nuggets will play in a pivotal Game 5 in OKC. And the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery last night with just a 1.8% chance to get the top pick. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
D-backs on the road for a quick 3-game stop at San Francisco before they return to Chase Field. It's their first up-close and personal look at the Giants this season. Merrill Kelly facing Justin Verlander in a great pitching matchup in the opener, and that's exactly how it would play out. D-backs had an opportunity in the first. Corbin Carroll led off with a walk. Later, with 2 outs, Josh Naylor hit a ground rule double, sending Carroll to third. But with 2 runners in scoring position, Gino Suarez grounded out to short, and Verlander able to dodge a bullet. Things still scoreless in the top of the third. Again, Corbin Carroll leading things off.
Now a swing. That ball's drilled. Deep left field. Going back, Ramos at the track, at the wall. That is a home run. Corbin Carroll. Oppo Taco. Number 12 on the season. And the D-backs jump out in front. It's 1-0.
Chris Garagiola on the call. And all due respect to Chris, I'm a big fan. Oppo Taco is one of the worst baseball lingoisms ever.
Yeah.
I hate that. Carroll got a 2-1 four-seamer clubbed at 381 feet to left center for his first ever home run at Oracle Park. 1-0 lead for the D-backs. D-backs had a chance to tack on in the fourth against the 3-time Cy Young winner. Gabby Moreno reached on an infield single with 1 out. Then Lourdes Gurriel Jr. doubled to right, sending Moreno to third. Giants pulled their infield in with Alec Thomas hitting.
Verlander comes set. And now the 0-1. Thomas, chopper up the middle. It's picked up by Adames. He'll come home, and Gabby's just a dead duck at the plate. Contact play was on.
And the contact play doesn't seem to work out very well for the Diamondbacks. That throw from Adames wasn't even good, but still got there in plenty of time to get Moreno easily. Verlander dodged another bullet by getting Geraldo Perdomo to ground out to second base to end the fourth. Giants had some traffic on the bases in the bottom of the fourth after singles from Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee. Kelly facing Wilmer Flores.
Now the 1-2. Swung on, ground ball to second. Marte has it, flips to Perdomo. There's one, throw to first. It's in time, and that's an inning-ending double play. The Giants fail to score. Kelly works out of a jam.
Yeah, the jam escaped. 1-0 Arizona remain. Corbin Carroll leading things off for the fifth against Verlander again.
And now Carroll's swing sends a high fly ball deep center field. Lee is back, and that just that one go. Second home run of the night for Corbin Carroll. The man's on a heater. He's got 13 now on the season, and he doubles his own lead. It's 2-0.
Yeah, another home run. This one a no-doubter, 419 feet. In fact, Bick, and this is just for you, it would have been a home run in 25 Major League Ball.
God, I hate that stat.
And at that point, it was Carroll 2, San Francisco 0. Giants would get on the board in the fifth. Adames led off with a double to left field. Kelly would then strike out Patrick Bailey and get Luis Matos to foul out to first. But with 2 outs, that would bring up the always dangerous Christian Koss.
And Kelly's pitch swung on. That's a base hit into right center. Carroll has it quickly. Comes up firing. The throw is cut off by Naylor. The throw to second. Now they have Koss in a rundown. Run will score. Perdomo's toss to Cattell results in a tag out. The inning is over.
Yeah, lead cut in half, 2-1. Kelly allowed 2 hits in the seventh. Still able to post a 0 after getting Koss to pop out to Cattell Marte at second. In the 8th inning, Jalen Beeks pitching for Arizona. 1 out. Runner on base, Elliot Ramos the hitter, Lourdes Gurriel doing stuff with his defense.
Is this 3-2? Swung on, that is hit on a line to deep left. Gurriel leaps and makes the catch. A reverse somersault as now he's back to his feet and throws back into second. What a sensational catch by Lourdes. Oh, man.
Only good enough for 9th place on ESPN's Top 10 this morning, somehow. But another 0. Shelby Miller in to close things out in the 9th. He'd get Flores to ground out to short. Adames to fly out to right field. With 2 outs, it all came down to Patrick Bailey.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And that is your ball game. The D-backs come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Nice, solid win for the D-backs. Nice. Torey Lovello happy about that.
You know, we won this game today because of Merrill. I know that, but there were some defensive plays behind him that were made. One that was sneaky. It got us out of, I think, the 4th or the 5th where they scored their run. We ran a cut and relay perfectly. Marte rotated back to first base, and we got the final out of that inning on a rundown. So that's the type of stuff that we look for.
Those plays have been missing for a bit this year, haven't they?
Correct. And clearly the Gurriel play was a monster play. That we all know that one. That's obvious. But those little things that we do so well and nobody really knows about, we talk about those. We practice them, and they all add up. Those little things matter here.
Yeah, little things did matter. Big time last night. And the Gurriel catch was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Didn't look like he had any physical way to make that catch. But reached behind him and just kind of lined up the glove and.
Yeah, he said he had a real hard time tracking that ball because it was just hit on a rope, and so
that was the hardest hit ball of the game by either team.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Corbin Carroll, a couple home runs last night, now has 13. That's more than Pete Alonso. That's more than Shohei Ohtani. So that's a testament to the kind of year that he is having. The power he is producing has been prodigious. A lot of people look at him and go, how does a dude like that mash at the same level as guys like Kyle Schwarber and Aaron Judge? Those are the only guys above him on the Major League Baseball home run list.
Yeah.
And I've told you before, not to talk about what a guy looks like in his undershirt, but Corbin Carroll one day in the locker room was wearing a tank top. And I noticed his back muscles and his trap muscles, the muscles right around your neck, absurd. So if you ever saw that, you'd go, oh, I get it. I completely understand now. But he said after the game last night that his whole deal is exit velocity and hitting line drives, and the home runs are just following. So there's that.
Yeah.
So the MVP candidacy is officially underway for Corbin Carroll.
I mean, if he keeps this up and hits 40 home runs or more this year.
But yes, it would be amazing with everything else he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it goes deeper because it goes back to last year. This time last year, on May 13th, Corbin Carroll was hitting .201 with 2 home runs.
Wow.
And that continued until about June. And the second half of the season, he turned it around. So if you want to, I mean, we'd have to see some splits starting with like post All-Star break last year. And Corbin Carroll's got to be still one of the hottest players in baseball. Torey Lovullo said he's not surprised to see Carroll starting the year like this.
I'm not surprised. He worked extremely hard last year. We all saw him go through that. Took it into the offseason. The second half was real good. Took it into the offseason and continued to make improvements. And look, if there's one guy in this league, on this team, that's going to continue to work hard to make good things happen, it's Corbin. He's got a process, and he's right in the middle of it. It's paying off. I'm not surprised.
So the other good thing last night, Merrill Kelly going another 7 innings, no cramping at all. He's changed his routine. He's staying more active in between innings, and apparently it's working.
It seems to be working.
That's very, very reassuring.
Well, I also loved his approach, especially early in that game. He was just not messing around with San Francisco hitters, throwing a ton of strikes, had a lot of command. But, yeah, the cramping thing is bigger because you have that fear.
Yeah.
When Merrill Kelly gets off to a start like he got off to last night, you're like, uh-oh, okay, he's rolling, but what's on the other side of this half inning? And it looks like that routine has been working because his last 2 times out, he's looked like Merrill Kelly.
Great. So if they have actually stumbled onto a cure or a preventative something that keeps that thing at bay, that is fantastic news for this team. And then how about Shelby Miller? And again, very, very solid in the de facto role as closer until Justin Martinez gets back. And who knows?
Yeah,
if that even happens.
Maybe. I mean, maybe Shelby Miller carves out that role. Because
I
will say, it was nice to watch a stress-free 9th inning. No base runners, just a 1-2-3 inning. And I know the second out, the line drive to right, there was a little bit of a hold-your-breath moment, but Carroll made the play on that. But
And then you strike out the last guy of the game. That's always a great way to finish it if you're a closer. That's the exclamation point if you're a closer.
Those clean 1-2-3 9th inning save opportunities have been few and far between for this team.
Good night for the Diamondbacks, because after my rant yesterday about the team and what they did with Ketel Marte, I heard from so many people yesterday just ripping into Torey Lovullo, even though my blast wasn't about Torey Lovullo, because I don't know who makes these decisions. But the anger out there for the manager is very, very real. And so it'd be best for this team not to tap into that anymore, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that series continues tonight. 6:45 first pitch here on Arizona Sports. Did one of the greatest moments in recent Knicks history just correspond with one of the darkest days in Celtics history? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It is a colossal failure of epic proportions if this team comes back with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker next year.
Glad you said it.
If this team came back with those three guys next year, completely handcuffed with the apron, can't do anything because of the tax, stuck with a bunch of veteran minimum players to round out a roster that's just not good enough to even be a play-in team.
Yeah.
If you're Brian Gregory and that's how you start off your first year as the Phoenix Suns GM, that's an F. You get an F.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Jaylen Brown back in, lost the ball. Anunoby all by himself throws it down. And Tatum is hurt. Tatum is down. He wants a timeout. Tatum in so much pain.
This could go down as, we'll see what happens with Tatum, but this could go down as one of the darker Celtic days. You know, not to mention he's at the peak of his career. He's never had a major injury, Tatum, and if this is like a major one, it doesn't just take him out for this playoffs, but it takes him out for, I think, all of next year too. You just wonder, like, is he going to be able to get back to the point that he was at tonight? You know, this speaks to A, how hard it is to win a title, B, how important injury luck is, and C, how hard it is to just put together some really good years in a row.
Yeah, the Tatum highlight, Mike Breen on the call on ESPN, and Bill Simmons with the reaction, maybe the overreaction to it. Look, this is a bummer. Jason Tatum was playing a marvelous basketball game. But let's remember, too, that at the time of the injury, before Anunoby gets that loose ball and the slam dunk pick, it was a 7-point game. The dunk made it a 9-point game with 3 minutes to go. I think that game was in the tank already for New York to take a 3-1 series lead. Obviously, Boston without Tatum, they're not winning this series. But one thing that
Wait. Let's stop right there. Do we not think the Celtics have enough to beat the Knicks?
I still think they definitely could.
I don't. I think this is such a gut punch. And with Tatum playing his best game of the series and still being down 7/9 points at the time of the injury, that had to mean something to them because they squandered another 14-point lead in this game.
Les, look, in the moment, absolutely. In fact, people who were covering the game, there were a few of them who said the same thing, that it was the quietest locker room they've ever experienced. So the visceral reaction of watching a player like Jason Tatum not only suffer that injury, but the way he was just writhing on the floor, basically spinning in a circle on the floor, and then having to be carried off and then be taken down the hallway in a wheelchair. Those are, for a basketball player, that's like a football player who's unconscious on the field when everybody drops and prays. That's a basketball player's worst nightmare. So I think in the moment, yes, they're definitely gutted by it. But I'm not certain the Celtics don't rally around this and still have enough to make this thing close. I don't know. I don't know if I trust the Knicks that much.
If they hadn't blown two 20-point leads and a 14-point lead and really cast doubt on their DNA as a defending champion, I would agree with you. But their 3 losses, they have blown 54 points worth of lead.
That's a lot.
And not only that, this New York Knicks team is different, man. Jalen Brunson is an assassin.
He's fantastic.
And it's not just him. The shot making that they have on this team, for a Tom Thibodeau team who hangs his hat on defense and hustle, Mikal Bridges has become a big shot maker. OG Anunoby is a shot maker. Karl Anthony Towns can make shots. This team is different. They are so tough. They're really, really hard to kill.
Mikal Bridges just flashing great court awareness and great basketball IQ again in the second half last night.
Absolutely.
Getting to all the 50-50 rebounds, knowing exactly where the ball is going to be, coming up with steals, playing with a lot of confidence.
Getting to his spots in big key moments.
And Jalen Brunson is just a mother. He's fantastic.
An unbelievable handful.
Yeah.
And a guy who's just brimming with confidence and doesn't really exude any of it. It's just the same facial expression and the same mannerisms. But, man, is he tough.
Yeah, he is.
I have to admit, the first, in real time, when the cameras caught Jason Tatum writhing, you're like, wow, he looks like he's in a lot of pain. We've seen some injury embellishment in these playoffs. Anthony Edwards has embellished a couple of injuries. Jalen Brunson, I thought, embellished an injury earlier and came back quick. Then you see the replay, and you're like, okay, he didn't twist that ankle. That's an Achilles.
Yeah.
And what Bill Simmons said from the Celtics standpoint is devastating. Okay, you're down 3-1. Your reign as champion might be over. But when it affects a full season after
Yeah.
Because Achilles injuries don't heal quickly.
Yeah.
That is devastating.
Well, that's why I don't think any of what Bill Simmons said was hyperbole. I think that this might be the end of this basketball team because this new ownership group coming in, there was speculation that if the Celtics didn't win this series, they were going to break up this team because of financial reasons. Because this new ownership group coming in, they do not have Steve Ballmer money. They do not have Matt Ishbia money. And so now if you're looking at a team that might not have Jason Tatum for a good chunk of next year, because you're right, that's a blown Achilles is what that is. And he's going to be gone a while. This is probably the end of the Celtics.
The part that I did agree with him on is the part about how hard it is to sustain success in the NBA, even if you're really, really good.
And injury luck has a lot to do with it. I mean, the Suns got picked apart for winning the Western Conference in 21 because they had the benefit of opponent injury luck until they didn't at the end of when Giannis got healthy in the finals.
That's right.
Look at the team that's
That's
up
right.
3-1
That's
against
right.
the Celtics. The Knicks were devastated by injuries. They
Last
were making
year.
a run in the playoffs, and then everybody got hurt.
Uh-huh.
It does matter. And for any basketball fan or media member to pick out one team and say, put an asterisk by that title, everybody was hurt. It's ridiculous because it happens every single year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Here was
it does.
Jaylen Brown after the game.
Tonight is tough. I think everybody's kind of in a loss for words just because, one, losing the game, but obviously the concern with JT. We pick our heads back up tomorrow and go from there.
Yeah, and look, you said, do the Celtics have enough without Tatum to win the series? And I still have my doubts.
I hope you're right.
But can they win a game? Absolutely. Going back to Boston, that place is going to be electric, just like New York was. But I just don't see the Celtics without Jason Tatum having the ability to win 3 straight against this team. This team that's been so hard to put away.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Knicks are moving on.
Again,
Series
I
is
hope you're
over,
right.
Jared.
I'm not as confident as you are, but I hope you're right. And it's kind of weird because it might affect the KD thing. It's going to affect everything. And you talk about the NBA playoffs. These guys are going full bore. They're going 100 miles an hour. They're playing full out on defense. Stuff happens. Things go pop. Things go snap. And postseason injuries are very much a thing.
Yeah.
And it's looks like it might be taking down the Celtics. Crazy.
Yeah, but man, the Knicks they're a fun team to watch.
Mm-hmm.
They in the driver's seat now, 3-1 with Game 5 going back to Boston. Coming up next, were last night's draft lottery results good for the Suns, bad for the Suns, or both? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Can I put a little twist on it for
Yeah,
the
go
purposes
ahead.
of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line.
I'm really proud of you. Really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique. Of course. What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and there's a myth in the electronics industry that says the prices always are best at the big box stores, and you feel that way because when you walk into a big box store, you probably see a television right there when you walk in, and it's probably really cheap, and you're like, wow, great prices here. What you don't know is that television is hot garbage, and it probably is not good for live action sports, and one of many, many reasons you head on down to Waltz for the reason they can take your fandom to the very next level. All the inventory you are looking for, all at unbeatable prices. Big screen televisions all the way to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. Great lineup of outdoor televisions. Great selection of audio components from speakers to sound bars. You put the right audio component with the right television, you will have magic. Waltz not only will give you that great experience, they're going to give you the expertise you won't get at the big box stores. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. 24/7. They're going to get your electronics installed correctly. They're going to give you the wisdom that you need. And finally, their pricing. They will price match any price you like from anywhere. Bring it to Waltz. Watch them beat it. They put their money where their mouth is. While you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 and Warner right behind the IKEA, or you can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1. Merrill Kelly had some of his best stuff of the season, going 7 innings, striking out 8, only allowing 1 earned run, and he got some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo home runs.
And now Carroll's swing sends a high fly ball deep center field. Lee is back, and that one go. Second home run of the night for Corbin Carroll. The man's on a heater. He's got 13 now on the season, and he doubles his own lead. It's 2-0.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants tonight. First pitch will be at 6:45, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Tonight in the NBA, the Pacers have a chance to close out the Cavs, and the Thunder and Nuggets will play in a pivotal Game 5. And last night, the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery with just a 1.8% chance for the top pick. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will the Milwaukee Bucks throw a wrench into the Phoenix Suns' offseason plans? We'll explain how they could on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Pick number 10 will be made by the Houston Rockets.
Houston receives this pick from Phoenix due to multiple previous trades.
That was Mark Tatum's announcement. A little commentary from Kevin Negandhi last night on the NBA draft lottery. Biggest fear for Suns fans yesterday going into the proceedings, Bick, was that the Houston Rockets would be the team that made that enormous ascension that the other team from Texas did, the Dallas Mavericks, moving up from 11th best odds to the number 1 overall pick, despite having a 91% chance in this lottery to pick either 11th or 12th.
Isn't that crazy?
They got the number 1 pick.
1.8% chance, leapfrogged everybody to the top overall selection.
So Suns fans' biggest fears were not realized because it wasn't Houston that jumped up.
Right.
They actually moved down a spot to 10th.
And I also believe the other big fear was once San Antonio had made the Final Four, there was the, oh, no, not that again. Because there was a time when the San Antonio dynasty was built on that luck of the draw with Tim Duncan. And so that to me was another big proverbial bullet dodged. But the fact of the matter is now is that San Antonio's got the second pick. Dallas has got the top overall pick. And this is a reminder of a couple things. That, number one, the Western Conference is the Suns are struggling to get traction and a lineup and in alignment.
That's the most important
thing.
That
is really the most important thing. The Western Conference is going to continue to get better. So that's going to be an issue for the Suns. The other thing is you got a team that was projected to win, to pick 10th last year, won the whole thing in Atlanta. You got a team that was projected to pick 11th, win the whole thing. It's confirmation that in the NBA, if you get the rigged out of your mind for a minute, you can look at this and say you don't need to tank to get the number 1 pick, but you do need your draft picks.
Absolutely.
And that's
the bottom line.
You need control of your draft picks.
You need to have a chance.
You need to have a chance, and that's where the Suns are kind of swimming right now because those picks do turn out to be fairly important.
Yeah, the last team with the worst record in the league to get the number 1 overall pick was the Suns in 2018. That's a long time.
That's true, though. You're right, though. Even if you're mediocre, you have to have your draft picks. Because, yes, Houston didn't get the number 1 pick, but teams with even worse odds than them moved up. So it could have very well just have been the Suns in any random year.
And it's very profound because if you're the Atlanta Hawks and you surprisingly win the NBA draft lottery only to select Zachary Risache. That versus Cooper Flagg is a big difference. So the timing of it all is very, very important.
They get the number 1 pick in between Victor Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg.
How about it? That's fantastic. That's
Atlanta
fantastic.
Hawks basketball for you.
Yeah, there you go. That's Atlanta Hawks basketball. So there's a lot of tentacles that came out of last night that are applicable to the Phoenix Suns. And then you look at the poor Charlotte Hornets and the Washington Wizards. I saw this stat this morning. Those two teams have combined to lose 609 basketball games since 2019. And none of them have ever landed the number 1 pick in that span. 328 and 609 is their collective record since 2019.
Oh my goodness!
And they cannot get to the top of the NBA draft lottery.
Well, now, the 4 teams that had the best odds: Utah, Washington, Charlotte, New Orleans. Only one of those teams even has a top 4 pick.
No, right? Isn't that crazy? So
that's ridiculous. The Wizards had the best odds to get the number 1 pick, tied for the best odds, and they got the 6th pick.
That has to hurt. But listen. That happened to the Phoenix Suns, and famously, 2018, 2019, this was after DA's first year, This was the year that Robert Sarver instructed Ryan McDonough to tank. And the Suns fell to 6th that year, didn't they?
I'd have to look it up. It sounds right.
Yeah. In 2018, 2019, Suns.
Is that when they sat Eric Bledsoe at the end of the year?
Here it is. 2018, 2019, Suns finished with the second worst record in the NBA. They were 19-63. This was supposed to be a fast lane to either get Zion or Ja Morant, right? Picks 1 and 2. You're 19-63. Phoenix had a 28% chance to land in the top 2. The worst they could finish mathematically was 6th.
And they finished 6th.
I remember after that interviewing Ryan McDonough, who didn't look as bothered by it as one might assume. And in retrospect, I think it was because they were told to tank by the owner and nobody wanted to do it. And so he was kind of like laughing to himself, like, see what happens?
Well,
see what happens? Ball don't lie.
The lottery, I mean, it's killed us. The Coyotes, remember the one year that they had the best the chance, and the Connor McDavid year, right? And Jack Eichel was second, and they wound up getting third.
And there were a lot of people who along the lines of the NBA draft lottery being rigged, the perception of is way out there today. There was a distinct belief in the NHL that there was no way they were going to reward a franchise like the Coyotes, who were causing them so many issues.
Yeah. There certainly was that belief.
And the Coyotes.
It's not hard to believe that.
No, and they never got rewarded.
Never did. In the McDavid Eichel draft, they ended up with the number 3 pick.
Yeah, so as Vinny has pointed out very accurately this morning, that when you put together what I heard about the Dallas Mavericks, that this new owner did not want to write the super max extension check for Luka, tried to get him to take less money. When Luka kind of poked fun at him and mocked him, he lost his mind, told his GM, trade this guy. Then all of a sudden he gets traded in the middle of the night with no other suitors involved in a trade that makes no sense to anyone, and you don't open up for bidding, and you call, of all teams, the Lakers.
We should have seen it coming, honestly. Should have seen it coming.
It's very, as they might say, Vinny, sus.
Well, and people are also pointing out teams that had the same record. So the Mavericks and the Bulls both finished 39 and 43.
Mm-hmm.
There was a coin flip. The Mavericks won the coin flip. Like the Suns had a coin flip with Portland because they tied with the same record, 36 wins. The Suns won that coin flip, so they had the better odds in the lottery, even though that pick was going to Houston. Dallas won that coin flip, upping their odds. Had Chicago won that coin flip, they would not have the number 1 pick. They didn't trade a global superstar to a marquee market.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to believe these things.
I know. Well, listen,
It goes against my core to believe these things.
Well, it's felonious behavior. Adam Silver could end up in jail. Could you imagine Adam Silver in jail, Jarrett?
Goodness.
Oh, he'd be able to fit right through the bars, so it'd be very hard to keep him in.
It would be very hard.
Brian Windhorst on the effects of this summer in the NBA due to the draft lottery results.
That was Nico Harrison's music. I cannot believe it went out like that. 1.8% chance. It changes the landscape of the situation. Now San Antonio is in great position to potentially make a trade in number 2. And number 3, Philadelphia wakes up after a crazy tank job with a great pick. And the top 3 opportunities with the highest big tankers, Charlotte, Utah, Washington, all go backwards.
Yes, I mean, so looking at San Antonio at number 2, and Windhorst mentioned it, their possibility of them making a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Do they become the front runners now to land Giannis? How does that affect the Kevin Durant, quote unquote, sweepstakes?
Yep.
It was a big, obviously Houston didn't get the pick that they were hoping for, and Suns fans dodged that bullet, but Dallas getting number 1 changes everything. And just from a Suns fan standpoint, I don't know about anybody else, I can't stand the Dallas Mavericks with or without Luka Doncic. And now you got reason for them. There's reason for them to stand in the Suns' way for another 10 to 15 years.
And the Spurs being number 2. Like the top 2 teams in the lottery are both in the West.
Yep.
And in the Spurs case, they're not getting any worse anytime soon.
No,
and now the Mavericks
powerhouse for the next decade as well.
Yeah.
Now we are all assuming though that Cooper Flagg is going to be super special. Now I have no doubt that he's going to be good, but he's going to have to prove that he's going to be that level guy. I don't think it's not a no-brainer like LeBron. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an exceptional talent. I'm not trying to shade him.
I would agree with you, but I think he's going to be very good as well.
I think so too.
Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals getting back to work in off-season workouts, and including their rookies, and we'll hear from one of their rookies next. 7th-round draft pick Heaton Crawford joins the show. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This next song
this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and so much of what Southwest Gas provides also improves sports fans' lifestyles, too. Whether it's cooking for friends and family for the big game, outdoor dining for a backyard barbecue, or just enjoying the game from the warmth of your home, or the comfort provided by a post-game shower, you can thank natural gas. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in our community, and Southwest Gas is at the forefront of it. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How were the Diamondbacks able to respond against another tough division rival? We'll be reacting to Dbacks Giants at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Don't forget the NFL regular season schedule will be released tomorrow, Wednesday, May 14th, and Cardinals single-game tickets will be available that same day. You can sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as those tickets go on sale. Rookies and veterans getting to work in their offseason program. Pleased to be joined by a member of the Cardinals rookie class, 7th-round pick out of Nevada, Keaton Crawford, our guest, the rookie safety here on the Arizona Sports Line. Keaton, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
We're doing well. We were talking yesterday, Keaton, about the transition you make and going from playing a college football season immediately into draft prep. And then once the draft happens, you're showing up at your new job pretty quickly. It must be a head-spinning experience. Would you say that's an accurate description of what you're going through and what the other rookies are going through right now?
For sure. I mean, a lot of guys are going through training camp, same as us. I mean, rookie mini camp is same as us. But I mean, it's a quick turnaround for sure.
Keaton, you've got incredible athleticism. You can do a lot of things on a football field, but you are fantastic as a special teams player. What goes into being a great special teams player?
Just having that mindset of just knowing when to turn it on and turn it off for sure.
Keaton Crawford of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Looking into your background, obviously started out your college career, played 4 years at Texas. Last year of college, you enter the transfer portal, you end up at Nevada, you get drafted into the NFL. Take us back into what your decision-making was in making that decision to transfer to Nevada for a 5th year, Keaton.
So my decision from transfer from Texas to Nevada was just, more development at safety and just more snaps because I knew I was going to get that at Nevada, so that's why I chose Nevada.
All right, so for people who haven't seen you play, tell Cardinals fans what they are getting in you as a football player.
They're going to get a competitor for sure and a team player, and that's one for sure because, I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make my team be successful and to win.
You talked about getting more reps, getting more experience at safety. What are some of the other things in making that decision, and what did you learn most at Nevada that helped you in your process, Keaton?
It's just being a student of the game and studying more at my position as well, and learning other guys' positions around me, so I can play faster.
All right, so your new head coach, Jonathan Gannon, he famously loves violent football players, and the ability to strike as a tackler is one of your many strengths. What level of violence do you like to bring to a football field?
I mean, football is a game of violence, but, whatever's needed for sure. But it's football, so at the end of the day, I'm just going to play.
Talking with Keaton Crawford, rookie safety of the Arizona Cardinals here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Going back to your high school days, John Tyler High School in Tyler, Texas, famously the home of one Earl Campbell. And you were a running back in those days. Did you have dreams of becoming the next Earl Campbell at that time, Keaton?
Not the next Earl Campbell, just the next Keaton Crawford for sure. I mean, I enjoy playing running back and both sides of the ball for sure.
Yeah, and Earl Campbell probably goes way back in the Wayback Machine for Keaton.
But it's Earl Campbell. He's a legend.
But you do, growing up as a star in Texas, what was the legend of Kyler Murray at that time? Was there a legend of Kyler Murray?
There was a legend at Kyler Murray for sure. He was a great football player coming out of high school. I think they had a record of I think they only lost one game. But I know Kyler was a pretty good player in high school for sure.
Oh, just ask him about it. He'll tell you.
Have you talked with Kyler yet?
I haven't got the chance to, but I'm pretty sure I will.
Yep. Keaton Crawford of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest. About rookie minicamp, it happened over the weekend. Now the veterans are coming to show up for work, but it was a small group of rookies, only 13 players in attendance, and I know Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, talked about how different he was conducting this rookie camp. What was it like, going through some of the workouts, and what did you gain from that experience, that first weekend on the job?
It was pretty fun for sure, different as well, but some stuff that I gained from it, just to take each day, step by step, and just not worried about the next week or the week before that.
So what do you feel about your opportunity coming to Arizona? What do you look at in terms of what this might provide you? Are you coming out of the draft with a chip on your shoulder for any reason? Your thoughts on that?
I'm just looking to, bring value to this team and just do whatever I can to make this team be successful for sure.
Well, Keaton, we appreciate you spending some time with us this morning. Best of luck in the rookie activities and OTAs coming up. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
It's Keaton Crawford, rookie safety out of the University of Nevada. Texas before that. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. And again, don't forget the NFL regular season schedule released tomorrow, May 14th. We'll find out everything on the Cardinals schedule. but it's also the day the Cardinals single-game tickets will be available. You can sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. You hit it early in the interview with Keaton. Special teams. It's definitely a mentality. Heck, we work with somebody who had the special teams mentality maybe more than anybody in the history of the NFL. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Yeah, Luke Lipinski was a special teams demon.
Luke Lipinski, right.
But, I mean, over his college career, played over 1,000 special teams snaps. And, look, you're a seventh rounder. The reality of it is you want to make your mark in the league, that's your first opportunity to do it. When he can lean on that experience in college, his chances of making a roster and contributing as a rookie went way through the roof.
Yeah.
With
well,
that
listen,
reality.
Seventh-round draft picks have no assurances of making football teams.
No.
Now, I think that people look at this particular pick and go, okay, this makes sense for the Cardinals because this is a guy that can go in and fill a need and be a really elite performer on special teams, and that's what he's going to have to do. So, he's part of a rookie class that's coming in with a lot of fanfare, with a lot of people clapping their hands for Monty Ossenfort. Now they all got to produce. They all got to get it done.
Started thinking about Earl Campbell during that question, too. Remember the footage, how cool it was back in Earl Campbell's heyday with the Oilers?
Yes.
He would end runs, and he would have like a shred of his jersey left on because of the tearaway jerseys. Look it up if you don't know what we're talking about. It was fantastic.
Listen, Earl Campbell, for those who don't know, he was Cam Scatterbo long before Cam Scatterbo, but he was Derrick Henry long before Derrick Henry. He was a Mack truck coming at you, and he would just roll you over. The famous footage of him just grinding forward and people tearing away at his jersey, and he was something.
Look, it wasn't like the Houston Oilers were on TV in Phoenix, Arizona every week, but when he was, it was a treat because kids of my age, that's who they pretended to be on the playground.
Yeah.
That it was like Tony Dorsett or Earl Campbell.
Yeah.
Those were your choices.
Yeah, or O.J. Simpson.
I'm not that old, Jared.
Oh, okay.
I only remember watching O.J. Simpson play as a 49er, and nobody remembers that.
That's what he's most remembered for.
Well, yeah, and
in life.
That little stint with the Bills too. But nothing really noteworthy.
Nothing after
other than that.
So the big news out of football I wouldn't even call it big news, but we're getting schedule leaks, right? Again, think about how preposterous that is. You're taking a really artificially enhanced event because we already know every opponent, every NFL team is playing next year, and you're packaging it as a huge event, and then huge enough to have daily leaks along the way. The NFL, man. Anyways,
by the end of today, we'll have the international. We already know the international schedule. I think we're going to know a lot of the special prime time, and even some random ones in the middle of the season have already been announced.
But the Vikings are actually, as you pointed this out, not on the air, but off the air, Vikings are going to play in Dublin on September 28th and then stay overseas and play in London the following week.
How is that fair?
Because they're not coming home.
They're squandering a home game and a road game, and to spend 2 weeks in a different continent and time zone during the course of it. I guess we know when the Vikings bye week is going to be. It's going to be after that London
That's
game.
exactly right. Well, look, they struck a deal with Roger Goodell, and in return, the Vikings are going to get Cooper Flagg.
Or Arch Manning, right?
Or Arch Manning. That's it. There you go. That's what it might be.
Coming up next, thanks again to Keaton Crawford of the Cardinals for joining us. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Disturbed. Live.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1. Merrill Kelly had some of his best stuff of the season, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run, and got some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo home runs in the win. And tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can tune in on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Last night, the New York Knicks, behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points, beat the Celtics 121-113 in MSG to go up 3-1, and Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle combined for 61 points in their 117-110 win over the Warriors. And the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery last night despite just a 1.8 50% chance to get the top pick. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. It's 7:32, and this is the Rush Hour Reboot. And despite madness in Madison Square Garden, the Mavs winning the NBA lottery, there was a baseball game in San Francisco, and all it took for the Diamondbacks was 2 home runs from Corbin Carroll, a Merrill Kelly masterclass, an unreal Lourdes Gurriel catch, Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller keeping it clean in the bullpen, and the Diamondbacks squeaked it out 2-1, and here was Merrill Kelly on his outing last night.
Pretty good. Some of the best that I've had so far this year. I've been working on some mechanical stuff throughout the week, just trying to feel, quote unquote, more normal, back to what I try to be. And today was probably the closest that I've been.
So a couple questions. On the Merrill Kelly side, how important was it for him, obviously, to have his quality stuff, but also get through a quality start without those cramps coming up?
Yeah, that to me is the big deal. The big deal now is that whatever he has changed in his routine, he has now gone into the 7th inning in successive starts and not had to deal with cramping issues. And you could, as angry and as agitated as Merrill Kelly was 4 starts ago, whatever it was when the cramps came up and bit him again, you could hear the relief in his voice last night. I think that he thinks they found the right methodology, keeping him active in the dugout in between innings and that kind of stuff. That, to me, is incredibly important for this team moving forward.
Yeah, it's only 2 starts in a row without the cramping issue, but going back to what Bick said, he's always been frustrated by it because it never comes at a good time. But the look on his face after he was exiting that last time with the cramps was different than we had seen.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if you can combine alleviating or really lessening the concerns about cramps, and he can just go out and pitch freely like he does. And Bick said it earlier this year, like under the radar, he can be one of the top starting pitchers in the National League. He's not going to wow you with overpowering stuff. He just goes out there and does his job. So one less thing to worry about for Merrill Kelly, especially when it's a huge issue like the cramping issue, that could do wonders for him the rest of the season.
Absolutely. And tonight, Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for the Diamondbacks, and a familiar face, Robbie Ray. He's 5-0 for the Giants, an ex-Diamondback. But will we see another quality start from Brandon Pfaadt tonight?
Yeah, I think the whole rotation is leveling up in a way that makes me excited. Yesterday, I was very, very angry at this baseball team. I'm still kind of angry that they refused to put their best lineup against the Dodgers in a series finale. It's mind-blowing to me. And I am not alone. As I said earlier, the amount of heat that's out there for Torey Lovullo, it's palpable. So I think it was important for this team to get back up and play a real clean game and get some good vibes back into the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Brandon Pfaadt remains the Diamondback starting pitcher that I have the most faith in. So he's been consistent outside of really one start this year. I think we're going to get another low-scoring game tonight with these 2 pitchers on the mound because Robbie Ray has been fantastic so far.
He has, and we talked about Corbin Carroll a little bit earlier in the show, and I looked it up. Post All-Star break last year, it's been 86 games. He has 30 home runs, 72 RBIs, and if you do the 162 game split, it's otherworldly. It's clearly
30 home runs in 86 games since the break?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
When we were asking the question, can Corbin Carroll be a 30 home run guy over 162, and he did it in half of that?
Wow.
Amazing.
And so my question to you right now is, aside maybe from Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani, is there anyone else in the league that you would want on your baseball team right now?
Wow, Bobby Witt Jr. There's some really good young players, but
the fact that he's in that conversation, right?
Yeah, he's in the conversation. Yeah, so I don't know how I would answer that other than to say that it's great to see this. It's just great to see how serious he is in pursuit of being the best baseball player he can be.
Well, and rewarding the D-backs, too, for making a bold move and giving him a $111 million contract after he had played 30 Major League games. There was some eyebrows raised over that, especially last year in the first half of the season, but he's rewarding that, too. So, yeah, I mean, he's in the conversation, so I don't feel the need to look elsewhere for greener pastures in terms of superstars because he fits in really well here.
Yeah, it's safe to say the D-backs have their right fielder.
Yes.
For the future. So yesterday,
and now he can throw, too.
Yeah, wow. So yesterday, the Rockets, with the Suns pick, ended up with the 10th overall pick, and the Spurs now have their 2 lottery picks in place. If they did want to, hint, make a trade for Kevin Durant, maybe. And here was Brian Windhorst on the lottery outcome for the rest of the league.
That was Nico Harrison's music. I cannot believe it went out like that. 1.8% chance it changes the landscape of the situation. Now San Antonio is in great position to potentially make a trade in number 2. And number 3, Philadelphia wakes up after a crazy tank job with a great pick. And the top 3 opportunities with the highest big tankers, Charlotte, Utah, Washington, all go backwards.
So he mentioned the top 3 teams in their possibilities now with the trade, but Suns focused. Did the Suns leave the NBA draft lottery in a better position than they entered it? And I know we don't have a pick.
Yeah, no, they did not. They didn't leave in a better position, but it could have been a lot worse, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that, but now it's just interesting to see with all the craziness that did happen, how that affects the thinking of the teams that could have potentially been in business with the Suns this summer.
It's going to be fascinating to see what kind of market there is for Kevin Durant.
Right. And if the Spurs want to take a bite at that, because they have the 2nd overall pick and the 14th, they can get cute now. They have a luxury at their hands if they did want to make a trade, whether it's Durant, Giannis, whatever it may be. But the last thing, we'll stick in the NBA. The Cavs and Pacers are in Cleveland for Game 5. Donovan Mitchell is a game-time decision. Pacers can close it out, and the Nuggets and Thunder tied 2-2 in OKC, and the history is on the side of the teams that win Game 5 and 2-2. 147 and 33 go on to win the series if they win Game 5. Who wins in OKC tonight and why?
I think Nikola Jokic is going to have a monster game, but I do believe in the fact that I think he is wearing down. I think it's been quite a long go for him. He's had to shoulder a huge load all season long. I think Oklahoma City prevails.
True. I think you're going to see the best effort from Nikola Jokic, and people are pointing at his production dropping, and the first reaction to it is, oh, he's wearing down. And there might be something to that. But there's very little reaction to the Oklahoma City plays a swarming brand of defense that you don't see over the course of 82 games. They're making it a lot tougher on him. I have a weird feeling about Oklahoma City, and it's not a good one. I've not been impressed with them in this series. I would not be shocked to see Denver win Game 5 tonight.
I was going to say the same exact thing, where OKC hasn't impressed me to the point where I would rather have them than a Nikola Jokic if he does have a massive game. Like, they still need to get over that hump, OKC does. And tonight is a game where if they win convincingly, I'll be convinced that they can win the NBA championship.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it because they were so dominant in the first round. But I'm also curious to see how David Adelman deals with his roster, because he even said after Game 4, we might need to go a little deeper. To beat these guys.
How about it?
And whether or not he has those guys that can be counted on that bench remains to be seen. You might be seeing, I don't know, a lot more Julian Strother minutes.
Oh, man. Nuggets fans don't want
Zeke
that.
Najee getting some run tonight. I don't know, but I got a feeling about the Nuggets tonight.
Yeah, I kind of agree. So lots of stories going on. Hope you've been rebooted on your way to wherever you're going this morning.
Yes, we have. Rush Hour Reboot.
Thank you, Sammy.
Every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, are we watching an MVP season by Corbin Carroll? Certainly feels like it early. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If he is the impact player he sure has looked like every step of the way up to this point in his career, at least. By the way, number 6 overall pick in the draft in 2021, and he's hitting like that right now, and he can play multiple positions. You do want him on the team, but the challenge is you don't want him there watching. You know, you don't want, hey, we brought Jordan Lawler up, and he got 4 at-bats this week, and he's been watching. Isn't that great for him? Like, he watched during the postseason run a couple years ago, but that was different. That's fine. He was 21. He's allowed to watch them play at that point in the playoffs. But where is his future? That's the bigger question to me.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, so I've got 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They are the most awarded firm in Arizona. Number 2, they are fast and reliable when you need them. They're there in minutes, not days. There is no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Told you about my plumbing emergency. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a real person to answer the phone. Couldn't believe that. They were at my home by 8 a.m. the same day. Great stuff. Number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. They're all trust certified, which means they all pass drug tests and they all pass background checks. Listen, you don't let anybody into your house. That's your sacred space. You don't let anybody work on your house. That's your most valuable asset. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let in the front door at Parker & Sons. That is never an issue. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, in 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Wolf for Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. It's National Hamburger Month, and if you're searching for the best burgers in the game, and I think that you are, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. Plus, you'll get great scenery, TVs everywhere, and an outstanding selection of food. So stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should our expectations be for the Diamondbacks now that Jordan Lawler is back in the big leagues? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Now a swing. That ball's drilled. Deep left field. Going back Ramos. At the track. At the wall. That is a home run. Corbin Carroll. Oppo Taco. Number 12 on the season. And now Carroll swings, sends a high fly ball. Deep center field. Lee is back. And that's just that one go. Second home run of the night for Corbin Carroll. The man's on a heater. He's got 13 now on the season.
Corbin, on a night where the ball typically isn't going to be carrying well, he hits 2 big home runs. We win the game 2-1. So this was clearly about Corbin and how he carried us.
Corbin Carroll was the offense. Torey Lovello making that statement last night, and really was. 2 solo home runs off of Justin Verlander. Diamondbacks make it stand up, but 13 home runs on May 13th. His 13th home run last year, Bick, came on August 18th.
That's crazy.
And basically, he was in the midst of a heater then in the second half of last season. Those numbers that Sammy threw out earlier, 30 home runs in his last 86 games.
Yeah, so that's basically a 58 home run pace.
Oh, my goodness.
Pretty good, right?
That's redonkulous.
It is. Listen, it's Corbin Carroll has come out mashing to start the season, and he really hasn't stopped. He's had a couple of valleys here and there, but the exit velocity is what tells the story of Corbin Carroll so far this year. He is just blistering baseballs.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, he talked about it the last night about he's not trying to hit home runs.
Not necessarily like a focus of mine this year in terms of like trying to hit home runs, trying to hit a bunch of balls hard in the line. And so that's kind of where I've been judging myself. And I feel like when I'm doing that a bunch, that the homers kind of follow. But, yeah, again, just not trying to get too caught up in hitting the ball at the ballpark, because for me, I feel like that leads to some easy outs.
Yeah, here's your home run leaders. Aaron Judge with 14, and he is, I mean, we can admit he's on a different plane right now than everybody else. Kyle Schwarber with 14. Corbin Carroll and Cal Raleigh from Seattle, each with 13. You want to talk about an outlier. Trent Grisham has 12 for the Yankees. Shohei Ohtani has 12. Gino Suarez has 12.
Yeah. So, again, the fact that Corbin Carroll, diminutive Corbin Carroll, has more homers than Shohei or the polar bear, Pete Alonso. That's crazy.
Yeah. Pete Alonso was kind of slowed down a little bit. He's coming back down to earth. His OPS is still really good. He's hitting .318, but he's been stuck on 9 home runs for a while.
And, look, it wasn't lost on me, and I'm sure it wasn't lost on Corbin Carroll. What a compliment he was paid last night when Bob Melvin went out and got Justin Verlander, whom he would not allow face Corbin Carroll a third time. That's a sign of respect when you're taking out a Hall of Fame pitcher because this young dude has got your number.
The question is, can he sustain this for a full season, and is this the standard now that he's going to bring every year? Like, is he going to be a top 5 player every year for a full season? Because he's been fantastic, but he hasn't been fantastic for a full season.
True. Well, no, I'm not gonna. He has been fantastic for a full season in 2023. Wouldn't you say that?
He's the one making a ridiculous point, not me. So talk to him.
When he won the Rookie of the Year, he was great all year. Am I wrong?
I feel like
he wasn't. He wasn't prodigious power great, but it was a pretty darn good season.
He did win Rookie of the Year.
He did win Rookie of the Year, but I thought the second half of the year he slowed down.
I don't think the question is can he sustain it. I think the question really is what is he becoming? Where is he going with this? Because there was a time when you thought, okay, best case scenario, this is a dude that could give you 50 stolen bases and 30 home runs. He could go 50-50. Can you imagine that?
Not quite yet.
Yeah, right?
But the potential is there. He's only got 5 stolen bases this year. And his stolen bases did go down last year from 54 to 35.
That is true.
And Corbin Carroll doing it with a sprinkle of humility as well.
You know, just been not feeling too great recently, and so to kind of have those 2 swings on 2 different pitch types was awesome to see. And then, yeah, I was just happy with it. Didn't contribute much to that Dodger series, and so to be able to help us out tonight it felt good.
Yeah, so bouncing back from a tough series against the Dodgers, which we talked about yesterday, the emotional difficulty of that series and the roller coaster nature of it. And now I hadn't even realized it. 9 straight days of win-loss fluctuation. It's This has got to be the time you string some things together.
I would like that. I would like that very, very much. Once again, I'm going to repeat this. The stuff I heard from Diamondbacks fans yesterday was sort of an indication to the dissatisfaction with the soft methodology, the slow roll methodology. I had one person say, the Diamondbacks need a stern leader, not a therapist. and my point, it wasn't even against Torey Lovullo. It was about this policy, this team-wide policy of just giving guys days off that are set in stone, and I cannot wrap my head around the fact that you're going up against the rival Dodgers and you've got a chance to win 3 or 4 against them, and you're not putting your best team on the field. Sacrilege, in my opinion.
Yeah, stemming off of your blast yesterday and your, for lack of a better term, your attitude yesterday, Vic, you were very critical of it. And had reached that fed-up moment that a lot of Diamondbacks fans had. I looked into it yesterday because you singled out Aaron Judge, a guy who had played in all 40 of the Yankees games. So I went team by team, and going into last night's action, May 12th, there were only 37 players in Major League Baseball that had played in every single one of their team's games. Not start and finish every game, but played in every single one of their games. Surprisingly, the Dbacks are one of 4 teams that have 3 players that have done it. Corbin Carroll, Gino Suarez, and Perdomo. And there's been a couple of, Corbin Carroll getting the day off and then pinch hitting late. It counts. He played in the games. The other teams do have done that. The Cubs with Dansby Swanson, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Kyle Tucker. The Braves, Matt Olson, who's got the longest current streak of consecutive games played in the majors. Ozzie Albies and Michael Harris III. And the Phillies with Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, and Nick Castellanos. That's it. I mean, 37 players through 40 games. That's crazy.
Clearly this is not, as Buster Olney told us, this is not a Diamondbacks thing. This is pretty much a league-wide thing. But there's a difference between load management and giving guys days off versus giving a key guy a day off against the Dodgers. It's the timing of it, in my opinion, more so than the actual methodology. The methodology bothers me because for a lot of reasons, like I said, I'm a big believer you don't take guys out of hitting streaks, although it didn't seem to bother Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who asked for a day off after hitting a grand slam the night before.
And then followed it up with 2 doubles and maybe the biggest play of the game in that catch.
So, but it was the circumstance for me. And because it was a chance to get it was almost like it's almost like the Diamondbacks were like, all right, we're satisfied. We split this series. We're good. It's almost like they've been in this mentality that all we got to do is be 500. Let's just be 500 for the next month. That's not winning behavior.
No, it's not. But all this talk about time off, you've reminded me I got to put in my vacation request before the end of today.
Somebody had a great line yesterday. They said with all the heat coming out of me yesterday, Torey Lovullo scheduled me a scheduled day off.
And yet here you are.
And here I am.
Grinding through. Hitting in the 3-hole. Coming up next, more Dan Bickley in the form of the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. We already have some of the schedule, more today, and the rest of it tomorrow. Just keep it on Arizona Sports for the full drop, okay? 98.7, Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben Ding. Make it a double ding because we've talked about how committed they they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fund Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carroll will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carroll delivers. Call Carroll Royce today or visit carrollhasthebuyers.com. That's carrollhasthebuyers.com. Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com, or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1, and Merrill Kelly was phenomenal, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run. And he got some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo homers.
And now Carroll's swing sends a high fly ball deep center field. Lee is back, and that one go. Second home run of the night for Corbin Carroll. The man's on a heater. He's got 13 now on the season, and he doubles his own lead. It's 2-0.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants. First pitch will be at 6:45, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The New York Knicks, behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points, beat the Celtics 121-113 in MSG last night to go up 3-1. And Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle combined for 61 points in their 117-110 win over the Warriors tonight. The Pacers have a chance to close out the Cavs and the Nuggets, and Thunder will play in a pivotal Game 5. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Suns caught a break at the NBA draft lottery. They were spared the indignity of the Rockets snagging Cooper Flagg with a draft pick that was once theirs, and they were spared Cooper Flagg landing in San Antonio next to Victor Wembanyama, birthing yet another Spurs dynasty that would haunt us for years. That's the good news. But when Dallas emerged with the number 1 pick, it was also a reminder that the Western Conference is only going to get tougher. And it was a painful reminder that anybody can win the NBA draft lottery, but you need to have control of your draft picks. There is also a fear that the Rockets are no longer a viable trade partner for Kevin Durant, a team that also has control of the Suns' first-round picks in 2027 and 2029. And if they have strategized around our demise as a basketball town, why would they want to send those picks back to Phoenix? But one of the most interesting developments from all of this is the Rockets' sudden disinterest in Devin Booker because of his regression as a player, a season in which he just wasn't the same guy, where many fans believe he just doesn't care the way he once did. I hope Book gets wind of all of this, and I hope it fires up the furnace, because if the Suns have any shot, any hope of winning basketball games in the future, they need Devin Booker to turn back the clock to the time when he was actually better than Donovan Mitchell. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, there was some interesting reporting coming out of Houston yesterday from Kelly Iko and Sam Amick on The Athletic, talking about the Kevin Durant possibilities with the Rockets. And, you know, it's been widely reported now the Rockets probably not going to have interest in Kevin Durant, but have also moved off their interest, which was widely reported earlier, in Devin Booker. And you brought it up in the Blast, Bick. Part of the write-up and part of the reason why, at least according to sources close to the team, is that the Rockets still have belief in Jalen Green, and also look at Devin Booker and his struggles this past year have kind of turned them off, which is absolutely 100% ridiculous thinking. Devin Booker did not have his best season last year. We can all agree on that, right?
Yes, we can.
Even through his struggles, he was one of 4 NBA players who averaged 25 points and 7 assists. There were only 4 qualified players that did that. If that's your struggle, if that's your floor, you're a pretty damn good basketball player. And doing that in support of Jalen Green. We talked to Kellen Olson yesterday, and Kellen is convinced Jalen Green is playing his last game for the Houston Rockets. And I'm not sitting here pining for the Suns to trade Devin Booker, and certainly not for Jalen Green.
No.
But that rationale is laughable. Jalen Green absolutely shriveled in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I know it's his first time to the playoffs. Go back a few years to Devin Booker's first run in the playoffs. The guy scored back-to-back 40-point games in the NBA Finals, for goodness sake. The rationale was ridiculous.
Well, to me, I think a team from the outside might have watched some Suns games and might have seen some of the times when Devin Booker did not seem all that engaged, and maybe said, you know what, what we have isn't that far away from Devin Booker. Either way, like I said, I do think that there was a time when Devin Booker was better than Donovan Mitchell, and Donovan Mitchell has continued to grow, and Donovan Mitchell, in my opinion, is clearly a superior player to Devin Booker right now. Book has got to get that back. Book has got to get the grip back on his ascension as an NBA superstar, and then I think the Suns have a chance to kind of get out of this in a way that may not be as painful as some of us fear.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I would have no problem ranking Mitchell above Booker right now, but a lot of it has to do with where they're at. And I'm not talking about where they're at in their careers. Cleveland under Kenny Atkinson, they're against the ropes. They're probably going to get bounced. But the culture that they've been able to build over this season has been palpable. They took a good team. A lot of people were surprised when J.B. Bickerstaff got the axe last year. They moved on to Kenny Atkinson. He wins Coach of the Year. They win 64 games. There's a really good roster, a functional roster around Donovan Mitchell that has allowed him to continue to grow. Devin Booker was part of a dysfunctional roster with the Phoenix Suns. And for me, the most disappointing part about Devin Booker and his lack of stepping up last year wasn't statistically, as I pointed out. The statistics were still pretty good. It was what you brought up. The lack of engagement at times and
it's the general vibe.
The lack of vocal leadership until it was too late.
Yeah, well, listen. And
I think he got beat down by the situation,
I think so, too.
Honestly.
No, I think so, too. I'm real curious because there were various reports last year from various people that I'm not sure if they had any insight that Devin Booker and Kevin Durant didn't get along as famously as they once did. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Because we know that Mike Budenholzer clearly didn't help the spirit of Devin Booker. And so I wonder what else maybe contributed to that.
Yeah, I wonder too. And look, we talked a lot about the lack of cohesion in relationships with players that Mike Budenholzer had. And the focus was on Bradley Beal. The focus was on Yusuf Nurkic when he was still in town. And the focus was on Kevin Durant because of what we saw with our own two eyes on the court. That one at least got explained away. I wonder if the fracture between Booker and Budenholzer wasn't deeper than any of those.
Could be. Yeah, could very, very well be. I mean, for a guy like that to finally break and tell the media after that game some of the things that he did, it was sort of a window into the team and into where Book was, and it wasn't a good look, not necessarily on his behalf, but just in terms of if you're really trying to grow this guy as a leader, telling him to pipe down is not the way to go about it.
No.
But I do think I think it's very, very important that the Suns package this now as, okay, we're gonna try to ascend with a new voice, and we're gonna really get this right. And we're going to get what we can for Kevin Durant, and then we're going to just ride or die with Devin Booker. Now, there is another option, and I've been hearing this from a lot of people. As Mikal Bridges continues to play very well, would this team ever go and reverse that trade? Literally trade Kevin Durant to the Knicks for a package that includes, as a centerpiece, Mikal Bridges. You talk about a great PR move, but
you want to talk about wait and see.
Well, I mean,
Mikal Bridges is now like a hero in New York.
Well, I know. You're right.
I mean, he clinched 2 games with defensive plays at the end of the game. He's been making a lot of big shots. They're up 3-1. They're likely going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I would give them certainly a decent chance to get past Indiana. They'd have home court advantage in that series.
They might be going to the NBA Finals.
So, yeah, wait and see is right.
I mean, if you're looking at it from purely the Suns' perspective, that is a way to, in the mind of fans, win a trade because you're getting back a fan favorite. You're not getting back just young, rotation players and draft picks.
Yeah.
I get it, but, I mean, the goal can't be to cater to the fans on terms like that because I say this with all due respect. I'm one of them. Generally speaking, Suns fans are idiots.
A little over emotional.
Am I wrong?
No, but again, it's the PTSD. I don't think they're idiots because they're idiots. I think it's all the trauma. It's been too much. We have been mentally abused as a sports town.
You somehow have
about that.
Somebody said the number 1 pick in the NBA draft should continue to go every year to the teams that have gone the longest without a championship. And then the list changes after one of them wins. Sign me up for that, right? Because we're at the top of that list.
Are we ahead of the Kings?
Well,
or the Clippers?
The Kings won a championship in Cincinnati way back in the day, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Or Rochester.
Rochester, that's maybe what it was. But they haven't been exclusively in Sacramento.
Okay, so the cities. Same with the Clippers then. They started in San Diego.
I have advice for the Suns, even though they don't have a lottery pick. They're drafting 29th. ESPN came out with their mock draft today now that the draft order is set, basically. Yaxel Lendeborg.
Oh, okay. Yaxel, that's who you want?
Kind of an intriguing guy. Played 3 years at Arizona Western, by the way. But here's my advice to the Suns on number 29. Because everybody looks, they don't have a lottery pick. There's no help coming. You can find guys. You just have to be good at it. Call the San Antonio Spurs. 3 years in a 4 or 5 year stretch, Bick, at number 29, the Spurs found Keldon Johnson, DeJounte Murray, and Derek White.
Wow.
With the 29th pick each time.
Wow.
Call them. What do you look? What would you be looking for at 29? And we'll go down that road.
That's 2 U.S. Olympians.
Who's the who's the GM in San Antonio?
Why is the name escaping me?
It's on the tip of my tongue as well.
Well, now El Jefe is the president, so I don't know how much impact he has.
Was it?
It's current general manager Brian Wright. Is that correct? Peter Holt. Oh,
that's the owner.
He's the owner.
Yeah.
R.C. Buford.
That's him. R.C.
He's
Buford.
the guy. He was the guy that had all the. But he's now the CEO. He's no longer the general manager.
Okay. So you're right. You can find the guys, and that's where you hope that Brian Gregory does have a knack and an eye for talent.
And it also depends on what you're looking for at 29. A lot of teams that are drafting 29 don't have a lot of roster availability, so they'll draft a European guy that they can stash for a couple years. The Suns need somebody at 29 to come in and play well next year.
I also, the big domino to fall is going to be where Giannis wants to play. Everyone's speculating on how the Spurs can. We have no idea whether he wants to play in San Antonio. So Giannis once spoke about how he'd love to play in Chicago, but the Bulls have anything of interest?
No.
I think Miami's the sleeper destination.
Yep. Coming up next is the new face of the NBA about to eliminate the league's model franchise. What would that mean for the Warriors going forward? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. That's not fair to you and your great credit score. Fortunately, there is a better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your house in a matter of years, not decades. You do it without changing a dime of your spending habit. And when you pay off your house in years, not decades, you now have a lot of time to build personal wealth because you are rid and free of that debt. That is how you get ahead. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which instantly gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back whenever you want. Lots of great stuff that comes with the Life Changer Loan, but it is not for everybody. You've got to be the right fit. You've got to have that great credit score. You've got to have the right financials. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Desert Wind Harley. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on extra models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Making an Impact, sponsored by
Granger. Ashley Crossan has just been named 2025 National Teacher of the Year for her impact on students. Who does she give the credit for this honor?
The kids are amazing. Like, I don't have to do much because they come in, they show up, and they make the job easy.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, for America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445 and includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hey, it's Wolf. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after a pivotal draft lottery? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
They get offensive rebounds, get the loose balls. We're taking the ball out the net. We're already missing our number one guy who makes the dominoes fall, so it makes it that much tougher. So got to come up with all the loose balls and set that type of tone, and then defensively, that'll be really good. You know, you can't give up 117 points without Steph, you're probably losing, because the likelihood that we're going to score 117 points without him is not that high. So everyone has to commit to getting it done on the defensive end, everybody being on the string. That's how we can give ourselves a chance.
Draymond Green talking about where the Golden State Warriors are. Where they are is down 3-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They did give up 117 points last night in that Game 4 loss. 117-110, Minnesota wins. A game swung in the third quarter. 17-0 run. 39-17 quarter for Minnesota. Edwards and Randall continue to be probably the top two players in this series, regardless of team. And the Golden State Warriors against the ropes. And I wouldn't call it shocking. They are the 7 seed. They don't have Steph Curry. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to come back. And there was a lot of desperation in some of the quotes coming from Steph Curry. And he said even about Game 5, if I had to be Superman, I couldn't do it. So somehow, some way, Golden State's going to have to find a way to win Game 5 to get it to Game 6 to even get Steph Curry back on the court. But their time might be done. Because the Minnesota Timberwolves, despite being the 6th seed, they look like a team that, even with different parts this year, they're wired for the playoffs. More so than the regular season.
Well, yeah, listen. And so I think when you take a look at what's going on in Golden State, it's proof of how temporary and easily changing these NBA playoffs have been, where 1 minute you're saying to yourself, wow, Luka and LeBron might make a run to it, to you're saying, oh, wow, they're out in the first round. Maybe Dallas did the right thing after all. People about a week ago raving about Jimmy Butler in Golden State, raving about the acquisition, raving about how great he's been, how he's given them everything they needed. And now that he can't win without Steph Curry, people are clowning on him now in Golden State. It's amazing to me the amount of people who were just kind of swinging from this dude who are now actually accusing him of quitting. Either way, it's a headline in SI.com. Heat and Timberwolves fans band together in clowning Jimmy Butler. That's what you call reaping what you sow.
Bulls fans have the night off?
Yeah, right. That's right. That's right.
Look, Jimmy Butler is what Jimmy Butler is. As a complimentary piece, when you've got all your guys healthy and available, you saw the effect he had on that team.
Yep.
Is it realistic / fair to ask Jimmy Butler to carry the Golden State offense?
He apparently thinks it's not fair.
Well, I mean, there is criticism to be had when you're shorthanded. He took 9 shots last night. He was also a minus 30, but I don't think
minus 30.
I don't think Jimmy Butler at this point in his career is capable of carrying an offense. He's a 17-point-a-game scorer at this point.
And I think he realizes that, and that's what people are angry about. It's not that he isn't doing it; it's that he's not trying to do it because he's realized this ain't working without Steph.
But at least with Jimmy Butler, it's like if he takes 15 shots, that's 6 more shots going to a guy I would rather have shoot the ball than a Moses Moody taking 6 more shots.
Yeah.
And for him to shoot 9 shots in a playoff game without Steph Curry is unacceptable.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that.
But, I mean, the big picture, that team is built around Steph Curry. And even if he could have, take them to 1 win, they're not going anywhere without Steph Curry.
He also scored 33 points in Game 3 and took 26 shots, and they still lost.
They still lost,
game.
yeah.
So what does this do for Golden State moving forward? Here's an interesting, I'm not even going to call it a possibility. I'm going to call it a thought.
Okay.
From Evan Cohen from ESPN Radio.
I think that if we're going to say the Warriors dynasty is coming to an end, it's not going to be without a fight. And this is such a unique offseason in that the fight could produce historic players. Giannis is a historic player. Kevin Durant has already been there and done that. Who knows? Maybe behind the scenes they're in his ear trying to convince him. You sure? You sure? You sure? Is it different if we start the season with you versus midseason? I'm just saying, right?
But that's what KD said, right? He said he pushed back against the trade because he didn't want to move in season.
Right.
That's what he said.
So, which means you have half a season to be in his ear constantly. It's not, I mean, like Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Steve Kerr can't. Steph Curry can.
Steph Curry did before he left the first time.
That's what I'm saying.
Golden State, a possibility for Durant to circle back around after what transpired at the trade deadline.
To me, I don't think KD wants to go back to Golden State,
so
and I think what he said about not wanting to go midseason, while there's merit to it, I don't think that's the real reason.
I don't think so either.
It was an excuse. It wasn't a reason.
No, I think he's smart enough to realize it wasn't going to be as good as it was the first time, which still ended badly.
Mm-hmm.
And that was with 2 championships.
Right. And then he's going back, and then it's going to be nonstop about him and all of it. And he probably wants no part of that. And the big issue too is what you realize when he's not on the basketball court is that Steph Curry brings such a gravity to the court that you take him off, you have huge spacing issues. Steph Curry just distracts the defense, and it makes the job for the 4 other players so much easier.
You're so right.
And without him, they're so sunk. So wow, look at what might be happening here. We might have the Knicks and the Pacers, and then the Timberwolves and Oklahoma City
or Denver.
Wow,
I'm still thinking.
Sounds pretty good.
And then going
Not
into
to the
the postseason, it seemed like a foregone conclusion. It was going to be Oklahoma City against Boston.
Right.
Yeah, Minnesota Pacers NBA Finals.
What's wrong with that?
No, for a basketball fan, nothing. But for the casual fan, a lot.
Well, the Anthony Edwards thing, if the T-Wolves do make the playoffs, I think a casual will be excited to watch him in the finals.
Look, you were the first one who said a Knicks Wolves final would be fantastic, and I completely agree with you. But there are people who need the 10 tons of hype to come watch an NBA final.
Yeah, they need
90% of the audience needs that.
Either the marquee franchise or the marquee superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Would that not be the biggest would that be the biggest casual poll? Would be Knicks T-Wolves. With the teams available, I think Boston is on. They don't have Tatum anymore. Would that not be the biggest poll?
The Knicks for sure.
Yeah, the Knicks definitely. Yeah, I think it would be, right? Because
the Warriors, it would be the Knicks versus the Warriors.
The Knicks Warriors.
No, I'm saying they're.
I can make an argument for Denver too because
maybe.
of Jokic.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
they're a recent champion, but
Knicks Warriors.
But the Anthony Edwards, your time is here, young man. That kind of thing. No,
he's not. The casual fan doesn't know who Anthony Edwards is yet.
Oh, I disagree.
How casual are we talking? Like they've heard of basketball, Jared?
I mean, I'm not saying they don't literally know who he is, but not like they tune in to watch him.
I think you could make.
He's not on that level.
I think you can make the case aside from Jokic, even maybe Jokic. Anthony Edwards is the biggest superstar left. I'm saying Steph is going home. He's hurt. He's not playing.
And you're saying Boston is too?
Yeah, because Tatum's not on the floor.
So if you get rid of all the other teams and only have Minnesota, yeah, I agree with you.
Well, Tatum's
point.
hurt. He's not playing basketball. Steph Curry's not playing basketball.
And Edwards has been Minnesota's second best player during this playoff run. Fact. Julius Randle's been amazing.
I mean, it depends.
He's been incredible. There was a time early when the trade went down for Karl Anthony Towns, I was a huge advocate of it. I thought this is perfect for the Timberwolves. You get that soft up and down nature of Karl Anthony Towns out of there. You bring in a harder core dude, and you just kind of give the whole thing over to Anthony Edwards. Then mid-season, when Karl Anthony Towns was killing it, I said, "What an idiot I was!" And now it's gone full circle. Julius Randle, this is the best basketball he has ever played.
Both teams have really benefited from this trade. And at one point, you're right. It looked like the Knicks really screwed up because they got rid of some of their depth. Not having Dante DiVincenzo off the bench was huge for them, but they seem to be clicking right now. Coming up next, we may not know the Cardinals' full 2025 schedule yet, but we do know they'll be playing all their games right here in America. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I have concerns about a guy who's never been an NBA GM stepping in this summer when everything is on the line. It's good to have a GM that when that GM disagrees, he'll trust him right away.
What I am excited about, again, this is a dynamic that exists. Accountability matters. So because of that, what you need is somebody who can look at them and metaphorically say, sit down and shut up. This is what I was talking about. Exactly. That's right.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, well, good. Too bad. Google it, my young crunks.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Absolutely amazing reading and listening to some of the stories. Clients of New Life Dental Implant Center, after getting a new set of teeth, new dental implants, it's like the light goes back into their life. It is incredible, and I've got exciting news for anybody out there considering or needing that life-changing smile upgrade. New Life Dental Implant Center revolutionizing the industry and the way people think about dental implants, making it easier, faster, more affordable than ever. You get everything done in one location from start to finish. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, follow-ups, all right there in one place. And get this, they're currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. If you've been in the market, you know that's an incredible price. Comes with no hidden fees, no surprise costs, 0% financing available, one price from start to finish. They are committed to being the most affordable option you are going to find. They've even got an in-house laboratory, which means you are not waiting for weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening right there in real time at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new smile, that new you, one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1. Merrill Kelly was fantastic, going 7 innings, striking out 8 and only allowing 1 earned run. And here is Kelly after the win.
Pretty good. Some of the best that I've had so far this year. I've been working on some mechanical stuff throughout the week, just trying to feel quote-unquote more normal, back to what I try to be, and today was probably the closest that I've been.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can tune in on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery last night, despite just a 1.8% chance to get the top pick. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I just got a text on this topic from a pretty good source. Hearing Cardinals digital team has a banger of a schedule release this year.
Okay, that'd be good news for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Cardinals potentially kind of changing the way you think about them. You know, with the moves that they made, you know, they get Calais, they bring Calais Campbell back. I think that's a big deal. I think a lot of people in Miami were pretty bummed out about that. But you talk about the coaching staff, the video, you could kind of change an image with how this whole thing goes.
That was Ian Rappaport on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Cardinals digital team has a banger of a schedule release video coming out tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
We shall see.
Something they really have not
They've been
done.
kind of a little lackluster
compared
the
to
last
some of the
few
ones
years.
that really put everything into it.
I can't wait to see the Tennessee Titans roll out that asking people on Broadway again, showing them the logo of the opponent and then getting it wrong, because that one never gets old.
It's funny.
That's funny.
No, it's not. It was funny like 4 years ago. Come up with a new concept.
Well, maybe they will.
So we do know this, that the schedule release, banger or not, the Cardinals will not be playing games in London and eating bangers and mash.
I see what you did there, Vinny.
There will be international games played in Brazil, England, Ireland, Germany, and Spain this year, as the list continues to grow.
So Dublin, they've never done Ireland before, right? Think Peter O'Brien's going to be at that game, Jarrett?
Did you see what Peter O'Brien did at the NFL game on Sunday? They've also never played a game in Spain before.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's just getting bigger.
Yeah.
And again, the fact that the Minnesota Vikings have already been identified as they've released most of the schedule. I guess that Chiefs-Chargers Week 1 matchup in Brazil hasn't been finalized. There's still only one outlet that has reported that.
Okay.
Front Office Sports. And even like NFL.com says their graphic showed one of the teams playing, and it was only the Chargers. So the Chiefs have not been confirmed yet, but we shall see. But the Minnesota Vikings playing games in Dublin and England in weeks 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I think that's a terrible, terrible disadvantage for the Vikings.
I don't see why you think that. Because
it's so, I mean, for lack of a better term and no pun intended, it's so foreign to what anybody's ever done before.
Pun intended. Reading the story from Mike Florio says that they're only sacrificing 2 road games.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he says here. And the fact that they're doing Dublin than London, that's something different. You're going to be going through a game week prep in the United Kingdom.
Mhm.
That's
very different.
That's very different.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't necessarily know if it's a bad thing. Maybe it will be. Maybe they can't stand it. But they're going to have 2 fewer traditional road games than they would have had otherwise.
Okay.
So what you're getting on the flip side is you're not going into hostile territory,
and you're not sacrificing a home game for your fan base.
That's right.
Which is valuable.
That's right. So very curious to see how Dublin is going to react to American football. Right?
Why don't you drink about it?
Yeah,
I guess
they're really spreading across Europe now. I wonder what the ultimate goal is.
I haven't seen anything spread across Europe like this since COVID,
babe.
The goal has got to be to put a franchise there eventually.
It has to be, but
2 franchises.
Again, the logistics of making that work without adding a division, a full division internationally. If that's not the end goal, what are they doing?
It's really not, though. It's really not much further from the East Coast to London than it would be from the East Coast to like Seattle or LA or something.
And there is benefit to it because now you got 6 games. The Brazil game was a primetime game last year on a Friday night. I think it's going to remain in that spot. But you'd have 6 games creating another window for television coverage or streaming coverage, which, let's face it, there's a large percentage of NFL fans that will watch whatever you put in front of them. So they'll wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch a game from Germany.
My experience in London was surreal, and I'm not just talking about running into Dave Pasch and Ron Wolfley outside Big Ben. What was surreal about it?
You gotta be kidding
What was
me.
so surreal about it was all week long I was scouring every British tabloid, every newspaper I could read, and they completely ignored the incoming NFL game. There was 0 coverage. And I thought, this is the darndest thing. They're not into this at all. Then I went to the game, and the game was completely sold out, and there were people wearing replica jerseys of almost every team. And I'm like, what's going on here?
Well,
and it's partly the British arrogance where they don't want to make an American sport a big deal in their country.
But yet on Sunday, they made it a big deal.
Yet on Sunday, it was a big deal to people who went to the game.
True, but that means that there was 70,000 fans. That doesn't mean that there was 1 million fans.
That's true. No, that's very accurate. But then they staged the game in Berlin, and it was incredible.
Germany, even though, like, way back, remember the World League in the 90s? Germany, for some reason, was always a much bigger hotbed of American football than the rest of Europe was.
It was.
And we saw that when they returned there. I have no idea how Spain's going to do. And you mentioned Ireland. They'll get used to it, and it'll become a yearly thing, but I don't know if the interest will be there.
That's interesting, because I don't think Germany is as soccer mad as most. Are they?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, all right.
They're one of the best. They've won World Cups and stuff.
They got the Bundesliga.
No.
Okay, so strike that from the record. Also, finally, before we get out of this segment, I've got to bring this up. Did you see what Pablo Torre uncovered?
Yeah. He did like a deep investigative report.
He did a deep dive into Bill Belichick's girlfriend. And so apparently,
so to speak.
Well, let me rephrase. Let me strike that from the record. So apparently, she's been kind of lying about her age, making it seem like she's even older, a little older than she actually is. So
a woman lying about her age and making herself older.
Yeah, interesting. But what Pablo is surmising is that it kind of tries to avoid the uncomfortable question of why is Bill Belichick hooking up with a 19-year-old? Because that's how old she would have been when they met on the plane, according to Pablo Torre's reporting.
What's the difference between 19 and 20?
I don't know.
I mean, it's still.
I don't know. It's. I'm not judging. But apparently, she turned down an offer to be on ABC's Dancing with the Stars. Don't you hate when people who get famous for being annoying get even more famous?
For being annoying? At least she turned it down.
I'm annoying. I'm not even famous.
No, but the thing is she's apparently searching for the right TV vehicle, maybe a reality TV show or something. This story, this exposure is only going to get worse.
You know, P.T. Barnum once said, "There's a Belichick born every minute." Something like that.
Something like that.
Man, he getting played like a violin or what?
That's what people are worried about.
Apparently, there was reports over the weekend, too, that a lot of members of the Belichick family were like, what's going on here?
Yeah. And
maybe he's thinking, yes, obviously.
Yes.
Take
my money.
I'm a gross old man. Yes,
right.
Obviously I know why she's with me.
Yeah.
Can I please have this?
Yeah, right.
I've worked my whole life hard. I never had any fun or joy. I've made millions of dollars. Can I please spend them now?
There's way too much life in your voice, Jared.
I'm Mr. No Days Off. Can you please let me have this in peace?
You know what?
Right?
I
Who
like
was that? Howard Marshall dude? When he was like, wasn't he like 95?
You married Anna Nicole
And he
Smith?
married Anna Nicole Smith.
But Vic, that was love. The animal magnetism was palpable between those two.
I do. Yeah. Joe Rogan, back when he was a stand-up, had a bit about that, and he was like, "I made my money, now let me spend it."
There's too much life in your voice. It would be more like, turns out I like posing for Instaface photos.
Wow.
Well, she's a mermaid, and I'm a fisherman.
Oh, brother.
Can't wait to watch North Carolina football.
Oh,
this year.
yeah.
What must they be thinking?
Oh, man. Coming up next, we will talk some D-backs baseball. They get a win last night in San Francisco. Can they keep it up? Jack Summers, who covers the team for SI.com, he'll join us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend. Fantasy football GMs, if you're considering the NFL schedule for making your picks, you might be a little too much into fantasy, bro. We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed, so keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters. That's especially true in making big purchases like buying a car. Reputation and trust, two foundational reasons you should shop at Chapman BMW. Let's talk about reputation. Chapman BMW, great reputation for elite service and handling. So many people have reached back and thanked me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. They all rave about the red carpet service they receive at Chapman BMW. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, which means a new BMW is not as out of reach as you might think. Trust and reputation. Chapman BMW, a family-owned business for 58 years. They've had employees who've worked in their stores for 30 and 40 years, unheard of in the industry. Proof that Chapman BMW takes care of their employees and their customers alike. And remember, every listener of this audience, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Go take a test drive, find what you like, make sure you ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures all listeners of Arizona Sports are going to get the very best deal possible in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready. My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready.
School's out and soccer is in. Celebrate the end of the school year with Phoenix Rising on Friday, May 17th at 7 p.m. as they take on Monterey Bay at home. It's the perfect way to kick off summer, and every fan gets a free Phoenix Rising tote bag at the gates while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Class dismissed. Let the celebration begin.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
New Harley-Davidson motorcycle starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Right out today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in Arizona at Desert Wind Harley. Get on a new Harley today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. We can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carroll Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carroll Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carrollhasthebuyers.com.
Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Luke. How were the Diamondbacks able to respond against another tough division rival? We'll be reacting to Dbacks Giants at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Dbacks trying to string together wins for the first time in a while when they take on the Giants later tonight, game 2 of that 3-game series from Oracle Park. Here to talk some Dbacks baseball with us, publisher and beat writer for the Diamondbacks on SI, Jack Summers, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jack, welcome to the show. Thanks for making time for us today.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Great to hear you again. Once as always.
Yep.
Looking forward to this.
Yes. Looking forward to seeing if the Diamondbacks can string together wins. Like I said, it hasn't been consistent winning. In your opinion, as somebody who's as close to the team as you are, what do you think the biggest thing holding the Diamondbacks from sustained success has been so far to this point, Jack?
I think we definitely have to point to the issues with the bullpen. I mean, that is the number one deficit that this team has suffered through ever since Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck started exhibiting their health issues, as of April 17th. It's the last time that they were both fully healthy and ready to go. And the numbers since April 18th out of the bullpen are pretty darn ugly. They had a good night last night, though, so it's nice to see Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller lock down that game.
Nice to see Corbin Carroll go deep twice off Justin Verlander. Said it earlier, quite a show of respect when Bob Melvin goes and takes out a Hall of Famer so he doesn't face Corbin a third time. What are we watching with this kid, in your opinion? This is 30 home runs in his past 86 games dating back to last season.
It's just amazing the amount of power that he can generate from that body. I mean, there's been small guys that have hit for a lot of power in the past. Some of us old guys remember somebody like Jimmy Wynn. He was, nicknamed the Toy Cannon. And he reminds me, I'm old, sorry. I just dated myself with that reference. But Corbin kind of reminds me of that. I mean, he just has an ability to generate power that is really rare for a fella his size. I mean, he's cut. He's in great physical shape. He's very strong. But the bat speed that he generates is just phenomenal.
Talking to Jack Summers, publisher and beat writer for the Diamondbacks on SI. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. In terms of the rotation It's been some good, some bad for the rotation. I think we're seeing some of these guys step up. Brandon Pfaadt's been great. We've seen good and bad from Gallen. Merrill Kelly's on a little bit of a heater. Corbin Burns coming off his best start as a Diamondback. But I wanted to focus on the Eduardo Rodriguez piece of it because after last Friday's gut punch of a loss where Rodriguez couldn't get anybody out, and then Torrey came out and said he was tipping his pitches, also got on him for not covering a base or backing up a base on a play at the plate. When you have Ryan Nelson in the mix, how short do you think the leash for Eduardo Rodriguez, or is it short at all?
That's a tough one. I mean, this team in the past has shown a willingness to cut bait, but it always seems to take a longer time when you have a guy on a contract like this. I mean, he's still owed $60 million. He signed for the next, 3+ seasons, right? So I don't know how long it's going to take them. But if he continues giving up 6 earned runs per outing 1 or 2 more times, it wouldn't shock me for them to say, okay, this guy needs a blow, whether that's an IL stint or in the bullpen. I don't think that they'll let him actually continue to just run out there start after start if this goes this bad for the next couple of starts. I would not be surprised if the leash is shorter than a lot of people think.
I think that's interesting, and it's also interesting when you consider, Jack, that Torey Lovullo has tinkered with and admitted that they were tinkering with the idea of a 6-man rotation. Do you think that would be the first step before they did anything that drastic with Rodriguez?
Possibly. We kept asking him about that because they had this 16 games in 16 days stretch. But looking at it closer, when we saw Nelson only throw 20 pitches the other day, and the fact that there's an off day on Thursday, if they were to go 6-man rotation right now, that would mean that Corbin Burns would be starting on 6 days rest, and I don't think they're going to do that. They haven't indicated that they're about to do that, so we'll see. But I think they kicked it around, but I don't think they're going to do it.
All right, I'm going to circle back to Corbin Carroll for a minute because I think it was your story that illuminated that great anecdote about how he basically spent the entire offseason at the spring training complex, and he was asked, so Corbin, were you there on Christmas Eve? And his response, I believe, was, well, if that fell on a Monday through Saturday, then probably yes. No, I was going to say from covering the team, we all know Corbin Carroll's wired differently. How do you think how he is wired sort of contributes to who he is as a baseball player?
There is nobody that has a better work ethic. I mean, he is in there improving. Separate from the hitting, something that is just amazing to me is how strong and accurate his throwing arm has become. Mm-hmm. This is a player that has taken what was clearly a weakness earlier in his career. I mean, his throws were weak and just didn't really seem to have any oomph on them. And now all of a sudden he's firing 95-mile-an-hour BBs to nail guys out at the plate. I mean, how does a player do that? To take something that was a weakness and use his mind and take his coaching and say, all right, I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to engage in a throwing program that's going to strengthen my arm, work on my release, work on my footwork, and now he's a guy you don't run on. I mean, that's just incredible, and that may speak as much about Corbin Carroll as anything else. He's just got tremendous mental discipline, and he does not take a day off when it comes to his preparation.
Jack Summers is the publisher and beat writer for the Arizona Diamondbacks on SI. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jack, I know you were listening to the show yesterday. I know you know my partner, Dan Bickley, was heated over the time off issue.
A little agitated.
With Ketel Marte. You may remember last season late when Ketel Marte asked out of the lineup on that last Monday of the season. I was beside myself. There's a lot of Dbacks fans that have an issue with the days off and injury preservation, whatever you want to call it. I know you did a deep dive piece on it. Illuminate this process because it doesn't make sense to a lot of people, Jack.
I think the thing that most people need to accept is that this is an organizational structure. Now, Torey Lovullo is part of that organization, so I'm not saying that he has nothing to do with any of this, but we asked him a little bit more about the actual process, and he was peeled back the curtain a little bit and kind of gave us a pretty good view. They have things that they call like return to play protocol when a guy's coming off injury, how frequently he's going to play. And in discussing this and other issues, Torey used some really interesting words like the word prescription. He said, once a prescription hits my desk, I'm going to follow that pretty closely. In discussing which pitchers are available, which players get time off, he gets information from a very large contingent of medical team staff that tells him who's available, who's not, who needs time off. He used words like negotiation and bartering, for example, when he wanted to use Shelby Miller in a potential save situation recently, when Miller was designated as a pitcher that was down. So I think a lot of this really goes back to what are the recommendations he's getting from the medical team, and he says 100% of the time I follow the medical team's guidelines. And that's really it. I mean, he's part of the organization, and he does push back and he does negotiate and barter at times, but he also sits up there in front of us and has to address us every single day. And, I don't want to call it lip service. I think he believes in most of it, but as a manager, he wants the best players as much as he can get out there. So, looking at the Ketel situation, I mean, he was given a return to play protocol. He played 2 out of 3 against Philly, and then 2 out of 3 against the Mets, and then he pinch hit, and 3 out of 4 against the Dodgers, and then he pinch hit. And I totally hear you, Bick, when you talk about, like, hey, we had a chance to, get a series victory. Why is he taking that Sunday off? But in this case, I know for a fact that he needed to give Ketel one of those 4 games off against the Dodgers. I don't think it would have set well with any of us if it had taken any of them off. So that's just kind of the reality of the situation.
Yeah, and he does faithfully take all the heat for it because there are a lot of fans who blame him directly for it. So it's interesting. Great stuff, Jack. Appreciate your work.
Thanks for your time, guys. Love talking to you. And I miss listening to you every day in spring training, riding up the 101, the Salt River. It's the best part of the slog that's training.
Appreciate that, Jack. Thank you. Jack Summers, publisher, beat writer for the Arizona Diamondbacks on SI. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour is upon us. That means social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. And growing and maintaining a beautiful lawn in Arizona, very, very difficult, if not impossible. And if you try, it's very, very costly. I tried once back in the day, tried to grow a backyard area for my daughter. I wanted her to do cartwheels and headstands. It was a disaster. This is where my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green, sparkling lawn without the water bills, without the hassle, without the seeding. It looks absolutely fantastic. And then you can supplement that with a turf cleaning package once a month for just $119. Keeps your turf looking pristine. One of many things Turf Monsters can do for you. They can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. They love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats. Highly recommend you check out their website. Check out their near 1,000 5-star reviews. Gives you a real clear indication as to the craftsmanship and the character of this company. You can also schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Wide Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1, and Merrill Kelly had some of his best stuff of the season, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run, and he got some help from Corbin Carroll, who homered not once, but twice last night.
And now Carroll swings, sends a high fly ball, deep center field. Lee is back, and that's just that one go. Second home run of the night for Corbin Carroll. The man's on a heater. He's got 13 now on the season, and he doubles his own lead. It's 2-0.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants tonight. First pitch will be at 6:45, and you can tune in on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies in the 9 o'clock hour on this Tuesday with Sammy Sabolka. What do you got for us today, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. First and foremost, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. We'll be posting questions every day if you want to have some responses, and on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And we're on YouTube now if you want to watch us at Arizona Sports. But the draft lottery was last night, and the Dallas Mavericks, with a 1.8% chance, came away with the number 1 overall pick. But we're focused on the Suns here. So did last night's draft lottery and the results, the Mavs getting the first pick, the Spurs getting the second, and the Rockets getting the 10th pick, did it make you feel better or worse about the Suns' future, and why?
You're not going to read the choices on the poll?
It's a poll question. So it's a poll question. So we have better, worse, or had no impact you. Schlemiel. That's not a word.
It's a Yiddish word.
There's no way.
You don't. Not a lot of Yiddish gets thrown around in your Catholic mass every Sunday?
No, me and my friends aren't speaking Yiddish.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I know quite a bit of Yiddish.
Yes.
But I don't, again, it's the Suns, to me, I felt relieved. I didn't feel better or worse. I felt relieved that the Rockets didn't soar up the board, which would make us feel really bad about that.
Yes.
And the element of the Spurs as well. Now, I get the Mavericks are in the Western Conference, but even if you add Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks with Kyrie Irving's injury, it's a concern, it's a problem, but I just feel relieved. So I don't know where you want to cast your vote, Vinny. That's where I'm casting my vote.
I'm looking at what the Suns need to do this summer in my mind to get back on the right track, to find alignment, if you will, Vic. And so based on that, I don't know if much of it changed. So I don't know if it had any impact, you schlemiel.
You schlemiel?
Oh, wow, okay. So
because it still depends
you
on what the market for Kevin Durant is. How much was that affected last night?
You
I don't know.
Mashugana?
You
putz,
schmo.
you schmuck.
Putz?
Schmendrick.
The results, 49% say they feel worse. 44% say it had no impact. How's it?
Schlemiel.
Schlemiel. It's going to take me a minute. And then 6.8% say they feel a little bit better. I'm in the better camp, honestly. I think the Rockets being at number 10, the word relieved is yes, but because of my relief, I did feel better.
Okay,
that's
fair. That's fair.
Quick couple responses. Tom Foss said, absolutely made me feel worse. I mean, the Mavs get the number 1 pick. After they gave Luka to the Lakers, the Spurs get the number 2 pick. We're going to be the 14th or 15th seed next year, and it's going to be a big disaster. I had a bad feeling about this, which, again, that's a pessimistic viewpoint there. Our next question, we're talking about luck and the Mavs with 1.8 to get the number 1 pick. Last year, the Hawks, similar percentage to get the number 1 pick. So who is the luckiest franchise in sports?
No doubt about it. It's the Los Angeles Lakers. No doubt about it.
Yeah, they're in a class by themselves, I think. When you think about the historic fortune they've had over the last 60 years, it's not debatable.
It's insane how lucky they've got.
And on the flip side, who's the unluckiest franchise?
Ooh.
That would be us. That would be the Phoenix Suns.
There was a lot of Phoenix Suns. There's a lot of Minnesota Vikings going around.
They deserve merit. Buffalo Bills deserve merit.
Yes. Let's see if there's any. Yeah, a lot of Arizona franchises. For luckiest, there's a lot of Patriots and Steelers. One of which the Steelers won a Super Bowl with a ball that bounced off a helmet, and then the Patriots obviously they went towards the referee section of that. I don't know if Ross said that. Our last question, since we're a little pressed for time, 1.8% is what the Mavs had. What do you think you have a 1.8% chance of doing in your life?
Ooh. Breaking 75 on a golf course.
75?
Finding peace and happiness.
What? That's all? 1.8%?
That might be high.
See, this is a good
living until I'm 60.
This is a good response, Vinny, from Mr. B. Finding a local sports bar that actually has local teams on it.
Hey, there you go.
That's good.
Mr. B knows what's up.
AZ Sports Fan says, catching a home run ball. He's been going to baseball games his whole life. He hasn't even caught a foul ball. Have you guys caught a home run or foul ball?
No. I never have. I caught a foul ball in the press box, but after it ricocheted off some stuff, so I don't count it.
Yeah. I've caught one in a press box many, many moons ago, but one time as a fan. I was in the upper deck right behind home plate at Comiskey Park, old Comiskey Park. Ron Kittle was at home plate. Remember Ron Kittle?
Oh, yeah.
Big home run hitter. I was a
Big
little
hitter, the llama.
I was a little overserved, a little imbibed, right? So I was kind of feeling it a little bit. He barely misses a home run, so he's right on the ball. Next pitch, he fouls it straight back. It's coming right at me, and in my state, my reactions were not good. Hit me right in the chest.
Oh, man.
I was slow on the draw.
Did you get booed?
But I had my reasons. The next morning, I woke up with the biggest welt on my chest.
Like, at least you were numbed up when it hit you.
Yeah, I think
Did the ball bounce off to somebody else?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And I got this big barrel chest. So
you do have a big barrel chest.
So fortunately, it didn't hurt me the way it could have. But man, the next morning I paid for it.
I think did I share my foul ball story on here? So in the Diamondbacks wild card game where Archie Bradley hit the triple, my dad, brother, and I were sitting in like the sliver second deck behind like home plate and first baseline. Foul ball comes, this huge like towering one. We're in the front row of the second row, or the second section. Reach it, hits my left hand. It goes to my right. I reach for it again, miss it, and the ball goes all the way down to the first story. And I got booed for a solid 10 seconds. And I'm sitting there, and I'm a teenager. I'm just like, this is the moment you're supposed to catch that ball.
Yeah. Devastating.
Not good.
Yeah.
The last one I'll read is Seabacker44. Says he has a 1.8% chance of being right in an argument with his wife.
No, way too high. I got to read some, too. Okay. Our buddy Dave Leonard says he has a 1.8% chance of teaching an entire day of high school without having to ask a student to take their AirPods out of their ear.
That's a good one.
Stephen Ruiz says he has a 1.8% chance of losing to me in Mustache, not a mustache.
Ooh.
So that means he's got a 92 or 98.2.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
He's calling his shot. And I have to read Milo's. 1.8% chance of getting anything I post for social studies read on the radio. It just happened, Milo.
1.8%, baby.
You got to wait 98 more days to get it again.
Cash it in. Good questions today. I appreciate that. Good, social studies with Sammy Sabolka at Bickley_Murata on X/Twitter, at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. Coming up next, 1.8% chance got cashed in by a franchise who had a nightmare season. What does it all mean? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Arrive early to the Dbacks versus Rockies matchup on Saturday, May 17th and get a replica home jersey courtesy of Avnet. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between? You'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month. That Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson. That Desert Wind Harley. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Wolf. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after a pivotal draft lottery? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, for us, it's been a rough year, as you all know. But the important part of the whole thing is that we'll get a chance to move our franchise forward. We have a tremendous staff and management, and the important factor for us is to being able to continue in that tradition and to be able to move forward. It's really, really a great honor, and it's an important piece of the puzzle because we want to hoop down in Dallas.
What does Cooper Flagg mean to you right now?
Well, the main factor is that he can hoop, he can play. The important factor is that there are a lot of great players in that draft class, and the important thing is that we'll see how the guys get together and being able to make our team better, which is exactly what we want to do.
A lot of important things pointed out by Rolando Blackman, who was the Dallas Mavericks representative. Why wasn't Nico there? Why didn't they just make it that much more obvious that they were going to do this, Bick?
Wow, that would have been something, wouldn't it have?
And Nico could have made some kind of gesture at the end, like, I told you so.
Somebody sent me a graphic that when Chris Paul got traded to an LA team, not the Lakers, but to Los Angeles, his old team mysteriously ended up with the number 1 pick. When Anthony Davis ended up with the Lakers, his previous team ended up with the number 1 pick.
Got Zion Williamson.
Wow. So, there's a lot of people who are not buying that this was legit, which is quite something. The NBA, I'm at the point now where I wonder if the NBA doesn't actually just enjoy this now, that people think that. Because I don't know, because wouldn't Adam Silver have reached out to LeBron James after that Pat McAfee thing and said, dude, look, how much money have you earned playing in our league? Could you please knock that off? Could you please stop suggesting that the NBA draft lottery is rigged?
They might not just not care at all. They just know that it's not going to hurt them.
Yes.
I mean, remember Tim Donaghy? They thought the death of the NBA, and it had almost no impact at all.
Mm-hmm.
Almost no impact. There are people that gave up. What I'm wondering, too, the Dallas fan condition. Because what happened during the course of the season, you heard Rolando Blackman make reference to it, they traded Luka. The fan base never recovered. Many members of that fan base left the fan base, said they were done. They stood by it, and I saw footage of people saying, I'm a Lakers fan now. I'm a Luka fan over a Mavericks fan. Are they back now?
Maybe. Again, for the Lakers going out in the first round, you could almost feel an ease of the tension when that happened. That's why all of this is so temporary. These feelings, and they're so prone to change on a whim, right? I would think now that you've got a potential foundational centerpiece for the next 15 years in Cooper Flagg, if you're a Mavericks fan, you feel a heck of a lot better than you did yesterday.
Dallas won with a 1.8% chance of winning. The 18 lottery ping pong balls out of 1,000. It's one of the lowest percentages for a team ever to get the number one pick. In 2014, Cleveland won the lottery with a 1.7% chance to win. That was the year of Andrew Wiggins got traded to Minnesota. Lower than that, 1.7. The Bulls in 2008 had a 1.7% chance to get the pick. They got Derrick Rose. Maybe fishy there too. 1.52% chance. That's the record. The 1993 Orlando Magic had that percentage chance to get the number one pick, and they got it. They landed Chris Webber, and that was the deal when he got traded to
Sacramento.
Golden State.
Golden State, that's
for,
right.
Anthony Hardaway.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen.
The fourth lowest percentage of all time.
So what it does now is these last two NBA draft lotteries really suggest that tanking is not going to be rewarded.
Thanks for nothing.
Right. Whether by coincidence or whether by not coincidence. Tanking has not been rewarded, and it should give you hope. But if you're a Suns fan, it's sort of proof that you really need to be in control of your first round draft picks. Because even if you're bad but not horrible, you can still win an NBA draft lottery.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's quite something.
So the Mavericks are big winners, obviously. People are pointing at the team that ended up with the number 2 overall pick, the San Antonio Spurs, as big winners in this process. And here's Shams Charania from ESPN on why that is.
San Antonio jumping also along with Dallas and Philadelphia keeping it. But San Antonio having 2 picks here in the lottery, jumping up to number 2. That gives Brian Wright, their general manager, and new head coach Mitch Johnson, they have a lot of optionality there. And whether they go with Dylan Harper at number 2, they're going to bring in prospects there to compete for that number 2 spot. But Dylan Harper, of course, if that's their pick, but they can also be aggressive in the trade landscape. We were going into this talking about Giannis and Antetokounmpo. Well, this is 2 high-level picks the Spurs have at their disposal.
Could San Antonio be the spot? Are they willing to give up on their youth movement based around Victor Wembanyama, who will be back next year, good as new? Are they willing to give up on that to a degree to land a ready-made superstar in his prime in Giannis?
And once again, I think that I think Giannis and where he wants to go is that's the missing piece of this puzzle. I don't know what I would do if I was San Antonio, because to get Giannis, you're going to have to give up De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, and a bunch of draft picks.
But you would still have
you'd have Giannis, Wembanyama,
yeah,
or you could
Devin
give
Vassell.
up Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, Jeremy Sohan, and the 14th overall pick for Kevin Durant.
You could do that. Affects the timetable a little bit more.
Do
That's
that.
6-year age difference between he and Giannis.
But then you don't. I mean, then if
I don't think San Antonio is at all interested in the Kevin Durant front. I think it's
they don't want
right now. I think it's Houston, maybe New York,
maybe Minnesota.
The Miami thing is somewhat interesting, but they don't want to give up a ton to get him.
What if there's what if the market is super soft for Kevin Durant?
Well, that's the thing. We don't want him to be only Houston.
No.
And Minnesota and New York, 2 of the main ones we focused on, they might be playing in the NBA Finals this year.
This out, Jared, I don't know if you have the ability to pull this up, but there's a Burns and Gambo promo that's playing during commercial breaks that I heard this morning that caught my attention. Can you pull that one up?
Maybe. What's the context of it?
The one that I commented to you off the air.
Oh, I gotta find it.
About certain players being on the roster next year.
Yeah, let me look for it real quick.
Yeah, so basically the promo is Gambo saying, what if Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant are on the roster? And I said, wait a minute. Gambo's been telling us for a month that there's 0% chance of Bradley Beal's on the roster.
Has that gone up to 1.8%?
That would because if it's that high, we know what's going to happen.
Right.
He said that would be a bad start for the Brian Gregory regime if those players are on the roster. You ain't kidding.
Wow. Holy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It is a colossal
failure of epic proportions if this team comes back with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker next year.
Glad you said it.
If this team came back with those three guys next year, completely handcuffed with the apron, can't do anything because of the tax, stuck with a bunch of veteran minimum players to round out a roster that's just not good enough to even be a play-in team.
Yeah.
If you're Brian Gregory and that's how you start off your first year as the Phoenix Suns GM, that's an F. You get an F.
Do we have that short a memory?
Wow.
I'm just saying.
He said a 0% chance.
Well, at least that's why you would give it an F if it happened. I mean, we don't know the
There's a 0%
context.
chance that Bradley Beal is back on this team next year. 0%. You want to, like, Kevin Durant? I think they're going to trade Kevin Durant. I think there's about a 95% chance they're going to trade
But you're giving
Kevin
yourself
Durant.
a little wiggle room on Kevin Durant.
I'm not giving
no wiggle room
There's
here.
no wiggle room. Bradley Beal, come hell or high water, is not going to be on this basketball team next year.
I'm just saying. So I agree with Gambo's assertion. It would be a colossal
He
failure.
was just saying a hypothetical. but yeah, I mean, on the Durant thing, like, the reports are that Houston, I mean, maybe they have to say that now because they know they're the only team. They have to say that they don't want him to build some sort of leverage.
Maybe.
But that's the recent reporting, right, is that Houston doesn't want him. And if they don't want him, I don't know.
And the Beal thing's a complete. We haven't even focused on the Bradley Beal part of it. What Gambo said, I think the chance of that happening is a lot higher than 1.8%. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
Coming up next,
boy.
It is Tuesday. That means a round of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
It's next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. We used to get it all in one afternoon, but some of the games are already known to the public. Just keep it on Arizona Sports for the full drop, okay? 98.7, Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now you know Sweet James, official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. In fact, you've probably seen the commercials of him dunking a basketball. I do not know if his hops are artificially enhanced or not, but I do know this. Sweet James and his attorneys, great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. If you're ever injured in an accident, it's a time of uncertainty, and it's essential you have an experienced, accomplished attorney on your side fighting your battles. That is what Sweet James will give you. They'll get you the medical treatment you need. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. That happens because his attorneys, they have great leverage because they have great extensive trial experience. They are not afraid to litigate. That is how they get the attention of the insurance companies. That is why they win more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. Remember, the consultation is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION online at sweetjames.com.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Linux dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they become friends with the barbers. They become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks won Game 1 of 3 last night in San Francisco against the Giants 2-1, and Merrill Kelly was fantastic, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run, and he got some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo home runs in the win. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The New York Knicks, behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points, beat the Celtics 121-113 in MSG to go up 3-1 against the Boston Celtics. And Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle combined for 61 points in their 117-110 win over the Warriors. And last night, the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery despite just a 1.8% chance to get the top pick. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: in a must-win playoff game, which D-back pitcher would you hand the ball to right now? Is it Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burnes, Zach Gallen, or Brandon Pfaadt?
Ooh.
Win or go home? Who's getting the ball?
Oh, this is a great question because I would give it normally to Merrill Kelly because at witnessing and covering that postseason run told me everything I need to know about him. But are you dancing with the cramping devil if you choose him? Corbin Burnes is probably the highest skilled pitcher, but he is just starting to get his groove. I would guess right now, if it were today you're talking about, I'm giving the ball to Corbin Burnes.
If it was a regular season game, I'd give it to Brandon Pfaadt. If it was win or go home in the postseason, right now I'd give it to Corbin Burnes.
Wow, the results are pretty interesting. 34% say Brandon Pfaadt.
Wow.
Brandon Pfaadt? What?
29% say Merrill Kelly. 26% say Corbin Burnes, and only 11% of the vote would give the ball to Zach Gallen.
Wow. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. That's a good question.
That is a good question. That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question, and you can vote on it on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
I'm gonna bloody your mustache.
All right, Peppy and Schleppy, it is time to play America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
And I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or a song to Bickley and Murata. They have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First 1 to 10 wins. And today's topic, because of all the hype on the draft lottery, it has all things having to do with flags.
Flags.
Wow.
A flag-themed edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache. Dan, would you like to go first or second?
I'll
They're
go
changing the name of the amusement park, by the way. It's now Seven Flags.
That's
over
right.
Texas.
That's a good endorsement.
Yeah.
I'll go first.
All right, you will go first, and you will begin with this one.
Some folks are born made to wave the flag. Ooh, they're red, white, and blue. And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, ooh, they point the cannon at you.
That band was so big for a minute. That's John Fogerty, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. One of the hairiest bands around, yet the lead singer, no facial hair.
Yep.
All right, Vince Marotta.
A point you've made several times.
I know. I as I said it, I knew I had made the point before, but it always strikes me because it sounds like he should have facial hair, but he doesn't.
He sounds hairy.
But does this person sound hairy?
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Engines pumping and thumping in time. The green light flashes, the flags go up. Churning and burning, they yearn for the cup. They deftly maneuver and muscle for rank.
Fuel burning fast on an empty tank. Cake. I still don't know any of the members of this band. And I couldn't pick them out of a lineup. I'm going to say Not a Mustache.
He does have.
Of course he does.
A mustache.
Of course he does.
Very early in the edition, the door is open. But can he walk through the door? We'll see if Dan can do so by answering a question like this and tell me whether this person has a mustache or not a mustache.
But he stopped laughing, so I I'm sure I'll know it when you tell me. I can't place it. Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct. That is Leslie Nielsen as
okay.
Frank Drebin, as Enrico Palazzo in the famous scene from Naked Gun. All right. The door has been ajar now. It used to be a door. Now it's a jar.
Now it's a jar?
Yeah. All right, Vince.
Oh, my God. You're a garbage man. Damn it. FLT back lies to me and the whole damn US of A. You're the Milli Vanilli of Patriots, okay? You lied about fighting the Vietnam War. It's like punching the American flag in the face, damn it. God, I think I believed in you.
No idea, mustache.
Mustache is correct. That is Danny McBride from Tropic Thunder. Have you ever seen that movie?
I haven't.
Oh, it's a great movie. Really good. It's when he finds out Nick Nolte was lying the whole time about his backstory. All right. Wow, this is a very tough edition.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can get this as a really tough one.
That's Reginald Dwight, Elton John. But again, where was this in his career? I'm going to say not a mustache.
That is correct. Not a mustache. Philadelphia. We're not waving an American flag when you were born, Elton John. I know the truth behind you.
You do?
I
5-2.
All right, Vince.
Billy Joe Armstrong, Not a Mustache.
All right, there you go. We are cooking and booking, and we now go to this question.
All right.
Right here for you.
You know, my great-grandfather was at Pearl Harbor, and a lot of my family has given up, you know, has gone and fought in wars, and I really haven't done a damn thing as far as laying myself on the line like that, and so I have a great deal of respect for those that have and what the flag stands for.
Pat Tillman, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. All right, Vince, this is a short one.
Okay.
You have to listen closely. It's very difficult.
It looks like a big flag.
Sylvester Stallone.
Would you like to hear it one more time? You got it?
I got it. Rocky IV, Not a Mustache.
It looks like a big flag.
Yes. All right, last two questions here.
7-6.
Everywhere around the world, they come to America. Every time that flag's unfurled, they come to America.
Neil Diamond, not a mustache.
That is correct. Unfortunately, we don't even need this last question. Would you have got it, Vinny?
Shut it off. Do everybody a favor and shut it off.
Vinny's very agitated.
Lord. That band should be eradicated from the earth.
You don't like that band?
No.
So when
what gave it away?
When you imagine things, it's not mythical flying lizards of sorts?
Imagine Dragons, not a shred of talent.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't get to hear that whole song because the clue is irrelevant because Dan Bickley won this edition of
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Some final thoughts on this Tuesday edition. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you only got a mustache.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Why the Rockets and the Suns' own draft pick are a perfect match for a Kevin Durant trade. Suns dodge a major blow during NBA draft lottery, but they better nail their next move, writes Dan Bickley. And why the time was right to bring up Jordan Lawler and what comes next for the Dbacks. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we lived 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Floating home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family, you know, which I think everybody wants. And so, you know, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family, and we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially, regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage, so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
For full details and disclaimers.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, but you can't sleep.
A little Coldplay today on today's Song of the Day. A song that is 20 years old. Good gravy, where has the time gone?
That's older than Bill Belichick's girlfriend when she when he met her.
Now we know why she didn't want to answer that question about how they met.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was in daycare at the time. That's why she didn't want to answer. We got to get to the line of the day here.
Could it be
Should have queued it up better. Sing it, Chris. There we go. You seemed apropos today to play a song about fixing today.
Okay.
Man, does that song suck.
I almost went with
that song suck.
I almost went with Conspiracy from Paramore, but
I want to consciously uncouple myself with that song.
Yeah.
Or was that what it was?
I think that was
something
the phrase.
like that.
Yeah. Coldplay, Fix You. A long-distance dedication going out to the NBA Draft Lottery. Today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Before we go any further today, I want to tell you that it is time for Character Counts.
Oh.
Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. On Saturday, Arizona Cardinals linebacker Mac Wilson Sr. hosted his 4th annual celebrity basketball game at Corona del Sol High School. He moved it from Alabama to Arizona for the first time. That was cool. The event featured family activities, live entertainment, and a game featuring local and national celebrities and athletes, all benefiting the charity organizations Fostering Champions and Make a Difference Foundation. The event also served as a great off-season bonding experience for the Cardinals. Nearly 20 of Mac Wilson's teammates, including Trey McBride, James Conner, and Marvin Harrison Jr., were in attendance to compete in the game and support the event. Wilson Sr.'s team wound up winning. The host team, he's always got to win, right? Whoever's hosting the game. 93-90 when Trey McBride missed a three-pointer at the buzzer. Everyone had a great time for a great cause. That is Character
Very
Counts.
nice.
Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Couple things that stood out to me for Off the Grid today. Have you been following the Chiefs-aholic story at all?
Dude just got a big, lengthy prison sentence.
He got 14 and a half years added to his 17-year prison sentence. And I have not watched the documentary, and I didn't get all that into the character that he created, but at one time he was incredibly popular with the Chiefs fan base because he portrayed this image of a globe-trotting bachelor who was very generous, giving people money. He was getting the money by robbing banks. So he got arrested for a bank robbery in Oklahoma. They caught him. He had a GPS device. Then he went on the lam. He cut the device off, went on the lam, and robbed 2 more banks. And that's why he got 14 and a half more years added to a sentence. And I remember, and he's the guy that dressed up in the wolf costume. I remember, you remember when the Cardinals opened up the season week 1 against the Chiefs in Glendale? So after the game, you go down to the press conferences, go upstairs, do a little work. And so most of the crowd has dissipated. There's not a lot of traffic getting out of the stadium. But I remember turning onto Cardinals Way, which is Bethany home out there by the stadium, headed toward the 101. And as I turned right to go north on the 101, I could see this guy walking down the street all alone in his wolf costume, probably parked way off site.
Wow.
I mean, apropos of nothing. But
but that's odd. That's very weird to kind of have that encounter. Jarrett, you mentioned a phrase, conscious uncoupling. I just read about conscious unbossing. What is this? What are these new trends? Conscious unbossing.
Sammy, have you heard of this?
Gen Z. I'll tell you what it is. It was on that fun fact board in the lobby downstairs.
You get a lot of stuff.
I do get a lot of content from it.
Adding guys at your
Gen
gym.
Z are purposely avoiding and shying away from paths to management jobs. Don't want the stress of it. Conscious unbossing.
Couple that with the quiet quitting. There's a lot of work getting done at these places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
I believe
but
it
young
too.
Sammy's got a great work ethic.
He's the exception for most people of his generation. But speaking of stress,
Do you want to be the program director here, Sammy?
You want to be the producer here, Sammy?
Wait a minute.
But that position's in charge of nothing.
But speaking of stress, I did tease this a little. I just want to read some of the texts my dad sent me while he was raging last night after the results of the draft lottery. So didn't know they let teams that participated in the playing games participate in the draft lottery. Really bad system. The NBA is ridiculous. Really bad teams never have a chance to get better. NBA is an absolute joke, especially with the boring play and all the three-point shots. I really hate the NBA. Total joke of a league. Also, don't like that they let the players choose where they want to go and who they play for. The only good thing is you only have to watch the last 2 minutes of the game to see what happens.
Oh my God, that's a take right from 1978.
Yeah.
You and your dad's texts are a lot different than mine. Dad and I, he said, "Did you see draft lottery?" I said, "Yep, Mavs, can't believe it." He said, "Spurs 2, wow." And I said, "76ers 3 exclamation." He goes, "Who are the Spurs picking?" "Probably Ace, not Baylor, kid." I go, "KD trade." A lot different.
So going back to your dad's text thread, Jarrett, if Washington would have won, none of that would have been sent, and he would have positive feelings about a league that he apparently hates.
I think but I think the reason for the hate part of it is that it didn't work out, that the team that was sucky and so bad didn't get the help of getting the number 1 pick, and instead a team that was in the not the playoffs, but was in postseason, wound up then getting rewarded.
Look, I'll be clear on this. I am glad it has turned into an actual lottery in most years, and that these teams that embarrass themselves over the course of 6 months of a basketball season don't get handed the number 1 pick. Again, it's been 7 years since that's happened. But what happened last night is ridiculous. That also shouldn't happen.
They need to tweak it a little bit. Maybe maybe only the 10 worst teams or something get into it, or the 8 worst teams get into the lottery. And also, there's a difference between a team that's tanking and a team that just sucks. Like, did it feel like the Wizards were tanking last year? Or they just didn't have the talent yet?
Well, they don't have the talent because they've been tanking for 5 years.
Right.
Yeah.
It literally is Maggie from Caddyshack. The NBA has become tanks for Knutson.
Play-in teams shouldn't be in the lottery.
I totally agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You want them to get the first 4 picks or whatever it is, 6 picks? How many teams make the plan? 8 teams.
Technically 8, yeah.
Yeah, so they get the next 8 picks. But you can't move up for number 1. Sorry. That's the way
that
they
makes
want
sense
it.
to me.
That makes sense to me.
Commissioner Murata.
Oh, goodness. Can you imagine me showing up in the sports cabot every week? NBA Commissioner Vince Marotta. Have you seen this guy? Looks like Patton Oswalt after a bender.
That's funny.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Keaton Crawford, Jack Summers for joining us. Thanks to you for tuning in. We are back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Can I put a little twist on it for the purposes of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line.
I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique. Of course. What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took Game 1 of 3 from the Giants last night, 2-1. Merrill Kelly had some of his best stuff of the season, going 7 innings, striking out 8, and only allowing 1 earned run. And he got some help from Corbin Carroll, who had 2 solo home runs in the win. And here's Merrill Kelly after his outing.
Pretty good. Some of the best that I've had so far this year. Been working on some mechanical stuff throughout the week, just trying to feel, quote unquote, more normal, back to what I try to be. And today was probably the closest that I've been.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes, and ex-D-back Robbie Ray will be on the mound for the Giants tonight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can tune in on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery last night with just a 1.8% chance at the pick. Elsewhere in the NBA, the New York Knicks, behind Jalen Brunson's 39 points, beat the Celtics 121-113 to go up 3-1. And Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle combined for 61 in their 117-110 win over the Warriors. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com, proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Tuesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, what's going on?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, bro?
Doing good.
All right.
Still trying to wrap my head around the NBA draft lottery from last night. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's
oh my goodness.
Let's start with the Diamondbacks before we just go off on the NBA, okay? Let's start with the Diamondbacks, Wolf, and a real nice win at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Merrill Kelly, again, another really good / great start from Merrill Kelly. So that is 7 of his 9 starts. He's allowed 2 earned runs or less. And one of the other 2, he only allowed 3 right at the very end of his 6 1/3 innings. So I would argue 8 of his 9 starts this season have been good to great.
Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that. I would agree with you 100%. I do believe that there's no doubt about it. Merrill Kelly is definitely pitching with great consistency at this point in time. I'm just really, really impressed once again that the Diamondbacks have won another Game 1 of a series right now. And honestly, they have an opportunity to do something really, really good coming off the split against the Dodgers, of course. Now you go on the road. And if they could somehow, some way win this series, I think this would really be a bit of an accomplishment and maybe a launching point for this team going forward, collectively being confident.
Yeah. There was also this bit of good news, too, where Torey Lovello, after the game, suggested maybe they've got the Merrill Kelly cramping issue under control. We'll see.
I think so. I know you're right down there, right? So you see him. He's not really sitting still. He's constantly moving. And, we're working really hard. Joe, our nutritionist, is is killing it right now, and he's trying to do all that he can, and he and Merrill are working hard with the medical team. So hopefully he gave us 7 strong innings at 103 pitches. Hopefully we're putting all that behind us.
It's nice that when he pitches, when he takes the mound, Wolf, you feel like, okay, but they're going to have a good chance to win tonight. Like he's going to give him – the question is not how is Merrill going to pitch. The question is just can he stay in the game, and he has now the last couple starts. And obviously they're putting in the work behind the scenes. So if that development actually is developing in the right direction where they're getting that under control, I mean, now you feel really good about 3 of their starters and possibly a 4th if Zach Gallen's turning the corner.
Yeah, it's amazing. When the Diamondbacks get a great start from one of their starting pitchers and they hit a couple of home runs in the game as well, they, more times than not, they have actually won these games.
Yeah.
It's starting to form a little bit of a pattern right now, I think, for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Shelby Miller, of course, what he did, the 1-2-3 9th inning was huge. Jalen Beeks as well. Mm-hmm. The bullpen coming together and actually helping the Diamondbacks win a game. That was huge. But it all starts, literally, of course, with the Diamondbacks starting pitching. And Merrill Kelly was huge. He was locked down, shut down. And, again, I think that is something that is really, really important to this team, that they get great starts from their rotation. I know everyone can say, well, Wolf, obviously, it's obvious. Everyone wants a great start from your starting pitcher. I think, once again, it's a little bit different when you've got a team where everybody in that clubhouse knows what the strength of the team is.
Yeah, I think that's the key.
Everybody in the clubhouse knows what it is, starting pitching. We've got a great rotation. When you get guys going out there like Merrill Kelly did last night, taking the ball and going out there and shutting it down, it just builds this confidence inside that clubhouse. Why do I know that? I know that, Basinonians, because the NFL locker room is the same way. It is the same way. When you know you've got a strength on your team, oh my goodness. And you go out and your strength flexes on the other team, that fills you with, yes, we can do this. It jacks you up, Luke. It's the same thing when you have a strength on your team, and the assumption is that strength is going to go out and perform well. And then they don't.
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of impact that has?
It knocks the ground right out from under you.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're obviously very right, because I think we all sense it when you watch them play these games. There are games where it's like, hey, it's back and forth. Like, even if they had won that Dodgers game, let's say, on Friday, okay? That would have been great. Beat the Dodgers. Great comeback. Okay, we've got these bats. We can hit a grand slam every day against the Dodgers if we need to. But it would have still, you would have had in the back of your mind, but like, man, Erod got lit up. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Whereas when they win these games like Corbin Burns on Saturday or Merrill last night, I mean, that win last night, you see the impact of these San Francisco wins. Now you're just 2 games back of the Giants. I mean, if you win the next 2 days, you can get in a position to pull ahead of the Giants finally and just get them out of your way, at least for the time being. But when you have a game like Corbin Burns on Saturday or Merrill Kelly last night, it's like, well, yeah, we're supposed to be good at this. Fought the first game against the Dodgers, yeah.
Just saying right now. That's right, Brandon. You gotta fight, Brandon. Responsibly.
He's pitching today, isn't he?
You know what? Once again, it's coming around right now. Would you say that Corbin Burns is in a bit of a groove right now for the Diamondbacks? Yes. Would you say that Brandon Pfaadt is in a bit of a groove for the Diamondbacks? Would you say that Merrill Kelly, yes, Basinonians, you would say those 3 guys right now, if Zach Gallen can just jump on board, and again, I'm not trying to leave out Eduardo Rodriguez, I'm not trying to do that, yet at the same time, let's face it, the four guys that are in that rotation, that are performing really well, man, if Zach Gallen could be that 4th guy, man, that would be huge for this team going forward.
Well, you've now got Corbin Burns with a 2.95 ERA. You've got Brandon Pfaadt with a 3.28 ERA. You've got Merrill Kelly with a 3.71 ERA, but I'll continue to argue that ERA looks a lot higher than it actually is because that was all in one game. And you'd prefer it that way. If you're going to have a 3.71 ERA, you just prefer it was all in one game.
Yes.
So then, I mean, with Pfaadt pitching the way he's pitching it, like Gallen right now is the guy who could go out there and just be elite and dominant, and we've seen it 3 times this season where he's almost untouchable. his ERA is not great. He's been all over the place, but because Fott has been so consistent, now you can kind of go like, okay, you got Burns and you got Kelly and you got Fott, and then the games where Zach Gallen is just pitching out of his mind, you have that too. Like more than anybody, I feel like Fott has sort of taken some of the pressure off of Gallen. Like they're still going to need Zach Gallen to get back to being Zach Gallen if they want to go where they want to go, but they're able to manage it right now because how good Fott has been.
You know, it's amazing. Even though Merrill Kelly was lights out, Basonians, I wrote down on my notes, who were the players of the game? Who were the players of the game? In the Wolf League compound, the players of the game, it was Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who made the unbelievable catch over the back of his head in left field. Incredible. In the 8th inning.
It looked like it hurt.
It did. I thought he maybe... Seriously,
yeah, like how you messed up your shoulder.
Would be messed up right there. He made an unbelievable catch that allowed the Diamondbacks to win the game. Corbin Carroll hitting 2 solo shots. Oh, the Predator. How sweet is that? And that's all the Diamondbacks needed because of Merrill Kelly and because of their bullpen, led by Shelby Miller, orchestrating the 1-2-3 ninth. Those were the players of the game as far as I was concerned. I realize Merrill Kelly. I expect Merrill Kelly to be that guy. I do. I expect him to go out and get it done. But, man, when I saw Lourdes out in left field make that catch, Shelby Miller, of course, closing it out in a 1-2-3 ninth, and Corbin Carroll hitting 2 shots, that, to me, they were the players of the game.
Yeah, Merrill and Carroll. We've seen this before. You just go with the Merrill Carroll
or
tandem. Corbel. If you're up against the break, you just say Corbel. For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades the Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets are on sale now, and you can win a pair by visiting the contest page on arizonasports.com. All right, when we come back, what's going on with the NBA draft lottery, man? I don't even know what to say anymore. We got a lot to say. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Arizona Sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey there, I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And over the years, I've loved sharing military stories with my neighbor Greg, a battle-tested former Army Ranger. He's a barbecue master and always welcomes us over. As it's Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants all active duty, veterans, and family to know that they're always eligible to join. Because at Navy Federal, our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should our expectations be for the Diamondbacks now that Jordan Lawler is back in the big leagues? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Hey, we're all getting ready for that Dbacks game last night. NBA draft lottery happened. You know, we talked about it yesterday, Wolf. The worst case scenario would be the Houston Rockets move up with the Suns pick and get the number 1 pick. And I maintain that would still be the worst case, just because it would be such a slap in the face to Suns fans.
No doubt.
But what happened wasn't a whole lot better. I got to be honest.
The Dallas Mavericks, really? The Dallas Mavericks with 1.8% chance of actually winning the lottery. They win the lottery.
So I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Michael wrote in halfway through the Dbacks segment, but I'm assuming he was talking about the draft lottery. He just said, "This sucks buttermilk like a kick to the cradle." And whether that was meant to be about the draft lottery or not, I'm going to take it as being about the draft lottery, because this is brutal on so many levels, Wolf. It is, you've bailed out a team that really screwed up. Dallas really screwed up.
Absolutely.
And where's the Suns? Where's the Suns bailout whenever they screw up?
I'm just saying, once again, honestly, I don't want to make this segment about this, yet at the same time, honestly, he's got to win a championship, right?
Yeah.
To really screwed up, not just be a good team.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic and the Lakers, they've got to win a championship. Okay, next.
It's annoying on a lot of levels. And I'll just be honest. A lot of people instantly pointed out, wow, okay, so the team that helped the Lakers out immediately gets rewarded with Cooper Flagg. Okay. The team that had a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery wins the lottery. Teams like Utah and Charlotte and Washington, who actually need the pick, get bumped down the order. And then you get people really digging. They're like, hey, the last time a team really helped the Lakers out, when they sent Anthony Davis to the Lakers, that team won the lottery that year too and got Zion. So this didn't do a whole lot to help the league's image that they want certain markets to succeed.
No, I agree with you 100% on that one. Yet at the same time, are you telling me it's rigged? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that Dallas winning yesterday is the worst possible outcome if you're the NBA, if you don't want it to look like it's rigged. Okay?
You're absolutely right about that. I agree, and it's one of the reasons why I think it's not rigged.
Something's fishy.
in my opinion.
Are you saying this because the Wizards got screwed or just in general?
Well, if you look at it, I think that Lakers-Luka trade was very much orchestrated by the league because I think that the ratings were bad and people were talking about how the style of play was bad.
Rick,
we haven't heard much of that since then.
No.
And then,
can you imagine if everything you're saying is true? Can you imagine? It's rigged.
Yeah.
It's rigged. Can you imagine if you're an owner in the NBA and you're trying to compete in a rigged league?
I don't think the games are rigged, but I think that
the games are are rigged if you're rigging the organization.
I think that
and what kind of talent they get.
I think they want to make money, and a good thing to make money is to have big markets have big stars, and then also to have people not complain about your league, talk about how crazy a trade the Luka Doncic one was.
Just imagine this right here. If, in fact, everything Rick is saying, Basinonians, is true, that it's rigged. The NBA is rigged because to rig the draft lottery is to rig the league, period. And if it is true, just imagine that. If you found out that you were supporting a rigged league, you going to tell me you'd continue to do that?
This is what I'll say. I hear what you're saying, and I tend to agree with you. There's just too much money on the line.
Oh, my gosh.
But that happening yesterday, I would be willing to bet a lot more people think like Rick is thinking today than they did 24 hours ago.
I'm not going to dispute that at all.
You think they wanted Cooper Flag in Charlotte?
I am not going to dispute that, but I will tell you this right now, once again. If, in fact, you're right, that it's rigged, the draft lottery is rigged, I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, this is what I will say, and this is where I think the NBA doesn't do themselves any favors. They lean into that stuff like, well, the Lakers got to be good for the league to succeed. Oh, New York's got to be good. And I've seen this a few times since last night, and I think this is a great point. A bunch of people made it online, so there's not really any one person to credit. Look at the NFL, and this is yet another reason why the NFL will always be better than the NBA. The NFL had no problem with Patrick Mahomes going to the Chiefs. Yeah. They have no problem with Jacksonville getting Travis Hunter. There's never like, well, it would be better if all those players were in Dallas and New York. The NFL is not afraid for a smaller market or a less popular market to become a dynasty, the way the Chiefs essentially have. Whereas the NBA, rigged or not, the NBA allows that narrative and a lot of times feeds into the narrative of like, well, our league's better when the Knicks and the Lakers are good. Yeah, we get it. You don't need to keep like pointing that out. How about Luka gets traded to Charlotte if he's going to get traded away from Dallas? How about Cooper Flag goes to Washington? Now, again, I'm not saying that they are making that or orchestrating it so it doesn't happen, but they create this narrative where like the Lakers and Knicks and like there's like 4 or 5 teams have to be good, and that's just not true.
It's just my own belief that right now the lawsuits that would come down on the league, if in fact it was rigged, would be unbelievable.
Wouldn't be great.
I'm talking about fans that would form a class action lawsuit against the NBA that would flip it on its back. Because of I'm supporting a league that is fixed.
You've paid money to go see games.
You better believe it. Yeah. You better believe it.
You open yourself to this, though, when you have a draft lottery. And like I said, when you just constantly talk up how important it is that like 3 or 4 markets are good.
I think Charlotte, Washington, and Utah should form a lawsuit.
Well,
yeah. Well, once again, form a lawsuit for what, Rick?
Just
it's
claim
not rigged.
I'm sure they can find that it's rigged.
You're sure they can? So you're sure the ownership can find that it's rigged, and yet they're not saying anything? Is that what you're saying?
Somewhat, yes.
Come on, Rick.
Oh boy,
come on.
I do want to say this too while we're on this.
Do you also think your life is rigged, Rick?
Well, like
do you
Truman
think that?
Show.
Like everyone's against you. Everyone's orchestrating a rigged life for Rick.
No.
Do you think that?
No, I just think it's preposterous that a great organization like San Antonio got Victor Wembanyama, and then now when 3 teams had awful tanking seasons, they don't get rewarded, but the Dallas Mavericks, who just traded a superstar that everybody got mad about.
Coincidence.
I don't know. I don't think it's coincidence. It's happened too much now.
Just remember this right now. If in fact you believe this, Basinonians, what Rick is saying right now, There's an old saying the mob likes to repeat over and over and over again.
Early in the show.
3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. Never forget that, okay? Somebody would come out and say something if the NBA draft lottery were rigged. Because somebody knows the truth.
That's where you get me.
Somebody would say it.
That's where you get me in this day and age. Everything always leaks. But I will reiterate again, there's probably 9 or 10 instances in the last 30 years where if I'm the NBA, if I'm Adam Silver, I'm like, I really wish Dallas hadn't won because it doesn't make us look good. It just doesn't. The Spurs getting Wembanyama, it doesn't make us look good. Now, again, could totally be just,
so
weird luck.
So what are you saying? You should rig it so it doesn't happen?
No, but I'm saying if I'm Adam Silver, I'm like, man, that's the one team that people are going to question. Look, if Charlotte or Washington or Utah or Atlanta or anybody win, yeah, but I'm just saying the perception of the league. It doesn't matter to me. For the purposes of this conversation, if I'm Adam Silver, it looks bad.
It does. I agree.
And that's why if I'm Adam Silver, I'm sitting there going, wow, Dallas won? Great. I'm going to be hearing about this forever.
You know what? If I'm Adam Silver and this actually happened, I've got to sit here and think, who do we have to kill? Who do we have to knock off here, boys? Because this looks really bad for our league right now.
Well,
this is bad. And who's sitting in the room in which Adam Silver is saying, who do we got to get rid of, boys?
I have a couple suggestions on top of the one I keep making of stop creating the narrative where the big market teams have to be the best teams, because that's why people are like, hey, this weird. Also, the trade to the Lakers was weird.
Honestly, I think that is a lot more about baseball than it is basketball.
Well,
to me.
You think as far as coming from the
big
league?
Market, absolutely.
The other part, though, is like Dallas was in the play-in and won the lottery. How are you able to do both those things? You should either be in the play-in and not able to win the lottery, and somehow the Suns weren't in the play-in or the lottery.
Yeah.
So, this is just – it's not good on any level. And what was the one request I had yesterday? Can we not send Cooper Flagg to the Western Conference? Sure enough, he's here now.
Yeah, man, I'm all for a different way of doing it if you want to do it a different way right now. I just, again, can you imagine the billions and billions and billions of dollars that are at risk if you're going to rig the draft lottery?
Well, the other argument for you...
And somebody's going to come out and say it's rigged.
The argument...
Somebody that actually wears a suit and a tie in the NBA. Somebody who got wronged is going to come out and say it's a joke.
The problem is, though, is that when I talk to other NBA fans...
And nobody has done that.
The thing, though, about other NBA fans that I talk to is it's just like a lot of us just accept it as being rigged. And are okay, not okay with it, but just
think how stupid that is too, to accept it.
I don't accept. I mean, we don't accept it, but we're just like,
you just
okay.
Don't care.
No, we totally care, but it's nothing. It's out of our control. There's nothing we can do about it.
Really, I want you to think about that, man. Think about that. You think it's rigged?
Yes.
But you continue to support the league.
I like watching basketball.
This is
the
sport
I
like.
This is
amazing.
It's rigged.
I tell you,
and you're watching it and supporting it and talking about it as if it wasn't rigged.
The games aren't.
If
Jedi mind trick yourself.
Allow me to be the guy that says we have to go to break here. If it is rigged, can we get the Suns a bailout at some point here? Because the Suns are never getting any sort of bailout.
I will come on the air. I don't care how many years I've been retired. And I will recant.
I mean, I will say about the Suns, the year that the number 1 pick went to U of A,
But
I wonder why it went to Phoenix.
What I'm not going to do is sit here and say it's rigged and support it. That's the one thing I'm not doing.
I like how Rick then just gave me the break signal after he drove us 2 minutes into the commercial break. All right, when we come back, what would the perfect schedule for the Arizona Cardinals this season look like? We're just going to build it. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule will be released this Wednesday. Oh, wait, hold up. I'm being handed a note from our fact-checking team that reads, actually, the NFL is doing this thing where they let everyone know parts of the schedule today and tomorrow, with the remainder of the schedule made known to the public on Wednesday, but only if you have Netflix. So we're going to know some of the schedule today and then some more tomorrow, and by Wednesday afternoon, we'll have the whole thing. Hang with us, amigos. We'll get it all sorted out. Stick with Arizona Sports for the full drop. 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, I got a scenario for you. You find your dream home, you move in right away. You don't have to wait to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to let you do. They set you up so you can buy your new home now and then still sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. Just focus on that. Get that part out of the way. Get that part done. That's a huge part of this whole process. So get it done on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, still focus on that, make some price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com, get your free home evaluation, just kind of get a sense of where you are. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature. And, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain, with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured, with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for Arizona. And head on over to arizonasports.com, as we have a list of who is playing in Kyler Murray's celebrity softball game on Saturday at Salt River Fields. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Dbacks going to San Francisco and string a couple wins together in a row. That would be good. Rick, is this song, this is not in relation to what, the Cardinals being on the outside looking in the playoffs this year, the Wizards being on the outside looking in with the top 3 pick this year? Where are we going with this?
It is the song that played out of the rotator of songs that I do not know which one is coming next in.
The rotator.
The magical rotator. All right, well, if this is what we're going to do, I don't know that we'll get through it all this segment. If we don't, we'll finish it later on the show. The NFL schedule release is tomorrow. Now, there's already some games that have been leaked. No Cardinals games have been leaked, though, yet. So I'll try to keep up as we're going with the games that have been released as we do this to see if it conflicts with what we're going to do. But let's build the schedule here for the Arizona Cardinals, okay? 18 weeks, 17 games. We know the home opponents. We know the road opponents, okay? So let's try and build out what the ideal schedule would be. But realistically, like with the actual opponents, not, hey, they just get to play Cleveland 17 times. Like the actual opponents they have. Do you want me to read through them so people know what we're working
why don't
with?
you do that?
Okay. So the home teams, the teams they're going to play at State Farm Stadium this year, Falcons, Panthers, Jaguars, Titans, Packers, Rams, Niners, Seahawks. Teams they'll play on the road, Texans, Colts, Buccaneers, Saints, Cowboys, Bengals, Rams, Niners, Seahawks.
Okay. All right, there you go.
I think we start by putting the bye week somewhere.
That's 8 home games and 9 road games.
Yes.
Ron Wolfley reporting.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the
My
bye?
sources.
We're gonna stick the bye right in the middle.
So you want like week
10?
That's
That's what you would hope,
Okay.
right? Right in the middle. You would go ahead and say week 10.
Okay, I'm going to go, let's lean 10.
We're
going to
go 9 games, and then we're going to have 8 games after that.
Okay, I like that.
Okay, you like that right there. All right, good.
All right, you want to start in week 1?
Yes.
We can bounce around. There's no rules here.
Who would you like the Cardinals to start, and where would the game be played?
I actually have a specific team for week 1. I don't know that I have a specific team yet for all these other weeks.
This is good.
We're going to build this out, okay?
Okay.
And we got to come to a consensus. If you don't like who I have for week 1, we'll talk this out.
All right.
But for me, specifically week 1, because we've seen so many times, I feel like over the last few years, you look at the schedule like, oh, that team would be easy. But then the Cardinals play them in week 14, and by then either the Cardinals are beat up or that team has changed so much that they're not easy. I want the New Orleans Saints, who don't have a quarterback, in week 1.
Wow.
Because by week 12, they may have figured out one of these guys is a good quarterback. I want them in week 1 where they don't even know who their quarterback is.
Okay, follow me on this one right here.
Okay.
That I think is way too easy.
I want it to be easy.
I know, but why? Why do you want it to be easy?
I want to get off to a good start.
I'm talking about week 1. All that might do is actually make them think it's the New Orleans Saints. They don't even have a quarterback.
This is why this is great, because you're going to go the exact opposite direction.
I'm just saying right now, they don't even. I love the fact, like when they went on the road to the park, Orchard Park, against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, okay.
I love the fact that it was the Buffalo Bills, and it was on the road. This is going to be a game. This is going to be hard. This is going to be tough. I think listen to me on this, I think the perfect week 1 opponent would be the Dallas Cowboys on the road. And the reason why I say that is because, number one, let's get a road game out of the way. And the Dallas Cowboys as well, the star. They're looked at as, this is tough. This is the NFL. This is the Dallas Cowboys on the road. It'll get your attention all of training camp, all of offseason as well. The Dallas Cowboys on the road. The star is what but the Dallas Cowboys aren't the best team in the league. They just get a lot of coverage like that. So now all of a sudden,
I don't hate your logic.
I'm just saying. So now maybe it gets your attention as a player. We're going to play the Cowboys on the road, week 1, and it's the star. And you better be ready to go because they've got some names.
So we have to,
don't they, Micah Parsons?
We have to make a decision here on how we're going to do this right now out of the gate because you've already picked the conflict. The Cowboys are playing the Eagles in week 1. So do we want to acknowledge that? Like, do we want to, or do we just want to do this in a bubble? Like this would be the Cardinals' ideal schedule. You just want to do it that way?
Yes, because then we'd have to check every game as to whether or not they're already playing somebody that week.
That's fine. That's for the purposes of what we're doing. We're just building the Cardinals' ideal schedule. But I will tell everybody the Cowboys are playing Week 1, so the Cardinals won't be playing Dallas Week 1. I'll give you Dallas in Week 1. But you have to give me New Orleans in Week 2.
Okay.
Right on the way back. I just stop in New Orleans on the way back. Actually, Dallas is closer, but whatever.
So Week 2, you want that, New Orleans.
So you get 2 road games out of the way. I do like your logic of you're going to get up for the Dallas game. New Orleans still won't know what they're doing at quarterback in Week 2, and so you've got 2 road games out of the way to start the season.
Okay.
All right, so there you go. So we probably should get a home game in here now.
Week 2. I think Week 3, no doubt about it, it should be a home game. So you've got Dallas and you've got the Saints in Week 2. I love that on the road. That is nice.
You know what would be cool is if they never had to play the Carolina Panthers again. That would be awesome. And yet here they are on the stupid schedule again. Every single year they play Carolina. I'm so sick of Carolina.
Good. At least it's not in Carolina.
That's true.
That's a big one right there. You know what? I'd love to save Carolina, though, for the second half of the season.
Yeah, that's what I say every year. And then Carolina burns us in the second half of the season.
As a matter of fact, Luke, let's get Carolina out of the way.
Oh, you want to put Carolina in Week 3?
Let's just go ahead and start with them at home.
All right, Carolina.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like that. Quick revenge game out of the gate.
Yes.
Put that miserable loss last season behind us.
You dirtbags.
So home opener against Carolina Week 3. Okay, I like that.
So wow, we're coming up here on
Carolina Panthers with sharp teeth and claws. We growl to win this game. We call pro football.
I was going to say they should be banned from the playoffs until they did the growl at the end.
Okay. It's time for a division game.
Yeah, we got to get a division.
We got to get a division game in here right now. Honestly, let's go 2-2.
Okay.
How about 2 home games in the first 4 weeks and 2 road games in the first 4 weeks? So, who would you like first from the division?
I'd like Seattle early. I'm tired of playing both Seattle games late in the season.
Okay.
I hated that last year.
You know what? I'm good with that.
You're on board with that?
Okay, yeah. You know what? Mike McDonald.
Yeah. Yeah. And Seattle, you know
Sam
what?
Darnold.
Sam Darnold. And you can deal with the heat coming down here in September instead of coming out here. Every time we play Seattle, it's either raining up there and it's like November, or then they come down here in December. No, yeah, Seattle.
Man,
I like
like
this.
that.
Settling some old scores early in the season with Carolina and Seattle coming here in weeks 3 and 4.
Now, once again, Basinonians, this is all hypothetical, of course.
Yeah, this is just
so.
What we
if
want.
it is all hypothetical in regard to who we'd like to play, why not just go ahead and every other week? Home away, home
That's fine.
away, home,
I got no problem with that. Yeah.
Hey, in a perfect world, that's how you would do it, by the way.
This is supposed to be the perfect world schedule for the Cardinals.
Okay, there you go. So what are we starting with here?
We got to pick a road team, and then we got to go to break. So you've got Houston, Indianapolis, Tampa, Cincinnati, Rams, Niners, Seahawks that you can choose from here.
Okay.
It would have been nice to get Cincinnati in Week 1 because they never show up to Week 1, but we've already passed that.
But here's the other thing too. We don't want any cold weather games late. We don't want that, even though I would love that.
Yeah, you would. There's not really a lot of cold
you don't
weather
want to
on
be
here.
smoking hot either, Tampa. Right? You don't want to.
You're treating this like a travel agent.
How about we go Colts?
Okay, let's go to Indianapolis. Week 5. That'll be exciting.
There you go, right there. Yeah.
They don't really know who their quarterback is either. All right.
I'm saying.
We have to go to break. We'll finish this later. But so far, we go to perfect world, ideal schedule for the Cardinals at Dallas Week 1, at the Saints Week 2, home Carolina Week 3, home Seattle Week 4, at Indianapolis Week 5. And the only other thing we know so far is the bye week in Week 10. All right, when we come back, what was the best part of the Diamondbacks' win over the Giants last night? We're going to ask Arizona Sports Dbacks reporter Alex Weiner. He was there. He's still there, actually. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. Arizona's #1 pool builder. Listen, if you're looking to build your dream pool, go with the name that Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona, By volume, they earn my business, of course, and I'm recommending them to you because of what they've done at the Wolfley compound. They came over, they told us where the pool needs to go, everything about it, the shape of the pool, the features of the pool. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts for military members and first responders. Maybe you're ready right now to dive in. Well, if you are, Basinonians, it's time for you to go to presidentialpools.com. Go to presidentialpools.com and start your backyard transformation today. That's presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Disturbed. Live. Oh. The 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Disturbed. Live.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the color.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should our expectations be for the Diamondbacks now that Jordan Lawler is back in the big leagues? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
An aging face that this world has forgotten.
All right, Wolf, it is a simple question, but with a not-so-simple answer. It's a fun question, though, because it means Diamondbacks won. What was the best part of last night's game?
Oh, man.
You came up with this question before the show, and we're all like, oh, that's easy. And then you're like, well, there's a few options.
You can't say the win, Basinonians. You cannot say
No, you got to be more
obviously.
specific than the win.
For me, it was Shelby Miller shutting it down.
Really?
The closer question is going to remain for this team. And to see him go out in 1-2-3 the 9th with a 2-1 game, yeah.
Shelby Miller now, 17 appearances this season. He has allowed 0 earned runs in 16 of those 17. All right, Alex Weiner, our own Arizona Diamondbacks reporter here at Arizona Sports, is in San Francisco. He joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Alex?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Not a whole lot. Well, I'll start with the question Wolf and I were just talking about. What, in your mind, was the best part of that game last night for the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, I have to go with Merrill Kelly on this one. I agree, Wolf, that the save by Shelby Miller, it was stress-free, which was needed after a bit of an adventurous 8th inning. But yes, I think Merrill Kelly, that was probably some of the best stuff he's shown all year. Completed 7 innings for the first time in the season. It was a great sign early that he struck out 3 batters looking with the sinker in the first couple of innings of the game, and did a nice job dancing around some danger there, especially in that final inning. So yeah, Merrill, if you take out that Yankees start at the beginning of the year, it's been terrific for this team throughout the early, few weeks of the season. So I would probably lean with Merrill Kelly as far as what the kind of the star of the show from last night.
That's funny. I would have said Corbin Carroll, so we've all said 3 different things.
There you go.
For
another
me,
good
Alex,
answer.
Yeah, for me, once again, Merrill Kelly, I expect this out of Merrill Kelly for the most part. Is Shelby Miller the closer of this team right now?
It looks like he is right now. We'll see exactly what the timeline looks like for Justin Martinez. He threw a bullpen on Sunday at Chase Field. That went well. He's going to throw to live hitters tomorrow. So it looks like he's on kind of the fast track to get back there, and that would add a lot to the back end of the bullpen if he's healthy. But for now, yeah, Shelby Miller's probably been their most reliable guy to put back there. Yesterday, as you mentioned, it was 1, 2, 3 stress-free 9th inning. So yeah, I think as long as he's rolling and they are waiting for some of the other guys to get back, he'll continue to get opportunities to lock it down for him.
Talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, we were talking about this yesterday, and even going into the Dodgers series a little bit. So much is made of the Dodgers for obvious reasons, and I think there's a lot there that the Diamondbacks play that team pretty close. What are they at? 11-9 in their last 20 against the Dodgers. Like, they play them better than pretty much anybody else in the league does. Not saying they're better than the Dodgers. I'm just saying they play them well. But as far as actually making the postseason, this series against San Francisco right now looks like a bigger deal. What do you make of the Giants now, a quarter of the way through the season?
Yeah, they got off to a really, really hot start. They're scuffling a little bit of late. They got swept by Minnesota over the weekend and then dropped the first one yesterday to the Diamondbacks. This is a team that, I think coming in, it was, what is the starting rotation going to look like? Because they added Justin Verlander, Robbie Ray was coming back. They lose Blake Snell. We know who Logan Webb is. He's a guy's a workhorse. But the pitching staff has been really good, and they do have one of the best bullpens in the major leagues. So it was like, okay, can this offense kind of keep up? It's you look at the lineup and there's some really good stuff, really good spots in the top of the half, and then it kind of falls off a little bit. So I think the Giants will be a pretty pesky team, as they have been over the last few years. They haven't quite been able to get over the hump into contention, but as long as their pitching staff continues to hold up the way that it does, I think it'll keep them in a lot of games. So yeah, this is an important series in terms of just kind of their first looks at the Giants. This could be a team down the stretch that they are competing with. They're going to play them a handful more times this season. So yeah, this is kind of a good first impression for what we're going to see from them.
Alex, what are your expectations for Corbin Carroll for the rest of the season? He's gotten off to a great start, obviously. Do you expect him to continue this?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I think he's, gone through the ups and downs of being a young player over the last couple of years, and some of the adjustments he made in season last year and during the offseason have kind of led him to a point now where he's hitting for a ton of power. You'd like to see some more stolen bases from him. I think he's 5 steals and 3 caught stealing, and I'm sure that will flip at some point. So that'll add kind of another dynamism or another dynamic to his game. But yeah, with the power numbers and the way that he's striking the ball, it's hard to imagine that it won't be a consistent power threat throughout the season. There's going to be ups and downs the way that it's going. He mentioned that he felt like he didn't contribute a whole lot to that Dodgers series, and so getting off to the start that he did yesterday was a good sign for him.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, you talked to Jordan Lawler on the Ain't No Fang podcast last week. Now he gets called up. His last major league at bat was technically a walk in the World Series, I believe. He doesn't have a ton, obviously. He's only 22 years old. How do you expect them to find him enough playing time where it doesn't disrupt Ketel Marte and Geraldo Perdomo and Eugenio Suarez, but also doesn't make this a waste of time for Jordan Lawler where he's just watching?
Yeah, that's the trick, right? Because he's not coming up as an injury replacement. He's not coming to take anybody's job. He's, his versatility is going to open avenues for him to get into the starting lineup. The expectation is he's going to start today and make his season debut tonight against the Giants. But yeah, his ability to play third, short, and second base. I mean, Mike Hazen yesterday said that there will be weeks where he starts one game at all of those positions, and it'll give them opportunities to, put Ketel Marte in the DH spot and get him off his feet as they try to preserve him for the season. And I think Perdomo and Suarez, they've each started every game except for one this season, and Torey Lovullo and this training staff are going to try to get them off their feet periodically, and so they're going to find ways to kind of move him around and get him enough bats to continue his development, while also understanding that he's not an everyday player because they have a pretty set infield the way that it is.
Alex, have you heard anybody, Torey, any of the players, or anybody that covers? Have you? That's so distracting.
Alex, are you being
Anybody
chased
around
right
you
now?
right now?
I'm in the middle of a city.
You
I'm
okay?
sorry.
Are you all right, Alex?
They're not coming for me. They're not coming for me, thankfully.
Oh my goodness. Eduardo Rodriguez, why the struggles? Why do you think? Is there any collective wisdom that you can bring to us?
As the Erod question, the sirens go off.
Eduardo Rodriguez.
I know. Was that a bad omen?
Yeah, it's good timing.
Yeah, I mean, Erod, the way he is most successful and the way that he has been throughout his career is that he is incredibly precise, and his command is terrific. So he's able to balance that changeup with some of his fastballs, and keep hitters off balance and work some weak contact and get out. And when he's missing, it's not the most outrageous stuff in the world. And so with a couple of misses over the middle, the Dodgers in his last start just pretty simply did not miss them. That was probably the hardest hit he had been all season. I think coming into that start, some of his numbers were a bit better under the hood. Like his season-long stats were probably a little bit worse than how he'd been pitching. But when he makes mistakes like that, and Torey Lovullo mentioned that he might have been tipping his pitches, and so if the Dodgers knew what was coming and he was missing over the plate, then it becomes very hittable, and they didn't miss it. So yeah, he's a vet. He's gone through this before, and yeah, it really comes down to the command. When he's being able to dot the corners and the edges, he could work through games pretty well and pretty efficiently because he can get a lot of quick outs. But when he's missing, like we're seeing recently, then it becomes a little bit trickier for him to record those outs.
Alex, always great to talk to you, man.
Thank
Enjoy
you,
the
Alex.
rest of the series in San Francisco.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Alex Weiner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We come back over to basketball. How did the NBA draft lottery last night affect a potential Kevin Durant trade? We'll get into that part of it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. Dang! It's their 20th anniversary sale coming up this May, as a matter of fact. Think about this. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. Locally owned and operated, Robert Mulvin and his team have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality, custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens, offering free installation on all products and free estimates. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and drop temps some 20 degrees, Basinonians. Choose from manual or motorized options with a variety of colors and fabrics to match your outdoor space. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch is at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brendan Pfaadt gets the start for Arizona. And head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi, to find out which celebrities are playing in Kyler Murray's charity softball game Saturday at Salt River Fields. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports.
We're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, setting aside the fact that now, in theory at least, the Dallas Mavericks are going to be good. They've been bailed out by the basketball universe. So there's really no...
Do you mean the NBA?
Well, yeah. By the way, the conversation you guys had earlier about the league being rigged set off the YouTube live chat in a way that I can't even catch up with on the show. It's just a bunch of people arguing about it in the chat now. Just know I'm reading it and enjoying it during the break, but I can't really go through all of it on the air.
Yeah, you may want to get involved in some type of conversation with somebody. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, but honestly, if you're supporting a league and you think it's rigged, why are you supporting the league?
I don't have.
I mean, this is the question you have to ask yourself.
I can't answer for other people
right now.
I would guess you probably, on some level, are hoping that you're wrong and you're hoping that it'll get back to normal and you love the sport.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not really in that group. I can tell you that this comes up in hockey a lot too. Another sport with a draft lottery. When you have a lottery, you open yourself to the narratives because it's happened in hockey a lot. Generational talent always seems to go to a Canadian team or Chicago.
Sure.
Like, it just keeps happening that way. So you open yourself to that conversation. And if you're going to keep having the lottery, it's going to keep coming up that way.
Yeah, I agree. If you want to change that, how they do it, I'm all in.
And I would say overall, that result last night, by the way, San Antonio got the second pick. I would say that wasn't great. For the NBA, from my perspective. Now, I mean, I don't run the league, but
bad for the NBA.
I would rather have had Cooper Flagg in Charlotte. I mean, he already has ties to that area. How about we help out a team that's actually bad?
Yes.
Instead of just the players always going to San Antonio.
And that massive market that is San Antonio. Massive market.
The Western Conference is now even more loaded in theory. San Antonio is going to get another really good player. There was a moment before we knew who got the first pick and we just knew it was going to be San Antonio or Dallas. That was the real moment of truth, wasn't it? When you got down, okay, we know it's one of the final two. It's San Antonio or Dallas. At that point, I was hoping it was Dallas. Because if it's San Antonio and they get Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg, then what's frustrating about it, and this is where I get a lot of fans being so upset, is you're looking at it, you're like, man, okay, the Suns have to grind through this, and it's not just the Suns. Charlotte, you got to make all these decisions. And then if San Antonio had gotten Flagg, it's like, here, we're just going to hand you two generational players, and you just go ahead and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a long way.
If it were rigged, too, wouldn't the 76ers be the team that would get it? Wouldn't the 76ers win the draft lottery? Especially in the Eastern Conference. Listen, the Western Conference is jammed up. We're all in agreement on that. It's absolutely
even more jammed up now.
And now all of a sudden you've got this. We've got enough star power in the Western Conference. It is incredible. Why not help the Eastern Conference out a little bit if you're going to rig it?
Do you want to go down this path? The logic would be you help the Lakers out with Luka, we help you out. I mean, that's the narrative on this particular, on why it went to Dallas.
Oh, man.
Now you had 5 teams that didn't even make the play-in last year in the West. The Suns were one of them. San Antonio is one of them. They're going to be in next year, almost certainly, if Wembanyama is healthy. So this is going to be a tough uphill battle for the Suns. But the one good thing that came out of last night's draft lottery is Houston didn't move up. In fact, they dropped the spot to 10. And I think at that moment, we all had the same reaction of, okay, you and I talked about this yesterday, Wolf, during the show. If that scenario plays out, that's probably a pick you should be asking for and really should be able to get from Houston in a trade package. Kellen Olson, our own Phoenix Suns guru, has a story up on ArizonaSports.com that really details that today as well. So it was kind of cool to see that after we have been talking about it, because Kellen says right in there, as part of a trade package. Not, hey, we'll just give you Kevin Durant, you give us the 10th pick. I've had people reach out to me, friends, be like, yeah, just do that. No, I'm not doing that. Like, the 10th pick in the draft might end up being nothing. But if you're the Suns and you're trading Kevin Durant, and I don't think any of us buys that garbage from the Rockets that they don't want Kevin Durant anymore, now I think you can insist on the 10th pick in the draft being in there.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. Seeing the Houston Rockets drop down, even though it was only one spot, I thought it did. It solidified the idea that if, in fact, the KD trade rumors that are out there, and again, I'm not talking about the latest ones. I'm talking about those that have been out there for months right now about the Houston Rockets. If, in fact, there's any validity to it whatsoever, right around number 10, that's going to be included in that deal, I think.
You should be able to push pretty hard for that. Now, if you get number 10, then you might not be getting the other 2 first-rounders that's fine. Give me number 10 and one of the other first-rounders. Houston can even pick, really, but then I want a young player that's a good player, too. I don't want the 9th guy off your bench.
Yes.
You're getting Kevin Durant. You don't need the 10th pick if you're Houston. You really don't need it.
You've already got guys like that.
Yeah.
For the most part right now.
You don't need another one.
They have 6 or 7 guys that are under 23 years of age.
Yeah, you read off the names yesterday. I was like, wow.
That are good players base audience.
I have to also think when Houston made that trade to get the Suns picks, I mean, when they made the trade, the narrative was like, yeah, they're doing this to eventually make a trade with the Suns. Houston doesn't need all these additional picks. And I don't mean like they don't need it, but it'll be fun for them. And they can't use them all. They're not going to be able to play all these players. So at a certain point, you're going to just be wasting assets. Why wouldn't you trade it for a Kevin Durant or whoever if they want to trade for Giannis or whatever? Here's Shams after the draft lottery yesterday talking about the Spurs.
San Antonio jumping also along with Dallas and Philadelphia keeping it. But San Antonio having 2 picks here in the lottery, jumping up to number 2. That gives Brian Wright, their general manager, and new head coach Mitch Johnson, they have a lot of optionality there. And whether they go with Dylan Harper at number 2, they're going to bring in prospects there to compete for that number 2 spot. But Dylan Harper, of course, if that's their pick, but they can also be aggressive in the trade landscape. We were going into this talking about Giannis and Antetokounmpo. Well, this is 2 high-level picks the Spurs have at their disposal.
San Antonio's like that guy at your work who doesn't really do that great of a job but keeps falling up into promotions. That's what the Spurs are at this point. Like, how many they really had to move up to number 2?
Yeah.
Now they can make a trade for Giannis? Yeah. Good. They need Giannis.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here based on the draft lottery, because now that the order is set, it does bring an awful lot of clarity. And a lot of conversations can start being had that you couldn't really have until you figured out what the draft order was going to be right now. And that's why this offers a lot of clarity. Is it possible that even today, Brian Gregory is more busy on the phone right now than he was 2 days ago?
I would hope so.
Yes, I would hope so as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. But, once again, the draft lottery brings clarity to the Phoenix Suns, I think, with the Rockets dropping down as well. And now the conversations can be had.
I hesitate to play this, but Rick put this in here, and I haven't heard it, so I'm going to play it as we go to break. This is LeBron on the Pat McAfee Show back in March.
Listen, man, during the ball drop, during the lottery drop, Cleveland got the number 1 pick. I just don't think that was. Just,
whoa! What are you saying? Don't you think?
Wemby with the Spurs. Oh my God! Let's keep LeBron home. You know what? Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. Derrick Rose to the Bulls. But I understand the assignment, guys.
Where was that when Austin Matthews was number 1 pick in the NHL?
I know.
Thanks.
They're all laughing.
They are. LeBron. Interesting to hear LeBron say it, though, about where he landed in the draft lottery. All right, when we come back, what is Jordan Lawler's role going to be with the Diamondbacks? He's now on the team, I would assume, probably going to play tonight, right? He's going to play one of these games in the San Francisco series. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Now his at-bats become must-see stuff, right? Like every single night and where he plays in the field. And we're going to have these conversations. Do we like him better at short? Do we like him better at third? Where does we like him better at third? Where does he project to? So, you say that, but there's been some thought about eventually moving Cattell over to first. So good. And making Lawler at second. He is, but with the injuries and the hamstrings and things like that, would he be less prone to get injured over there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf, I've got all these papers over here.
Yeah.
Only one of them matters, and that's the one that's missing. So there.
Okay. That's nice.
There's a life lesson in here.
You're such a driver.
Yeah. Well, see where I drive us today. Let's try that.
Okay, cool.
Diamondbacks called up Jordan Lawler yesterday. Mike Hazen explained it yesterday after our show ended, but now we have some reasoning. He explained why specifically now for Jordan Lawler.
We just felt like it was the right time to add him to the team. He's played really, really well in the first 6 weeks down in AAA. He was on fire there for a period of time. He's been really steady and solid since then. He's playing all over the diamond. When Cattell got hurt, he hadn't played much, if at any, second base, so we had to get his second base ramped up. And since that time, we've been able to move him off of second base and back to third and short, and he's been able to work around the diamond. So we wanted to make sure that he was comfortable handling all three of those positions. In the bat, we did not have a perfect number of at-bats of what we needed to get him, but we wanted him playing every day, and he's picked up some of those at-bats that he's lost over the last year since being hurt. And he looks good. So we felt like it was the right time to add him to the team.
Oh, yeah, there it is right there, man. Jordan Lawler. Mike Hazen talking about Jordan Lawler and why now. Yeah, you know what? It was windy, was it not? It was windy, as Mike Hazen was talking about. Why now?
San Francisco.
This is, where do you think you're going to see Jordan Lawler play first? Where do you think that Torrey would actually insert him, and when do you think that is going to be?
I have to think he's up now. I understand not playing him yesterday, but I have to think he gets into at least one of these Giants games, right?
You're going to throw him out there, aren't you?
I think so, yeah. Maybe I understand yesterday, give him a day. Okay, man, you just got here. Like, there's no rush to play you. So check it out. But I think we may see him at second initially. And I just mean for the first game, first. Or DH. Maybe they're just like, hey, first game, don't worry about fielding, just go out there and hit. That's the other one. It's tough. I know that he's here to give Geraldo Perdomo and Gino and Cattell and, the DH spot, to give looks at all those and give those guys a rest. It's just really tough to pull Jerry out of a game, isn't it?
Yes.
So I don't think he'll start there.
Think about it right now. Jerry's got 30 RBIs. That's tied for number 8.
Yeah.
With Corbin Carroll.
And we don't even
as
really,
a matter of fact.
You barely even care what he does at in the moment you do, but it's all the other stuff he does. Talk about a guy who got paid and got better.
What I would like to do, if I were Torrey, this is just me based on thank goodness I'm not Torrey. Can you imagine the way that
idea.
I would butcher? Can you imagine the management? And I'm not talking about a game management. The way I would butcher the clubhouse.
Yeah, but your team would be so good at breaking up double plays. Your team would break up double plays like they were busting a wedge at second base.
Can you imagine? I'd have a team meeting every day, and I'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Like 15 games into the season, they'd be all burned
honestly,
out.
they'd be burnt out. There'd be a mutiny inside the clubhouse. How brutal would that be right there? But I would want to get Jordan Lawler out there sooner as opposed to later.
Yeah, you don't want him just sitting and watching.
Just sitting there watching. I think you're right. I think you're right on about this. You let him see the first game in San Francisco, and yeah, you know what, Jordan? We're going to run you out there in game 2.
Yeah.
So wouldn't that be cool if we actually saw him tonight?
Cool. It would add a little
Do you
extra
think we
juice
would
to
actually
this.
hear, of course they would release it, right? Some type of story before the game that Jordan Lawler is actually going to be in the lineup. Wouldn't you think?
At least when the lineup comes out, that's 6:45 start today. I don't know that lineup's going to be out while we're still on the air. But you're right. I mean, if Lawler's going to make his debut, not all-time debut, but debut for this season,
right?
Then, yeah, I could see that potentially leaking out ahead of time.
And I could see that at second base as well for Cattell Marte.
And you could just put Cattell as the DH. I mean, you don't have to sit Cattell because I don't really want to sit Cattell against the Giants. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right.
I want my best lineup out there against the Giants. So, I don't know.
But you want Cattell to be healthy and rested.
Yeah, exactly. Not one at all. Here's Torey Lovello before the game yesterday on Jordan Lawler's call-up.
He's a special kid. I said yesterday he was knocking it down about as hard as he could at that point in time, and I knew that this was a very strong possibility. And I was speaking to you guys yesterday, and you guys are really good at reading through the tea leaves, so I just appreciate you leaving it where you guys did. But at the end of the day, we want our young players to go to the minor leagues, grow, learn, get experience, and then when it's time, we will know. And his play was telling us it was time. He didn't come up here because somebody was injured. He came up here because we let a very good baseball player in Garrett Hampson go. So that means there's going to be some playing time here for him, and this is his opportunity. I want him to be the best version of himself. He's going to get some spins at third, at second, at short, give guys days off. What that means and how many games that totals a week, I don't know, but he's a very impactful player in every part of the game. He's got a ton of tools that are finally coming to play.
That's going to be so cool to see how Torey uses it.
Yeah. You don't want it to become a distraction. I mean, you're going to get asked about it a lot early, but you ideally will find a way where he fits right in. But the part of the story that did get brought up quite a bit, I thought, yesterday, and it's worth bringing up again, is it's not like somebody got hurt and they went and called up Jordan Lawler. Like, oh, so-and-so's. Like, even if this had been when Cattell was out, and if they called up Jordan Lawler 3 weeks ago, I'd be like, okay, yeah, he's here while Cattell's out, and then when Cattell comes back, they'll probably send him down unless he's really, really tearing the cover off the ball. They called him up when there was no obvious reason that they had to call him up, Wolf, other than that he's hitting everything in the minors. So that would indicate that they want him to stay if he's ready to stay. So and if he is ready to stay and if he plays to his potential, I mean, the guy's got blazing speed. He's a good hitter all the way around. He's got, decent power. He's not like a power hitter. But he's got, So, like, they're going to want him to get even more playing time if he can take it and run with it.
Speaking of taking it and running with it right now, Robbie Ray getting the start today.
5-0.
Yeah, 5-0 Robbie Ray, left-hander, ladies and gentlemen. And there's the right-handed bat, Jordan Lawler. I know, once again, Ketel Marte, both sides of the dish, of course. We all understand that. But maybe you just need to get Ketel Marte some rest. Maybe Torrey was talking about this just yesterday, as a matter of fact, talking about, looking for opportunities to get Ketel Marte some rest. Maybe this is it.
The reason, it just logically makes sense you're going to see him soon, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, because if you weren't going to see him until the Rockies series, you just wouldn't have called him up until the Rockies series. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't call him up just to have him sit for a week. There's just no reason. You could just call him up in a week. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Here's Jordan Lawler before the game yesterday on his call-up.
Ecstatic to be here, and like I've told Torrey and everybody, I just want to be here and help the team win in any way, method that I can be called on to do.
He was asked about what he was succeeding at in AAA.
Controlling the zone really well, attacking when the pitch was over the plate, and just trusting my approaches, making pitch-to-pitch adjustments, and just trusting at the plate.
And they talked to him about playing a bunch of different positions because now that's who he's become.
I've enjoyed it. I enjoy kind of getting the different views, second, third, switching it up a little bit. It came up as a shortstop. So, it's fun to check out a different side of the diamond.
It also, too, once again, I was talking about this yesterday as well, but it does remind me, anytime you throw that new blood, that fresh blood into a mix, so to speak, metaphorically at least, it just brings this energy that is with it once again, because when you have a new guy walk into an NFL locker room and suddenly this guy's got a bit of a reputation, and suddenly that reputation, you realize, is really more of a game facade than anything else for the most part. And he really is a human being. It does bring a lot of energy to the locker room as well. It fires you up at first, and then all of a sudden it's like, cool, this guy's going to be my teammate. But then the energy that is there, whenever you bring a new face into that paradigm that is a clubhouse, a locker room, a dressing room, whatever sport you're playing, it really reminds everybody of what you're doing and why you're doing it, and that somebody is here to take your job. And maybe that's the cattle prod everyone wants and needs sometimes.
Here's Mike Hazen on the message to Jordan Lawler as he joins the team.
Look, it's not his debut. I think when we talk to guys about their debut, this was more, I'm sure he knew this was coming and was feeling it was going to come at some point. I told him at the end of spring training that when he was ready to be on the team, that I was going to put him on the team. And he's been playing very well for a while now. And whether it happened today or next week or 2 weeks from now, I'm sure he was starting to think the time could be coming. So I don't think this is much of a surprise, and he's going to be ready for this.
It's sort of a message to your whole organization, probably unintentionally, but either way, again, they don't need Jordan Lawler right now, but he was playing so well
to win. They don't need him,
but he was playing so well that he basically forced their hand. They had to call him up because he was playing so well, and because he's one of the top prospects in baseball that was playing so well.
Yeah, it just the sense of urgency. I think you already said it right now. You're going to wait till you're in San Francisco before you call him up. I don't know. It just seems like the time is there, and they called him up for some reason, some specific reason, whatever that may be.
Facing Robbie Ray if he plays tonight, or Jordan Hicks is getting the start for the Giants tomorrow. All right, when we come back, we'll go around the NFL. The international games, that part of the schedule is out, so we'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What do you need more? Do you need a fifth starter more? Or do you need a guy who can actually close a baseball game because they've blown 8 saves?
I think because Puck and Martinez and Graveman are coming back, I still think you need a starter more. Not now, but you will.
At some point.
At some point you will. I still think that's a more valuable spot.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Join me at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. Write it down, Basinonians. June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Yeah, Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat now at retirementonthebrink.com. I wouldn't call it a starring role, Basinonians, but I do make an appearance in this documentary in Retirement on the Brink. Once again, you can join me June 10th. I'm actually going to be at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. You can show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink if you go to Retirement on the Brink, man. The clock is ticking. Retirement on the Brink reveals the risks that you could derail your future. One night only. Reserve your VIP seating now. Go to retirementonthebrink.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for Arizona. And head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi, to find out which celebrities are playing in Kyler Murray's charity softball game Saturday at Salt River Fields. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tomorrow, join us as we discuss the massive schedule unveiling of the NFL. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Well, we know some of the schedule, Wolf. We don't know any of the Cardinals' schedule other than the opponents. We're working on that. You and I are working on the ideal, the best case scenario Cardinals schedule. We got through 5 games earlier. We're going to build the rest of it later. Okay?
Yeah, okay. Do you want to mention what we built, the 5 games
Sure,
now, just to keep it up to date in regard to what we're doing? 5 games, Space Indians. Where was the bye that we picked? We hope to.
We put the bye in week 10.
Week 10.
Right there in the
So
middle.
9 games before, 8 games after.
Which is, I do agree that that's perfect, because then if you get into the playoffs, in theory, it's at least 9 games after it too. So I think you always want it in week 10 or 11 if you can. Although you pointed this out the other day, they've been getting the bye in that range the last couple of years. So it's certainly on the table. They could just get completely just.
I think they're due for a week 5, week 6.
Frying pan to the face.
Yes, I know.
We have.
Brutal.
We have the Cardinals going to Dallas in week 1, which is impossible. I get that because Dallas is playing Philadelphia. But perfect best case scenario for the Cardinals. Start in Dallas, then in New Orleans week 2, home against Carolina week 3, home against Seattle week 4, in Indianapolis week 5.
Okay, more on this as the show unfolds.
Yeah, when are we doing this again? Because we may be filtering some games in for the entire final hour, to be honest.
That's right.
I've got the list of international games this year, Wolf, and the Cardinals are not on it. There are 7 games. 6 of them are set. 1 of them is the Chargers playing TBD. So I guess
yes,
that can't
in
be
week 1.
Yeah, and the Cardinals don't play the Chargers this year, so that won't be them. Okay, Brazil, Dublin, London, Berlin, or Spain. If you were still traveling with the Cardinals and they were going to play in one of these, where would you have wanted to go?
Man, seriously, right now, let's see. November 9th in Berlin. Are you kidding me? That would have been right there. Falcons versus Colts. It's week 10 of the NFL season in Berlin, November 9th. The Black Forest in Germany in November. Medieval castles, unbelievable trees, all sorts of coolness. That would have been literally cool. That would have been really, really, like I might have, somebody passed the Kleenex if in fact they were going to play in Berlin.
That what you're describing might be cooler than watching the Colts play football, honestly. Just being in Germany in November instead of watching Daniel Jones quarterback the Indianapolis Colts, potentially. Here's the other games, okay? We've got Chargers against who knows who in week 1 in Brazil. Steelers, Vikings in Dublin in week 4. Vikings.
Think about that, man. Steelers and Vikings in Dublin.
In Dublin.
September 28th.
Yes.
And what's week 5?
Week 5 is Vikings-Browns in London. So
Did you say Vikings?
Yeah, the Vikings
again.
They just hang out in the United Kingdom now, apparently.
How about that? The Minnesota Vikings playing September 28th against the Steelers, and then they're playing in London on October 5th. Wow. Oh, okay.
So we're already shipping Shadur Sanders and the Browns' 17 quarterbacks over to London in week 5.
Wow.
By the way, I saw this walking in today. There's a report out there that Shadur outplayed Dylan Gabriel in rookie minicamp, and they were like, is he the starter now? If the Browns are making their decision based on 2 days of rookie minicamp or whatever it is.
Yeah, but that's the way it's going to go. It honestly is. It's every practice. That's why I can't believe they did what they did. I'm sorry. I know it doubles down. It makes it, even more likely you're going to find the quarterback of the future in one of those two guys.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't really believe in him to draft him in the first round.
No.
All right, you drafted Dylan in the third round, and then there's Shedeur in the fifth. Man, I don't know. There wasn't a lot of logic to it to me.
No, and I think you really have put Dylan Gabriel in a tough spot because it's just going to constantly be like, hey, Dylan Gabriel wasn't perfect today, so Shedeur's the starter, right? Did you see the video that somebody put out of Dylan Gabriel's press conference? I don't know if it was a press conference. He was just kind of out at the podium. It looked like it might have even been outside. I don't know. And one of the Browns reporters walked up to get his just handheld recorder or whatever after Dylan.
This.
Oh, you didn't see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Dylan Gabriel had left. He had done his thing. And the reporter goes up to get his hand. And he looks out at the crowd and he's like, he's shorter than I am. But the camera was still rolling.
Oh, my gosh.
So everybody can see that. Because I saw it.
And, it's stuff like this. Every little detail is going to be compared. It's going to compare Gabriel to Shedeur Sanders.
That's going to be...
Every little detail is going to be that way, Luke.
Make it even more awkward now because what if Dylan Gabriel talking to that reporter now is going to be awkward. And look, by rule of the Cleveland Browns and how they find their quarterbacks, that reporter is now the quarterback now because he said that.
Okay, so, September 28th, this is a little shout out right here to the station. I might be in Dublin. Can I just say that right now? I know that, vacationing, of course. Hey, maybe I'll do the show whenever the show is.
Do the show from Dublin?
Let's see, what time would that be, though? That would be, it might be 2 in the morning.
Do we have enough extension cord to go across the Atlantic Ocean?
I don't know about that, but man, I would love to do that because of the Steelers, of course, playing in Dublin. Mm-hmm. My nephew, Kyle Jacob Wolfley, who is a major in the U.S. Army base Orleans, who is stationed over in Germany right now. I think we're going to go to Dublin in honor of Craig.
That's awesome.
And, that is yet to be the T's crossed and the I's dotted. But that is going to be an emotional week, I think, for the most part.
Wolf, you would be doing the show from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That's not terrible.
That's not bad by any stretch, is it?
Who are we going to send over there with the Comrex?
Yeah, right.
Probably Jamal.
Might have.
Jamal, here's $20.
I would love it if
Jamal
went. It'd be awesome. Jamal's over in Dublin with me.
Wolf and Jamal partying in Dublin. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, a little auto-tune there. Did you hear that?
That was.
I like that. Really makes my voice sound professional.
Okay, so that's going to be, put that, the Vikings, though, back to back.
So J.J. McCarthy, by the time he finally plays an NFL game, 2 of his first 5 are going to be overseas. It's just, that's weird to have the Vikings play 2 of their first 5 games over there, right? I'm guessing they get a bye week in week 6.
Yeah. Once again, the international game, I believe every team is going to play 18 games at some point in time. They're also going to have another bye, and every team is going to play 1 game overseas. 1 game. There's going to be 1 international game every year for any NFL team. And you're going to get an automatic bye after that as well. I think that's how the NFL will do it.
Let me get you the other games real quick. Broncos, Jets in London, week 6. Rams, Jaguars, London, week 7. Falcons, Colts in Berlin, week 10, like you said, Wolf. And then Dolphins, Commanders in Spain, November 16th, week 11.
Man, this is great by the NFL, by the way, to continue this international game, man, to a point where every team is going to do it. It's going to be huge, huge moneymaker.
I think you should go to Dublin. I think that's awesome. If you can pull that off, that's pretty.
Yeah,
great.
We'll see, man.
When we come back, is Corbin Carroll the front runner for NL MVP at this point? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It is a colossal failure of epic proportions if this team comes back with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker next year.
Glad you said it.
If this team came back with those 3 guys next year, completely handcuffed with the apron, can't do anything because of the tax, stuck with a bunch of veteran minimum players to round out a roster that's just not good enough to even be a play-in team.
Yeah.
If you're Brian Gregory and that's how you start off your first year as the Phoenix Suns GM, that's an F. You get an F.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, like, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hi, I'm Carroll Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carroll Royce, or visit carrollhasthebuyers.com.
Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. It includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should our expectations be for the Diamondbacks now that Jordan Lawler is back in the big leagues? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Another monster game from Corbin Carroll last night, Wolf. 2 more home runs. Has 13 now on the season.
Man.
Leads the entire National League except Kyle Schwarber in Philadelphia. Kyle Schwarber, by the way, having a monster year because he's also hitting for decent average compared to what he has sometimes done in the past. Like, he's always been a power guy, but not necessarily. So it begs the question that has come up a few times now, but we're also at the quarter mark of the season, so it's worth asking again. Is Corbin Carroll going to make a run at MVP this season. I have the odds in front of me, okay?
Oh, you do?
I do have the odds.
Okay, I love the fact that you have the odds. What do the odds say about a guy that has hit 13 home runs, which is number 2 in the National League? 1 home run behind Aaron Judge, I might add.
Yeah.
Overall, okay? Think about that. Suarez, by the way, Gino, has hit 12. Corbin has hit 13 home runs right now. The Predator is back. And he also, by the way, Aaron Judge leads all of baseball with 40 RBIs right now. He's got 30. Corbin Carroll's got 30 right now.
Which you maybe don't always think of from like a guy that's batting leadoff.
Yes.
You have that many.
Yeah.
I also, this is the
Thank
stat.
goodness for Jerry.
That's a good point. This is the stat that I think you would lean on if you're making the case for Corbin Carroll. Number 1 in all of baseball in total bases by 6. He's got 106. Shohei's got 100, and then Pete Alonso has 93. I guess I shouldn't say all of baseball if I'm only looking at the National League, but he's number 1 in the National League. Aaron Judge hits a home run every 3 minutes, so he has 123. But if you're making the case,
man.
Judge is just going to win AL MVP because he doesn't have any competition either.
Just absolutely killing it.
So the odds, Shohei's still the heavy favorite. Fernando Tatis Jr. is second at plus 550. Corbin Carroll's plus 600, and Kyle Tucker of the Cubs is plus 700. This is what I would say. Shohei's always going to be the favorite, I feel like.
Yeah.
And Shohei's numbers are great. I'm not going to like turn this into, Shohei's not that good. Shohei's a monster.
No, that's right.
He is beating Corbin in average. Corbin's winning in home runs. Corbin's winning in RBIs. Corbin's winning in total bases. Shohei's winning in runs scored, and Shohei's winning in OPS, but it's not. It's pretty close. If you're ever going to beat Shohei, this might be the year to do it, because at least as of right now, he's not pitching, and he doesn't field. So he's a DH. I don't want to say just a DH because it's Shohei Ohtani. You know what I mean? We know what he's capable of. But I'm just saying, if you're trying to win MVP this year, you're trying to make the case for Corbin Carroll to win MVP this year, at least until Shohei starts pitching, which I don't know when that's going to be. All that extra stuff that he's good at shouldn't factor into this year because he's not doing it.
Yeah. Listen, I think so much of the time, somebody who hits an awful lot of home runs and drives in runs, I mean, let's face it, that is your MVP right there. Somebody who's got not only batting average, to me, I don't even weight that very heavily. To me, it's really about home runs and RBIs, driving in runs, at least in my way of thinking. And having said that right now, I think Corbin Carroll and the fact that he has hit 13 home runs right now. He's on pace for how many home runs
50.
Did you say? 50 home runs.
And we're now a quarter of the way into the season. This isn't like, the guy hit 2 home runs in the first game, so we're going to say he's on pace for 324 home runs.
We were talking about this. Is he a 30 home run a year guy? Is that what and we said this year, this year feels like he could hit 30. There's no doubt. We said this earlier in the season.
Yeah,
he could hit 30. Now, is he going to be a 30 guy every year for the most part? That is the question that remains to be seen. But right now, what we're seeing, it's so legit, his power. It's undeniable.
I'm trying to put the stats together as you're talking, so I have some of them, okay, just for the case of Corbin Carroll. Number 3 in the National League in runs, number 2 in home runs, number 2 in hits, number 1 in triples, number 8 in RBIs, number 1 in total bases.
That puts him
pretty
squarely right in the conversation of MVP.
Yeah.
So I think Shohei, I think you're right about that. Shohei Ohtani, he's always going to be in it for the most. I think Pete Alonso as well. Don't call him Alfonso, ladies and gentlemen. It's Pete Alonso, of course. I think Pete Alonso is a guy. He's number 9 in all of baseball at 318 right now.
Yeah, he's hitting
number
really well.
2 in the National League in terms of batting average. He's got 9 home runs. He's number 1 with RBIs, 36 RBIs. I think Pete Alonso's in it too.
Pete Alonso's in it
right now when you're talking about MVP candidates.
It's weird to see Corbin Carroll with more home runs than Pete Alonso because you would think Pete Alonso's case would be the home runs. The one thing I'll say about Alonso, And maybe, if you're a Mets fan, maybe you could say this about Corbin Carroll. I don't know. It's still too early in Corbin Carroll's career, but Alonso hitting .318, his career batting average is .252.
Yes.
So you do feel like over the course of the season, like I hear what you're saying right now, he needs to be in the conversation. I feel like over the course of the season, that average is probably going to drop back down, I don't know, 270 or something, which is still good with the home runs and everything. But if you're talking about MVP, Corbin Carroll's in a position to make a run at Shohei. That's about all you can really do within this conversation, to be able to make a run at Shohei. Shohei's the best player in baseball because he's also a great pitcher, but he's not pitching right now, and he's not fielding. He's just hitting. So if you're right there with him, you have a chance to actually win it from him this year.
Once again, the flashy home runs and RBIs, that is always going to be huge for an MVP. It is that, and, of course, a winning team, a good team, because they're not going to give it to somebody who's not on a winning team. Period.
No. Here's Merrill Kelly after the game yesterday when the Diamondbacks scored 2 runs, one off a Corbin Carroll home run and another one off of another Corbin Carroll home run. Here's Merrill Kelly.
The rookie there just keeps doing what he does. Watching that guy day in and day out, I'm glad he's on our team. For him and stature, he doesn't look, big and strong. But obviously the guys that see him every day, when he puts the barrel on the ball, it's incredible how the ball goes. Oppo in any park is tough, but especially here when the wind's swirling, to put a ball Oppo is impressive. And he just continues to impress, like I said, day in and day out.
Just give me the Predator once again. Just go ahead and give me that. That's what I'd like to hear.
Just the Predator sound?
Just the Predator sound once again.
I can't make it when you Rick to play it. I'm not capable physically of making that sound right now.
Played right now, so.
Well, we will eventually get the Predator sound.
Yeah, that's good.
No. Hey, there we go. All right.
They're right next to each other.
Close enough. Here's Corbin Carroll after the game talking about contributing after what he called a bad series against the Dodgers for him.
I've been not feeling too great recently, and so to kind of have those 2 swings on 2 different pitch types was awesome to see. I was just happy with it. Didn't contribute much to that Dodger series, and so to be able to help us out tonight it felt good.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
There aren't many professional athletes that are more self-critical than Corbin Carroll. He was 1 for 16 in that Dodgers series, though.
Yeah.
It was triple, and it was a big triple in that 3-0 win on Saturday. But, he was. Now, he contributes, obviously, in other ways in the field and everything. But to have the numbers he has this season and then to have 4 games where he went 1 for 16, it makes sense that he would get back on track. Here's one more for Corbin Carroll. He's not hitting 50 home runs. But you and I did talk about this within the first week of the season. Is he going to hit 30? And we both kind of were like, I think he could. This is why I think he can.
Not necessarily a focus of mine this year in terms of trying to hit home runs, trying to hit a bunch of balls hard in the line. And so that's kind of where I've been judging myself. And I feel like when I'm doing that a bunch, that the homers kind of follow. But again, just not trying to get too caught up in hitting the ball at the ballpark, because for me, I feel like that leads to some easy outs.
That is great. I love that so much. It's more about the contact. Of course, making that solid contact. That, to me, right there, should be every hitter's approach. It should be.
I feel like that's one of the first things they teach you in baseball, but then the truly elite players are able to just keep doing it. And when you watch Corbin Carroll, his words, this is like you when you're about to draft a player in the NFL. His words match up what you're seeing on film.
Right.
He's just hitting the ball really hard, and sometimes it's going over the fence. It doesn't look like he's swinging for the fence. There are players in the league that are really good home run hitters, but you watch them and you're like, well, they're either going to hit a home run or strike out or pop up. Corbin Carroll looks like he's just swinging for a double every time, or the 5 triples he already has.
Yep.
And he happens to have 13 home runs now. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day, all in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morano mornings.
I used to think the NFL draft was the league's biggest flex. This is fast becoming the league's biggest flex, because they are not giving us any information we don't already know other than the sequencing of games. And we already also know that the sequencing of games is meaningless right now because of injuries and all that kind of stuff. Week to week, we all know the NFL is a week-to-week proposition. And yet, it's now become a big-time event on the schedule. It's here. It's here, baby. The monster's back.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the perfect place to celebrate National Hamburger Month. That's right. It's here. If you're searching for the best burgers in the game, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. They've got an excellent selection of high-quality, seasoned, smashed, and seared burgers like the Smokestack, the Billionaire Bacon Burger, the Avocado Smash Burger, and more. And now I'm hungry. So get to Twin Peaks, and while you're there, enjoy the wall-to-wall TVs. That way, you won't miss any of the baseball that's going on right now. There's a lot of great baseball going on. Arizona, San Francisco tonight. That's some good baseball you could be watching at Twin Peaks since they're not here. Or the hockey playoffs, or the basketball playoffs. Or actually, I should say because you can be watching all of it at the same time. Hockey playoffs, down to 8 teams. Most of these games are coming down to the wire. Basketball playoffs down to 8 teams as well, but we're going to start to trim those numbers closer to 4 here in the very near future. Plus, you get an entire menu made for MVPs at Twin Peaks, not just the burgers. Tacos, wings, flatbreads, salads, and the great scenery and environment that Twin Peaks is known for. They've got 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch is at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for Arizona. And head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi, to find out which celebrities are playing in Kyler Murray's charity softball game Saturday at Salt River Fields. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
The Dallas Mavericks won the NBA draft lottery despite having just a 1.8% chance to win it. So I ask you guys, is the draft lottery rigged?
That's a loaded question, is it not, Rick?
Well, let me just read through the YouTube chat right here. No, I don't have time to do all that. But, it is entertaining if you want to read through it. Look, this is what I'll say on this, all right? There is a strong perception out there that it is rigged, and that is a problem for the league. Yeah. You need to do everything you can to dispel that perception. And as I said earlier, when you have narratives coming from the league, well, the ratings are down. It'd just be so much better if the Lakers and the Knicks were good. And then all of a sudden, Luka gets traded to the Lakers in a trade where, by all accounts from other general managers, he wasn't offered to any other team. It was only to the Lakers. And then that team that trades him mysteriously gets Cooper Flagg, a generational talent with a 1.8% chance of getting it. When you already have people questioning it in the past, it's going to get questioned. And I don't know how you fix it, but I tell you, Dallas winning the lottery doesn't fix it.
Yeah, no, you're right about that once again. But, for me, any league that is rigged and it's found out to be rigged, it's over for that league. Billions of dollars is over right now. And the mob has an old saying, 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. Okay? If it were rigged at some point in time, a disgruntled NBA executive would come out and say so. Somebody that knew that it was rigged. Because it's not just Adam Silver. It's not just him. There are others that know. It's just too hard of a secret to keep. It's not rigged. People like to think it's rigged themselves.
The part of your argument I can't break down yet is how no disgruntled former GM or owner or whoever would leak it. I guess the thought would be the commissioner and one other person knows. I don't know. I know that when you go back through history, we played the cut of LeBron earlier, all of a sudden I'm the first pick and Cleveland wins the lottery. And you can go through and find a few of those instances. But I do think a lot of that is when you have a draft lottery. And I think their lottery's flawed, honestly. Dallas got to play in the postseason and win the draft lottery. And it was their pick. It's not like they had somebody else's pick. So that's that. It's
called coincidence.
Yeah. And now everybody's good in the Western Conference except.
And once again, Babes and Onions, let me just also say this in summation of all of this. If, in fact, you're supporting a rigged league, if you believe it's rigged, why would you spend one dime? Why?
Here's the real question that I'm surprised we haven't asked on the show yet. How long until Dallas trades Cooper Flagg to the Lakers for nothing again? Did the Lakers have anything left?
For Luka when he's 33.
That's good.
They'll bring him back.
Great. Perfect.
The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the San Francisco Giants 2-1 last night at Oracle Park. Corbin Carroll hit 2 home runs, and Merrill Kelly tossed 7 innings of 1-run ball. What was the best part of the win?
You could go at least 4 different ways. We had Alex Weiner on earlier, so there's 3 of us talking, and we all gave a different answer. And Wolf, I'll just say the 4th answer that none of us gave. The Lourdes Gurriel Jr. catch that you brought up before the show. For me, it is Corbin Carroll, just because he continues to do what he's doing. And he was in a mini slump. But you could make a case for, like I said, a few different things that probably actually bode well for the team going forward more than the Carroll home runs.
Yeah, for me, because it's been such an issue, especially as of late. I picked Shelby Miller because he orchestrated that 1-2-3 ninth inning, got the save,
9 pitches,
shut it down, was in total command. It's awesome to see this. Shelby Miller, what a story.
1-run game, too.
Yes.
So, like, he had to be locked. That actually might be the better answer, honestly. It honestly might be. I never defer to your answer during wolfing down your lunch and admit it might be better, but it really might be because of the bullpen issues.
Sticking with the Dbacks, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at Arizonasports.com, and it asks, in a must-win playoff game, which Diamondbacks pitcher would you hand the ball to right now? Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Brandon Pfaadt.
Wow.
All right,
Man,
I'm going to
that
give
is
an
good.
answer, and you guys are all going to laugh at me, but I'm going to give my answer, okay? Let me give you my logic. First of all, I don't think you can really go wrong with any of these guys. Zach Gallen would be the biggest question mark right now, obviously, but it's a pretty good position to be in where you can't go wrong with any of these guys. I would lean Corbin Burns, but he really hasn't pitched in a ton of postseason games. I've seen Merrill Kelly in the postseason, and he hits a different level. I think I'd actually go with Merrill Kelly right now.
Oh, that's where I was leaning as well, was Merrill Kelly. Yeah.
Nice.
I'd have to go Merrill.
I just remember the way he pitched in the 2023 postseason where teams just couldn't hit him.
Yes. And I remember Torrey trying to take the ball from him.
He
didn't like it.
I think he's still staring him down, actually.
Man.
I'll vote Merrill Kelly, but I would go Brandon Pfaadt because remember what Brandon Pfaadt did in the playoffs, and he's a little younger. Just saying.
Merrill Kelly's ERA that year in 4 games, he was 3-1. Remember, we were all like, man, if we can get through Game 5, he's going to win Game 6, so we're going to Game 7.
Yeah.
In the postseason, he has a 2.25 ERA and a 0.83 WHIP. And when you watch those games, those numbers almost seem high. He was so dominant in those games.
Yes, Merrill Kelly. He often gets lost or forgotten, I think, when you talk about Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen, of course. And look, even Brandon Pfaadt, this young guy making his way, and he often gets lost in all of that rotation, doesn't he?
It's fine.
All right, Pfaadt leads at 34%. Kelly is second at 28%. Burns is third at 27%, and Gallen is fourth at 11%. All right, last one for you guys. The conference semifinals continue in the NBA playoffs. Last night, the Knicks took down the Celtics 121-113, and Jason Tatum left with a pretty serious-looking injury. Are the Celtics finished?
Yeah, they're not coming back from down 3-1 without Tatum. And, you know, that injury looked terrible. That injury looked like the sort of injury that affects next season for the Celtics. I mean, that might have been a real abrupt end to their run with this group, honestly, you know, because they're up against it in terms of spending up near the aprons as well. So they're not going to be able to keep that group together. They're having a hard time keeping Porzingis on the floor consistently anyway. And if they're not going to have Tatum next year anyway, you could see them really making some changes there. So I don't know. Tatum's not like out for next year yet, but that didn't look good.
You know, I hate to see this. I really do. I can't, especially with the defending champion in the Boston Celtics and a player that I respect as much as Jason Tatum. The fact that he would go out with this injury the way that he did and the impact that I believe it's going to have on the rest of the series. I think the Knicks are going to win this series. It's very similar to what is going on with the Warriors.
Yep.
With Golden State and Steph Curry. You know, they're done. They're down 3-1 right now, and even if Steph can come back and play in Game 5, it just seems like it's too tall, too big a mountain to climb.
It's a downer, on a couple fronts. First of all, just the injury, obviously. If you're a Knicks fan, you're like, hey, by the way, we were already going to go up 3-1 in the series. Like, that's kind of getting lost in the shuffle. And now everybody's just going to look and say, well, yeah, you won because Tatum got hurt. But, to be fair to the Knicks, they were probably going to win that game last night, too, and be up 3-1. But it's hard to look at this now. And even if the Knicks were up 3-1 but Tatum was healthy, you'd still think, hey, Boston could come back.
Yeah.
Now I don't see a way they could do it. So you're probably going to go Knicks, Pacers, T-Wolves, and then whoever wins the Thunder-Nuggets series as your final 4 teams. And yeah, 2 or maybe even 3 of them, those series kind of ended because of injuries. That's not what you want.
Stinks.
That Oklahoma City-Denver series needs to save these playoffs now. All right, we come back. That was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, why aren't we hearing any names for who the Suns' next head coach might be? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Listen, at Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves that big old smile, right? Led by Dr. Joe, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Man, you've heard me talking about the All-on-4. It is a big-time game changer with transparent pricing and no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. You know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Get on over there for a free consultation today. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvese here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups playoffs in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show live this Saturday from 7 till 9 a.m. at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler, as they celebrate the PGA Championship. The first 4 guests score Shady Rays sunglasses, and you'll catch the wall-to-wall coverage all weekend long on their 16-foot video wall. Plus, enjoy amazing food and drink specials. The Trophy Bar is your go-to hangout for every PGA major this season, with Bunker to Bunker, presented by Santan Ford.
Like we are.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it is weird to watch everything else going on, the NBA playoffs, the NBA draft lottery, and none of it really includes the Suns, Wolf. The stat, and Burns and Gambo are actually the ones that told me this yesterday, threw this out, that it was the Suns are the only team in the NBA this year that wasn't involved in the postseason on some level or the NBA draft lottery. Like, how do you miss them both?
Yeah,
like
That's bad.
So Dallas got to play in the play-in and got the number 1 pick. The Suns weren't even allowed to be in the lottery, and they weren't allowed to be in the play-in.
Yes.
So you got all this going on. We have
a kick in the cradle right there, metaphorically speaking.
3 kicks at the same time. They are looking for a new head coach. Do you find it at all strange that we're not really hearing anything about the coaching search? Like, you see names pop up online. That's great. Anybody can put a name online. Generally, you kind of hear like, hey, they're having this guy in to talk to him, or hey, they're going to interview so-and-so. Is it just early in the process, or what's going on here?
Yeah, that is a great question right there. Why aren't we hearing any names being leaked out there? Typically, an organization, I shouldn't say an organization. Typically, the names will get leaked somehow, some way. And a lot of times, it'll be done on purpose with an organization because of that. They want to float it out there and see what kind of little reaction they get, or what kind of feedback they might actually get on a name like that. But I think maybe it's because they're serious about this. It's going to be a first-time NBA coach, and it's going to be a young guy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a name that a lot of people probably don't know, frankly.
They are the only team looking for a coach right now. Every team in the NBA has a coach. David Adelman is interim in Denver, but I'd say he's doing a pretty good job as the interim in Denver, so I would assume he's probably going to keep that job past this year. I don't know that. Every other team, though, currently has a coach except the Suns, so it's not like they're competing with a bunch of other teams in the sense that they need to hurry up and get it done.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Wolf. I mean, it's the optics, right? We never heard anything about, hey, they interviewed these 5 candidates for GM, and then Brian Gregory was the guy. He beat out. I think as a fan, sometimes you want to hear that, especially in a situation like that where everybody's like, oh, he just got the job because he knows the owner. Like, even if he's qualified, you don't know that. So outwardly, I'm saying Ishbia might know that, but I'm saying your fan base doesn't know that. Whereas, like, if it was like, hey, we interviewed these 5, trust us, Brian Gregory is the guy. We interviewed these guys. You don't do that, and it's kind of like, okay. I think with a GM, you can get away with that because he was already here, and so they already know how he works within the front office. I don't know that the perception is going to be great if one day just a name that nobody's heard of pops up as the head coach, and there were no other rumored names. You know what I mean? That's the head coach.
Right. Man, you would think they have to make a hire definitely here in the next couple of weeks, right? You would think so.
I would think so.
In the first half of June, would you not?
Like a late night in the middle of June?
I mean, no, not
That's
in
where
the
I thought you
middle
were
of June.
going.
No way. No, Rick, not in the middle of June. I'm just saying at some point in time, you would think, June 1 would be big. The first week of June, somewhere in that vicinity, You got the draft. What is it, June 25th?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not that far away. It's 6-ish weeks away, the draft.
We'd all agree you have to have a coach definitely before the draft.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Brian Gregory, can we get your reaction to that in regard to having a coach before the draft? That's going to happen. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Wow, okay.
I'm going to report
right.
that is definitely going to happen.
You better be right.
But it is a little weird.
6 weeks from tomorrow. That's
Shams doesn't have anything on this,
isn't it?
Shams, what are you doing?
You would just think a name like, hey, here's 3 guys the Suns are looking at, and they're maybe talking to or whatever. It doesn't mean you have to hire them.
Yeah.
Even if you already have a guy in mind, I think it would do a lot for the fan base to hear like, yeah, here's 4 or 5 guys they looked at, and then even if you hire a guy that you've already decided you're going to hire, at least from the fan base perspective, it doesn't feel like. I said this to you before the show, Wolf. It doesn't feel like you're trying to be smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to come off as we're smarter than everybody else, you better win. That's fine if you win. If you're going to be like, yeah, nobody knew about this GM. Nobody knew about this coach. Nobody knows to do it the way we're going to do it. That's fine, but you have to win.
My goodness. Can you imagine right now if you don't win? You think about it. And there's a real good chance it's going to be a rough couple of years, Basinonians, right now. There's a really good chance the Phoenix Suns are going to go through it. They're going to have to. If you're telling me they're going to move KD and Bradley Beal, yeah, they're rebuilding, and that means they're going to have to walk through a rebuild. And especially when you've got a new GM and a new head coach who has no NBA coaching experience and is a young guy. Man, you put those two things together right now, you better win.
Even if you know what you're doing, it's going to be tough to win in the Western Conference. Let me just run through some teams, okay?
Okay.
And you just think of the first good to great player that comes to mind for each team.
Can I just ask you this question before we do this little exercise of yours right now? Do you expect the Phoenix Suns to be contenders over the next 2 years?
Not next year. 2 years. I would say you never know what you can do in 2 years, but the Western Conference is so loaded.
I know. Even when I say contenders right there, again, I'm talking about getting into the postseason because anything can happen in the postseason for the most part. I don't even see that happening right now. Assuming that KD is gone, of course, and Bradley Beal is gone.
That's the weird part about this. If you were telling me, okay, they need to be contenders in the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
I think the only way to do that would be to keep Durant.
Yeah.
And I understand if they're trying to, do this a different way, but so here's the West now, okay?
Okay, yes.
Oklahoma City, we all know how great they are at this point. Houston, really good, and they might be adding Kevin Durant or Giannis.
Only getting better.
The Lakers, LeBron and Luka, and eventually Cooper Flag when Dallas realizes they have him.
Well, maybe if Luka gets in shape, they'll be good.
The best this would be the great scenario if Dallas didn't draft Cooper Flag because he's not good enough defensively. If they're like, we're going to take somebody else.
Doesn't work out. Doesn't like to. Nico, can I talk to you?
Okay, Denver.
You're fired.
Denver's still in it, and Denver has Jokic. Nico, you're fired. There's a job opening in L.A. for you.
Yes.
The Clippers are still good. I mean, they probably, if anything, don't have that amazing player for, they've still got Harden and Kawhi, but who knows for how long.
Yeah.
Minnesota's got Ant. Memphis has Ja, whatever you feel about that. Dallas has Cooper Flag now. Golden State still has Steph. I know he's hurt right now. San Antonio has Wembanyama in the second pick. Okay. Like, how far do I need to go with this?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, right now, I think Cooper Flag and the Dallas Mavericks, of every team you just mentioned right now, that is the team that I think is really going to get better.
Great.
A lot better.
Awesome.
Especially with Cooper Flag. Would you say he is a smart defender? Yes.
Yeah, he's just
he's
really good all-around player.
He's an all-around player. He really is on both ends of the floor right now. And a smart guy who's only going to get smarter once he's coached up on the NBA level. He's only going to get better, in my opinion. And then you've got a team that cherishes playing defense the way that they do. The Dallas Mavericks are going to be good.
Well, that's Not what I wanted to hear. And if you had said that to me
Would
yesterday.
you agree with that,
yeah.
though? Yes.
Yeah. Cooper Flagg is exactly what they need because they have a shell of a decent team. Like, I don't think Dallas is going to be up there with Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Houston if they trade for a veteran scorer. But they're going to be, they're going to suddenly start to get a lot better, which is the last thing you needed if you're the Suns.
Yes.
A team that wasn't already good getting better.
Well said.
Via nothing they did to deserve it.
Brutal.
All right, we come back. Did the Arizona Cardinals fail to set Marvin Harrison Jr. up for success last season? One major outlet's at least suggesting it. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Torey Lovello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Torey. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer. Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch is at 6:45, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start for Arizona. And head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi, to find out which celebrities are going to be playing in Kyler Murray's charity softball game Saturday at Salt River Fields. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
I've got another confession to make.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. Follow along with the show live on YouTube as well. You can jump into the chat.
Yeah.
I've been looking at it quite a bit. There's
what up, YouTube?
Wolf says, "What up, everybody out there?" All right, the story up on ESPN is it's by Ben Solak, and it looks at just different receivers around the NFL. It's a second-year receiver, so they're looking at Ladd McConkey, and they're looking at Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze, and there's a lot of high-end receivers taken in last year's draft. And when they get to Marvin Harrison Jr., the question is just what happened to Marvin Harrison Jr. last season. That's their headline question, and that right there, Wolf, kind of says it all, because he did statistically have a pretty good rookie year, 885 yards and 8 touchdowns. And yet we all kind of felt that way. There were games where it's like, hey, where's Marv? Like, you could use him right here. You'd probably win the game. So they go through and they're trying to figure out, why did this happen? Is it on Kyler? Is it on the offense? Is it on Marvin Harrison Jr.? And they do ask the question in there at one point, did the Cardinals do everything they could to put him in the best position to succeed? You got to get really deep into the X's and O's, and I think only the Cardinals internally would know that.
Right.
But I can pretty much guarantee you they're going to do everything they can to put him in position to succeed this upcoming year, because of what you keep saying. They need to if they want to take the next step.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. They need to take the next step. There's no doubt about it. The Cardinals
need to win.
No, they do need to win, but they need to take that next step as well. The Cardinals, they used Marvin Harrison Jr. in a very simple kind of way last year. Ron Wolfley reporting. They rarely put him in motion.
My sources.
I'm just saying, that's right, my sources. They rarely put him in motion, and I think that was because they wanted to simplify everything for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
Because he was a rookie?
Because he was a rookie.
Kyler's not a rookie, but
yes, because he was a rookie.
Okay.
That's what I think. Listen, one of the biggest adjustments that a wide receiver is going to make coming into the NFL, a rookie wide receiver, it's going to be all these read routes. Not take routes. Take routes are you're going to run this route no matter what coverage you actually see. Read routes are you're going to read the coverage, just like the quarterback is going to read the coverage, and you're going to run different routes based on what coverage you see.
Yes.
So you've got to be thinking exactly what the quarterback is thinking on these read routes. And read routes are more prevalent at the NFL level, much more, I would say. That's one of the big adjustments that a wide receiver is going to make. And the Cardinals used Marvin Harrison Jr. in a very simple kind of way. I think, Luke, this is just me. I could be wrong on this, but I think they were trying to create that chemistry between those two guys.
So I don't mean this as the producer question it's going to come off as. But I'm just...
Produce!
Just know that going in. But I genuinely...
We'll let the boys be the judge of this producer
if it's a producer question. All right, look at them back there. They're ready to judge.
Exactly. Jamal's rubbing his
Judge
hands.
Jamal. He's like, you're done. No matter what I say, I'm going to be wrong on this one. What is more important to you with Marvin Harrison Jr. this upcoming season? His chemistry with Kyler Murray or his ability to win more 50-50 balls?
Oh, man, is that not one and the same, maybe?
I don't know.
Is that one and the same?
There's
his
a little bit of a
ability
difference.
to catch those contested, to me, I would have to say the 50-50 ball. I'd have to bottom line the 50-50 ball because that means it's catchable.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's a good throw by the quarterback, and that is the chemistry that we're looking for. Now it's got to be the contested catch and the ability. And it was one of the things that the Arizona Cardinals thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to be really, really good at.
Great in college at it. I mean, he overmatched most of the corners he played in college just naturally. We'll see. Will Johnson was one of the guys he went up against in college, so we'll see what that does for those two in practice every day now. But it's interesting you say that because I kind of thought you were going to say chemistry, but I hoped you would say the 50-50 ball.
Yeah.
Because
you want that more 80-20.
Yeah, and that was it's like you were saying with the Diamondbacks earlier in the show. You feel good when you see the Diamondbacks get good starting pitching because that's what they're built around. That's kind of their foundation. Right. Marvin Harrison Jr. being the number 4 overall pick in the draft, I think a big part of that foundation was, there's all these other things. He's a hard worker. Look at his pedigree. Look at his numbers in college. But part of it was this dude's pretty big, and he's going to go up there, and if it's 50-50, it's 80-20, like you just said. And it wasn't 80-20 last year. And it's not 80-20 for every NFL receiver, obviously, or no cornerbacks would have jobs in the league. But for Marv, it needs to be because he's supposed to be one of the best receivers in the league, really like kind of starting very soon.
Yeah. So once again, you've got this rookie wide receiver, and you've got Kyler Murray, who was in a new offense when you stop and think about it. He was going to be all offseason, of course. We know that. We know in 2023 what happened, of course. In 2024, he was able to make it through the season, and thank goodness for that. But at the same time, I think they both were working in this newer offense where you had Kyler, of course, in the offseason for the first time that was going to be able to actually work in that offense together going into the season. I think that was big. They both were getting used to each other.
I didn't think of that. Okay.
And the chemistry, Luke, the chemistry once again. I think the last thing that Drew Petzing wanted these guys doing was thinking their way through a game, really thinking about it, as opposed to just going out and playing. I think that was one of the reasons why they were schematically simple.
It's good to hear you say that because I'm also looking at this article and they're saying a very similar thing where it was kind of almost simplified how they used Marv last season. And when you brought it up at the beginning of the segment, it makes a lot of sense for Marv because despite the amount of work he puts in and despite who his dad is, he's still a rookie last year. But it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to hear for Kyler because Kyler was drafted in 2019 and it's 2025.
Yeah.
But you're right.
He was in
brand new offense.
Yeah.
So that's
different offense, man.
That's kind of where I'm going is they didn't add any receivers this offseason. So to me, that says internally they feel like they can ask a lot more of those two this year. Because if they didn't feel like that, wouldn't they have gone out and gotten an Amari Cooper or somebody who's still out there?
Yeah, and that still might happen. But I do believe, this is me, I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is right on the precipice of having a monster season. That's what I think.
That'd be nice.
I could be dead wrong on that, Base Aronians. And Marv, if you're listening right now, and Kyler, if you're listening, you guys have to do it. You know it. You got to prove it.
Don't let me down here.
Just because some dude says it doesn't mean it's so. You have to do it and prove it.
I asked you last week if you could have any one thing in Valley sports right now.
Yes.
You can't say, the Diamondbacks win the World Series.
Great producing question.
If there was anything, you can't ask for a championship, but you can ask for anything smaller that might lead to a championship. And you didn't even hesitate. You said the chemistry between Kyler and Marv taking off, hitting a whole new level was your answer across all the sports.
Just think about it. And once again, the chemistry, and if it improves, the impact that it could have on this team to be able to throw the ball down the field offensively, they're going to score more points. If that exists, if that is real, if that chemistry is there, where they can just throw the ball more down the field and complete passes, it's going to set off a chain reaction where they're going to score more points. Well, I think this defense is going to be better. And I think the other team's going to have a harder time scoring points. I think the Cardinals are going to score points, and I think the other team is going to score less points. That typically adds up to winning more games.
You would hope it would add up to winning at least 2 more games, which would get you into a playoff spot probably. All right, we come back. Who exactly do you trust in the Diamondbacks bullpen right now? We talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I think the game last night sort of solidified at least a majority of the answer. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. Yeah, the hot weather is looming, is it not? It's kind of here right now. A couple of 100-degree days. Here we go. You don't want to move in the summer. Take a little tip from your Uncle Ron, Basinonians. You need Moving Team 6. Let the professionals at Moving Team 6 do it for you. First of all, they have packing services. Isn't that great? Just walk into your closet, look at it. Wouldn't you love Moving Team 6 to come in and pack it all up neat and real nice? Well, they can do that for you right there. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012, and he runs it with Garrett and JT, his 2 boys, his sons. This is a family-run business right here in the Basin. They're built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service, and I know that because they're built on the backs of the Lee family. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Watching Clorox cleanup spray dissolve tough grime in the shower feels like...
Wait, this really just happened? I'm shocked. Underwear and everything?
It feels like being able to zip up your overpacked suitcase on the first try.
Smooth.
With Clorox, clean feels satisfying. Clean feels good. Use as directed.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
They will resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Why the Rockets and the Suns' own draft pick are a perfect match for a Kevin Durant trade. Suns dodge a major blow during NBA draft lottery, but they better nail their next move, writes Dan Bickley. And why the time was right to bring up Jordan Lawler and what comes next for the Dbacks. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, D-backs Giants game 2 tonight. Brandon Pfaadt against Robbie Ray this evening from Oracle Park. We talked about it yesterday, Wolf. We were like, okay, the bullpen, you're adding Kendall Graveman to it. You've seen Kevin Ginkel over the weekend get lit up. I mean, Kevin Ginkel giving up runs, and I don't just mean the Dodgers game on Friday. He's been giving up runs he hasn't made a ton of appearances, but he's been giving up runs in most of them. That rattles you just watching the games because you're so used to Gink just being like, okay, 8th inning, no runs. And it hasn't been the case. And Justin Martinez hurt, A.J. Puck hurt, and all these things that have happened with the bullpen. We were talking about yesterday, who are the guys you feel like you can trust in a close game? I think we said if the Diamondbacks were up 4-2 on the Giants in the 9th inning, or the 8th and 9th inning last night, who would you go to? And we suggested Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller. It was 2-1, and they went to Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller.
Yeah, right now, those are the guys that you can count on. Those are the guys that have had the most success, I would say, in high leverage situations right now for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And that is not a stretch by any imagination whatsoever. You just look at it. Gink is the guy that has got to get right, man. I think he's got to get right. I really do believe he is the taser type guy. They need him, and a little nastiness as well. He's really struggled here so far this season.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been pretty consistent all season.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have him for so long, so you weren't getting the production from him there. And then what is he? He's appeared in 6 games, Wolf. And he's allowed a run or more in 4 of his 6 appearances.
Yeah.
And again, this is Kevin Ginkel. You're talking about he's throwing an inning at a time. He has thrown 4 2/3 innings this season, and he's allowed 8 earned runs. So that's not just a horrific 9th inning against the Dodgers. I mean, if it was just that, if everything else was Kevin Ginkel as we're used to seeing it, and then he had that bad game against the Dodgers, yeah, it would sting and it would suck because it was the Dodgers and what a rough way to lose. But you would still trust Kevin Ginkel because of everything he's done. But the fact that he gave up a run the night before when they won, and he gave up a run against Philly, and he gave up a run against the Mets, that's not Kevin Ginkel. His ERA is 15.43. Not Kevin Ginkel.
That's not Gink right there. And you can actually see it once again. It's not just the numbers that are obvious right here with Gink. It's not just that. It's just watching it. His slider is not the stink of Gink is not very stinky right now. Let's put it that way. His stuff is not what we have seen in the past, and it's obvious, and it's obvious to hitters as well.
Yeah, I think you're right in the sense of if you could just kind of get him back on track, a lot of things would flip. And I wonder. Again, there's so much. I'm not
going to move Shelby Miller from closing. I'm not going to do that.
Even when J Mark comes back?
Yeah, no. I'm saying when J Mark comes back, maybe. But right now, as it stands, I'm not touching Shelby Miller.
Okay.
Right now, Jalen Beeks, I love what he's doing as well, but man, Kevin Ginkel has got to get right. I think that is a big qualifier going forward for this team.
What was the story? I don't know the full story here, but if you if you tried to look up Kevin Ginkel, they for some reason were connecting him to Jarrett Carlin.
Yeah, what was going on with that? You told me about that.
No, Aaron came in and told us. Rick, do you know the story, or Jamal? It's for some reason AI. I don't know which site it was, so I'm not going to tell you which site to go to. But if you did that, it was like, yeah, Kevin Ginkel is known for wearing funny shirts and being strange on the radio or something.
Oh yeah, I heard Jarrett talking about this. I think it was just because of Jarrett's bit.
Yeah,
and so AI is confused because of it.
So Jarrett has confused AI, and I think it's ruining Kevin Ginkel's season. Is kind of where I was going with this.
Yeah, once again, though, the bullpen, what a massive job they did last night. And that's just... Okay.
What would happen if you played that backwards? Or do I not even want to know?
Yes. Oh.
I think we need to play it backwards.
The station would spontaneously combust.
I think we need to get Kevin Ginkel back on track by playing it backwards.
The one thing I will say right now, Jalen Beeks came on and got the job done last night. He did. He did an incredible job right there. But it was a little dicey, was it not? There were some base runners, and there was a great defensive play. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. makes a catch, Basinonians, on a ball hit by Ramos that was on a line going
Ramos
off
already
the
had
wall.
3 hits, too.
I know.
Can we not pitch
Ramos,
to him tonight?
Just brutal, right? I mean, that was inside the park home run stuff. Had Gurriel missed that ball, and it comes off the wall, that could have been inside the park.
And I think you would have heard the Dbacks freaking out if they had lost that game, because there was that ball that got stuck under the wall in left field earlier in the game where Corbin Carroll should have scored, and they were like, nah, Corbin Carroll wouldn't have scored. Like, really? He's like the fastest guy in the league running the bases. He definitely would have scored. But either way, a 2-1 game, and you're right, that the Lourdes Gurriel Jr. catch, if you somehow didn't get to see it, find it online.
Yeah.
Because it's not even just like, oh, wow, what a great catch. You watch a Wolf and you're like, how did his arm bend that way to make that catch? Like, he reached behind him.
It went up basically. Imagine he's left-handed glove, of course, and he's running back to the wall, and then suddenly jumps full extension up into the air and puts his glove behind his head. I mean, he caught the ball went in, boom, caught that thing. And what was awesome about it was the somersault.
Yeah, he tumbled, got up and threw the ball.
And then pushed himself up and came up throwing. I mean, just an incredible play.
It kind of reminded me of the Odell Beckham catch against the Cowboys, what he caught with 3 fingers.
That's not bad right there, Jamal.
You know what it reminded me of was the game where Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Who was this? He threw the ball. Remember, there was a big deal made by Torey Lovello and everybody, like, we got to get better defensively. This was only a few weeks ago. And Gurriel made a nice play, but then he chucked the ball into the stands, and they had to review it forever. And everybody else left the field, and he was just standing there chewing on his glove. That's what it reminded me of last night. It didn't look like he took the best line on that. I mean, the ball was hit great, but he looked like a kid in the outfield was like, uh-oh, I messed this up, but I'm going to make this superhuman catch to make up for it. And he did. And if he doesn't, it's probably a tie game. So it's a really good thing he did.
Yeah, no, it was awesome, man. Once again, too, we're pointing out certain Diamondbacks and players that made a difference. Shelby Miller coming out and closing, man. Those 3 outs, making it a 1-2-3. No drama whatsoever. That was huge.
9 pitches. And, you're talking about Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks. Probably the 2 guys you trust the most in the bullpen right now that are healthy. And neither one of them were even on the team before the season started. It was like, oh, yeah, we're going to pick up Jalen Beeks.
Oh, my goodness.
You know how I knew about Jalen Beeks, Wolf? Because Ryan Thompson told us about him one day when we were interviewing Ryan Thompson because they were former teammates. And he's like, oh, this guy's good. And he is. He's been really good. And Shelby Miller, I think half the first month of the season, Dbacks fans were like, it's not that Shelby Miller, is it? Yeah, it is. That's Shelby Miller. So that's 2 guys that weren't even going to be in your bullpen, certainly when last season ended. I wonder when
it's going to be interesting today, though.
Yeah, I don't know who you go to today.
I don't know who you're going to go to as well, but Brandon Pfaadt maybe taking the ball.
Just giving
maybe
him 7
that,
strong
you know what
innings.
I'm saying, Brandon? You need to give him 7. Can you imagine the pressure that is on Brandon Pfaadt right now? Any pitcher, when you think about it, with the Diamondbacks, how many games into this 16-game stretch are we right now,
15.
Luke? This is the kind of thing. Yeah, this is almost it right here. Can you imagine, Brandon? We got a bullpen that is all messed up. We're going to need a huge game from you. Can you imagine the pressure that it builds and puts on a guy that has got to take the ball for his team, go out there and start and give you 7 quality innings? I mean, it's already tough enough to go out and compete at the highest level our species could generate. Now, all of a sudden, you got to go out and make sure you get a 7.
I just keep thinking back to the World Series run 2 years ago where the bullpen was an issue, and then they got Paul Sewald, and the bullpen was a huge strength. And everybody we've talked to from that team about that, they all said, well, yeah, because once Sewald came in, you had your closer, and everybody else knew their roles. And this is not anybody's fault right now. I mean, Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck were supposed to be the closers. This is not meant as, like, criticism. But it just feels like, even just sitting here, Shelby Miller, I think, is the closer right now.
Yeah.
What is Ryan Nelson's role? Sometimes he's a starter, sometimes he's a reliever. You know, Jalen Beeks, I feel like, knows his role. And the reason I bring that up is because I do feel like when they get their closer back and locked in, guys like Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel, I think, are going to snap back to being Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel. That's just my opinion. I mean, we got to see it happen. But I feel like those guys are going to look a lot more like the really good relievers that we knew them to be once everybody's in the right role and when they're not playing 16 games in 16
Let's
days.
hope.
Yeah, that would be nice. All right, when we come back, what is the ideal schedule for the Arizona Cardinals this season? Well, we're trying to build it on the show today. So far, we've gotten through 5 games, and there's 17. So we're going to build the rest of it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Now his at-bats become must-see stuff, right? Like every single night and where he plays in the field. And you know we're going to have these conversations. Do we like him better at short? Do we like him better at third?
Where does he like him better at third?
Where does he project to? So, well, I mean, yeah, you say that, but there's been some thought about eventually moving Cattell over to first.
So good.
And making Lawler at second. He is, but with the injuries and the hamstrings and things like that, would he be less prone to get injured over there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, it's a limited time, but it's still out there, and you need to know about this. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford, you got to get on over to Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing right now. Employee pricing. You're going to pay what the employees pay, saving you thousands of dollars. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing, which is a killer rate. Or you can take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Their lot is full, brothers. Let's recap this whole thing, shall we? Employee pricing, financing options that are really good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now from America for America. We'll see you over at Tim Hovik, Santan Ford in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
School's out and soccer is in. Celebrate the end of the school year with Phoenix Rising on Friday, May 17th at 7 p.m. as they take on Monterey Bay at home. It's the perfect way to kick off summer, and every fan gets a free Phoenix Rising tote bag at the gates while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Class dismissed. Let the celebration begin.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch for that one is at 6:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for Arizona. And head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi, to find out which celebrities are playing in Kyler Murray's charity softball game Saturday at Salt River Fields. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Well, you can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will the Milwaukee Bucks throw a wrench into the Phoenix Suns' off-season plans? We'll explain how they could on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I believe every lie that I ever told.
All right, it's the final hour of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios, and the fact that it's the final hour poses a challenge to us here now, Wolf, because we're trying to build the ideal Cardinals schedule. Right, the schedule is officially released tomorrow. I'm going to use English words now for the rest of the segment.
Okay, cool.
Schedule is officially released tomorrow. Okay, so it's easy to find who the home opponents and the road opponents are going to be. We're trying to put it together in the order we want them to play those games. We put the bye week at week 10. You and I came up with about a trip to Dallas in week 1. Yes, I understand that can't happen. Dallas is playing Philadelphia week 1, but we're just trying to what would be the best case scenario for the Cardinals. At Dallas week 1, at New Orleans week 2, get a team that doesn't know their quarterback early in the season.
Right.
Host Carolina, avenge the many losses to Carolina early in the season. Host Seattle in week 4, get one of those Seahawks games out of the way early in the season. Then the last one we did was go to Indianapolis week 5. We have the bye week, week 10, so we got to fill out the rest of these.
Okay, good. So week 5 is a road game. And we said in a perfect world, you would play road, home.
Yeah, so now we're going to kind of rotate.
Road, home.
Okay.
You would just rotate this thing right now. So let's go ahead and do that. Week 5 was a road trip to Indianapolis.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden, it's time for a home game. So who would you like to see in week 6?
I'd honestly kind of like to get one of these tougher home games out of the way.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking either the Rams or the 49ers.
Okay. Man, let's go Rams.
You want to go Rams? Okay.
Let's go Rams first, shall we?
Play the Rams early. That's smart because you play the Niners later in the year and they won't have any of their players because they never do by the end of the season. All right, so host the Rams in week 6, okay?
Okay, I like that. And also, too, I think the Rams, I think they're going to be the team to beat in the NFC West.
I tend to agree with you. I don't.
Anytime you have an experienced quarterback like Matthew Stafford, who is a good quarterback, and you pair him with a defense, and that young defense is really, really good. I think they're going to be tough. Let's put it that way.
And they added Devontae Adams, too.
Okay, so now we have away games. What games do we still have?
So here's the ones
available?
we can do from the road. Seahawks, Niners, Rams. Don't really want them to play Rams back-to-back weeks. Bengals, Buccaneers, Texans. Those are the 6 road games we have.
Oh, man.
So do you want to get to Cincinnati and get there before it gets too cold? Does that matter?
That is a great observation right there. And we can also get a 4-way as well if we happen to go. I guess I won't be going.
Wolf's going to travel with the team this year.
How about that?
Just to eat.
I'm sitting about oh, my gosh, that was awesome. Okay, Cincinnati, what is that? That's week 7.
That's week 7 in Cincinnati. Okay,
I like that right there.
You won't be able to get the food.
Yeah, I won't be able to get the 4-way. Okay, great.
That's a real slap
Now
in
let's
the
go
face.
back home, and you know what?
Your options at home for the listeners that we have left are the Falcons, Jaguars, Titans, Packers, Niners at home.
Yeah.
I would say just not Niners, so you don't do all 3 division home games first.
You know, I want the second half to be easier than the first half. I kind of like that. I'm talking about the second half of the season, who they're actually going to play. Okay, so week 10 is that. So let's go ahead and say, are you okay if we go Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that.
Okay,
go Green Bay week 8.
Week 8 right there, based on Onions. The Arizona Cardinals. Wouldn't it be great if they'd go with the Packers?
All right, so you host Green Bay in week 8.
Okay, so now week 9, this is it.
So
before the bye.
Road game going into the bye week. So you know the psychology of all that better than I do. If you're a player, you know, do you want maybe your toughest road game because you know you got the bye week coming out of it, or at least maybe your most physical road game?
I was going to say maybe your most physical road game.
Okay,
that's what you'd like to do. So you got the Texans. Pretty physical, physical bunch right there. The Buccaneers, yeah.
I mean, I think I have my
You
team.
got the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks, and
you haven't played the Niners yet.
You haven't played. Let's go with
Let's do that. Okay.
Right there.
Road game.
Yeah, road game.
All right. We should just send this to the NFL. Like, hey, look at this great job we did.
Okay, week 9. There it is, Luke. Okay, where are you going after the bye?
Okay, so bye week, you're coming back. We've got 4 road and 4 home games left. Okay, this worked out perfect. So, so home game coming out of the bye. What kind of game do you want that to be, Wolf? Do you want that to be?
I want that to be an easier game coming out of the bye.
So maybe, I got good news for you. You got Tennessee and Jacksonville you can choose from for an easy game.
Yeah.
Maybe Tennessee. Still relatively early in Cam Ward's rookie year.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
hosting
nice.
Tennessee. Okay, take that, rookie.
Week 11, correct?
Okay. Yeah, that was week 11. So.
Yes.
All right, back out on the road here.
Okay.
Do you have any urge to get like the Seattle game out of the way, or do you want to do that later in the? I mean, it's going to be raining at this point either way.
Yeah, let's get Seattle out of the way right there. I love that. This is great. Week 12, Seattle out of the way. Okay.
Okay, back home.
Yeah.
The home games are not that brutal.
Let's, once again, let's go with the 49ers.
Okay.
Get that division game. Final.
Done.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do you want to end the season with a division game, or would you prefer that's not a divisional game?
No, I'd prefer it's not.
Okay. So then we need to get that Rams road
because
game out of the way.
every division game is going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
It's going to be super hyper physical for the most part.
Who of Jacksonville and Atlanta is less physical that you can play after playing San Francisco?
Yeah. I'm going to say the Falcons.
Okay, so we'll go to Atlanta in week 14. It's funny, now that I know as we do this, you're thinking about what food we could get in these places.
Wait a minute, though. Week 13. Wasn't week 13 the 49ers at home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you want a road game.
Yes.
So, yeah, Houston or Tampa Bay. That's your option.
Yeah, let's go Tampa Bay.
Probably Tampa, yeah. Okay.
All right, there you go.
Okay, so we're good. We're good. We've got a few. So I'll tell you what, let's hit the break. We got 4 games left.
Okay.
And we'll fill these out in the rest of the show.
All right, that's cool, yeah.
So this is what we have right now before we go to break.
Yes, recap.
Starting in week 1, at Dallas, at New Orleans, home Carolina, home Seattle, at Indianapolis, home Rams, at Cincinnati in week 7, home Green Bay, at San Francisco, bye week 10. Okay? Come out of the bye week, host Tennessee, road Seattle, home San Francisco, road Tampa Bay. So we got 4 more games we got to fit in here when we come back.
I love it, man.
Okay, all right.
Fill the schedule up.
See, they don't need this. Whoever makes the schedule for the NFL, just have us do it. And then we would make the other 31 teams, and none of them would match up, and some teams would be playing 6 games at the same time.
In a perfect world.
For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades Desert Diamond Arena May 25th. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back over to the NBA playoffs, are the Celtics done? Are the Warriors done? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's. Or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend.
Changing 500.
We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed. So keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. Gather around the transistor and press the ear, Basinonians. Yes, I need to tell you about the Memorial Preview Sale going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Preview Sale. That's right now through May 14th. That is tomorrow. Everything in store and online is 25% off. That's right, Basinonians. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Now, Brooklyn Betting, you don't just have to go to brooklynbetting.com, which is okay. You can also actually go to one of their 12 Basin locations with no pushy salespeople whatsoever. You go ahead and you tell them Wolf sent you, and they're going to hook you up in a big way. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Arizona Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is on the mound, pitching to Sanderson Ford president David Kimmerly.
Hey, David, did you know the Diamondbacks have been around for 27 years?
And there goes the pitch. And David smacks it for a home run.
That's great, Gonzo. Sanderson Ford is celebrating 70 years with From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay.
And on top of employee pricing, get additional Ford incentives on over 1,000 vehicles during the Sanderson Ford Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale.
Purchase a new 2025 F-150 XLT Super Crew truck for only $43,900 or a new 2025 Bronco for only $40,500.
Stop by Sanderson Ford and get a pair of tickets to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
A proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Employee pricing valid on most vehicles through June 2nd. Prices plus tax, title, and $4.99 dock fee. F-150 stock number B25105. Bronco stock number 255445. And includes 1,000 Jeep Conquest cash you must qualify for. One pair of tickets per household with valid driver's license to July 6th game versus the Kansas City Royals while supply of 200 tickets last.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tomorrow, join us as we discuss the massive schedule unveiling of the NFL. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf. Let's first finish the schedule. Then I got baseball news for you. Then we'll talk basketball.
Okay.
We've got 4 games left on the Cardinals' ideal schedule. We're using the actual games that they have to put in there, the actual teams they're playing at home and the actual teams they're playing on the road. On the road. We've got 4 games left, okay? And you wanted to go home road after the first, basically, month of the season.
Absolutely.
So you've got a home game coming up in Week 15. Your choices are Atlanta or Jacksonville.
Let's go Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah, go with the Falcons, get that out of the way.
Okay.
That is Week 14, correct?
Yes. So Week 15. Week 15. We went to Tampa in Week 14.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so just running right through the NFC South. I like that, playing that division towards the end of the season to kind of feel better about yourself. We really, if we were smart, and now that I look at this, I think we did a really good job, but we should have just backloaded all the worst teams because we want the Cardinals to finish the season strong.
Yes.
But it kind of did work out that way a little bit. We still have Jacksonville left. So Week 16, you've got 2 road opponents to choose from, the Texans or the Rams in Week 16. Get the Rams out of there?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to L.A. Week 16.
Yep.
So that sets you up Week 17, you host Jacksonville. Week 18, you close out the regular season in Houston.
Yes, there it is.
All right.
Right there. Nice.
You want me to run through it?
Yes.
This is what we came up with. Best possible schedule. We just threw it together on the air. Week 1 at Dallas, Week 2 at New Orleans. Home against Carolina Week 3, home Seattle Week 4, and then we started going road home every other week. At Indianapolis, home for the Rams. At Cincinnati, home for Green Bay. At San Francisco in Week 9. Bye week, Week 10, where you like it, Wolf, right in the middle of the season.
Yep.
Come out of it with kind of a, maybe a weaker team. Host Tennessee Week 11, rookie quarterback. Go to Seattle Week 12, host San Francisco Week 13, in Tampa Week 14, home Atlanta. Road Rams Week 16, that's your last divisional game, which Roger Goodell would never allow. They always play a divisional game in Week 18. Home against Jacksonville, road against the Houston Texans to close out the season.
Yes. In a perfect world, that would be the schedule.
That would be it. And
that's not going to be the schedule.
No, it's not going to be the schedule. Starting with Week 1, we already know that won't be it because Dallas is playing Philadelphia. But I liked your reasoning for it when we came up with it of you play a team that's very high profile, but maybe isn't as good as everybody seems to think they are.
Yeah, that is the Dallas Cowboys. That is the definition, I would say, of the Dallas Cowboys over the last couple of seasons right now. They've got names, and they are a good team, but they have disappointed, I think, for the most part. The analysts across the NFL are pretty split on it. But there are a lot of analysts that think they should be a lot better than what their record is, and that just has not come to fruition at all. Having said that, the star always gets an attention. I like that first game to be an attention getter for everyone inside the locker room. I want my head coach to be able to stand up in front of them all through training camp and say, look it, we're getting ready for the Cowboys. We're getting ready for Dallas. We're getting ready for the Star. You better be ready, and it's on the road. I love road games to start a season because it has a way of focusing you all that much more, because you know immediately from game one, from when it matters, when you start playing games that matter, you're going to be on the road. Everybody's going to be against you. I love that.
Get you on point right away in week one.
Yes.
And then you get New Orleans, who presumably won't have their quarterback situation really figured out by week two.
Focus the team.
All right, here's the baseball news. And I'm just reading ESPN's post, but a lot of people have this. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred removed Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other deceased players from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list.
Oh, my gosh.
So Manfred ruled that MLB's punishment of banned individuals ends upon their deaths, so they are now presumably eligible for election into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Wow.
So certainly if you're a baseball fan, definitely if you're a baseball purist, this is kind of wild news that it would just happen on a random Tuesday in the middle of May of 2025 when you're talking about Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, among others. And we're talking about guys that are some of the best hitters in baseball history, but haven't played in decades.
Oh, man, this is big. This is highly emotional. I can only imagine the conversation that this is going to create amongst baseball fans all over the world.
Yeah.
The huge argument about Pete Rose in particular. There are those that believe that Pete Rose should never, ever be considered for the Hall of Fame.
I can tell you, looking at the comments, just real quickly here as we're on the air, there's a lot of people saying what you just said. There's a lot of people saying you should have done this a long time ago when he was alive. And there's a lot of people saying now lift the ban on Barry Bonds. There isn't a ban on Barry Bonds. There's no ban on Barry Bonds. He is Hall of Fame eligible. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of significant news right there out of nowhere.
That is absolutely huge. Wow. Pete Rose, too. He passed away last year.
Yeah, I mean, talking about one of the greatest hitters in the history of the game, it kind of, I don't know. You go back and forth on this forever. I mean, it's weird to not have him in the Hall of Fame.
How do you feel about this, Luke? I mean, where did you stand in regard to Pete Rose?
The thing is,
he gambled on games.
Yeah, I understand. The thing is, like, the landscape changes so much, right? Now, like, everybody else is allowed to gamble on the games.
Except for players.
Yeah. No, I understand.
You can't do that.
There's got
for obvious reasons.
Well, yeah. There's got to be a punishment, and there was. But how long was he punished? Like 40 years? I mean, at a certain point, I don't know. Like, if you're going to let the guy in, it would be cool if there had been a way to do it when he was alive. And I guess his family still gets to appreciate it. And he hasn't been, like, voted into the Hall of Fame. It's just the idea now is that he would be eligible.
Yeah.
So
I love the idea of forgiveness, Basinonians, and because of that, I stand and applaud this in the end.
What we were going to talk about in this segment, the NBA playoffs, 2 more games tonight. The Pacers can knock out the 64-win Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Nuggets and Thunder are playing Game 5 tonight. Oklahoma City, a heavy favorite at home, Wolf. Oklahoma City, a heavy, heavy favorite to win the series still. And I got to think, I haven't looked, but they must be the favorites to win the whole thing at this point. But they are in a very pivotal Game 5 against the best player in the world. So with all due respect to Pacers Cavs, I'm watching Nuggets Thunder tonight if I'm watching one of these games.
Yeah, this is, to me, once again, I think this is the most contested. This is the best series, I think, so far.
Yes.
For obvious reasons, you've got Jokic, the Joker, of course, the best player in the world, as far as I'm concerned, for my money right now, against the best team in the world, that being the Thunder.
Yeah.
So it's obviously a very contested series right now. I think it's going 7. I think it is going 7.
I want Denver to win tonight for that reason. I think if Oklahoma City wins tonight, they're just going to take the series. Yeah. If Denver wins tonight, I could certainly still see Oklahoma City winning the series. I'm guessing they would still be favored even if they lose, but I think you're getting a game 7 if Denver wins tonight. So the Celtics, we touched on this briefly earlier. They lost last night and they lost Jason Tatum. Here is noted Celtics enthusiast Bill Simmons yesterday talking about what he called maybe one of the darkest days in Celtics history.
This could go down as, we'll see what happens with Tatum, but this could go down as one of the darker Celtic days. You know, not to mention he's at the peak of his career. He's never had a major injury, Tatum, and if this is like a major one, it doesn't just take him out for this playoffs, but it takes him out for, I think, all of next year too. You just wonder, like, is he going to be able to get back to the point that he was at tonight? You know, this speaks to A, how hard it is to win a title, B, how important injury luck is, and C, how hard it is to just put together some really good years in a row.
How many championships have the Celtics won?
Total or
darkest
like with this
day
group?
in Celtic, knock it off.
Yeah, how many? Yeah, exactly. And they just won last year. Tatum last night had 42 points when it happened. 42 points in 40 minutes.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, but I would be stunned at this point if the Celtics win.
Darkest day in Celtics history.
When we come back, can the Diamondbacks replicate what they did last night? Tonight in San Francisco. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's DISC, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you know what? As a former player, I can tell you right now, I suffered an awful lot of damage to my spine, to my neck, to my back. Well, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. Maybe your back is all jacked up. Maybe you can't mow the lawn because your back is all jacked up. Maybe you're done with that. You know what? DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain right now. You got to get back, Basinonians, to enjoying life again. Go to sciatica.com. or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in the Bay Area against the Giants. First pitch is at 6:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for Arizona. And some huge MLB news. ESPN reports that Major League Baseball has removed Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson from its permanently ineligible list. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. Start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, before we get back into Dbacks, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah.
I want to read through some of the YouTube chat because it's been going pretty good today, okay?
What up, YouTube?
It's funny you say that because 704 Studios says, what up?
Oh,
okay.
Okay, cool.
So there you go. Let's see. Gray Mantle said, don't you think it's a bit early to talk MVP for anyone? True. Fair.
A quarter of the season is over.
Probably still going to do it, though, because it's the Diamondback.
Sure.
But I hear what you're saying. Ted James, I miss the Phoenix Roadrunners. As do I, Ted.
Okay.
We can talk hockey all day if you want. Let's see. Cardinals Opinion says, let's go. Rise up, Red Sea. 704 Studios again. The Ginketh has not provided the Stinketh.
That's true.
Inspector Todd said Simmons is the worst. Boston fans are the worst, because we were just playing the Bill Simmons audio where he was talking about how rough it is to be a Celtics fan right now.
Yes, it's just so brutal.
And I'm a big fan of this one. I think it's Eater. Eater said, so none of us are working today? Because there's a lot in the chat today. It's a lot of people just talking sports, who I would assume are at work. I don't know. But
okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Into the game tonight, game 2 of this 3-game series for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It is Brandon Pfaadt against Robbie Ray. Pfaadt 6 wins. Robbie Ray 5-0, the former D-back, of course. You asked the question in the pre-show meeting, Wolf, can they replicate tonight what they did last night? There's a very real possibility this is another pitcher's duel. I mean, you never know what's actually going to happen when the game starts, but the pieces are in place for another low-scoring game.
Yeah, again, can they replicate that once again? Get a great start from Brandon Pfaadt, who's going to be taking the ball. Of course, Robbie Ray is going to be taking the ball for the Giants. Robbie Ray, left-hand pitcher, who's having a great season. Do we know Robbie Ray? Do we feel like we know Robbie Ray?
I feel like we know Robbie Ray,
I think we know Robbie Ray very, very well, and he's doing great. He's got a 2.84 ERA and 44 and a third innings pitched. He's got a 2.84 ERA. He's having a great season.
He is, and I'll say this. I mean, it's a small sample size, but it's not like the Diamondbacks are collectively scoring a lot of runs right now. Their last 3 games, they've scored 6 total runs. Now, they've won 2 of those games.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what matters. Nobody looks back at the end of the year and it's like, yeah, your record's not good enough, but you did score. In fact, if they did that, Wolf, the Diamondbacks would have been in the playoffs last year because they outscored everybody.
Yes.
Didn't quite have the tiebreaker. So maybe you get the bats to get going tonight, but you are going to be facing a pretty good pitcher. That's who you're going to have to get the hits off.
Yeah, Brandon Pfaadt is in a groove right now. Yes, I understand 2 starts ago he got roughed up, no doubt, but he has quickly recovered in his last start, of course. And then when you compare that last start to everything else he's been doing, Brandon Pfaadt is off to a really good start himself for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And because of that, if they can replicate that start just the way Merrill Kelly did in Game 1 yesterday, if he can do that, go out and have another really solid start and give the Diamondbacks an opportunity to win this game, man, maybe the Diamondbacks can get on a bit of a roll and get to Robbie Ray early, and then maybe Shelby Miller can still come on and close.
That would be ideal. Shelby Miller only threw 9 pitches yesterday, so in theory, maybe he could close if it's a close game.
Yes.
The Diamondbacks have not won 2 games in a row, and this it doesn't surprise me because I knew the stat, but I think if I didn't know the stat, it would surprise me, Wolf, because I feel like they've been playing decent baseball. They've been playing the Mets and the Phillies and the Mets again and the Dodgers and now the Giants, but they haven't won 2 games in a row since April 30th and May 1st. And when you consider that they have played every single day since then, got to start stringing a couple wins together. You go out there and you have that really, really good performance last night. Great performance by Merrill. Really, really good by the bullpen.
Yeah.
Corbin Carroll. Don't give it back tonight.
Yeah.
Go out there and win the game.
You know, we were talking about this earlier in the broadcast, Space Nordians, but it is the truth. It really is. There are certain things that happen in a game where you gain confidence collectively from it all. And those things that happen, it's typically your strengths. Everyone knows where you're strong and everyone knows where your question marks are. And I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about the guys that are inside the locker room, guys that are in the clubhouse. They understand where they're strong and where there might be question marks. They understand they might be a question mark themselves. And they talk about this stuff. Oftentimes, they will talk about this stuff in the clubhouse, on the plane, on the bus, whatever it may be. You can feel when a team is getting more confident. And typically, how does that happen? They create a way of winning games, a repeatable way of winning games where you can go out and say, this is our strength. This is how we win games. Think about the Arizona Diamondbacks right now, starting pitching, and seeing the starting pitching coming around. Merrill Kelly was on display last night. Can they do it again with Brandon Pfaadt? Can they get some home runs again from somebody not named Corbin Carroll? Now, if it's Corbin, that's going to be fine.
Yeah,
we'll take that. But it'll be nice.
It'll be all right.
Yes, but again, they've got to come up with big hits, get that starting pitching, and then have Shelby Miller shut it down again. I think you're right on this. He's going to get that opportunity if it's a closed situation.
I was looking to see. Well, first of all, if I'm right on it, it's because I agreed with you. So,
yes.
You're giving me credit, but I agreed with you. I was looking to see if the lineup is up yet. It's not. That would be kind of early. The game doesn't start for another 5 hours, but just to see if Jordan Lawler is in there. As far as things that you could repeat or things that maybe you'd like to make sustainable or make a good habit, here's Torey Lovullo after the game yesterday talking about the little things.
We won this game today because of Merrill. I know that, but there were some defensive plays behind him that were made. One that was sneaky. It got us out of, I think, the 4th or the 5th where they scored their run. We ran a cut and relay perfectly. Marte rotated back to first base, and we got the final out of that inning on a rundown. So that's the type of stuff that we look for.
Those plays have been missing for a bit this year, haven't they?
Correct. And clearly the Gurriel play was a monster play. But we all know that one. That's obvious. But those little things that we do so well and nobody really knows about, we talk about those. We practice them, and they all add up. Those little things matter here.
So right on that. And, Torey's always said that as well. The expectation, we're going to be a great defensive team. That is the one thing that Torey Lovullo really emphasizes and has ever since he showed up here. being a great defensive team. But so much of the time, it's about doing the fundamental little things that allow you to be that great defensive team.
Yeah. Speaking of great defense, here's Merrill Kelly on that catch by Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
I was in the training room watching it. That was incredible. Shout out to Beaksy for, getting the job done and getting him to hit that ball right to Lordy. But yeah, that was obviously a SportsCenter top 10 catch. That was an absolutely incredible acrobatic move, and I'm glad it went in the glove.
That's going to be up there as a top 10 catch all year, I would think, by the end of the season. Just because it was such an unusual way to make a catch, and when you consider the context, it's probably 2-2 if he doesn't make that catch.
It's
Maybe
just incredible. Honestly, it was based on it. If you haven't seen it, just Google Lourdes Gurriel Jr. catch. It will come up. It will. That catch, what he did last night.
It looks like, what it looks like, Wolf, is a really good catch, like in a baseball cartoon. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like real life, the way he catches the ball.
And I think a lot of it was the angle of the camera as well. But when you look at it, it looks like he caught it behind his head. It's incredible.
It does. It really does. All right, we come back. Final segment of the show. How did last night's NBA draft lottery impact what the Suns can do this offseason as far as trades? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What do you need more? Do you need a fifth starter more? Or do you need a guy who can actually close a baseball game because they've blown 8 saves?
I think because Puck and Martinez and Graveman are coming back, I still think you need a starter more. Not now, but you will.
At some point.
At some point you will. I still think that's a more valuable spot.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Chime, the little experiences, they add up. Maybe you don't have a chance to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work. You got to grab something, or you just want to do something fun. You want to meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. Well, those expenses do add up, and that's fine. That's life. It's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, and that's why your checking account should help you, not work against you by charging you fees, and that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account helps you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's huge. Chime will take care of you. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. Learn more at Chime.com. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Slim down this summer and
rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, final segment of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios, Wolf. Aaron Maloney gave me the details on AI confusing Kevin Ginkel for Jarrett Carlin.
Yeah.
Which my theory is that's why Kevin Ginkel's numbers are so off this year. So let's see. Somebody had, I don't know the whole backstory, but the response to the listener was, hey, that video from Bickley and Marotta features Kevin Ginkel, a relief pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's in a radio studio, likely discussing his return from a shoulder injury. But that's the video of Jarrett yelling the gink. Right? So they somehow have confused now the two of them. They go through, they talk about Kevin Ginkel's baseball career. Yes, that right there. So then, it goes through, it talks about Kevin Ginkel's baseball career. That's all accurate. But then at the end it says, fun fact, Ginkel's known for his wild shirts, like the colorful one in the video, and he's a University of Arizona alum, a local favorite. Hope that clears things up. First of all, a local favorite when you're talking about Jarrett. Calm down here, okay? He's a local.
That is legendary, Greg Brady. Well done.
But the problem is Kevin Ginkel's ERA since this came out is 15.43. So what? It's like the baseball itself is confusing Kevin Ginkel for Jarrett Carlin at this point.
Yeah, that's right now. It is a little bothersome to see Kevin Ginkel struggling the way that he is and has. Hopefully he's going to turn this thing around because honestly, the bullpen, if you just had Gink coming back and being Gink right now, I would feel so much better about the Diamondbacks bullpen. Even with J. Mart and A.J. Puck out because of injury, even with that, I would feel so much better if Gink was just Stink. And he's not right now.
Well, you see how it limits you, right? Because we were just talking about this before of, okay, what if you go out there and you basically replicate last night's game tonight? That'd be great. Okay, so then who are you going to in the 8th and 9th innings? Are you going to Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller again? Okay, maybe you can. Shelby Miller in particular only threw 9 pitches last night. He was very efficient. Well, all right.
Oh, I don't think there's going to be anyone else but Shelby Miller right now.
So then what if you do it again tomorrow?
Yeah,
Like, you need to be able to go to multiple guys in a 1-run or 2-run game if you're going to start stacking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wins in a row.
Yeah,
So,
winning by 8 would be nice.
yeah, that's true. That's the other solution. Just get 7 strong innings from Brandon Pfaadt and score 8 runs.
Yeah.
Just do that.
Just hammering the Giants tonight. That would be nice.
It'd be nice. All right, the NBA draft lottery last night, Wolf. Just final thoughts on this one. It's the way they unveil it. I was driving back here to do the Diamondbacks postgame show last night. I'm listening to Burns and Gambo as they're going through it, and they were playing it live. And so they're unveiling, and they're going through, and they're like, okay, so-and-so, San Antonio is supposed to be picking here, and it's not the Spurs. And so when they get down to the final 4 teams, it's like, okay, bunch of teams moved up, which is what pushed Utah and Washington and New Orleans and Brooklyn all down. I mean, Brooklyn's picking 8th after the season they just had. Washington's picking 6th. So you knew who the final 4 teams were before we knew the order.
Yeah.
You knew it was the Mavericks, Sixers, Spurs, and Hornets. So at that point, if you're like me, you're just hoping the Hornets won the lottery, right? or even the Sixers. And so they go Hornets number 4, great. Sixers number 3, awesome. So at that point, you know it's either the Spurs or the Mavericks.
Yes.
So at that point, there were no winners.
Either or, yeah, you were done with that. What does this mean, though? What does the draft lottery mean for the Kevin Durant deal that could be out there? And the Phoenix Suns, of course. What does it mean? That is the question right now. Seeing the Houston Rockets, by way of example, who were number 9, but seeing them drop down to number 10.
Take that.
Yeah, you thought to yourself, that only increases the chances that the Phoenix Suns might actually be able to pull a deal off with the Houston Rockets, at least to me in the Wolf League compound.
Yeah,
how about you?
I'm with you, but I see this is where I feel like the Suns need to leak something like the Rockets did yesterday, where they're like, we probably wouldn't be interested in KD or Devin Booker.
Yeah.
This is where the Suns need to be like, yeah, if it was the number 9 pick, but once you get in the double digits, who cares at that point? It's useless, right?
I love that, yeah.
That's about as ridiculous as what Houston's sources leaked to The Athletic.
Right now, if I am the Phoenix Suns, I'm just saying right now, we don't have to trade anybody. We don't have to trade jack squat, bruh. We don't have to do it. If I'm the Suns, that is the message that I'm sending out there right now. That's right. We're going to eat it with Kevin Durant. We don't care. I don't know how many teams are going to buy that.
Well,
but right now, let's face it. It's all about creating leverage.
We kind of stumbled on this earlier in the show. And I sort of believe that the plan is already the plan.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're going to buy out Bradley Beal anyway, you don't really have to make any trades. And what we stumbled on earlier in the show, which, everybody already knew, but we just kind of got there in a weird way again. If you're going to compete next year, you basically would have to keep Kevin Durant.
Yes.
Now, I don't think they're going to do that. And I kind of feel like at this point, KD's, up for a trade too. But yeah, if I'm negotiating with another team, what am I looking at? I'm saying, hey, we're not going to make the playoffs next year if I trade you Kevin Durant. So this idea that you're going to give me trash for one of the greatest players of all time, I don't have to make a trade. I'm not winning a championship next year anyway, Houston. You're trying to.
Here's the best thing that could possibly happen to the Phoenix Suns. You have 2 teams, not one, but 2 teams that are just drooling to get Kevin Durant.
That'd be nice.
That's all you need. You need 2 teams. Even one. I would say even one. Because if they were to, just by way of example, the Houston Rockets, once again, if they knew exactly, if Ime Udoka knew exactly, that's the reason why we're still not playing, is because we couldn't close. We couldn't score buckets when we needed buckets. And this guy can get a bucket whenever you need it. It just takes one team that is sure that Kevin Durant is the guy that can fix everything for them. And why not? Because he does bring a lot of strength with him, especially on the offensive end of the floor. Are you kidding me? The Slim Reaper, somebody who can get a bucket when you absolutely have to have one. That's who he is, and a closer as well. You put him on a team that has leadership, great leadership, and a team that has a defensive culture built up into it already, that's going to be lights out.
Wouldn't you also bring up with Houston, if you were talking to them, hey, look around the Western Conference. If you guys had Kevin Durant and you had beaten Golden State, are you telling me, look around these playoffs? It's probably going to be Knicks Pacers in the Eastern Conference, and you would have been playing Minnesota, who KD's had some really great games against. You just want to sit around and wait? You want to wait for what? What are you waiting for if you're Houston? You're waiting for San Antonio to get really good?
Yeah.
You're waiting for Dallas to get good now? You're waiting for Oklahoma City to get bad? That's not going to happen anytime soon. If there is something to the idea that there really is not the sense of urgency for the Suns that there should be for a team like Houston, because at the end of the day, the Suns aren't winning the title next season unless I don't even know what that would look like. Houston is in their window. So why would you burn a year of it being stubborn? Now, they might go get Giannis, and then that changes everything.
Yeah, the whole Giannis thing. Hopefully Giannis is going to stay right where Giannis is.
Yeah.
Period.
Somebody stay in the Eastern Conference.
It doesn't feel that way, though, does it?
It does not.
It feels like he is going to leave Milwaukee.
And there were also suggestions made by NBA experts last night that the Spurs moving all the way up to number 2 gives them the final piece they would need to pull off a trade where they would get Giannis. Imagine having Giannis and Wembanyama in the front court together.
Yeah.
Yeah. No thanks. I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah, no thanks.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo up next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona's triple digits are here. Are you ready? Get a brand new AC unit today for as low as $99 a month, installed by the state's #1 ranked AC company. All of our installs are verified with our exclusive Precision Link technology to make sure they're installed perfect. Don't wait. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature. And, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks are looking to string together wins coming off of Corbin Carroll's 2-home run performance and Merrill Kelly's 7-inning gem. Crank up the Hall & Oates because Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the former Diamondback Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The complete NFL schedule drops tomorrow, but we learned today that unfortunately the Arizona Cardinals will not be playing internationally this year. The LA Rams are the only representative of the NFC West traveling across the pond. And in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to clinch a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. They play the Cavaliers in Cleveland. Tip-off for that one's at 4. And then over in the West, it's now a best of 3 between the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Game 5 from OKC is tonight at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on? You point to those YouTubers out there who are watching. You can follow the show. Follow the station at youtube.com. Subscribe to Arizona Sports, and you can watch along with us at our mini cameras that we have stationed here in the building. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, hold on. I got to
what'd you forget?
Well, no. Just Mitch always reminds me. On X at Burns and Gambo. On Instagram at Burns and Gambo. Yeah. On Facebook at Burns and Gambo. And at Arizona_sports on YouTube.
And on AOL, you got to dial it up. But we are on AOL. It takes a little while for the connection to come through.
Gambo will personally AOL messenger you and send you messages and talk with you during the show.
You've got Gambo.
God, I
we
swear.
were voted the number one podcast in Arizona.
As you've mentioned repeatedly.
Didn't even know that we had a podcast, but I guess we do.
I hear those 3 words every morning when I wake up. You've got Gambo.
We can now challenge Bickley Murata for the greatest radio show then, can't we? Because we got the greatest podcast.
They're not even in the top 25. We're number 1 ranked podcast. That's all I know.
I'm on record saying that's the greatest radio show ever. They used my voice as part of the open, so I don't know when I said that. So I don't know. I guess they got my vote. I kind of like our show too. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Chris Garagiola with a call.
Great game.
Really good game.
Great baseball game.
Yeah, had a little bit of everything, didn't
God,
it?
I love the 2-1 baseball games. I just love I'll take that over 10-8 any day of the week. Any day of the week. I mean, you know me. Give me a 2-1, 3-2 baseball game. I'm in my glory. That you're on the edge of your seat. Every pitch matters. Every at-bat matters. Every play matters. Gurriel with the great defensive play. Corbin Carroll with the 2 home runs. But it really all starts with Merrill Kelly because he was sensational yesterday. That was just complete control by Merrill Kelly on the road against the Giants team. And we said it yesterday, like in Dbacks on Deck, he'd been like 1-5 at Oracle with an ERA over 5.
Thinking about that when I was driving home yesterday.
Not pitched well there.
His numbers and his results against them were not very good, both individually and from a team standpoint. And I was kind of worried, boy, are things going to get a little bit sideways for the Diamondbacks tonight. He was fantastic, and it really was. I mean, like the full Merrill Kelly experience in that, and I, not gonna
except for the cramping.
Except, well, yeah, no, okay,
that was that part of it.
Which I'll get. You're right. It wasn't the full.
It wasn't
Merrill
the full Merrill Kelly experience.
The full Merrill Kelly experience is he goes out there to warm up for the 6th inning and he can't go anymore because
grabs something and comes out.
The full experience was he didn't throw any one of his pitches any more than like 28% of the time.
He had him baffled.
It was everything. And that to me, okay, more than the cramping. That, to me, is the Merrill Kelly experience where it's the fastball, it's the curveball, it's the slider, it's the change.
Change was so good.
Right. It's just, and he was getting swings and misses on all of them, but especially on the changeup. The stat came from Jack Summers over at SI.com. He didn't throw any single one of his pitches more than 28% of the time yesterday, which just showed Merrill Kelly in all of his glory and what he can do to you when he's on.
Well, and he had so much. He did not walk a single batter, and he struck out 8. Did not walk a single batter, struck out 8. Struck out Yastrzemski and Chapman to start the game. Struck out Adames and Bailey in the 2nd. Got Flores to hit into a double play to end the 4th with runners on 1st and 3rd. Struck out Adames and Matos in the 7th, and got Costa pop out with 2-1 to end his night. It was a vintage Merrill Kelly performance. So, something I didn't even know this. You sent it this morning. He's just 1 win away from tying Curt Schilling on the Diamondbacks all-time win list.
Yeah, he's 4th.
I did not know that.
I didn't know it until I read it either.
Did not know that.
He passed, Patrick Corbin for 4th all-time on the wins list for the Diamondbacks with 57. He is now 1 back of Curt Schilling for 3rd. Brandon Webb is 2nd with 87. Randy Johnson, of course, is number 1 in the history of the organization. And I'm glad that you led us there for a second, because that is something that, for an organization that has a rich history of pitching, okay, like who's Cy Young Awards and World Series co-MVPs and et cetera, things like that. The fact that Merrill Kelly is 4th on that list, I don't, to your point, I don't know if I would have known that until I read that. I don't know if I would have guessed that until I read that. And it really speaks to his longevity and what he's, I don't think it's just his longevity. I mean, he's really...
Because Schilling won 45 games in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean...
22 and 23 wins.
He was obscene how good
he won 45 games in 2 seasons.
I think what it speaks to more than anything, it's Merrill Kelly, but it's Mike Hazen finding Merrill Kelly.
100%.
Right? He was in Korea pitching there. He went to ASU. He's a local kid. He was kind of an older guy, relatively speaking, when the Diamondbacks signed him. I mean, you talk about the Mike Hazen Hall of Fame, not that we're going to go make one. Merrill Kelly is in like the first class of the Mike Hazen Transactional Hall of Fame. You got that dude, and he's going to be 3rd all time in the history of the organization and wins probably when his career is done here. It's incredible. It speaks to Merrill, and it speaks to Mike Hazen's ability to find Merrill Kelly.
I'll tell you, he's 36 years old right now. He'll be 37 in October. I would 100% offer him a 1-year deal for $20 million to come back.
$20 million?
15 to $20 million?
Okay, I don't know if you'd even need to go that high.
Well, you might not, but
to be honest with you, I don't know if you need
absolutely, you want to stay here? We want you. Yeah. Here's, I don't think he's making a whole lot of money.
No, I don't
he's
think
he's never made a whole lot of money.
I don't think you'd need to go that high for Merrill Kelly. I think you could get it done for.
He's on $9 million a year.
Yeah, I think you could get it done for 13, 14. Give a nice
there you go.
1-year, $13 million deal. Oh, like that, done.
Yep.
Round out my rotation, because what have we said all along? Not knowing what's going to happen with Zach Gallen, it's a lot harder to find a 1 or a 2 than it is a 4 or a 5. And I'm not saying Merrill Kelly's necessarily projecting to a 4 or a 5. At this point, you're telling me a threesome of Corbin Burns, Brandon Pfaadt, and Merrill Kelly going into next year? Done.
I'll take it.
Done. Sign me up.
Because Merrill Kelly can beat any good pitcher on any night. I mean, he's that good. He is that good. He's made $36 million in his career. Like $36 million. he's never had a big payday because he came into baseball. He came into the major leagues when he was like 30 years old.
30 years
right.
old. Right.
So like he just recently started making like decent money. But yeah, he is a sensational pitcher. He had a great game. I was baffled to see that he's one win away from tying Schilling for fourth on the all-time win list, and he's going to get a lot more wins, so he's going to pass him by. He's been a terrific Diamondback find by Mike Hazen.
He probably won't get to Brandon Webb. Webb is second with 87 on the list. He's 30 behind Brandon Webb. He'd have to be around for a couple of really
2 more
high-end
years after
years
this
for
year.
him. And I'm not saying he can't do it. It's just you start playing the odds a little bit. If you're around a piece of wood and you are of the ilk, knock on it. Because Torey Lovello, after the game, says we think we've kind of figured this out a little bit.
I think so. I know you're right down there, right? So you see him. He's not really sitting still. He's constantly moving. And, we're working really hard. Joe, our nutritionist, is killing it right now. And he's trying to do all that he can. And he and Merrill are working hard with the medical team. So hopefully he gave us 7 strong innings at 103 pitches. Hopefully we're putting all that behind us.
That's Big Todd Walsh asking the questions there with the cramping issue. And Torey's like, I think we've got it. I think we might have figured it out. Merrill Kelly after the game talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you guys know me by now. I take things one day at a time. But to go 7 innings and throw over 100 pitches and not feel anything is obviously a huge positive for me. I think mentally, probably more than anything, to be able to get through that and not feel anything makes me feel like we can, take that momentum and keep running with it. But going to take day at a time and just continue what we've been doing, and hopefully we've put our finger on it.
You superstitious guy?
Nah, I mean, sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Yeah, so you're like Michael Scott on The Office. You're not superstitious. You're a little stitious.
Yeah.
You've never just went right over his head.
I don't watch The Office.
I know, but one of the famous lines, in addition to Kevin dropping the chili, is
I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
Yeah, that's you. That's you, right?
A little like
stitious.
if I'm in a seat and things are going well, I'm not going to move seats.
Okay.
If I'm in a seat and things aren't going well, I might change my seat.
Okay, that's fair.
Jordan Lawler batting 8th tonight.
8th and playing shortstop, as you said yesterday. Okay,
yes, playing shortstop, batting 8th today, as we mentioned yesterday.
A couple of quick numbers about Merrill Kelly. Take out the one bad start against the Yankees. His ERA on the season is 2.28. If you just take out the one start against the Yankees. 9 runs against the New York Yankees.
We should be able to do that. Every pitcher should have a mulligan.
Every pitcher should just be able to say, just remove that from my stat line.
That game does. Brandon Pfaadt could use his last one,
Take
right?
it out.
Or two starts ago.
Take it out of there. Get rid of it.
Just
Absolutely.
one, it doesn't count.
And then I'll give you the other number a little bit later because we are late for a break. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, the draft lottery was the fix-in. Boy, did the internet melt down last night or what? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And a 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. And if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, I'm telling you, nobody does it better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. Nearsighted, farsighted, astigmatism. If you are dealing with some eye strain, some eye issues, I want you to go into one of the 3 locations for the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. One in Mesa, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale. Nobody does it better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. That's where I went for my LASIK surgery. That's where Vince Murato went for his LASIK surgery. So all you have to do is give him a call at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. You can go online at teamidoc.com. Don't forget, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is a full-service eye care facility for you and your entire family. Any of your eye care needs can be taken care of by the team eye doctor of the Suns and the D-backs, Dr. Jay Schwartz. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
On Saturday, May 31st, take home the Geraldo Perdomo City Connect 2.0 bobblehead, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Buy your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. And just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries, but he couldn't get the insurance company to help him. And after all that frustration, he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million victory. Now, no firm can guarantee the outcomes, but in these situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and it means justice. That's what Sweet James is all about. They're the firm you call if you're ever hurt in an accident. And don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Luke. Which team do we want to see Walter Nolan make his Arizona Cardinals debut against? We'll preview the big NFL schedule reveal tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The fourth pick in the NBA draft goes to the Charlotte Hornets. Picking third will be the Philadelphia 76ers. The second pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs, and that means that the number one pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
And shortly thereafter, the entire World Wide Web just crashed under the pressure of conspiracy theories. People thinking a fix for it.
Yeah, if you are a conspiracy theorist, this goes right to the top of your list on the NBA draft lottery's rigged.
No doubt.
The team with the worst record has not picked number one since 2019. The team with the worst record has not picked number one since 2009. Think about that. 6 years, you have the worst record. What is tanking doing for these teams?
Nothing.
The Dallas Mavericks were in the play-in tournament.
Yeah.
They won a game. And they get the number one pick.
Yeah.
The team with the worst record has now fallen to number 5 3 years in a row. Your benefit, what you get for having the worst record in the NBA is not picking first. You get to pick 5th. That's 3 years in a row. They've fallen. The worst team with the worst record's fallen to 5. Of the 28 top 4 picks handed out since 2019, more than half have gone to teams starting in the 5th slot or later. Like, do we have a problem?
Well, okay.
Like, is there an issue here?
I mean, it's funny. I think there's like a lot of things, Gambo. I think there's a lot of ways to look at it. The suggestion that you had sent me about make the play-in teams ineligible for the lottery, I thought was an interesting one.
Yeah, a major change that is needed. Yep.
You're competing for a playoff spot. You're in the play-in tournament. You should not be eligible for the lottery. You should just be out, right? And that would cut the lottery down. What, it would take 8 teams out of the lottery, basically, and turn the lottery into
4 teams. 4 teams would be out.
You're right. I'm sorry, I did the math wrong. 4 teams would be
4 teams, 2 in each. You would take 4 teams out of the draft lottery.
You're right. I was thinking 4 in each are in the play-in tournament, but eventually 2 get eliminated. Okay, so 4 teams are out. Now you're talking about 10 teams in the lottery as opposed to 14?
Fair.
Okay,
odds are a little bit better. You take 4 teams out, everybody's odds are a little bit better.
Okay, and then on the other hand, I look at it almost like this. We talk about the basketball gods and karma and all of this stuff and whether the fix is in. I kind of like the idea of we're not going to reward you for tanking your season. You played hard. You did everything you could. You started guys. You just weren't a very good basketball team. Whereas some of these teams, the ones that have the worst records in the NBA,
the Jazz, the Wizards,
are blatantly, aggressively trying to lose basketball games in the name of ping pong balls. And I think there's something kind of cool, for lack of a better word, of saying, okay, hey, you know what? You can tank if you want, but there's no guarantee that's going to do anything for you. And it's almost like karma is rewarding the teams that aren't on the full-in embrace of the tank, and they're the ones getting the picks. Does that make sense?
It does, but if you're the Utah Jazz, nobody wants to go play in Utah. Guys don't want to go play there.
I agree.
So, the Jazz tried to get Mikal Bridges this offseason, weren't able to get him. They tried to get Paul George, weren't able to get him. The Jazz have tried to do all of these things, but they can't do it because guys don't want to go live in Utah.
I get it.
It's a beautiful state. It's gorgeous. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind living there. But I'm no party animal. It's not it's not attractable to NBA players to go want to play in Utah. It's just not. So the Jazz best chance of getting a great team again is they got to draft the guy. And
they do, but they also I don't know how else they're supposed to do it other than this. But that doesn't mean the Utah Jazz can just be bad every year for 10 straight years and try to build a basketball team.
No, you're gonna have to figure out another way because this doesn't work.
And I honestly don't know what the answer is to it. I really, really don't. But I understand why people are going, hey, wait a minute, the Cavs lose LeBron and they win the lottery, and the Pelicans lose AD and they win the lottery, and the Pelicans lose Chris Paul and they lose the Mavericks.
Crazy.
It's nuts.
That's crazy.
When somebody even suggested, hey, Bucks, if Giannis walks or wants out, don't worry about it.
You'll get the number one pick.
You'll just win the lottery a year from now. It's almost like the system is designed to reward the teams. Oops, we lost that generational superstar. That's okay. We'll hook you up with the next one.
Right.
That's what's, in part, there are some even crazy people who are suggesting that the league made the Mavericks trade Luka to the Lakers because they wanted Luka in LA, and this was their reward for doing so. That was some of the wacky, crazy, you-know-what that was on Twitter all night yesterday. They made the Mavs trade Luka to the Lakers, and this was their reward for it. They gave him Cooper Flag. It's crazy
There was a columnist in the Washington Post, I saw a story today, as the Mavericks go from broke to fortune, the NBA lottery looks sketchy. He goes, I have no proof that the fix was in, but I wouldn't be surprised if the pre-drawing meal was rigatoni.
Is that Nico Harrison's favorite meal?
I don't know, maybe. I
read that line. I didn't understand what the reference is.
And they're saying, the NBA is saying, look, we invite the media to come in and look.
All there. They're all there. The people
you can come in and look at how the ping pong balls go.
I read a couple tweets from people who guys, I was in the room. It's legit. Yeah. There's nothing sketchy about it at all. This is just randomness. It's luck. But when you've only got 1.8% chance of getting it, that's you leave it open to such a thing. I think a good start. I do. I think you're right. Take the play-in teams and eliminate them.
Just eliminate them. But now you're going to have teams tanking to not get in the play-in. Why do I want to be in the play-in and go get my brains beat out by Oklahoma City in the first round?
Well, we were talking about that with the Suns, that if they'd had their own pick, we never would have wanted them to get the 8th seed. We wouldn't have wanted the Suns to be in the playoffs. Right. They would have got their brains beat in.
But this is
Oklahoma City.
But this is a reason the Suns don't want to tank. This is the reason. Why you say, the Suns should just get their own picks back in tank. Well, for what?
For what?
For what? There's no guarantee that he's going to happen.
No. But, I mean, there is a difference, though, there, too. The Suns, they might not be in the lottery, but the Suns are picking 29th this year. They could be picking 10th. There's still a benefit to having your picks if you're bad. just because you're not in the lottery, just because you didn't win the lottery.
But the chance of you get a generational player at 10 is slim.
I get it, but the chance of you getting a better player at 10 versus 29 is significant as well.
Right. But the feeling is, why tank when there's no benefit to tanking for a lot of these teams that are so bad. Atlanta was in the play-in last year. They had the number 1 pick.
And maybe that's the message.
They were in the play-in.
Maybe that's the message the league is sending to these teams. Don't tank. Don't tank. There's no, don't do drugs. Don't tank. There's no benefit to it. There's no benefit to you for doing it. And maybe at the end of the day, that's what if there's a fix, maybe the fix is to tell these teams that are basically wasting an entire life of their fans' fandom. Like a Charlotte Hornets fan this year, miserable year. Utah Jazz fan this year, miserable year. Rather than you wasting a year of your fans' lives on a bad basketball team, don't tank. There's no benefit to it. None. You get a few more ping pong ball combinations. That's it. Don't do it. I don't know.
3 teams had a lottery best 14% chance of getting the number 1 pick: the Jazz, the Wizards, and the Hornets. And the Jazz and Wizards fell all the way to 5th and 6th. And the Hornets were 4th. So the top 3 teams ended up 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Did you see what KD said about it?
Yeah.
He tweeted out,
I saw it.
Tanking must really be stressful on an organization. And can you imagine if you're Danny Ainge this morning and you woke up and you're like, no, we got screwed. Charlotte, we got screwed. We did everything we could. But that's the chance you play. They'll change it, but I don't know if they'll change it. They'll still be.
I was reading a story yesterday. It said the Suns' PA announcer, Vince Marat, issued a thinly veiled post on X. I tried to look it up. It was deleted. Everybody know what he said? What did Vinny write?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
No?
No, I didn't see it. I have no idea.
What did Vinny write? It was gone. The Suns' PA announcer.
Well, I mean, you could just, pick up that little computer there and text him.
I could. Vinny, what the hell did you say?
Find out what he
But then we know that Gambo's just going to say the thing that Vinny no longer wants
Which
to
the Vinny
know.
no longer wants out, yeah. Oh, I get it. Okay, thank you at Arizona Sports History. Rigatoni is a reference to the draft being rigged.
Oh.
Sometimes something is just so blatantly obvious.
Rigatoni rig.
Either that or I'm really stupid. I thought rigatoni was like Jason Kidd's favorite dish or something.
This page doesn't exist. Try searching something else. Try to find out what Vinny said.
I don't know what he did. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the top prospect in the Diamondbacks organization is here. He's playing shortstop. He is batting 8th for the Diamondbacks tonight.
Let's go.
How excited is he to be back? Jordan Lawler is going to join us from San Francisco next on Burns and Gambo.
The NFL schedule release. We already have some of the schedule, more today, and the rest of it tomorrow. Just keep it on Arizona Sports for the full drop, okay? 98.7, Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
It was really cool. I used to take him there to V's barbershop when he was just a little kid, and he'd sit on the step stool thing on the barber chair at V's barbershop, and get his hair cut. And he was just such a cute little kid. Talking about my son Jake. So then fast forward, 24 years or whatever, and there's Jake before his wedding day, 2 days before his wedding day, and it's him, and it's me, and it's the father of the bride, and all the groomsmen. We're all getting our haircuts, and we're all getting the hot lather shaves, getting ready for the big day that's coming up, and it was like this total full circle moment. Like, I used to bring you here when you were a little kid. Now you're here getting a haircut before your big wedding. That's part of what makes V's so cool. The great haircuts, the great atmosphere, the great experience, all of that. But just, even now going there and seeing the moms and the dads with the little kids getting the big boy haircut, it's cool. It's nostalgia. It's awesome. It's great haircuts. It's all at V's. Go to vbarbershop.com to book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of the 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carroll will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carroll Royce today or visit CarrollHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarrollHasTheBuyers.com. Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks are looking to string together wins coming off of Corbin Carroll's 2-home run performance and Merrill Kelly's 7-inning gem. So it's time to crank up some Michael McDonald because Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the former Diamondback Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. The complete NFL schedule drops tomorrow, but today we learned that the Arizona Cardinals will not be playing internationally this season. In fact, the LA Rams are the only NFC West team that will be traveling across the pond. And in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to clinch the first available spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. They play the Cavaliers in Cleveland for Game 5, up 3-1. Tip-off for that one is at 4. And then it's a best of 3 between the Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. We've got Game 5 from Oklahoma City tonight at 6:30. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tomorrow, join us as we discuss the massive schedule unveiling of the NFL. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Sarcasm duly noted by Dan Bickley there. By the way, Mitch is mentioning all the different yacht rock singers and artists because Thought Rock is tonight getting started. Did you see, and I'm basically stalling because Jordan Lawler is going to be calling any minute. On this Friday, there is a post-game fireworks show for the Dbacks. Friday night fireworks are back, and the Diamondbacks invite all fans to stick around after the game and enjoy a post-game yacht rock fireworks.
Are you kidding me?
I am not.
This Friday?
I am so serious. This Friday.
Diamondbacks Rockies?
Post-game fireworks. Yeah. Brandon Pfaadt, unfortunately, not scheduled to pitch in that game. He's pitching today.
And you have to sit through watching the Rockies, but once you get through that,
you get a post-game concert, yacht rocked. Yacht rock.
A yacht rock. Well,
wow,
I don't know about
Derek Hall, that's phenomenal.
No,
that's just phenomenal.
I think it's just fireworks set to yacht rock. I don't think there's a concert there. You know what I mean? So
fireworks set to yacht rock.
Set to yacht rock.
So you get to listen to yacht rock while you're watching fireworks.
Yes. And just think of Brandon
Pfaadt
the whole time. It's still very cool. It's very, very cool. And what's even cool, it's been, years since we've had fireworks show? because they haven't been able to open the roof.
It's cool this week.
Yeah, they haven't.
The weather's cool.
They haven't been able to open the roof now for the last couple of years. Yeah, they can't open it or close it in the middle of the game. So I think, I think this is the first fireworks show they've had in a couple of years. So even cooler than that. While we wait for Jordan Lawler to call in, I would think so. Even though it is the Rockies, I would think so. Jordan Lawler going to make his season debut. I was going to say his major league debut. It's not. His season debut for the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. You say he is batting eighth?
Playing shortstop is what I was told. He'll bat eighth. We knew yesterday that he was not going to play. We reported that he was not going to play yesterday, but he would play today, and he would play shortstop. So Perdomo gets the day off. So he gets the day off. Lawler, now you ease him in a little bit, right, towards the end of the lineup. You don't need to bat him in the top 5 or 6. You bat him eighth. You gave him a day to get adjusted yesterday. He didn't have to face Justin Verlander. Now you get the lefty and Robbie Ray. He's at the position he's most comfortable with, which is short. I don't know if the stars just aligned or this is how they had it planned out, but let's make his first game at shortstop, put him in the back of the lineup. Let's make him face a lefty. Instead of a Hall of Fame righty and Justin Verlander. First go round, obviously, when he got called up in 2023, the kid was 21 years old. Mm-hmm. He had one appearance in the World Series against Texas, and he walked. He had one at bat against the Phillies and went 0 for 1, and I don't think he got into any of the Dodger games. But he got called up like in September that year and got some opportunities. He went 4 for 27. And now, but then he missed all of last year, and now he's ready to come and contribute and play, and I think we're all looking forward to it.
Oh, we're all very much looking forward to it. I mean, in 2023 when he got called up, he was very much the machine was rolling just fine without him, right? Like that was a team that was steamrolling towards the postseason, albeit they got in by the hair on their chin. That was a team that didn't really need Jordan Lawler. They were starting to play some of their best ball towards the end of that season. And Jordan Lawler, as crazy as it is to say it, I remember this time very well. He was almost kind of an afterthought on that team. It was like, oh, yeah, Jordan Lawler. Oh, yeah, they have Jordan Lawler. He wasn't going to play.
Like he's going to be a pinch runner.
Yeah, but everybody knew he just wasn't going to play that big of a role. This feels different. And not because of where the Diamondbacks are in the standings or any sense of like desperation they have for him. This feels like he's more ready to make an impact now than he ever could have been back then.
And they kind of need him.
They need something.
They need a little bit of a spark. If their offense, look, just yesterday, I mean, there wasn't much offense.
No.
They had 9 hits. You got thrown out on the base paths twice. Marino was caught stealing.
Only 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position.
Like, the offense is not, look, last year the offense was great. This year, okay, you could use a little bit of a boost on that offense. You could use a little bit of a boost, try to get something going right here. They're not setting the world on fire with their offense. They had the 2 home runs by Corbin. But other than that, they've struggled offensively in a lot of these games. So I think it's a little bit of like he's more ready now than he was 2 years ago. But also I think that they kind of need a little spark from him right now.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't want to make it sound like – I don't want to make it give the appearance that the Diamondbacks are desperate for him, because I don't think it's
like he's a savior. I know. I agree.
We don't want to, and yet at the same time, when you're talking about the number 4 prospect in all of baseball, there's just going to be this anticipation that's baked into the equation. I mean, we're not going to be able to help but to watch. Like, it's one of those, whatever you're doing, you kind of stop and you watch the at-bat. At least that's, nothing against, I'm going to name names here, but nothing against like Tim Tawa. Nothing against Alec Thomas. They don't have the exactly stop whatever you're doing and watch this at bat. When Jordan Lawler is batting, it's a stop everything you're doing and watch this at bat kind of moment, because you want to see what the young phenom's got.
I was reading a story today on MLB.com, just said what to expect from the Major League Baseball's number 4 overall prospect. And it says, he went through his slugging line, what he slashed, 6 homers, 2 triples, 15 doubles in 37 games with the Aces. His 51 hits, 38 runs scored, are both tops among minor leaguers. But it says he doesn't project. He's still more likely a 15 to 20 home run guy in the major leagues than he is a 20-plus guy. So, but there are a lot of tools there. He's got good bat speed, plays really good defense, very fast.
Yeah.
So you're going to really like him on the base paths. They talked about his sub-4 second home to first time on 2 bunt singles back in April. 13 of 14 in steal attempts early in the season, 13 out of 14. So that's an aspect I think the Diamondbacks, create chaos, get on base, move over. Corbin Carroll leads the league in triples, right? He's been amazing. But you want that speed on the base paths. It really helped the Diamondbacks a few years ago. He's a plus runner. So if he gets on base, he could really make some things happen.
Mike Hazen yesterday in meeting with reporters talked about the message to Jordan Lawler and joining the club.
Look, it's not his debut. I think when we talked to guys about their debut, this was more, I'm sure he knew this was coming and was feeling it was going to come at some point. I told him at the end of spring training that when he was ready to be on the team, that I was going to put him on the team. And so he's been playing very well for a while now. And whether it happened today or next week or 2 weeks from now, I'm sure he was starting to think the time could be coming. So I don't think this is much of a surprise, and he's going to be ready for this.
Yeah, we didn't know when to expect it. Okay, you had said he's not going to be a September call-up, but that left us all of August, all of July, all of June, and all of May to kind of figure out when it was going to happen. I'm glad it's happened sooner rather than later. I'm glad. I don't believe this team plays the service manipulation game that much. They certainly didn't play it with Corbin Carroll, so I really don't think it had anything to do with that. I think this was more about exactly what you've been saying and exactly what they've been saying. We want to make sure he gets enough at-bats in Reno so that he's comfortable and doesn't feel like we're rushing him. He didn't play all last year. He needs the reps down there. Now that he's gone down there, gotten the reps, hopefully it was enough. Hopefully he comes up here.
Plus, right?
Yeah,
I think you said
150 plus at-bats, 170 or something, plate appearances. Yeah. You know.
Right, I got to ask you this. Pete Rose, no longer ineligible for the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Shoeless Joe Jackson as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Oh, they'll get in. They'll get in.
A lot of the veterans in the Hall of Fame were not happy with that. Like the Johnny Benches and some of the other guys were against it. But now, I think what Manfred said is when you die, that's it. Your punishment goes away when you die. So they've changed the rules. So now Pete Rose is now eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, my first reaction was I think both of those guys.
You think they'll both get in
when it's all said and done? We just got word from the Diamondbacks. We are rescheduling Jordan Lawler for the next segment. So when we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we'll talk to the Phenom about the Phenom. Jordan Lawler joins us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
In my opinion, the idea that Kevin Durant doesn't fit the Rockets' timeline, I'm going to reject that. Because if you're in the business to win a title right here and now, then he fits your timeline perfectly. But I think the bigger question is, would you as the Rockets look at what Kevin Durant did or did not do for the Phoenix Suns and then come to the conclusion that the idea of trading for KD is not exactly in alignment with the reality and the experience of having Kevin Durant?
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
The Arizona Diamondbacks just posted their lineup for tonight's Game 2 against the San Francisco Giants, and it is exactly as Gambo had said it would be. Playing shortstop and batting 8th tonight is our next guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show as part of the Clubhouse Call-In. Jordan Lawler joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Jordan, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome back to the show, I believe. I think we've had you on in the past. And congratulations on your promotion, man.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, what took so long? I mean, you're killing it down there in Reno. Why Hazen wait so long?
Day by day. You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, 336, 6 homers, 2 triples, 15 doubles. You stole like 13 out of 14 bases. I mean, but were you sitting there every day saying, has Hazen called? Did Mike call? I'm sure you were thinking about it, right?
I mean, yeah, obviously it crossed your mind, and I was tasked with the challenge of going down to Reno and improving everywhere in my game, getting reps at all 3 positions, and then obviously going down there and banging. So that's what I was tasked with doing, and that's what I wanted to do.
Was it more about the reps than anything else? Because, like, you missed all of last season. You missed out on all those at-bats. Was it really just a matter of just getting everyday at-bats before you got called up here?
I'm sure it could have been. Yeah, a little bit of that, and then I had never played second base really before, messed around spring with it. So I think that was a big part of it too. I needed to get reps all around and get comfortable with all the positions.
How would you describe then now your level of comfort with all the different positions? Are you as comfortable at second as you would be at your natural position shortstop, or do you feel like you still have some wrinkles to iron out over there?
I mean, I enjoy bouncing around to all of them. Obviously, I came up as a shortstop, so being able to get a different perspective is always fun and refreshing. So I'm ready to get out there, really anywhere out there, and do my job.
For the layperson who's never played shortstop at the level that you have or second, what's the difference? Tell me for you, what is the difference of playing at second versus short versus third when you're out there in terms of your approach?
Yeah, so I'll start with the left side Short is more of an aggressive kind of reading it more as a triangle, I would say, coming at the ball. And then maybe more right-left as well. And then third base is more north-south. So really getting your drop steps and getting those angles ironed out. And then if you bounce over to second, you have the different feeds for double plays. And then you have obviously just moving different left, right. So everything's kind of flipped around. So that's the easiest way to explain all three.
How do you feel different now compared to when you got called up as a 21-year-old 2 years ago when the team had the run to the World Series? You got called up in September. What's changed about you?
Yeah, I think I've learned a lot about myself. I've had some good off seasons now, healthy off seasons, to go really work with my different coaches and just understand how my body works and how I move and what allows me, what cues help me move best. So whether that's offense, defense, I think it's just a lot of learning. And this game's a great teacher. So the more focused, intentional reps you take, the more you're going to learn and the better you're going to be at the end of the day.
That season was a magical season, but for you, I kind of almost feel like it was probably a blur, right? I mean, you got called up in September, you got a hit against the Cubs, you had another hit against the Mets, you got a hit against Chicago, the Yankees, but it was over in a blink of an eye because you were only here for about a month and a half, and then the season was over. So to you, was it a blur? Do you look back on it and have fond memories, or do you just look at it as a learning experience?
It was amazing. It was like a movie. It felt like a movie because you're up for the month hitting both New York's, both Chicago's, and then we made the magical playoff run. So being a part of that as well, I mean, the best way I can describe it is it's just a dream that just kept on getting better, and the movie kept playing out.
Jordan Lawler is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, making his season debut tonight for the Diamondbacks as they're in San Francisco. Does it help tonight knowing that you did it 2 years ago, that this isn't your major league debut and it takes some of the surprise emotions out of the equation, or is it still an emotional thing for you, Jordan?
I would say it definitely helps being here in the past, and then obviously the playoff run, which everything's turned up even more when you're obviously in the World Series playing the Rangers there. So having that past experience, that definitely helps now playing tonight, and I learned a ton from 23.
The plan for you, and plans change, but the plan was they were hopeful that they would bring you up and then you'll never have to get sent back down again. But that's easier said than done, right? You've got to play well, you've got to contribute, you got to do all of those things. So how do you look at it? Do you look at this as permanent, or do you look at it as, hey, I've just got to take this day by day and game by game?
I treat it how I've treated every professional game for myself, day by day, and my goal is always to be a big leaguer and an everyday big leaguer. So I'm going to do whatever I need to do day in and day out, help the team win, and however I can do that, that's what my mission is for this team in 25.
You had mentioned sending you down to starting the season for you at Reno to get you those at-bats. Was there something specific you wanted to work on when you were down there and say, okay, I'm going to take this time to work on, in addition to the positional variance that you're talking about, was there something at the dish that you wanted to work on while you were in Reno, specifically?
Specifically, really just being an impact player. Whoever facing and ironing out the approaches and driving the ball to all parts of the field. I'd say those are, I guess, two big pieces there.
All right, I got to ask you this. You grew up in Dallas, right? You were born in California, grew up in Dallas?
No, born in Dallas, Carrollton technically, and then live in Irving.
Okay. Did you grow up a Mavericks fan?
Not really, but I did see we got the first pick. So
yeah. Oh, we. You said we.
Oh, he said we.
You did say we.
There was a we in there. Yeah, I heard we.
I mean, no Luka, but now they're going to get this Cooper Flag kid. So are you a Mavericks fan?
I am a LeBron fan, one. And then I'm actually a Duke fan growing up, so Cooper Flag, that'd be awesome.
Oh, so you're a Duke fan. Okay. We got a lot of those Duke guys. We got a lot of those Duke guys on the Phoenix Suns, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Grayson Allen and Plumlee, and there's a bunch of Duke guys over here.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I grew up watching them all. Yeah,
it's
Plumlee brothers. Yep.
Oh, so you really are. You know those teams well.
So you're a LeBron fan, but LeBron's changed teams a bunch of times. Do you have a team that you say this is my team?
Wherever LeBron goes, that's my team.
Okay, what are you doing? LeBron's out of the league.
I've thought about that actually because it's getting close.
It's getting close.
I would probably stick with. I like SGA a lot, honestly.
Oh, me too.
So maybe.
Oh, me too.
Maybe SGA. Switch with him.
Okay. So you root for players, not teams.
More so, yeah, 100%.
Okay. But I kind of get the feeling with the we that you kind of like you wouldn't be upset if the Mavericks do really well.
I mean, if the city wins, that's where my residency's at. So
okay, all right, there you go.
I'll jump in the Mavs celebration parade whenever it happens.
I think Jordan's like a lot of. I mean, like a lot of
roots for players, not teams.
Roots for players, not teams. I mean, I've found that something that's fairly like common among the 20-year-olds, 20-something-year-olds.
I always say
it's
root
all
for
about
people.
players. Yeah, but not like that. Like I like you as a player versus the team that you play for. I think that's fairly common. Well, good. So you're all relaxed. You're all set for tonight. You got family there. You got people there to watch. What's the plan for you tonight?
Yeah, I do have. I have an aunt and then a cousin that live down in the San Diego area, so they're up here right now, actually. So they'll be here tonight.
Very cool. Well, Jordan, congratulations on the promotion. We're all very excited to watch you make your season debut and see what this all looks like. We've been talking about you being here for such a long time. We're excited to watch it. Best of luck this season. I'm sure we'll talk again. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks again for having me on.
Thanks, Jordan. You got it.
Jordan Lawler joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Like the Mavs. I had a feeling you like the Mavs.
Yeah,
yeah.
But he is. I mean, they're how many 20-year-olds we talk to who like they're
like a player.
They're KD fans. They're Shai Gilgeous-Alexander fans. They're not really fans of the Oklahoma City Thunder. You
kind of do that in the NBA more than any other sport.
Look, if Devin Booker doesn't play his entire career with the Phoenix Suns, I will be a diehard Devin Booker fan wherever he goes.
Wherever he goes.
Unless it's the Lakers, then screw him.
Oh, okay.
If it's the Lakers, he's on his own. Everybody else,
it hurt you when Nash went to the Lakers.
No, because I knew he was cooked.
You knew he was cooked?
I knew he was cooked. I wasn't that worried about Nash going to the...
Okay.
Yeah, but Booker, as long as Booker's not cooked, it'll bug me to no end if he goes to the Lakers, but I'm not
there you go.
Not that worried about it. Our thanks to Jordan Lawler for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. When we come back, just how valuable has the diminutive Corbin Carroll been for the Diamondbacks offense? Because that is getting a lot of play today. We'll tell you about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time. A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, because one thing that I truly believe in and always have is making sure that you take care of your financial future. What you don't want to do, I read a lot of financial news every single day. And what you don't want to do is so many people end up 62, 65, 67, still have to work. They still have to work full-time. Some of them have to work part-time. They don't want to. They want to relax. They want to live their life, see their grandkids, travel the world, do things, but they find themselves having to work because they didn't plan. They just did not plan. So the more you plan when you're in your early years, 30s, 40s, even early 50s, the better off you are going to be when you get to retirement age to be able to say, hey, you know what? I'm done. I'm going to sit on a beach and drink a pina colada and live my best life. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax is the company that I use that's going to help me get to where I want to go. They're a local company with 5 locations in the Valley. Stuart Willis, a great guy. He's a fiduciary, and he's ready to look at your portfolio and give you a free review. Not going to cost you anything. Just a free portfolio review. See where you're at. See if he can help you. If he can, great. If you can't, no worries. You get some great advice. Call him at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you with the full details and disclaimer.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to string together wins coming off of Corbin Carroll's 2-home-run performance and Merrill Kelly's 7-inning gem. Crank up the Christopher Cross because Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the former Diamondback Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The complete NFL schedule drops tomorrow, but today we learned that the Arizona Cardinals will not be playing internationally this season. The LA Rams are the only NFC West team representing across the pond. And in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to clinch a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. They play the Cavaliers in Cleveland, up 3-1. Tip-off for Game 5 is at 4 p.m. And then it's a best-of-3 now between the Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder. Series tied up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, Hey, it's Wolf. Can Brandon Pfaadt follow up Merrill Kelly's dominant performance with a gem of his own? We'll be reacting to Dbacks Giants tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And now Carroll
local
swings,
sports
sends a
leader.
high fly ball, deep center field. Lee is back, and that's just that one go. Second home run of the night for Corbin Carroll. The man's on a heater. He's got 13 now on the season, and he doubles his own lead. It's 2-0.
Corbin Carroll was the offense last night for the Diamondbacks. Nobody else. 2 solo home runs, one in the third, one in the fifth.
Yeah.
Both off of Justin Verlander was all they needed.
Crushed that one to center field.
Oh, the one at center
one
field.
opposite field, another to center field.
Was just crushed. I mean, neither one of them were like wall scrapers. They both were out. Yeah, he hit both of them very well.
He's on pace to hit 50 home runs this year.
Yeah, he is.
That little guy.
Well,
the little guy's on pace to hit 50 home runs.
Okay, I want to clear something up here because Mitch is looking at both of us like, because Mitch is
he's a little guy.
He speaks for the diminutive ones. Like he takes it very personally.
Yeah. I didn't know we had beef.
we don't have beef. In the game story I read this morning about Corbin Carroll, Nick Pecoro, who covers the team for AZ Central, just pointed out that the only 2 players in all of Major League Baseball who have more home runs this year than Corbin Carroll are Aaron Judge, who is 6'7", 282 pounds, and Kyle Schwarber, who is 5'11", 229 pounds.
No way, that guy's 229.
You think he's 229 plus a biscuit
229, yeah.
Plus a biscuit?
229 what? No way. You guys more than 229.
239, 249,
249,
259, 269.
That's a big boy right there, Kyle Schwarber.
Corbin Carroll is 5'10", 165 pounds.
Yeah.
And it really adds to the coolness of it all, right? Like, especially with what he said after the game. Like, after the game, he's like, I'm not out there trying to hit home runs. I'm trying to hit the ball hard. I'm trying to hit line drives. I'm trying to square it up and hit it as hard as I possibly. And if it goes out, it goes out. But I'm not trying to swing for home runs. I'm just trying to make really good contact.
Willie Mays was 5'11". Hank Aaron was 6 feet tall. Not everybody has to be 6'4" to hit home runs.
Okay, but it's not so much for me the height.
Okay.
It's 165.
165
Kyle
pounds.
Schwarber outweighs him by at least 50 pounds. Aaron Judge outweighs him by 100 pounds. You know what I mean? That to me is the part. It's not so much the height. So maybe you know what, Mitch, you're right. I apologize. It's not about that. It's about his super slight build, right? Like Corbin Carroll could walk in here right now and nobody would say, hey, there goes the second most home run hitter in Major League Baseball, right?
Well,
Nobody would say that about him.
I think another stat, which I think is even better than the home runs this year, is if you go back to the All-Star break last year, what'd you have it at? He's top 5?
Oh, I didn't realize this was my cue here.
That was your note.
No, I know it was my note.
Credit
I
for
thought
your note.
I appreciate it. Well, actually, it was the great Sarah Langs who put it out there.
Found it.
Most home runs since the 2024 All-Star break. Aaron Judge has 38. Shohei Ohtani has 37. Kyle Schwarber has 33. Suarez has 32. Corbin Carroll has 30. Corbin Carroll is on the same list as Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Kyle Schwarber, and Eugenio Suarez for most home runs since the 2024 All-Star.
Would you want to see him in a home run derby?
I was going to say why not, but I'm one of those guys who actually doesn't like their players playing in the home run derby. I don't want it messing with them.
You guys want Corbin Carroll in a home run derby? I don't either. I don't want to mess up that swing.
Lauren says no. I'd say no.
To Gambo's point, given how much he's been tinkering with trying to get the swing proper, I think that's the last thing he needs.
I don't want it. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they asked him. Like, the guy's got 13 home runs. He's 5th in the major leagues in home runs since the All-Star break last year. Hey, I hate to say this. The guy's a home run hitter. Like, all right, he's a home run hitter.
It's like you have a dirty secret or something. Hey, psst. Hey, I got a secret.
Sorry.
Corbin Carroll's a home run hitter.
He's
sorry,
a home run
not
hitter.
sorry. Yeah.
This is not a fluke thing for 3 weeks in the season. This is going back to almost a full year. The All-Star break, almost a full year ago. He's got the 5th most home runs. The guy's a home run hitter. He's on pace. Now, I'm not saying he's going to hit 50. He's projected to hit 50. But I think he's going to be a legitimate 30-plus guy every year. He's going to hit 30 home runs or more.
Yeah, and that was, honestly, that was part of his projection when he came to the bigs, was that there is a surprising amount of power in his stature that it's going to. Now, I don't think anybody thought like he'd be on pace for 50, but there is a surprising amount of power in that body of his. And here's the cut I was looking for, focusing on just hitting hard line drives and not home runs.
Not necessarily like a focus of mine this year in terms of like trying to hit home runs, trying to hit a bunch of balls hard in the line. And so that's kind of where I've been judging myself. And I feel like when I'm doing that a bunch, that the homers kind of follow. But yeah, again, just not trying to get too caught up in hitting the ball at the ballpark, because for me, I feel like that leads to some easy outs.
So Merrill Kelly after the game.
The rookie either just keeps doing what he does. Watching that guy day in and day out, I'm glad he's on our team. For him and stature, he doesn't look, big and strong. But obviously the guys that see him every day, when he puts the barrel on the ball, it's incredible how the ball goes. Oppo in any park is tough, but especially here when the wind's swirling, to put a ball Oppo is impressive. And he just continues to impress, like I said, day in and day out.
See, we're not the only ones. His teammates
are
like he's a small guy. Eugenio Suarez, quote, he's not that big guy, not that big physical guy. When you see him, you don't think he's going to have that power, but it's very impressive, very special when you see him destroy a baseball like that.
I can't stop thinking about that story we talked about a couple of weeks ago with like the tiers of players and 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, and Gunnar Henderson, 600 million. The guy that was the rookie of the year the same time Corbin Carroll was. Mm-hmm. Corbin Carroll will make under $15 million every year until 2029. 2029 is the first year that Corbin Carroll will make over $15 million. This year he's making 5.6, then 10.6, then 12.6, then 14.6. 8 years, $111 million for this guy is going to be, it's going to look like one of the biggest bargains in the history of sports as this guy continues to do what he does. He's a great baseball player. He is a great baseball player. And he's going to be a top 5 MVP candidate every year because he's that good.
Yeah, the story was from Jeff Passan, and it was from May 6th, though it was about a week ago or so, in which he tried to predict, which players would hit the next major milestones financially. And he had Gunnar Henderson as a $600 million guy, Kyle Tucker and Ellie De La Cruz as a $500 million guy, Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens as $400 million guys. And then in the $300 million club, it was James Wood of the Nationals, Jackson Chourio of the Brewers, and Wyatt Langford of the Rangers. There's no question that had Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick not acted when they did, that Corbin Carroll would have been trending for somewhere in there.
I'll take that a step further.
Okay.
There's no way in hell he's signing an 8-year, $111 million contract right now.
Oh, no.
Right now?
No. When they signed him to that, he had played, 30 big league games? I think, if I remember right, it was
Was it 30?
It was the offseason after he made his major
October
league debut.
2023.
Okay.
October 2023.
So then I think
So that was after the World Series year.
Was that it? God, for some
No,
reason
he debuted in 22.
Okay, so then I'm wrong.
And then was there the
6th.
entire 23 season.
Okay, so then
October
I'm wrong.
6th.
I thought it was after he made his debut in 22. So I'm wrong. I take it back.
Okay.
I thought they gave him the contract after they
Just
only
before
had,
the start of the 23 season, I'm pretty sure.
Just before the start of the 23 season? Gamble said it was October of 2023.
Let me see. Let me just.
I was going to ask you guys, because they did the contract restructure with Cattell, do we potentially see something like this with Corbin after this year?
Somewhere down not after this year, somewhere down the road.
Okay, March 11th.
Of what?
I was reading a story in October about his contract.
Okay, so
it was March 11th
of 23.
Signed a contract extension. March 11, 2023.
So it was. He had played 30, 40-something games with the Diamondbacks when they gave him that contract. Right? I'll have to go back and look and see exactly how many he played in 2022. But that's what I thought. It wasn't after he had the 23 season in which he was Rookie of the Year, because it would have cost them a lot more than $111 million if they had done it then.
And I'll just say this. I don't blame the kid at all. Somebody offers you $111 million. You'll be a free agent at 30, 31 years old. You'll be a free agent. You might be able to cash in one more big paycheck on a 5-year deal, 6-year deal. But, I mean, how do you fault somebody for taking a – you want to bet on yourself to make $200 or $300 million? Sure. But somebody's offering you $111 million, financial security for you and your family for the rest of your lives. You can't turn that down. It's
When
hard.
when we come back, should the Phoenix Suns be calling Houston to get at least one of their first-round picks back, or should the Phoenix Suns be expecting a phone call from somebody else about something else? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend. Fantasy football GMs, if you're considering the NFL schedule for making your picks, you might be a little too much into fantasy, bro. We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed, so keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Keep telling you that Berg Simpson is different in a world filled with injury law firms, that Berg Simpson is just different. Here's why they are different. Berg Simpson has over 30 lawyers that are named the best lawyers in America by the Best Lawyers in America publication. Also, the Super Lawyers publication has Berg Simpson with over a dozen lawyers in that category. Over 40 years of trusted, exceptional service from Berg Simpson, in which they're consistently listed by the National Trial Lawyers as one of America's most influential law firms. They are just different. So in a world filled with choices, you do your homework, you do your research, and you'll find Berg Simpson is the one to call. Hopefully you don't need to, but if you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Forget about Houston. Jay Williams says Dallas is the team to talk to.
For a guy like Cooper Flagg, I think he needs reps. I think he needs a lot of room to grow. I'm not sure championship aspirations right away for him. Yeah. Now, look, the basketball part of me loves the thought of AD, Cooper Flagg, Derek Lively in the backcourt, right? But when I look at the value, could you potentially package something like this to get a Giannis? Could you package in a one-on-one trade to get a Devin Booker? Could you get a Tyrese Maxey? If your championship window is in 2 to 3 years, could you utilize that pick and some assets to get somebody who's ready to contribute to you right now with the pressure in the West?
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Would a team trade the number 1 overall pick to accelerate their time? The Mavs timeline is like the next 2 years. Mm-hmm. It's Kyrie and it's AD. And it's if they were able to, so if you could add a book, a Kevin Durant, a Giannis to AD and Kyrie, you try to win a championship. Remember, they were in the NBA Finals less than a year ago.
Yeah, with Luka.
With Luka. But if you wanted to accelerate that timeline, you trade the number 1 overall pick and you get somebody that's older, and then you just hope that Cooper Flagg doesn't turn out to be the superstar that some people think he's going to be.
Yeah, it's funny. We actually briefly talked about this yesterday, but from the Rockets' perspective. There was a story in The Ringer about, hey, what if the Rockets won the draft lottery yesterday? Would they then trade the number 1 pick back to the Phoenix Suns for Devin Booker? And it was sort of that might be the one thing that could convince the Suns. You know, we said we weren't going to do it, but okay, we changed our minds. They're offering us the number 1 pick in the draft. I don't think they kind of looked at Jay Williams cross-eyed when he said it a little bit on Get Up this morning, like, dude, they just traded Luka. They're not trading Cooper Flagg. They're not going to do that again. But it is an interesting sports talk radio thing to talk about. Like, what would you do if they called and offered you Cooper Flagg for Devin Booker? And I'm 99.8% sure it'll never come to that. But it does kind of make you smile to think about like what that could look like and how that could go down. But I don't think it ever would.
I don't think you would do it.
I don't think who would do it? The Suns would do it or them?
I don't think the Mavs would do it.
No, I think that the Suns would be crazy not to consider it. Crazy.
Yeah, because
crazy not to consider it.
Yeah, because I mean, look, Book's 28.
Yep.
You get a kid that's 8 years younger.
Who you're probably
that's cost a lot less.
A few years away from Devin Booker being part of a potential.
Oh wait, Cooper Flagg's 18.
His kid. He's
18.
He's 10 years younger than Devin Booker.
You gained 10 years in age.
That's why everybody was looking at Jay Williams like, come on, dude. They're not doing that. They're not going to do that. They're not going to.
Okay, Kyrie, Book, and AD. Oh, that's a hell of a.
Yeah, it is.
With Gafford, with Lively.
It is, but the pressure's already on Nico Harrison anyway to win a championship soon to justify his actions. You go trade the number 1 pick for Devin Booker, it just amplifies that pressure. I mean, like, you better win it in the next 2 years if you're going to trade Cooper Flagg. It's never going to happen.
But Flagg gives you the ability to ride out Kyrie and AD and then have that, hopefully for them, generational star to build around the next go-around.
No question.
Why would you get rid of that? Why would you get rid of that guy?
And they wouldn't. And that's why, again, this is all just sports talk radio fodder and not real life, because I don't think it would ever happen. The far more realistic scenario is Houston calling up and saying, okay, let's make a deal. There's a story from our own Kellen Olson at ArizonaSports.com suggesting yet again that the Houston Rockets are the perfect partner for the Phoenix Suns to trade Kevin Durant to, mostly on the idea that these young players that Houston's building around, they're going to start to get expensive. And they're going to need to pick the ones they want to keep and get rid of the ones they don't, because you can't keep them all. Otherwise, you're going to be over. So now is kind of the offseason for them to decide, these are the ones we like. These are the ones we don't. Let's trade the ones we don't so we can get the superstar who helps us win now. And that's a big reason why the Rockets make a lot of sense.
So Jabari Smith and Tari Eason are eligible to sign rookie-scale extensions with the Rockets starting July 1st. They've got until the day before the 25-26 NBA regular season starts to get that done, but they can sign those contracts. I was looking at it was a really good story in the Houston Chronicle where do first-round picks Reed Shepard, Cam Whitmer fit in with the Rockets? It piqued my interest because, those are guys that they, if they were to make a trade for Kevin Durant, could they fit? Whitmore was the number 20 overall pick. Reed Shepard was number 3. Whitmore played in 51 games. Shepard played in 52, but they didn't play a whole lot.
Right.
And it was tough for them with the lineup because they were behind so many good players. It was tough for them to get any real time. Would they be willing to trade one or both of those guys? Whitmore, he's 6'7", but he behind Green and Brooks and Eason and Smith and Thompson and how's he going to find any time? Shepard came into the league, great reputation as a sharpshooter, but he only shot 33% behind the arc, 2.7 attempts per game. So maybe he could develop into a great player, but right now, first year it didn't happen. So I was really focused on that. But you're right. Eventually, they've got to make decisions on their roster, who they're going to pay, who they're not going to pay, and whether they want to get all in or not. There's a lot of just different reports on the Rockets. Are they disappointed and they want to go all in for KD, or do they think this is a critical offseason, or are they showing the role of patience because they got a good young team and they don't really feel like they have to win right now? They could just stay the course. It's very, very confusing.
It is, because you're absolutely right. There are two different narratives that are out there in the marketplace about the Houston Rockets, so which one's true, which one's not. I tend to believe that the narrative they don't want Kevin Durant is posturing, is a bluff, is trying to get the price to come down a little bit, potentially, if the two teams, the Suns and the Rockets, are going to talk about it, because it does make a lot of sense for him to go there. Not so much because Kevin Durant doesn't fit their timeline, but for exactly the reasons that we just talked about. The Houston Rockets need to decide. They need to commit. You've got these young players. Oklahoma City did the same thing with Josh Giddey. Hey, you're not really in our plans, dude. We can't pay all of you this money.
Let's get Caruso.
We've got to cast you off, and let's go get Caruso, and let's go get Hartenstein, and let's go. And Houston might be in the same boat. I tend to
Minnesota with Karl Anthony Towns?
For
Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle, mixed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Couldn't have too many
of those young guys that they are all going to have to pay. So they went out and got some veterans. Houston might be in exactly the same spot. I tend to think that they're going to be interested in Kevin Durant, but if this isn't a bluff, and there was a report yesterday from The Athletic that said they're not interested in Kevin Durant. He doesn't fit their timeline at all.
It says, while Durant is widely seen as the most attainable of the group, and he is known to be very interested in playing in Houston, team sources said the Rockets still have significant reservations about that possible partnership, in large part because of Durant's age would be out of sync with their younger timeline. So I think that's what you've got to decide. Like when the Phoenix Suns went to the championship, they were a very young basketball team and they had the one older player in Chris Paul. Like a couple veteran players, Jay Crowder and guys like that. The Rockets are a very young team. Their window is wide. Like I kind of look at them the way we looked at Phoenix after the run to the finals. Their window's wide open for 5 years.
Yeah.
Now, if you traded some really good players and you got Durant, how long is your window open for? Now, I still think their window could be open for a long time as long as they still hang on to their Şengün, Thompson.
Right, those are the two.
Their main players. The window could stay open for a long time.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we learned a little bit more about the Cardinals' schedule today. We also learned how this is the year for the Cardinals. Yet another reason that we would explain why next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We all know Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, has employee pricing. For America, from America, employee pricing. You pay what David Kimberly, the owner, pays. But the Lincoln dealership, David Kimberly's Lincoln dealership, Sanderson Lincoln, same thing, employee pricing. You pay what they pay on their whole selection of luxury Lincoln vehicles. The Lincoln Navigator, we love it. Have it in our house. We've always had a Navigator. Chelsea barely ever lets me drive it. She absolutely loves it. It's my favorite ride of all time. You've got the Aviator, the Corsair, and the Nautilus. The prices right now are crazy with the employee pricing. We're seeing big discounts across the board on the Lincoln Navigator, like the Black Label Navigator and the Navigator Reserve. And we're looking at the Corsair and the Aviator and the Nautilus. So we're seeing big discounts. When you go to SandersonLincoln.net, you can actually see the discounts right there and what you are paying. It is tremendous. I'm looking at a 2024 Lincoln Nautilus Black Label, $67,000. Incredible price right now for a luxury vehicle like a Lincoln. Go online at SandersonLincoln.net or go visit them. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile, taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in-store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Jordan Lawler is set to make his 2025 MLB debut tonight in San Francisco. He's at shortstop and batting 8th against the Giants. While you're at it, you could crank up the Toto because Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the former Diamondback Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pregame coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The complete NFL schedule drops tomorrow, but today we learned that the Arizona Cardinals will not be playing internationally this season. The LA Rams, in fact, are the only NFC West team that will be traveling across the pond. And in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to clinch a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. They play the Cavaliers in Cleveland, up 3-1. Tip-off for Game 5 is at 4 p.m. tonight, so a half hour from now. And then it's a best of 3 now in the 7-game set between the Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder. tied at 2 games apiece. They got Game 5 from OKC tonight at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tomorrow, join us as we discuss the massive schedule unveiling of the NFL. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, there's some people who they think the schedule release is kind of a joke in the NFL because it's like, come on, dude, it's a schedule. It's a schedule.
I think Luke and Wolf actually made a schedule today. Did anybody see that?
Oh, did they?
I heard them go into a break like, we are going to come up with the perfect schedule for the Cardinals.
I didn't see that. Oh, like the perfect schedule.
Here's the schedule. Like they may, like I think they can. If we could find it, we could talk about it. But I don't know if they. I forgot to tell you guys about it.
Oh, that's okay. It happens. I mean, they
came up with a schedule.
I'm just looking for the. Okay, there it is. Cardinals opponents in 20. We're not going to do it, but I'm just going to remind everybody who the opponents are this year. The Cardinals are home against. It's fairly easy to do. You don't want to do any of the cold weather trips when it's cold, right? Like if you're going to make the schedule.
Oh, yeah.
So on the road, they're in Houston, they're in Indianapolis, they're in Tampa Bay, they're in New Orleans, they're in Dallas, they're in Cincinnati, then they're at LA, San Francisco, and Seattle. So really, other than Cincinnati and maybe Seattle, there's not a lot of cold weather, non-domed places that they're going this year, right? It's a very easy road trip in that unless you're playing in Cincinnati in the middle of December or Seattle at the end of December, the weather in Houston's fine. They've got a dome. The Colts, fine. They've got a dome. Tampa Bay, it's Tampa. The weather's going to be fine. The Saints, they've got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you don't have to deal with New York weather, Philadelphia weather, Washington, D.C. weather, anything like that.
Well, travel, you try to make it where you don't like go, whatever their furthest trip is, you don't want to go there, then come back and have to go somewhere again. And so I think, you look at the schedules because some of those games are back east.
Furthest trip is Tampa.
Right, okay, that's Florida. That's like the other side of the country.
Yeah, but that's really the only one. Houston's in the middle. Indianapolis is kind of in the middle. New Orleans is kind of in the middle. Dallas is in the middle. Cincinnati's kind of, you know what I mean?
Like just the one.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad in that regard. They've got home games against the Falcons, the Panthers, the Jags, the Titans, and the Packers, and then the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. I mean, again, we're not going to create the perfect schedule. I would think that you'd want to play those teams with young rookie quarterbacks earlier rather than later.
Yes.
While they're still raw and undeveloped and all that.
I would agree with that.
So that it would behoove you to play the Saints early. It would behoove you to play the Titans early, the Panthers and the Falcons with second-year quarterbacks early before their guys get into a rhythm or a groove. The schedule comes out tomorrow. We make a big deal out of it because it happens during our show, right? Like it drops right at 5 o'clock. It falls right in our lap. Everybody wants to hear it. We talk about it. We play our little game and predict the win-loss record. So far, the breadcrumbs that have come out about it, there's nothing about the Cardinals at all. None of the international games.
None of the international games.
None of the primetime games that have been announced so far. Nothing to do with the Cardinals.
The Game Day Football crew announced the NFL's international game slates for the season. So they got to announce it, and they went through all of those. Mitch's Broncos are playing in London. Mitch, you going to go? Your Broncos are in London.
I wish I could go, but I can't.
You can't do it?
Mitch's Broncos are playing on Christmas Day, too.
Wish I could go, but I can't do it. Plus, I don't want to be in Kansas City on Christmas. Are you kidding? There's so many other places
cold.
I'd rather be.
Yeah.
Lawrence Bears are all over the place.
So Vikings and Steelers are in Dublin, Ireland. Vikings and Browns are in London. Broncos Jets are in London. Rams Jags are in London. Falcons Colts are in Berlin, Germany. Cool is that? And then Commanders Dolphins are in Madrid, Spain. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Falcons, and the only one the Cardinals would have had a chance to play in was the one in
Berlin, Germany.
and
Colts.
We knew a few days ago that was going to be the Falcons and not the Cardinals. It's the only one of those games where the Cardinals would have been the road team playing that team at home, which would have been an international game. So no international games for the Cardinals. They miss out on that. So far, the national games that have been announced, none involving the Cardinals. There have been, Christmas has been announced. Black Friday has been announced. There's been a couple of Monday night doubleheaders that have been announced.
Just little leaks here and there.
The Bears are all over it, right? Like Lauren, the Bears are on, it looks like in national windows a lot this year. Like a lot. Like there's this anticipation that they could be good because they got Ben Johnson and
too many times.
Caleb Williams, another year of him. Like there's this expectation that, here come the Bears. They're going to take a leap.
Yeah.
Let's put them on national TV a whole bunch, right?
Also, their schedule's really tough, so they're playing a lot of the top-tier teams in the NFL, so it's even more emphasis to shove them on those holidays.
I saw a Monday Night Football matchup. Packers to host the Eagles in Week 10 wild card rematch.
Yep, there's that.
Packers versus the Eagles. So there it is right there. Lambeau Field, Week 10. Eagles on the road against Green Bay. So they start to leak it a little bit. I guess each day they kind of leak a little bit. Yeah. Look, here's the bottom line. The bottom line isn't like, okay, the Cardinals aren't getting any of these like marquee games. Okay, so what? You know what the Cardinals have? One of the easiest schedules in the NFL.
Yeah, the 5th easiest schedule? Tied with the Carolina Panthers for the 5th easiest schedule.
Tied for the 5th easiest schedule.
Yeah.
This is it. You got to take advantage of the schedule. This is an easy schedule. Top 10 easiest schedules. 49ers 1, Cardinals 5. Saints are 2, Patriots 3, Titans 4, but 49ers 1, Cardinals 5. Cardinals just missed out, right? I mean, the 49ers finished behind them. The Cardinals could have had the easiest schedule in the NFL.
If they finished fourth in the division, yeah.
Right, but the 49ers finished worse than them. But still, I look at the Cardinals schedule, and you're right. I mean, the furthest you go is one game against Tampa.
Yep.
And maybe you get that game over early and you're done. The teams you're playing.
Not a lot of cold weather cities.
Not a lot of cold weather cities. Not a lot of dominant teams you're playing. Like
nope.
This is a schedule you need to take advantage of if you're the Cardinals.
Yep, big time. And yet I also hope, and I know this isn't that big of a deal. It's whatever. I do hope this year the Cardinals get a little more primetime love. They didn't get a lot of primetime love last year. They had the one
game.
Monday night game, and even that one was ESPN Plus only. It was just a streaming game. I
love when the local team has a Thursday or a Monday night.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's monotonous. Yeah, every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Like every Sunday.
You want to break it up a little bit? Yeah.
Sunday. Give me a Sunday, Thursday. Give me something. Not that I want my Sunday off, but like just to change it up a little bit.
Absolutely.
So not every game's on a Sunday.
I mean, it used to be that every team was guaranteed to have a Thursday night game, and that's changed the last couple of years. Almost like the NFL has recognized, hey, our Thursday night slate sucks sometimes. We need to spice it up. So we're not gonna put bad teams on Thursday Night Football. We're only going to put good matchups on Thursday Night Football. I just hope the league views, like we were talking about Lauren's Bears a second ago. Clearly, NFL looks upon the Bears as an up-and-coming team that is, I hope they think the same way of the Cardinals. I don't know if they will or not, but I hope the league thinks the Cardinals are worthy of being in primetime games because it's the league thinking the Cardinals will be good and will want to be watched this year. I hope for that. You know, it's not make or break. It's not like going to break my heart tomorrow.
Is 2 good enough?
2 would be fine. 3 would be great. 2 would be fine. A Monday night and a Thursday night.
The Broncos are at the Chiefs on Christmas Day. They got the international game. The Broncos seem to have a pretty good, primetime slate.
They won 10 games last year.
They won 10 games. They've got a star coach that is a marquee football. I mean, I know it doesn't seem like it necessarily because they haven't had a ton of success lately. When the Broncos are good, that's one of the most popular teams in the NFL. They own that region, the Rocky Mountains, and up to the Dakotas and Wyoming and all that. That is all Broncos country right there because of how popular
they have no professional teams north of them other than the Wolves.
Yeah, they own it. They absolutely own that entire part of the country. They're very popular. We'll see. It comes down tomorrow at 5. We'll have it for you live here. We'll make a pretty big deal about it, much to the chagrin of Dan Bickley and others. We'll make a bit of a big deal about it. And yes, we will predict win-loss.
Are you going to do it the right way?
I'm going to do it the right way.
Okay.
You shamed me into not doing it the wrong way.
Like spur of the moment. Like, okay, one by one, let's see.
You know what? I
win, loss, just like I don't even look at it beforehand. I just want to, okay, Cardinals on the road at this team. Okay, I just want to do it that way.
Yep, I will do it the right way. I won't cheat, I promise. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Diamondbacks bullpen did it. They closed out a one-run game in the ninth. Yeah, it's a 15-minute long celebration next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You can do it! Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If you're the Suns and you're trading Kevin Durant, and I don't think any of us buys that garbage from the Rockets that they don't want Kevin Durant anymore, now I think you can insist on the 10th pick in the draft being it. I have to also think when Houston made that trade to get the Suns picks, the narrative was like, yeah, they're doing this to eventually make a trade with the Suns. Houston doesn't need all these additional picks. They can't use them all. They're not going to be able to play all these players, so at a certain point, you're going to just be wasting assets. Why wouldn't you trade it for a Kevin Durant or whoever, if they want to trade for Giannis or whatever?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The benefits of banking with Global Credit Union, full checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. There are so many benefits. They can't all fit into one commercial here on our show. So I'll tell you about a couple of my favorites. Number one, I love the fact that I can always talk to a person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about my money, right? Because you can't always do that with a bank. You can't always do that even if you show up in person in a bank. I walked into a bank once upon a time a few years ago. There wasn't anybody in there. You pressed a button to talk to somebody. I don't want to do that. I want to talk to a person right now about my money 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any questions you've got about your money. They are also committed to eliminating fees. Global Credit Union members enjoy no-fee checking, no-fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your account balance. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit? Desert Wayne Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repos. Let Desert Wayne Harley Davidson get you financed on the new Harley today. Visit DesertWayneHarley.com.
On approved credit. If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dan Bickley writes that the Suns' redemption arc could start with the Mikal Bridges reunion, why the time was right to bring up Jordan Lawler, and what comes next for the Dbacks. And the Rockets and the Suns' own draft pick are a perfect match made for a Kevin Durant trade, writes Kellen Olson. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
We won this game today because of Merrill, I know that, but there were some defensive plays behind him that were made. One that was sneaky, it got us out of, I think, the 4th or the 5th where they scored their run. We ran a cut and relay perfectly. Marte rotated back to first base, and we got the final out of that inning on a rundown. So that's type of stuff that we look for.
Those plays have been missing for a bit this year, haven't they?
Correct. Yeah. And clearly the Gurriel play was a monster play. That we all know that one. That's obvious. But those little things that we do so well and nobody really knows about, we talk about those. We practice them, and they all add up. Those little things matter.
Last night, social media was flooded with pictures of still shots of Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
I still don't know how he caught that ball.
Contorting his body in a way that how do you actually bend your body like that to catch a baseball?
That at bat was
11 pitches.
It
right?
was incredible.
It was epic.
It was an incredible at bat, and as the further the at bat goes, the more it favors the hitter. And Beeks was battling and battling and battling, and it got to 8 pitches, and then 9 pitches, and then 10 pitches, and then he smoked that ball 111 miles per hour off the bat.
Look at you going exit velocity.
I only know that because Steve Berthume said it. I wouldn't have even looked it up. I didn't look it up. Trust me.
Look at you going
He just said
velo.
it.
Wow.
He said it, so I wrote it down. I don't look this stuff up. And then he did like this. He kind of tumbled and did this backflip, almost like on the ground, this kind of roll, because his momentum just took him back. It was an incredible catch because it's the 8th inning. Yastrzemski walks, Chapman strikes out. If that ball gets by Gurriel, Yastrzemski scores, and now you take the win away from Merrill Kelly because it's a tie game, so he doesn't get the win. So I always hate that. I hate when a pitcher pitches his ass off, has the lead by a run, and then a closer blows it, and now you don't get the win. But I thought the most interesting thing on this wasn't that it was 111 miles per hour off the bat. This is only the second time they've protected a 1-run lead.
So that was according to AZ Snake Pit, which is sort of like the bright side of the sun for the Arizona Diamondbacks in terms of a website that blogs and commentary and posts and things like that. They tweeted that out. I took a screenshot of it. I'm going to trust that that's correct and believe that to be true because I think they do a really good job over there. So I didn't look it up. But according to AZ Snake Pit, at AZ Snake Pit, it's only the second time this year the Diamondbacks have successfully defended a 1-run lead in the 9th inning. Wow. The only other time they did it was April 8th against the Baltimore Orioles. Again, I don't know if that's right. It feels right, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
It does, because you said they've got 8 blown saves.
Yep.
So we know they've blown a lot of leads. I mean, the Diamondbacks don't have anybody in the top 10 save category.
No, and they've got, I think, 14 saves as a team on the year, but not all of them are of the 1-run variety, right? Like they don't all have to be of the 1-run variety. The fact that they had a 1-run lead going into the 9th, and it clearly had such a hard time defending that and protecting against that. And I think, honestly, too, based off of what happened to Kevin Ginkel the other night, this probably reaffirms Shelby Miller as, for now, the closer of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, does that change when Justin Martinez comes back? I don't know. Probably not right away, but I would think eventually. But for now, I think Shelby Miller has kind of locked that spot down.
It's a very interesting point and question there. What happens when these guys come back? But what if Shelby Miller continuously gets the ball in the ninth inning and gets the job done? You going to take that away from him?
No, I'm not.
He went 1, 2, 3 ninth inning last night.
I'm not at all.
Guy's got an ERA at like 1. Like his ERA's in the 1s.
Yeah, I hope I didn't give you the impression I was
no,
asking
I'm thinking
the question.
about it. You asked it, and I'm
suggesting.
thinking about it. What happens when those guys, I haven't thought about it. What happens when those guys go back? You know, when the season started, Shelby Miller barely made the roster. He was supposed to be a middle inning guy to give you the 5th and the 6th, you know? And now he's pitched so well. When Puck and Martinez come back, do you just automatically assume that you go back to rotating those two guys as closer? Or do you reward the guy that's been getting the job done every time you give him the damn ball?
Yeah, I reward the guy who's been getting the job done every time we give him the damn ball.
I think I agree with you.
Is what I do. For the time being, it's fluid, it's flexible, it's not written in stone. You wait to see what happens, and then you kind of pivot if something does. Torey Lovello, before the game yesterday, gave an update on Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck.
J-Mart is going to throw a live on Wednesday. So he came out of the bullpen really good, felt good. And the live, I'm not sure how many pitches. It'll probably be close to 15, 18 pitches, something like that. But we're excited about that. Puck still hasn't thrown a ball yet, but that's going to happen, I think, sometime very soon. I think at the end of this week or very early next week.
Okay, so Puck is still a ways away. He hasn't even thrown a baseball.
J-Mart's getting closer.
He's getting close. Graveman is back. We didn't see him last night. And look, the other thing that helps too, and this goes without saying, I'll say it anyway, it's really nice when your starter gives you 7 innings.
Oh, yeah.
It's just such
and this is becoming a common theme here right now. With them going at least past the 6th.
Yeah, it's the third.
A couple into the 7th.
Third time in the last 7 starts the Diamondbacks have gotten at least 7 from their starting pitcher. They got 7 out of Merrill Kelly last night. They got 7 out of Corbin Burns over the weekend against the Dodgers. They got 7 from Zach Gallen last week against the New York Mets. They got 6 1/3 from Merrill against the Mets. They got 6 1/3 from Fott against the Dodgers. Starting pitching, and I know you can't do this. You laughed at me earlier, but I'm going to do this again. Take out the Erod clunker on May 9th against the Dodgers.
Okay.
Diamondback starters 2.05 ERA since May 6th. If you just take out that, you can't. But it once again shines a white, hot, bright spotlight on the struggles of Eduardo Rodriguez. And if those continue tomorrow, that conversation is going to get really, really loud about what to do in that rotation. Really loud. Because everybody else is rowing in the right direction. Everybody, even the so-so Zach Gallen start against the Dodgers was fine.
It's fine.
You could live with it. It wasn't ideal, but okay, you can take. You can't have 8 earned runs in 2 2/3. All right, and a couple
This
more
team
of
is
those.
this organization is not afraid to pull him from the starting lineup. His salary doesn't matter. The years left, it doesn't matter. They got to win. If I asked you right now, I got a game tomorrow. Who are you starting, Ryan Nelson or Eduardo Rodriguez? Nobody's picking Eduardo Rodriguez.
Nobody. Not a soul.
Nobody's picking him.
Nope. When we come back,
he has. There's been starts where there's been promise.
Yes.
With him, but just the overall package has not been good.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock reset. It's coming up next on Arizona Sports.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. They got the deals, the Memorial Day sales, the Memorial Weekend sales. Why wait for Memorial Day? Why wait for Memorial Day weekend? Because it's Memorial Month savings going on right now at Liberty GMC. They got all sorts of deals going on right now, including your opportunity to prepare for the perfect summer road trip. How about the 2025 GMC Terrain? Perfectly built to just explore all over Arizona, all over wherever you want to go, in the lease deals right now. For only $29.95 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Terrain for only $359 a month for 36 months. So whether you're hitting the road, cruising the city, going to the beach, going to the mountains, they got you covered at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vorel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler is set to make his 2025 MLB debut tonight in San Francisco. He is at shortstop and batting 8th against the Giants. That's not all. We've got on the mound Fott Rock captain Brandon Pfaadt. He's going to be leading the way for the pitching staff. He'll go against the former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The complete NFL schedule drops tomorrow, but today we learned that the Arizona Cardinals will not be playing internationally this season. In fact, the LA Rams are the only team in the NFC West that will be traveling across the pond. And in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to clinch a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals. They're up 3-1 on the Cavaliers. Game 5 from Cleveland tonight, set to tip off moments from now. And then it's now a best of 3 between the Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder. They're tied at 2 games apiece. Their Game 5 tips off from Oklahoma City at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Whether you need adjustments to an existing estate plan or just need to get one started, the attorneys at Morris Hall are ready to help. For a complimentary consultation, visit morrishall.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren is here to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. The 4 o'clock reset. Look at that. Actually at 4 o'clock, unlike yesterday.
Yeah, not a 3:45 reset this time
Yeah,
around.
no, it's 4 o'clock reset.
We're confusing people. We just keep it at the same time.
Keep it nice and steady. Everyone knows what to expect.
We're trying to be consistent
Yeah.
here.
People like symmetry. Symmetry?
Yeah,
Symmetry?
Sure.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
that works.
Let's see.
Like when we do landscaping in our yard, I always like symmetry. Like I want like 4 of the same plants. Like my wife's
want-
like, just put them out. Like she doesn't like that. She wants everything
You
like.
want 1 symmetry, 2 symmetries, 3 symmetries.
Yeah,
and
she
4
wants one
symmetries.
here and then something else there and then
was
something
gonna
else there
say-
and then like she wants everything all over the place.
I was going to say my favorite part of this discussion is listening to Gambo try to say the word symmetry.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I wasn't sure if I was saying it right.
We always sense the kind of questioning tone in your own voice when you're not sure if you're using a word
Symmetry.
correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it right.
Yeah, it's like there's an ellipses after.
Yeah.
I'm
the word.
Ron
Yeah.
Burgundy. You know, it's kind of that
Hoping that
thing.
I just said this right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we do have a lot of sports news that we haven't even
All right, let's hit it.
dove into today, so let's do it. Today, Rob Manfred announced that both Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson have been removed from the MLB's permanently ineligible list, meaning they can qualify for the Baseball Hall of Fame now.
Oh, people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come.
Here's the thing: when Pete Rose bet on baseball, okay, it was a Cardinals sin. He got banned, and he should have been banned. He should have been banned from baseball, and they kicked him out for good. But there's a whole generation of those people around that time, baseball writers and people that voted on it, that are dead. They're gone. And a newer generation is more accepting to gambling. Gambling's legal. Like everybody gamble. Like I don't, but most people gamble.
Most people do it.
So like what I would say is this: I was never in favor of Rose getting into the Hall of Fame, but I was an old timer and I never gambled. But now this new generation of people that are voting on these things, they just don't look at it the same way the older generation did.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good point and one that I hadn't considered. I think for me personally, I've got such fatigue when it comes to the Pete Rose, not Shoeless Joe Jackson as much, but the Pete Rose, did he, didn't he, should he, shouldn't he conversation, that it just wore me down. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't care, but I really don't care that much anymore whether he's in. It used to be such a staple of sports talk radio. And frankly, I got so tired of the debate that I just kind of checked out on it. So if they want to put him in, great.
Right.
If they don't, great. He's still the all-time hits king. Like it's a museum. It's not the end-all be-all.
It's not the decision to get into heaven or not.
No, exactly. It's a building.
It's a building.
It's a wonderful building. I've been there many times, but it's just a building. It's just a museum. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah. And tonight, the Dbacks, after taking Game 1 from the Giants, they're back in action for Game 2. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for the Dbacks.
You're going to give us a little Pfaadt rock at some
course
point.
I'm gonna
Okay.
We have not had any Pfaadt rock today.
We'll get some soon enough.
I'm just saying.
We've been busy.
All
We've
right.
had things going on today.
That's true, we have.
had Jordan Lawler, who's making his debut this season. He's batting 8th and playing shortstop tonight.
Yes, as we reported yesterday, he was not going to play yesterday. He was going to play today. They're going to put him in shortstop, his most comfortable position. Going to go up against the lefty and Robbie Ray. Geraldo Perdomo gets the day off today. He's not going to play. Again, I try.
Yeah.
I try.
I know this. I don't want a lot of Geraldo Perdomo days off to accommodate Jordan Lawler. Quite frankly, I don't want a whole lot of Ketel Marte days off to accommodate Jordan Lawler either. But I'll take Marte being a DH every now and then. The one I'm looking at is Suarez. Like he's the one where, and I know he's like third in baseball in home runs. He's also hitting 200 on the season. You know, there's an all or
He
nothing.
didn't get an error yesterday, but he threw another one away.
Did he? He did. Yeah, he did.
Ramos' single, I put it first inning. Ramos hits the ball to him in the hole. He gets it. He throws it away. Bad throw. They called it a single. I had wrote error on my paper. I'm thinking that's an error. He threw the ball away. They gave him a base hit.
Yeah. There are certain players I'm fine with Jordan Lawler playing for. Perdomo is not. I don't want this to be the norm.
No, and Robbie Ray, he's on the mound for the Giants tonight. And some NBA news. The Pacers and the Cavs game starts in just a few minutes from now. Indy leads that series 3-1. Donovan Mitchell back in the starting lineup tonight
he is.
for the
Okay,
Cavs.
so he's going to play.
He is going to play.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, I did not know that. That is news I did not know.
Season on the brink for the Cleveland Cavaliers to justify their 64-win season. Of course, we could be trending towards a real throwback, old school, mid-1990s Pacers-Knicks Eastern Conference. Boy, that would bring back some memories, wouldn't it?
Reggie Miller.
That would bring back some
Mark
memories.
Jackson.
'Cause we're one win away on either side of the ledger from having exactly that in the East.
And speaking of that, Jason Tatum, he underwent surgery to repair a torn right Achilles tendon.
He's done for the year.
Don't wish that on anybody.
No, that's a terrible injury.
Terrible injury. We sort of experienced it with Kevin Durant, like on the back end of it, like he did it with Brooklyn. We did it with Golden State, I guess, but you saw how long it took Kevin Durant to get right after an injury like that, right?
Mike Conley had the Achilles
forever.
And it's a devastating injury. And he went down. It was non-contact. OG Anunoby picked up the ball, went in, scored. He kind of just lost his footing. Went down like a ton of bricks. You knew it was the Achilles. You had a better car payment that it was the Achilles that went out on him. Again, these injuries that happen this late in the season, he's not going to play next year.
No, he's done.
He's not going to play.
He's done.
No.
I mean, the
His
season
plant foot didn't move.
June, July, August, September. The season starts in 4 months.
Yep. He's done.
4.5 months the season starts. He's not playing next year.
It's too bad. I mean, I don't wish that on my worst enemy in the NBA. It's really sad to see.
No, and another injury.
Your worst enemy?
My bet was
your worst. You wouldn't have wished that on.
No.
You wouldn't have wished that on Robert Horry?
No, I don't want anyone to get hurt. No, you do? You root for guys to get hurt?
No, I don't root for him to get hurt. But if it happened to happen to somebody I didn't like, I wouldn't be upset about it.
It's like cheering Kent Graham because I want to see Jake Plummer play.
I don't root for an injury.
That's kind of what we're talking about.
I'm just saying, if it happened to the guy,
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Okay, all right.
But that's me.
Fair enough. I'm not wishing injuries on anybody either. I'm just saying, if it happened to a guy you didn't like,
I wouldn't wish that upon him.
Okay.
I wouldn't wish that upon him.
And another injury.
That took a turn.
I know, but a dark turn.
Probably didn't explain it very well.
A dark turn on this 4 o'clock reset. But Steph Curry, he's officially been ruled out for Game 5.
Yeah, they're done in 5.
Yeah, they're done in 5.
Jimmy Butler doesn't want to play anymore.
Weren't they saying? Do you think he was actually sick last night, or were they just saying he was sick last night? Because they're saying he's a little under the weather. He was feeling a little sick. He looked very disinterested in that game.
Yes. Jimmy's like, we can't win without Steph, so I don't want to play anymore.
Oh, that's great. Fantastic. They're done. They're done. And Minnesota's 7-2 in the playoffs so far. Look out. That team might be, if we're thinking about them as a Kevin Durant suitor, we might need to stop thinking about them as a Kevin Durant suitor. They're 7-2 in this postseason. They might have figured out exactly who
I love
they
their
are.
coach.
I do too.
They have a great coach.
Big time.
Chris Finch fan over here.
Yes.
And also tonight at 6:30, the Denver Nuggets take on OKC. That series is tied 2-2.
A great series. I mean, it wasn't a great game in Game 4. They were both very tired. But this series has given us some twists and turns and some drama. Looking forward to that game tonight.
Yeah, I hope it goes 7.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that goes. Usually I root for a team. I hope that one goes. I hope they give us a Game 7, Nuggets and OKC.
Yeah, and a little bit of NFL news. YouTube will exclusively stream the Friday night Week 1 game taking place in Brazil worldwide on YouTube and YouTube TV. This marks the first exclusive NFL game to be streamed live for free in its entirety on YouTube.
Are you kidding me?
No.
They're going to stream a game on YouTube.
I'm sure it won't buffer once.
Just wow.
Well, and then you got that ESPN announcement today.
Oh, yeah. I've got
this is great.
I've got
Go
some
ahead.
numbers for that one.
Go ahead.
ESPN has now branded as being able to be offered to people who do not have a cable subscription. The name is ESPN. Such clever marketing.
Yeah,
move
really.
there.
Boy, how long did the guys in R&D think of that one? So, if you are a cord cutter and you want your ESPN for 30 bucks a month,
$30 a month,
you can get everything ESPN. And
Everything.
I would assume that means stuff that's on ABC too, because they're all in the
Yes.
Disney family. Everything.
You
For
can
$30 a
also
month.
you can bundle it with Disney Plus and Hulu. That will be $36 a month.
Not right away.
$45 with no ads.
Right now, the unlimited plan will include Hulu and Disney for the first year. $29.99, you get Disney, Hulu, and ESPN unlimited. There's a smaller ESPN package, a lower tiered service called the Select Plan, which is going to replace ESPN Plus,
And that's
$11.99 a
$12.
month, $12. You get all the stuff that most people don't watch.
It makes my head spin sometimes. Sometimes, honest to God, stuff like this, it does make me feel old. And there's not a lot of things in this world.
It makes me feel
And there's
old.
not a lot of things in this world that I feel like make me feel old. This makes me feel like, man, can't I just have my cable back?
I know. With all
want my
the
cable back.
different prices you have to pay to watch like every NFL game this year, where it's all spread out. No.
The amount of things that I have to, you guys know I keep like a record book each month's payments. The amount of things I have to write down, from like Apple TV to Spotify to Netflix to Paramount to Discovery to Sirius to I have Life 360, so we know what speed everybody's driving in their car. It's like 15 things I'm paying for.
Ding, ding, ding,
Ding, ding, ding,
here,
ding.
ding there, yeah.
Honestly, it's it takes up 2 pages of notes to write down all. And I still have my Cox cable. I still have all my cable packages.
Yeah.
So you will not be paying $40 a month for ESPN streaming.
I get it. I get it with my Cox cable package.
Yeah.
I get all, but I also like House Hunters International, so I get Discovery. The problem is if you end up liking one show on one thing, then you pay $6.99 a month for it the whole year.
There's one show I like on Paramount Plus. One. So I end up paying,
the one with the guy in the prison.
I end up paying $13 a month for Paramount Plus for this one show.
The mayor of Kingston.
No, it's not the mayor of Kingstown. It was a different one.
The mayor of Kingston. Yeah, Kingstown.
Yeah.
That show. I like that show too. I pay for Paramount for all.
That's our old guy rant for the day.
And
I'm paying
with that,
17 different things I'm paying for.
yeah, and with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
I ended on that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, thank you, Lauren. The search for the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Let's get a check-in on that. Well, let's see what Gambo has to say about it coming up here on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that is your ball game. The D-backs come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
D-backs take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks on May 26th as we celebrate Memorial Day at Chase Field. Arrive early to the game and receive a special edition red poppy cap. Secure your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which team do we want to see Walter Nolan make his Arizona Cardinals debut against? We'll preview the big NFL schedule reveal tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Tuesday. The Phoenix Suns offseason got a little jolt yesterday with the draft lottery. Nothing happened with the Suns. The Rockets are picking 10th. Disaster was averted. So it kind of puts our attention back. And we'll talk in the next segment, actually, about the early mock drafts and what they're saying the Suns could do and what they're saying the Rockets could do with the Suns pick and, maybe what could have been. But first things first when it comes to the Phoenix Suns, and the first thing that's going to happen is that they're going to hire a head coach. Hasn't happened yet. Gambo, you're here with an update on what's going on.
They've just finished up the first round of interviews where I originally said they were going to interview between 15 and 20 they were interviewed. They reached out to 15 to 20 different candidates. Most of these were just all Zoom calls, a little get to know you, spend an hour and 15 minutes just talking shop. Brian Gregory led this whole thing. It was him from the get-go. I can tell you that. He is handling it all. So at that point, now they're going to narrow it down to a second round very soon. They make a decision on what candidates will be in the second round. And then from there, they'll come up with a list of finalists and then decide who the next head coach of the Suns will be. My understanding is that no decision will be made this week, and it's unlikely a decision would be made next week.
Okay.
This will probably go to the end of the month or the beginning of June. So the end of May, beginning of June. So I would think end of May, somewhere around the 27th or so, I think we're about 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away from being able to say, okay, they're going to get this thing done. So end of May, beginning of June, nothing this week very unlikely they'd be able to make a decision by next week, too.
Okay.
So I'm going to say you're looking at the following week, and that gets you, close towards the end of the last 5 or 6 days of May, and then the first couple days of June.
It's super easy when you're not competing with anybody. When you're literally assuming the Denver Nuggets keep Adelman, and there's no reason to think that they wouldn't. You're not competing with a single team out there. Everybody has filled their vacancy. You're the only one looking for a head coach. So the supply and demand, you've got it cornered. There's very little demand, and you control all the supply. You want to be a head coach? There's only one spot for you to go. So the only reason why. The only reason is now that we know the draft order, and we already kind of knew where the Suns were going to pick. Like the draft combine is going on in Chicago right now. Would you like your head coach there looking at guys? Okay, maybe. I could argue that maybe I would want my head coach and the coaching staff there around these players as they're working out, doing can you imagine not having a head coach at the NFL scouting combine? No. You kind of like your coach there for something like that. That's about the only reason I could think of why it would behoove them to hurry this up a little bit so they can make sure their coach get a chance to kind of look at the groceries before somebody else buys them for them.
Okay.
But that's about it. That's the only reason I can think of.
They want the right guy. They want to identify the right guy. They obviously want to be aligned with everybody. Like they have a feeling.
Oh, don't use the word aligned.
Oh, I know. But I only used it once.
Please don't use the word aligned. I'm detoxing.
I used it once.
I'm detoxing from that press conference a week ago in which it was used 26 times.
Expired.
I don't want to hear aligned out of your mouth once today. You're done.
They want everybody to be on the same page.
Oh, fine. Let's say the same thing.
Is there a simpler word for that?
Gambo knows what aligned means. Okay, everybody's on the same page. All right, fine.
Listen, they have a vision for how they want the team to be, right? They want a hard-nosed, tough basketball team, the physical team. They want a team that's going to give it their all and, not get beat by 40 and 30 and give up at halftime because they've just got no heart. So, now you got to find a coach that's going to be able to come in and follow that. And so I think that's where they're at right now is trying to identify. Again, 15 to 20 candidates were interviewed. The first round is over, from my understanding. The first round is done. Now they'll advance to the second round where they'll eliminate probably half of those guys. They'll eliminate, probably get down to 7 or 8, maybe not, but they'll eliminate that. Now you start doing in-person interviews. Once you get to this next round, you start doing in-person interviews instead of Zoom calls. You meet in person, you spend more time together, and then from there you narrow it down to about 3, and then you make a decision.
I get all the word I won't use and everybody being on the same page and all that. Scale of 1 to 10. How important is Devin Booker in this coaching search? 10 being the most important, 1 being not important at all. How important is it to find the right coach for him? How important is it for him to be, okay, I'll say it, aligned with the next head coach? Scale of 1 to 10.
I don't think it's a 10. I don't think it's a 1. I'll probably say 7.
Okay.
You got to rebuild around Book.
I was going to say 8. I think it's not quite a 10. It's close. It's close.
Yeah.
It needs to be close. This needs to be a Devin Booker's had how many coaches since he's been here? Was it 7?
7?
I think it's 7 coaches since he was drafted by the Suns. Granted, that's over a decade. And I'm not saying that means he gets to pick him, but I certainly think keeping him involved in the process and certainly picking somebody that gets total, complete, 100% buy-in from Devin Booker is one of the most. I get what you're saying about toughness and alignment and the tone of the team and all of that stuff, but it's got to be a direct link between new coach and Devin Booker so that Devin Booker can pass along those instructions to everybody else on the roster. It's got to be. It's an 8 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, I think that they're going to make him aware of what they're doing and what they're looking at. I don't think these trades that have been discussed. I would imagine that Devin Booker is informed about what they're doing because again they want to. I wasn't talking about build
the trades.
around.
I was talking about the coach.
I would think this. I would think the same. Did they go to Devin Booker after Vogel? Yes. Did they go to Devin Booker after Boone? Yes. You want your star's input.
Yeah.
You want his input. What do you think? Give me your opinion. It's not like whatever you say we're going to do, but I'd like to know what your opinion is on these guys.
Absolutely.
You know, and Devin Booker's been around the league long enough. He knows a lot of these assistant coaches. So he might have a say not a say, but he might have a feeling about these guys, and he could tell you yes or no.
I don't mind giving Devin Booker a certain amount of veto power on the hire. Like if they call him up and say, "What do you think of this guy?" and he says, "Absolutely not. I'm not hiring that guy."
Right.
I don't think you can hire somebody that he says absolutely not to.
Right.
I don't want to play for that guy. You know what I mean? Like I don't. So
I don't know if there is a guy out there. Like I would. Booker's such a easygoing guy.
But maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's part of the, like, Devin Booker needs to not be such an easygoing guy.
He needs to be more invested?
Yeah, well, he's invested, but you know what I mean? Like, not so, yeah, that's cool, man. I can play with that guy. I can play for that guy. Like, no, I really don't want to play for that guy. Like, I really don't. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's like that personality-wise. I get what you're saying about him being easygoing. I think if he doesn't want to play for a guy, he should say, "I don't want to play for that guy."
Right.
And I think the Suns should
And
not
I'll tell
hire
you
that
why
guy
I don't want to
because
play
of
for
that.
this guy.
Exactly.
Sure.
And the Suns should not hire him.
I get
because
it.
of that. When we come back here on this Tuesday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show, the draft lottery is set. The draft order is set. The Phoenix Suns are picking 29th. Who could the Suns have had if they didn't trade? Who might be looking there at the Suns at 29? We'll talk about it coming up on Arizona Sports.
The NFL schedule release. We used to get it all in one afternoon, but some of the games are already known to the public. Just keep it on Arizona Sports for the full drop, okay? 98.7, Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan-favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile, taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and Nothing More. May 15th, PHX Arena, formerly Footprint Center. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Disturbed. Live.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the 2nd largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler set to make his 2025 MLB debut tonight in San Francisco. He will be at shortstop and bat eighth against the Giants. While you're at it, I'm stumbling all over the words. I'm just excited because Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound tonight. It's a Pfaadt-rockin' evening ahead on a Pfaadt Tuesday, no less. He'll go against the former Diamondback Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pregame coverage will start at 6. And you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Checking in on the NBA playoffs. They are underway in Cleveland, Ohio. The Cavaliers trying to overcome what they've done before, which is being down 3-1 in a series. And so far, so good. 21-14, they currently lead with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. If the Pacers win tonight, they will be the first team to advance to the conference finals. And then later tonight at 6:30, you got Nuggets and Thunder, Game 5 from OKC. Those two teams are knotted at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out if the Diamondbacks were able to string together wins for the first time in 10 days. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
That is a crazy stat. Been 9 straight games they've alternated wins and losses. It's been a week and a half, yeah. Work, baseball.
9 times.
Hang around 500 and then make your move at some point when you get these reinforcements back.
Yeah, I mean, they're hanging in there against the schedule, but you'd like some forward progress, and maybe it
Okay,
happens.
3-2 right now in this stretch against teams against the NL West.
That they are.
Okay, yeah,
that's 2-2. Yeah, 3-2.
Yeah, 3-2. No, yep, 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
No,
Split with the Dodgers.
This 25 game stretch, which they're playing nothing but contending baseball teams, they've hung in there. They've basically played it to a 500 record, give or take a game here or there. So it's fine. It's all fine. We're not here for fine. You know, Torey Lovullo the other day said, fine is great. That's not what we're here for. We're here for more than fine. Maybe it starts tonight. Maybe they get back-to-back wins. We'll see. The draft lottery yesterday, we carried it live. We all know how it went down. I expected this was going to happen today, and it did. A whole slew of mock drafts in the NBA.
Yeah.
And you kind of look at them and you do the thing where you go, okay, here's what Houston is doing at 10 with what would have been the Suns pick. And then you scroll all the way down to number 29 to see what they have the Phoenix Suns doing. And you don't want to spend, at least I don't want to spend a lot of time looking at what the Rockets are going to do at 10. I mean, that's out of your control. You can't do anything about that. You gave them the pick. It's unless you get it back, and unless you're going to seriously start talking with them about getting the 10th pick back, I don't think there's a lot of purpose in looking at what the Rockets are going to do at 10 because you don't have that pick.
No, unless you're right. Unless that becomes an asset for Phoenix, where the Rockets, if they did have interest in trading for Kevin Durant, now you start to look at all these, the French guard, Traore, the BYU point guard. There's a Duke kid.
Lawrence guard from Illinois. I saw 2
at number 10. At number 10. I like him.
Houston at 10, yeah.
I like him. He's skilled. He's very skilled player. I've seen him play a few times. I like him. Worthy of that pick around there. But there'll be a lot of players, and I think that's one of the things you looked at with the, Durant. If he's interested in playing for Houston and Houston wants to trade for him, now if Houston had the number 1 pick, the number 2, the number 3 pick, they're probably not going to give that to Phoenix. But they've got to look at their assortment of young players that they've been drafting, so many players, and say, can we fit another player in here?
Right.
Can we fit another player in? Because unless you want to start getting rid of guys like Shepard and Whitmore, you've got a slew of young players that are talented and playing, and you had a hard time finding spot for Shepard and Whitmore to play this year.
You did. They couldn't
play.
They couldn't carve out playing time.
Right.
I mean, Reed Shepard was the number 3 pick in the draft.
Number 3 pick in the draft, sharpshooter, couldn't play.
Couldn't get on the floor.
Nope.
I mean, just that, and that's why. Again, why people aren't buying this business coming out of Houston that they're not interested in Kevin Durant. Maybe they're not interested specifically in Kevin Durant, but at some point they're going to just have too many young assets, and they're going to need to consolidate some of them. They're just going to have to do it.
I think the thing is, look, when have you ever been able to get Kevin Durant without giving up like your best players?
Right.
And now you're at the point that you can do that.
100%.
So, like, I think the difference now is you're the Suns, you're trading for Kevin Durant, you're giving up everything. Mm-hmm. You're giving up 5 first-round draft picks and 2 of your better players. And you're the Rockets right now. You go through you giving up Şengün? Nope. You're giving up
Amen Thompson? Nope.
Thompson? Nope.
Nope.
Eason? Nope. Like, you could go through their best young players. I'm not including Brooks and Van Vliet. But you could get by with giving up, here's my 5th and 7th best player and a first-round draft pick.
Totally.
Like, why would you not consider that if you're Houston? Unless you think that Kevin Durant is going to be a drain on your young players and your system, which I don't believe he will be.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to say this so the KD hunks don't come at me, or KD himself. I don't believe he would be. But if you're the Rockets, like, you don't have to give up your best players to get Kevin Durant.
I'm just laughing. Like, KD and the KD honks storming your house in Ahwatukee to come get you for what you said about him. I just had this mental picture in my mind of KD, like flashing the KD signal, like the bat signal into the sky to gather together all the KD honks to go get Gamble.
Almost sounds like it could have been one of those 80s bands, too. KD and the Honks.
KD and the Honks.
Benny and the Jets.
Now appearing on the Limelight stage, it's KD and the Honks. Yeah,
Be sure to stick around for D-Book and the Kicks afterwards.
Exactly. Something else to consider with this draft, too, and I was looking at 3 different mock drafts today. This is for the Phoenix Suns at number 29. This was from ESPN's mock draft. I've not heard of this particular player. I'm sure Lauren has, because Lauren has heard of every college basketball player. Yaxel Lendenborg, power forward center out of Michigan, and UAB. He started at UAB, then went to Michigan. Here's what was interesting about him. Lendenborg, this is what they wrote. Lendenborg became a person of interest for NBA teams after a terrific season at UAB, but is no lock to remain in the draft with significant money on the table from Michigan should he return to college next season.
Oh, so the NIL becomes interesting here.
Kellen wrote about this a couple of weeks ago. The early entry list for this draft includes only 105 prospects. That's the lowest number in 10 years for one reason and one reason only. NIL.
Right.
I can make more money and do better for myself staying in college one more year than being the 29th pick in the NBA draft. Thank you, I'll pass.
Look at the Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Like
he got screwed. He should have stayed in college and left and got paid $5 million.
$5 million.
Look at Carson Beck. Carson Beck's like, yeah, I could go to the NFL, I could get drafted, or I could get Miami and go get $8 million to be their quarterback for 1 year.
He passed on this Quinn Ewers bet on the NFL and left millions on the table.
Yeah.
Millions.
So it specifically affects the Suns because they're at that spot in the draft where kids are going to be like, yeah, nah, to hell with it. I'll just go get paid at school one more time.
Right.
I want to make a little more money before I become a tweener G League guy.
And especially if you don't know. Especially if you don't know that you're going to be a guaranteed first-round pick with guaranteed money for 4 years. If you're not sure, then you go back to school, make some money, and then come back out the next year.
Yeah. Brian Windhorst yesterday did talk about the crazy draft lottery and how it changed the NBA landscape.
That was Nico Harrison's music. I cannot believe it went out like that. 1.8% chance. It changes the landscape of the situation. Now San Antonio is in great position to potentially make a trade in number 2. And number 3, Philadelphia wakes up after a crazy tank job with a great pick. And the top 3 opportunities with the highest big tankers, Charlotte, Utah, Washington, all go backwards.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about this. There was a crazy story. You sent it in your email. Somebody suggesting that Kevin Durant could get traded to the Philadelphia 76ers for Paul George and the number 3 pick.
Stupid trade. It was, you're looking at all these things now because people trying to figure it out. But it was one of those, here's 5 trades possibilities. And this one was nobody likes to hunt big game stars like Daryl Morey. And then they mentioned like Kevin Durant to the Sixers for Paul George and the 2025 number 3 overall pick.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to do better than that if you're Phoenix. You've got to do better than that.
Well, okay, 2 things. Number 1, you've got to do better than that if you're Phoenix. Number 2, I would just instantly lose faith in Brian Gregory as the general manager if that's the best he could do for Kevin. He'd be like, really? That's all you got? And number 3, Paul George and Devin Booker on the same team? Can you, I mean, and not because of positional redundancy. Those two do not like each other at all. At all. You're not getting Paul George.
He was just singing the breakup song with that.
No. Like, anybody who writes that has no fundamental working history of Devin Booker and Paul George's beef. They're not trading for Paul George.
But you bring up a pretty good point in that, like, there is a lot of pressure on Gregory to try to get this, to not, look, it's going to be hard to win the trade because Durant's value at his age is just less than it's ever been before.
Yeah.
Don't lose the trade.
Yeah.
Like, you may not be able to win it where, like, oh, the Suns fleeced this team for Kevin Durant. But you can't lose the trade where people look at, like, that's all you got?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all you got?
That's a good point.
Like, he's got to try to come up with a decent trade.
If you look closely at the Arizona Cardinals opponents, this should be the year. And we'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
1.8% chance for the Dallas Mavericks.
So do you believe it was rigged?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I absolutely do.
Okay.
There was a massive trade that made no sense to anyone. And the parameters of that trade were so fishy, it smelled like that market in Seattle. This is why. Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks made the golden franchise of the NBA relevant for another decade. Now they've got Luka and they can build around him. Wink, wink. Thanks, Nico. Here you go.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you right now, today, right now, to get into that home. You've been dreaming about a home for years. You're paying rent. You hate paying rent. The rent prices keep going up. You don't get any tax write-offs at the end of the year. You don't get to write off the payments, the mortgage interest, because it's not your mortgage, it's somebody else's. You just keep paying rent with no benefits. You've been paying rent for years. You look, how much equity do I have in all the rent? Nothing, zero, like zero. Like, you don't own the house. You're paying somebody else's house off. They're getting equity out of your payments. It's time to start looking at houses. The house prices are coming down. They've leveled off, and in many areas, they're coming down. The market's kind of readjusting right now. And that's where the Lund Mortgage comes in. They're helping a lot of people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Like, free. Free's good. Doesn't cost me anything. Nope. Doesn't take a long time. You go over it, they'll tell you exactly what type of house you can afford, what type of house you can look for, what type of house you'll get a mortgage for. And then if you want to get out of that rent, that cycle of always renting, go ahead and do it. Let the Lund Mortgage team help you with any and all of your mortgage needs, including getting you pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Linux dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
Oh, yeah, we had Jordan Lawler on at 2:45, so we didn't rule out the poll question. No idea what it is. Spring it on us. We got.
It's got to do about baseball.
Okay.
All right.
What's your favorite yacht rock group?
Oh, it's a good one.
That's not the question.
It's not the poll question. I was trying to think what is my favorite.
America.
Toto.
Hold the line.
Love Isn't Always on Time.
No.
Let's sing the song. Toto would be
It's
my
not.
favorite.
It's
yacht
not always on
rock
time. Comes at
song.
different times. Look at Bill Belichick. He found love at 75 years old or whatever he is.
Did he?
Did he though?
Love or infatuation or whatever it is.
or
whatever, he found something.
Or somebody who tripled her real estate property and net worth dating him in just a handful of months.
The conversations that I imagine, the conversations that my wife and I had with some friends of ours over the weekend about that are not safe for this space that we're working in right now.
Okay.
I imagine are going on all over the place about those two. Like just in terms of how they met.
My group chat of like 10 girlfriends, love them to death. They do not care about the NFL. They don't care about college football. They don't care about sports. They were texting me, Lauren, what's going on with this? This seems weird.
Absolutely. It's like there are so many theories out there.
She's banned from North Carolina. She's not banned from North Carolina.
Did they meet during this year?
How did they meet
during that year? How exactly did they meet? Yeah, all the
Why
things.
is he back at a Miss Maine pageant last weekend?
Oh, yeah, she came in like second place, I think.
No,
right?
not the one she was in.
Oh.
The one, because she was in like a couple years ago, right? He was
he was there?
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, the whole thing is just sort of.
How old is she?
She
24?
said 24. Well, she said originally when they met it was this year, and then it comes out with her at the pageant, and she announces how old she is, and it's a year younger. So did they actually meet when she was 18?
Okay, you gotta be a little careful here.
Yeah, no, that's
okay.
like people are doing the math about how old she was
when they met.
And see, that's where it's like, okay, you know what? Probably best for you to have this conversation not on live radio.
Yeah.
So that's Yeah. Poll question?
Yeah, but there's your tidbit of sports gossip today, guys. There you go.
I didn't know any of this
Poll
stuff, by the
question?
way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's more. I'll tell you during the
There's a
commercial
lot
break.
more.
There's a lot more. I'll tell you during the break. Yeah.
I can give you a podcast to listen to on your drive home. All
No,
about
thank
it.
you. No, thank you.
What do you got
Okay,
for us today?
here's the poll question today. Which of the following statistics do you think Corbin Carroll is most likely to reach this season? Is it 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases, 100 RBIs, or a 300 batting average?
40 home runs.
Give me those numbers again, one more time.
40 home runs,
Okay.
40 stolen bases,
Okay.
100 RBIs,
Okay.
a 300 batting average.
100 RBI.
Oh, okay. He's on pace for 113?
100 RBI. Yeah.
He's on pace for 50 homers, so
I
I'm
don't-
giving myself 10 off the pace.
Yeah, it's funny. The one that I think is probably the least likely is the stolen bases. As crazy as it is to say it, I think
It's
that's
funny that you say that. Mitch and I lowered that number.
Yeah.
Originally, we had it a little bit higher, and we went, I think that's a little too high. For
Yeah,
him."
I don't think he'll get that many stolen bases this year. So yeah, put me down for RBI. What's our audience say?
Those are the two that are running away with it right now. 40 home runs is in the lead with 35% of the vote. With 32% of the vote, it's 100 RBIs. With 18% of the vote, it's 40 stolen bases. And with 15% of the vote, it's a 300 batting average.
All right, thank you. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. This time tomorrow, it'll be schedule release time in the NFL. We hear the morning show making fun of it. Obviously, even Luke's promo and his look ahead for tomorrow's show kind of mocks it. I think at least a little bit. I know it's not. We know who the Cardinals are playing this year. We've known the opponents for 3 months.
Yeah.
There is something about seeing it, especially if you like to travel and follow the team or
Sure, but is there a schedule law? This is why we don't like. We could do it right now. Win or lost, home games, road games,
easy.
But there's always a schedule loss or a schedule win in there.
Yes,
you're playing a team on you Sunday to Sunday. They played Monday. They've got less time. They were on the road on the East Coast. So you look for these things.
No
you look
doubt.
for the schedule. Not only your schedule, but how about the team you're playing? Look, remember when we were trying to figure out if the Suns could make the play-in tournament, and we looked at all the back-to-backs. Oh, they've got 4 back-to-backs. But 3 of the teams they're playing also have a back-to-back. So you look at it the other way. You're going to look at this schedule, and you're going to be like, okay, what benefits the Cardinals and what would benefit their opponent? What would hurt the Cardinals? What would hurt their opponent? So, if the Cardinals play on a Monday at home and they've got to go travel to Florida for a Sunday game, you might think, okay, that's a little bit of a schedule disadvantage. That might hurt that. Sometimes we used to look at it, who's the most physical team you're playing? Like after you play a tough physical game, remember when the Rams were really physical, when Seattle was really physical, you'd look at certain matchups, the Ravens, you're playing a physical team. Oh, you're not going to win the next week when you're playing a team like that. They beat the hell out of you.
Those are all things to. Is it as big of a deal as the NFL makes it out? No. The NFL's hyping this up right now because there's really nothing else to talk about in the NFL, and they're very good at that, obviously, about owning the calendar year round. But this is kind of it for the NFL. Once the schedule release comes out, there's really not a lot of NFL talk between now and when training camp starts. This is the last hurrah. I know what I'm going to be looking for tomorrow more than anything else. We know the Cardinals have the 5th easiest schedule in the NFL, and we know that should mean elevated expectations. I'm going to be looking for their mid-November to the end of the season schedule.
I know you are.
I want those are the games that I have my biggest doubts about, I have my biggest questions about, and I want to know which of these teams are slotted there. Because I think that's the whole deal comes down to how this team plays from basically Thanksgiving on. How does this team play from then on? And who are the teams they're playing? That's the number one thing I'm watching for tomorrow.
Okay. I think that's a good thing to look at because of how badly they've struggled in those late November, early and then December games, it's a great thing to look at. How tough is that schedule?
Yeah.
Because that may ultimately decide whether they get into the playoffs or not.
For the first time ever, All Elite Wrestling brings you one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year as AEW Double or Nothing invades the Desert Diamond Arena on May 25th. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair by visiting the contest page at Arizona Sports. Time to go on the road. Check in on the Diamondbacks in the city by the bay. We'll talk with our good friend, TV voice Steve Berthume. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
There's a lot of you that have gotten your AC tune-up already and some that haven't. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric, where you could get a complete tune-up for just $129. Then you're saying, okay, what do I get for that? Well, you get a tune-up. You get the condenser coils clean, the condensate drain line flush. They're going to go through everything for you to make sure your unit is working right. But the most important thing is that you're going to get some real work done on this tune-up with Christian Brothers. Very important to do, and I highly recommend it because if you get your unit tuned up, it's going to run more efficiently. So it's most likely going to get you through the summer. All right, it's going to help you get through the summer. The other thing that's important to know is it's going to run efficiently. And when it's running efficiently, it's going to save you money. Who doesn't want to save money when your air conditioning is running 24/7, always running? That's why I want you to know about Christian Brothers, and I want you to know about their great tune-up for $129, which includes a condenser coil cleaning and a condensate drain line flush. All you have to do is give them a call, and they'll take great care of you for all of your AC needs at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carroll Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carroll will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carroll Royce today or visit carrollhasthebuyers.com. That's carrollhasthebuyers.com. Carroll and seller must agree on price and possession.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters
and Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Welcome to the NBA playoffs. The moment we've all been waiting for is here.
The fans now on the edge of their seats.
It's time to stay locked in to every single moment. Because you never know when history will be made. When it's win or go home, every moment matters. So don't miss a thing. NBA playoffs presented by Google continues on ABC, ESPN, and TNT.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler set to make his 2025 MLB debut tonight in San Francisco. He's at shortstop and will bat 8th against the Giants. Also, crank up the Hall & Oates while you're at it because we got Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. He'll go against the former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The complete NFL schedule will drop tomorrow, but we learned today that the Arizona Cardinals will not be playing internationally this season. The LA Rams, in fact, are the only NFC West team that will travel across the Atlantic Ocean. And in the NBA, we are in the midst of Game 5 in the East between the 1-seeded Cavaliers and the 4-seeded Pacers. And the Cavs trying everything they can to avoid being eliminated tonight. They're up 48-34. That one has about 6 minutes to go until the first half concludes. Later tonight at 6:30, you got Game 5 between the Nuggets and the Thunder. They're knotted up at 2 games apiece. Tip-off for that one's at 6:30. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The home of the Dbacks. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's Dbacks on the road with Burns and Gambo.
Our every road trip catch up with one of the Diamondbacks broadcasters on the road. Joining us today live from Oracle Park in San Francisco. A man so influential, he actually got Gambo to cite exit velocity earlier today on Burns and Gambo.
111 miles per hour off the bat.
I mean, that's Steve Berthume. That's how much you mean to Gambo. Because every time I say exit velocity,
I get lost.
He's like, oh, I hate stats like that. They're so dumb. But when you say it, it's like it came from the Word of God.
Well, Burnsy, inside every blessing, there's a curse. I think we discovered this one. It's different. What am I trying to say?
When did you start using this stuff? Because I'm watching this epic at bat with Ramos last night.
Yeah.
And, Gurriel makes the great catch, and I write this down in my notes, 111 miles per hour off the bat. I got it from you. I didn't read it anywhere. So, when did you start using this stuff?
I look at it, it's a way to measure quality of contact. Like if a guy has consistent high exit velocities, he's putting the barrel on the bat, he's hitting the ball well. That's something that might not show up because that goes down, for instance, if you're looking at Ramos, that goes down as an out, right? He flied out to left field. But he hammered the ball, and if you see those numbers consistently, that tells you something about the player either trending in the right or wrong direction. That's why I like it. My challenge is not to turn a 2.5, 3-hour game into a math quiz, which is hard in baseball because it's such a numbers-oriented game.
Sure.
But I do like to pick the ones that tell you something about how a player is doing and which direction he may be going.
All right, Gambo, he's nodding his head affirmatively. Right. I believe he is.
Yeah,
he's accepted that answer. Yes.
Yeah. No, I have always told you do such a great job preparing for what you do that, and that's not preparing, but just I always, listen and write stuff down that I see. And I think it's great to get some knowledge of the other team as well, which you do a good job of.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is too. I want viewers to understand what's happening with all the players on the field, not just the Diamondbacks. Obviously, we're Diamondback centric, but you should know what's happening with the Giants now. Why this guy may not be playing, how this guy is doing well, why he's slumping, and what's happening. But I only try to pick out the numbers that have some relevance. I don't want to just say it to say it. Like it's got to have. If we're going to go with a number, I want it to mean something, and so I try to pick my spots.
Okay, so here's a number that meant something to me a little bit from last night's game since we're going down this direction. I think I read today where there wasn't a single pitch Merrill Kelly threw last night that represented more than 28% of his, like he didn't throw his slider more than 28% of the time, or his fastball. That to me is quintessential Merrill Kelly, that he's got so many pitches. He doesn't have one that he even throws more than 28% of the time in the game last night. That was classic Merrill Kelly last night, I thought.
Couldn't agree more, Burnsy. That's what makes him so special, and he's one of these guys, I think, that can pitch into his 40s like Justin Verlander maybe, because he's got the 6 pitches. He throws them all so well. The command is tremendous. For me, it was the changeup and the sinker. He threw so many sort of back sinkers to the right-hand batters that starts out toward the left-hand batter's box and then kind of sneaks back and catches the edge of that zone. There was so much movement on his stuff here last night. It was really fun to watch. And when he's locating like that, he has the command and he's getting the movement and the spin. It's really, really fun to watch, and he was an absolute artist here last night.
We know the bullpen's going to change a lot over the next few weeks, right? With Graveman coming back, and then eventually J. Mart, and then eventually Puck. Shelby Miller's done a good job. We were debating this earlier. Like, when these guys all come back, do you automatically put Puck and J. Mart back in their roles, or does Shelby have a chance to be the guy closing baseball games?
No, I think you don't rule anything out at this point in the middle of May. But look, Puck and Martinez, we know what they mean to the bullpen. They're the 2 highest-powered, best relievers they have back there. Missing them both has hurt the team at times badly. When they come back, and J. Mart's going to throw a live tomorrow, he's very close. Puck, we think, will be back before the All-Star break, hopefully, fingers crossed. So when you get those guys back and they're right, they go right back into the very back end of things, and then you slide everybody down. It just makes your bullpen longer, it makes your bullpen deeper, and you can not worry about those outs in the 6th or 7th inning. Because right now, that's where things are a little shady. If you need a big out in the 7th inning or late in the 6th, who's your guy? Well, it depends on the matchups. And that's where things have slipped away just a bit. But when you get those 2 guys back, they're that good. They go right back to the end of the line and get the 8th and 9th inning.
Steve Berthume, our guest, live from Oracle Park. He'll be calling the game tonight on Dbacks TV as he's joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Your best guess, and that's all I'm asking here for you, is your best guess on how often we'll see Jordan Lawler where? Where do you think we'll see the bulk of Jordan Lawler's big league time?
We've had a number. In fact, I just came out of Torrey's office 5 minutes ago, and we've had a number of conversations about this. He has talked to everybody. He's kind of waiting to talk to Gino because Gino's going to be the hardest nut to crack. But he was very clear and said, look, nobody's getting benched, but the regulars are going to get days off. And he wants them fresh in August and September when we play a lot of National League West games. So Jordan is going to play second. He's going to play short. He's going to play third. Those are the 3 spots he's going to play. He's going to rotate between those 3 spots. And ideally, he plays 3 to 4 days a week. Now, he wanted to get him in today against a left-hander. It's Robbie Ray. That's certainly no picnic. But Jordan hits fastballs well. He wanted him to get in there against a lefty and to play shortstop because that's the position with which he's most familiar, to give him as comfortable a sort of a landing as he can. Now, nothing's comfortable with Robbie Ray the way he's going, but that's why he's in there today. That's why he wasn't in there last night. But he's going to play the 3 positions. He's going to kind of rotate through 3 and hopefully play 3-4 days a week. That's the way it's going to go.
Give me your thoughts. I saw Moreno thrown out twice on the base pass last night, one stealing, another on the infield in at home. The offense just hasn't been there for Gabby. Herrera's done a good job. We see him catching Gallen, every 5th day when Gallen's pitching. Give me your thoughts on their catching situation right now.
I think the catching situation is really good. Gambo, I love what we've seen from Hosey, especially this month. He's really good back there defensively. We knew that. The offense has come along nicely, where he can give you the 1 for 3 or the 1 for 4 with a walk, something like that. But look, Gabby's Gabby. He's an elite catcher. He's already won a Gold Glove. I think in talking with Torrey that early in the year, once we got to the end of April, beginning of this month, he had caught so much that he was kind of opening up at the plate offensively, and inadvertently opening up that front side and going to left field more than they'd like to see. He knows that his strength is to go up the middle or to right center. So I think they've got that lower half under control. He's not as open as much as he's been. And if you look at his track record the last week or so, he's doing pretty well. He's got a bunch of base hits. I think he had a bunch of hits in the Dodgers series. I think he's going to be just fine. He's not going to be a 25 home run guy, Moreno, but he's going to be a very competent, capable hitter that's going to give you enough offense. He's your everyday frontline catcher. There's no debate about that. He's going to be just fine.
Bert, obviously you being around the team every day, when a presence like Jordan Lawler is added to the room, given the pedigree and the resume and the expectations, how does it change the room for the Arizona Diamondbacks when that guy is now in that room?
I think, Burnsy, it lifts everybody. It's kind of like getting Corbin Burns. They know that this is a special kid. They know that he's an elite player. They know that he is an impact player. He may not be yet, but he will be, and very soon. So I think it does lift everybody up. It's that when everybody read about, wow, Corbin Burns, they signed Corbin Burns, the energy level automatically goes up. With Jordan, you want to see it, but you know it's there, and so it does add a little extra twist to things, and I think it lifts the whole room up for sure.
Leave me with this. We've seen some really great starting pitching out of Burns, out of Gallen, Kelly, Fott. We're still a little concerned about Eduardo Rodriguez. Last 3 games, 18 innings, ERA of 9. Was really struggled in that last outing. Short leash on him, and you go a little bit longer because you've still got Ryan Nelson available if need be.
Look, they've signed Eduardo to a long-term deal.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I think it does.
It doesn't.
Well, I think it does because he's got a track record. You know what he is, and the numbers can get skewed. Yeah, he had 1 or 2 really ugly starts, which has kind of skewed his numbers more negative than they really are. But he's had some outstanding starts. He had a 12 strikeout game, a couple of 10 strikeout games. He's been there. He throws 92, 93. He's got to be around the edges, and he will occasionally have starts where he's not around the edges, and he's in the middle, and he's going to get whacked. I think you live with that with Erod. He's not a guy that's going to go 15-7. He's a guy that's, at the end of the year, going to go 13-9. It's not going to be a 3 ERA. It's going to be a 4.5 ERA. That's who he is. You don't need him to be a 1 or a 2, but you do need him to be an every 5th day guy who gives you a chance to win, and I think he is that.
Okay, fair. They've lost 5 of his last 7 starts. I've seen them make decisions with Montgomery, Bumgarner. I think Mike Hazen's going to do what's best for the team. I'm not saying that you cut this guy loose right now and don't pitch him and move into the bullpen. I'm just saying, man, we can't have too many of these bad starts by him. He's been roughed up more times than he's pitched well.
Well, I don't agree with that, Gambo. I'm not sure that's fair. The numbers are a little skewed because when he has had a bad start, it can get really bad. But he's had a lot of starts that have been very good. And look, there's always one guy on the staff, right, that doesn't get the offensive support. I mean, there were starts in April where he could have sued the defense and won for defamation of character. Like, he was the guy that had the errors behind him where things kind of blew up. He had terrible, terrible luck in April with stuff like that. Hits dropping in or not getting any run support or 2 or 3 errors behind him that cost him a win. So I think a lot of that factored into his season in April. I think he's going to be, like I said, he's a guy that's going to be 13-10, 13-9 with a 4.5 ERA. That's who he is. It's kind of who he's always been. And you win with those guys. You need those guys because not everybody can be a 15-game Cy Young winner. You need the guy that gives you a chance to win every 5th day.
When you mention exit velo tonight, think of Gambo and smile, okay, Steve?
Only if it's relevant, Bernsey.
Think of Gambo and smile.
I know you love being at that ballpark, though. That's a good ballpark for you.
It's one of the best.
It's a really pretty park, and we got a nice day here. Yesterday was gloomy, cold. It rained at one point in the game, but we've got a bright, sunny day today, so it should be nice.
Bert, always good to hear your voice, man. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thanks, boys. Anytime. Thanks for having
travels. You got it. Steve Berthume joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Tonight's game coming up at 6:45. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. What, if anything, needs to change with the NBA's draft lottery? Can it be fixed? That's coming. Well, we didn't mean it like that. We meant it's like solved, not fixed. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks at the Giants.
And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that that is your ball game. The Dbacks come into San Francisco, and they take the opener by a final score of 2-1.
Dbacks take Game 1 in San Francisco. Game 2 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
JLC Roofing. If you're a homeowner, there's going to come a time when you're going to need a new roof. It just happens you need a new roof. You're like, where do I go for a new roof? How about a company that is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau? How about a company that's licensed, bonded, insured? And how about a company that didn't sell out to the big companies? They're family-owned and have been for 3 generations. From the grandfather to the father to the son, roofing is in their blood. It's what they do. And they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. They do it all: tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. $1,500 off your roof when you go with JLC Roofing. Professional roof repair and replacement services for well over 30 years. That's JLC Roofing. They service the entire valley. They even do commercial roofing. So if you've got a warehouse, a school, an office building, they can do that as well. JLC Roofing offers great financing too. So you could finance your roof, pay it off over time, and they do a great job with that. Give them a call at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Purchase a special event ticket pack for Women's Night on Friday, May 30th to receive an exclusive Dbacks cap with your game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/women.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Fop Rock.
Swing and a miss. 3 fastballs, another strikeout, his 10th. A 1-2-3 inning for Fott. It took all of 6 pitches.
Rosanna. Little Toto for you right there.
I like this.
You like Toto.
I do. I like Toto a lot. One of the first albums I ever owned as a kid
was a Toto album.
Was Toto 4, the one with this one and Africa on it. Yeah, I rode my bike to the Smitty's on Mill and Broadway, Mill and Southern. I think it was Mill and Southern from my house. And spent my allowance money on 3 cassette tapes: Toto 4, Men at Work, Business as Usual, and Asia.
I bless the rains down in Africa.
And I wore those cassettes out. 10-year-old me wore those cassettes out.
Are they worth anything, cassettes? No.
Like, I think if you
albums?
Albums for sure. Oh, the
cassettes? No.
It's funny. Like, you can buy old CDs and they're still worth something.
Yeah.
Old vinyl, absolutely. Cassettes, nobody cares about cassettes. It's like we just skipped that whole era. Okay, never mind. Cassettes, that was a bad idea. We're not even talking about Diamondbacks here. It's the only chance we had to play.
It's the only time we had left.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the NBA, but
Okay. Brandon Fott's getting the start tonight. We'll preview the game coming up in Dbacks on Deck. One of our YouTube commenters like, I'm jonesing for Fott Rock. Can you play one, please?
Yes.
This is for you.
There you go.
This is for you. Let's talk about this NBA draft lottery. The the reaction on social media last night, man, that was a trip. That was a trip watching people freak the you-know-what out about. I mean, this is just the
conspiracy theorists?
I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, but it seems awfully convenient the Mavs traded Luka to the NBA's biggest market and then got Cooper Flagg in return months later, despite having just a 1.8% chance to get it. The Mavericks just got the most undeserved bailout in league history. Get serious. This proves the Luka Doncic trade was an inside job by the NBA, forcing the Mavs to trade Luka so the Lakers had a future, and in exchange, the Mavericks got the first overall pick to rebuild again. It just went on and on and on and on. Whether you want to believe any of that stuff or not is totally up to you.
Well,
but a lot of people are trying to figure out what's wrong with
there
this.
There are facts. The team with the worst record has not picked number 1 since 2019. The team with the worst record has now fallen to number 5 3 years in a row. You have the worst record in the league. You're not picking first, second, third, or fourth. You're picking 5th.
Yeah.
Last year it was the Atlanta Hawks, a play-in team that got the number 1 pick. This year it's the Dallas Mavericks, a play-in team that got the number 1 pick. Of the 28 top 4 picks handed out since 2019, more than half have gone to teams starting in the 5th slot or later. Teams are moving up. Teams at the top are moving down. I mean, play-in tournament teams have won consecutive lotteries, like I said, with Atlanta and Dallas. Like, it's for those of you that say it doesn't pay to tank, this is your proof. This is your proof. It doesn't pay to tank. You know, teams that were in the play-in and fought to get into the play-in, won basketball games to get in, they benefited.
And I think that's the simple conversation here. Is the system broken because it's not rewarding the bad teams? Or is the concept of tanking broken because clearly you're not going to get rewarded for doing it? I mean, clearly there's no guarantee you're going to get rewarded for doing it. And I guess you and I, we've been together a minute. You know, we've done this show together for coming up on 14 years in July. We spent the bulk of our years together talking about really bad Suns teams where we were counting ping pong balls and giving away tickets because you couldn't beg anyone to go to that arena.
Right.
So we've experienced, we've lived this together a lot, you and I have.
Yes.
And I think I've kind of come full circle on this. There was a time when I actively wanted the team to lose, when I was rooting for more ping pong balls. I thought for them to fail was the right thing to do. In this era, with this system for the NBA, I don't think I would want my team to try to tank or try to lose because there's just not enough of a guaranteed reward for doing it.
It's almost like rooting for who you want to play in the playoffs, and that comes down to backfire on you.
That's a great point.
Right?
It's
Hey,
like
we want Minnesota. We 4-0 against Minnesota. We want Minnesota. How about the Knicks? The Knicks couldn't beat any of the good teams. They were 0-10 against the top teams in the league. Cleveland, Oklahoma City, Boston. They're up 3-1 on the Boston Celtics right now. Yeah, be careful what you wish for.
Yes.
Hey, we want to make sure we have the Dallas, just think about how close the Suns came to being the Mavericks and being in the play-in tournament and then having those odds. They would have had the Mavs ping pong balls. Mm-hmm. The Suns were close enough to be able to, maybe they would have, if AD doesn't come back and the Suns finish in that spot, ahead of San Antonio, ahead of Portland, and in Dallas's spot, maybe it's Houston right now with the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, perhaps. And so if you're Utah, if you're Charlotte, if you're any of these teams that were, Brooklyn, clearly, actively not trying to win basketball games, maybe it requires a rethink. And you just go, okay, it doesn't mean you sell yourself out to win when you don't have the talent to do it, but don't try to sell yourself out either so badly that you're trying to lose games, because the reward just isn't there. Now, in some ways, these are separate issues. There's also an issue of a team with a 1.8% chance winning the lottery. And I would agree with those who would say, if you're a play-in team, you shouldn't be in the lottery. Like you shouldn't.
That's the one change you can make. You eliminate 4 teams.
Yeah.
2 in the East, 2 in the West. So those teams can't get in. You almost say, okay, it's like if you don't advance to the top 8, you're not considered a playoff team right now, so you're considered in the lottery. Maybe you just say if you make the play-in, that's kind of like a playoff.
You're out.
You're out. You cannot have a lottery pick, and now you eliminate 4 teams. So now you're down to 10.
Mm-hmm.
You got 10 teams, so the odds increase a little bit.
10
if you want, or maybe the NBA just likes it the way it is right now. I don't know.
Maybe, there's the old saying, there's no such thing as bad press. Maybe the NBA loves it that people are talking about them like this, because they know there's no fix. We had credible, respectable journalists in the room. Everyone saw it was verified by a certified account exec and an accounting firm. Everything was on the up and up. It was random. It was luck, and that's that. But it's had everybody talking about their product for the last 24 hours. Like, everybody's talking about the NBA in this, and maybe the league likes it like that. I don't know.
What I do know is that 2 teams in the West just got a lot stronger in Dallas and San Antonio.
And I know
that's not great for the Phoenix Suns and everybody else in the West. San Antonio
you and I have both noticed, there's a real trend of teams when they lose a star player, how it seems awfully convenient that the next year they happen to win that lottery.
That's where these conspiracy theorists, what did you say? That somebody was saying if Milwaukee loses Giannis, don't worry, they'll have the number 1 pick next year for whoever that is.
When Cleveland lost LeBron, when the Pelicans lost Chris Paul, when the Pelicans lost AD, when the Mavs lost Luka, like, that's the root of the conspiracy theory. And it's hard to argue when you look at it like that. You go, man, it does seem like something's up. But, boy, a lot of people would have to be in on it if it were. When we come back, it's a good thing the Arizona Diamondbacks extended Corbin Carroll when they did. Because if they didn't, it would be expensive. It's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Wherever Giannis ends up going, and the fact that he's exploring possibilities now, he's gone. You don't make that step if you're going to stay. If you're going to stay, it's because you're going to be that guy. You're going to be forever loyal to one market, and that's antithetical to being loyal to one market if you go out on a dating circuit.
Isn't that his brother's name? Antithetical?
Antithetical. Yeah, that's him.
Bickley and Morata. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
School's out and soccer is in. Celebrate the end of the school year with Phoenix Rising on Friday, May 17th at 7 p.m. as they take on Monterey Bay at home. It's the perfect way to kick off summer, and every fan gets a free Phoenix Rising tote bag at the gates while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Class dismissed. Let the celebration begin.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Lawler set to make his 2025 MLB debut tonight in San Francisco. He'll be at shortstop and bat eighth against the Giants. While you're at it, be sure to crank up some Christopher Cross. How about? Because Brandon Pfaadt is rocking on the mound tonight. He'll oppose the former Diamondback, Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:45. Pregame coverage starts at 6. It'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the second half just about to get underway in Cleveland, where the Cavaliers trying to stave off elimination for at least one more night, trailing 3-1 to the Pacers, but they are leading Game 5 56-52. Again, second half just about underway. And then later tonight at 6:30, you got the Nuggets and the Thunder in their Game 5. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 of each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. You got Diamondbacks baseball on tonight, Game 2 of this 3-game series against the Giants. We'll preview that game coming up in about 10 minutes here with Dbacks on deck. Brandon Pfaadt, Robbie Ray, the matchup tonight from Oracle Park. You've also got NBA playoffs going on tonight with a doubleheader. The Cavs trying to avoid elimination at the hands of the Indiana Pacers. They are up by 8, about a minute into the third quarter. 60-52 is the score on this one. Tyrese Halliburton has himself 17 points so far for the Indiana Pacers. Well, for the Cavs, Donovan Mitchell coming back off the ankle injury, not shooting the ball well. He's 3 of 11 and 0 of 5 from deep, but he has 16 points.
They got the lead. How about that?
And they have the lead. And then later tonight,
fighting back.
Big game. It is, as Mitch has been saying all day, basically a best of 3 between the Nuggies and the Thunder. And that game starts at 6:30 tonight, game 5 of that series.
Can you explain that again?
The
Nuggies.
The Nuggies. but with
you know, Nuggies.
That game coming up tonight at 6:30. And, of course, Diamondbacks baseball, which we'll preview in a little bit. That's what's on tonight. It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Corbin Carroll, who knows what we have in store, what he has in store for us tonight. The 2 home runs last night. I haven't been looking at a home run leaderboard. Maybe this has changed. But as of last night, there were only 2 players in Major League Baseball who had more home runs than Corbin Carroll. And they're 2 traditional, quote-unquote, power hitters in Kyle Schwarber and Aaron Judge. You brought up a really good point, and I think we need to talk about this a little bit more. The ability and the foresight and the risk, quite honestly, of the organization to give Corbin Carroll the money when they did has paid off in exponentially now. I mean, based off of what he would get right now if he were a free agent or what he might get when he was eligible to hit free agency, this is a steal of epic proportions.
There's no agent in baseball that would allow him to do a deal right now if he had not signed that deal. You know, after the, what did we say, it was before the start of the 24 season.
Before the start of the 23 season.
Yes. It was before the start of the 23 season. If he had played it out, there's no agent that would be like, oh, you'd want to take this guy to the market and try to make $400 or $500 million with him. He's playing that good. He's on pace to hit 50 homers, driving 100 and something runs, over 100 runs. I mean, they're talking about Gunnar Henderson being a $600 million guy. Corbin Carroll signed an 8-year deal for $111 million. I would never fault him for that. But he's not a free agent now until he's like 30. I think his last year with the Diamondbacks under that contract is a team option, and that's for age 30. So he could hit free agency at 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, sign a 4 or 5 year deal with somebody, make a lot of money up. You never fault anybody for passing on that type of money. You just can't. It's $111 million. That's life-changing money for you and your family for generations. So you don't fault them for it. Other players have done it. And so there's a risk and there's a reward. There was a risk for the Diamondbacks. Yeah. There's a risk there. Maybe they blew $111 million. For Corbin, the risk is I'm going to play a lot better than this. And I'm probably worth a lot more than that. But that's the way that's how you play this game. Corbin Carroll's not going to make more than $15 million a year in any season until 2029.
That's crazy. I'm looking at the contract right
2029.
now. 2029, he'll make $28 million. In 2030, he'll make $28 million. You mentioned the team option for 2031. It's $28 million. Beyond that, I mean, he's making $5 million this year, $10 million next year, $12 the year after that, $14 the year after that. Yep. I mean, it's like bargain, very reasonable bargain. You know, bargain. It is, and maybe at some point, like Corbin Carroll, to your point, when the team option is done, assuming the Diamondbacks pick it up, Corbin Carroll is going to be 30 years old. Still has an opportunity to sign another deal worth a lot of money. Then, would it be in his best interest and their best interest for them to do again what they did with Ketel Marte? Like at some point,
add a couple of years.
At some point when this contract is getting closer to running out, as it was with Ketel's, the Diamondbacks and Ketel said, let's tack on a few more years. Let's bring the average up a little bit to where it belongs.
Right.
And let's make sure you don't go anywhere at all. This is where you're going to be. I could see them doing something like that with Ketel, in like 3 years from now, 4 years from now,
Corbin.
maybe? Or with Ketel. With Corbin.
They did it with Ketel. With Corbin.
3 or 4 years from now, I could see them doing that.
When you get to... Now, he's going to go from... If you look at that jump, there is a jump where he kind of doubles his salary, and all of a sudden now he's making $28 million a year. But that's 5 years from now.
Yeah, but just to buy him out of like the his age 31 year, 32 year, 30, when he's still going to be a very productive player. You know, I think... Maybe they end up doing something like that. I don't know. Who knows? We're a long ways from there. I know this. If he got to his free agent year, $600 million, $500 million, $400 million, he was going to get it. He was going to get it. And thank goodness. Thank goodness Mike Hazen took the risk. Thank goodness Ken Kendrick funded the risk. Right?
Corbin looks like a good deal. Ketel was a great deal when they did it. Fott looks like that's going to be a great deal. Perdomo looks like that's going to be a great deal. We can question the signings of veteran free agent pitchers. Montgomery, Erod, Bumgarner, but they've got a pretty good knack of signing their own guys to quality contracts.
They do. I mean, the only one, and it was for such a relative small amount of money, was the J-Mart one. Where you go, okay, let's wait and see on that.
I know,
one.
but that's like $3 million a year.
I know, it was only $18 million. That's what I mean. It wasn't enough to go, yeah, that was a big mistake, shouldn't have done that. It was $18 million. $18 million is a lot of money. I don't want to poo-poo that, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
Relative to Corbin, relative to Ketel, relative to Brandon. The Brandon Fott one, I mean, that might be a good conversation somewhere down the road later on in the season. Which one of these contracts will end up being the best for the Diamondbacks? Which one will end up being...
My initial thought is Corbin Carroll. If he's going to be a top 5 MVP candidate, you're talking about $111 million over 8 years that could have ended up at least double, maybe triple that amount of money.
Okay.
Maybe triple.
I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I would make a case for Brandon Fott as being what was that, 4 years and 60, I think? 5 years and 60 for Brandon Fott? God, that's a steal.
$45 million over 5.
45, okay, even
better.
Even better.
Right.
Even better. 45 over 5.
Right.
For a guy who's got 6 wins and has been one of the best pitchers in baseball. Now, we'll see tonight. We'll play a little
45 over
tonight.
5, and you're looking at some of these top pitchers that are getting like $30 million a year. Yeah. $40 million a year. What did Corbin Burns get per year?
7 for 210, so it's
7
like
for 210,
31, 32 million a year. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're all good deals. It's going to be hard to top the Corbin Carroll one, but the other ones are pretty good too. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, we got a baseball game to preview tonight. That's exactly what we're going to do. Dbacks Giants game 2. Dbacks on deck is next here on Arizona Sports.
The NFL schedule release. Why is it important? Teams want to know if they're playing in an early season Miami monsoon or a blizzard in Buffalo in December. Fans want to know if they're going to tack on tickets at Soldier Field for their visit to Grandma's.
Stop Bears.
Or if there's another reason to hit Vegas for a long weekend.
Changing 500.
We'll share the NFL schedule as it's revealed. So keep it on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, our YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The traditional way
is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is here. What kind of freedom-inspired savings can customers expect at Liberty GMC this month?
What's up, Dave? Now's the time to kick off summer and prepare for the perfect summer road trip. With only $29.99 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Terrain for only $359 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Terrain is built for it.
So kick off summer at Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
After getting a split of their 4-game series against the LA Dodgers, the Arizona Diamondbacks look for a series victory tonight as they're in San Francisco taking on the Giants, game 2 of the 3-game series. They're also looking for a consecutive win for the first time in a week and a half. They've alternated wins and losses for the last 9 games. All of that and so much more on the line tonight as the Diamondbacks take on the San Francisco Giants in Game 2. This is Dbacks on Deck. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Fott rocked tonight by the Bay. Brandon Fott getting the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The righty is 6-2 with a 3.28 ERA. He is opposed by former Diamondback Robbie Ray, and the lefty is having a good season. 5-0, 2.84 ERA.
This will be Robbie Ray's first career start against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Get out. Seriously? He's not made one?
Diamondbacks are the only team in the major leagues that Robbie Ray has yet to face. Robbie Ray has never faced the Diamondbacks. The Giants are 8-0 in his 8 starts. You mentioned he's 5-0. They have not lost a start. They are 8-0 in his start. He is the first Giants pitcher to go 5-0 or better in his first 8 starts since Tim Lincecum in 2010. He would be the first Giant, if he wins this game, to be 6-0 since John Burkett in 1993. Someone, Mark Grace is like, I know that guy. I got some hits off of him. With 6 strikeouts, he could become the 64th left-handed pitcher in Major League Baseball history with 1,600 strikeouts. So Robbie Ray is having a great season right now for the San Francisco Giants.
And, of course, typically the Diamondbacks have struggled against left-handed starters this year. It's gotten a little better as of late, but that's certainly something to keep an eye on tonight in the game. As far as Brandon Fott goes, his last start against the LA Dodgers was some kind of special. 6 1/3, gave up just 4 hits, walked 3, struck out 6, didn't give up the earned runs, as I mentioned. Really, for the most part this season, it was the one bad start against Philly in which he was pitching in kind of typhoon-like conditions, gave up 6 earned runs in 4 2/3. Just about every time out there, Brandon Pfaadt has gone deep into the game. He's eaten innings. It's almost always been a quality start. Not quite always, but almost always. He gives them a chance to win just about every single time he pitches.
He does. He's been absolutely sensational for this team. Pitching just great baseball. Gives him a chance to win, like you mentioned, every single time. He takes the mound. He's got an 0-2 record with a 3.68 ERA and 3 starts against the Giants. But in 3 games, the Giants are only hitting 173 against them. So it's amazing he doesn't have a win. The ERA is good, but they're only hitting 173 against them. They really struggle with the 4-seam fastball, just hitting 212. Some got Willie Adames 3 for 4 with the double against them. Ramos 2 for 2. Not a lot of success and not a lot of at-bats for these guys against Brandon Pfaadt. But he's definitely had success against San Francisco, 173 batting average.
Of course, one of the big storylines tonight is going to be the season debut of Jordan Lawler. The call-up happened over the weekend. You had reported yesterday he wouldn't start yesterday, but he would today. He is. He's the starting shortstop. He's batting 8th. He was on the show today, and he was asked how being called up this time is different than last time.
Yeah, I think I've learned a lot about myself. I've had some good off seasons now, healthy off seasons, to go really work with my different coaches and just understand how my body works and how I move and what allows me, what cues help me move best. So whether that's offense, defense, I think it's just a lot of learning, and this game's a great teacher. So the more focused, intentional reps you take, the more you're going to learn and the better you're going to be at the end of the day.
All eyes on him tonight.
Looking forward to it, getting him in there. Not an everyday player, but a way to get him 3 or 4 games a week, see what he could do, see if he could help this team. A little bit of an offensive spark. They can use it. A good defensive player. But, yeah, listen, he's one of the top prospects in baseball. I just called him up. We should all be excited to watch him play tonight.
Yeah, no, I think we are. In fact, you asked him if he was just kind of waiting for Mike Hazen to call him up.
I mean, yeah, obviously it crossed your mind, and I was tasked with the challenge of going down to Reno and improving everywhere in my game, getting reps at all 3 positions, and then obviously going down there and banging. So that's what I was tasked with doing, and that's what I wanted to do.
He was also tasked with playing a bunch of different positions down there when he was at Reno as well, and really spreading himself out pretty evenly between third base, shortstop, and second base, because that, as we know, is going to be the plan for Lawler when he's here. You can give everybody a little bit of a blow throughout the course of the week by playing those 3 positions.
Yeah, I was going to tell him, hey, I've heard you might play some catcher just to see if you catch him by surprise. If he's gonna, no, we say second base, shortstop, third base, no outfield. Maybe he gets a DH here or there if he's raking. Plans can change. Obviously, plans can change. But right now, the plan is that he's going to stay up with the big league club.
Today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Obviously, the Lawler call-up and the starts tonight is a big deal. Kendall Graveman is clearly still available in the bullpen since he was called up off the injured list. As far as the 2 injured relievers, yesterday, Torey Lovello provided this update on Justin Martinez and A.J. Pop.
J-Mart is going to throw a live on Wednesday. So he came out of the bullpen really good, felt good. And the live, I'm not sure how many pitches. It'll probably be close to 15, 18 pitches, something like that. But we're excited about that. Puck still hasn't thrown a ball yet, but that's going to happen, I think, sometime very soon. I think at the end of this week or very early next week.
And just for the uninitiated, a live means a live bullpen, and he's facing live hitters, like live batting practice. So that will be the next step for him. So far, everything sounds like it's gone very well with Justin Martinez. It sort of suggests that maybe he had a little bit of that dead arm and he just wasn't quite sure how to deal with it or what it was, and maybe he's more comfortable with that now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just they thought it was dead arm. They gave him a little time off. They brought him back. It was still dead arm. Now you give him more time off. And what you want to do is you want to get him through the season without this being a recurring thing. That's important.
The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks 22-20 going into tonight's game. 5.5 out of first place behind the LA Dodgers, gaining slowly on the San Francisco Giants, who are 24-18. Only 2 games separate the Dbacks and the Giants going into tonight's game. San Francisco has lost 4 straight. Keymaster's got a key for tonight.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bar.